Our protagonist this time is named Kim Gun. He is a professional assassin firmly holding the #1 rank on the server. But while he was preoccupied picking out dog food, his guard was down, allowing an enemy to send him to the afterlife. However, through some strange twist of fate, even with a hole in his head, Kim Gun's soul hasn't left his body yet. It turns out he was summoned to a parallel world by the elder of the blood demon cult, with a noble goal of conquering the Murim and expanding the sect. Kim Gun has no choice but to use firearms and ammunition to prove his strength while finding a way back to Earth to take revenge on the one who ambushed him. The scene opens with a hand lightly pressing a handle and slowly pushing the door open. Looking at the clear blue sky, Kim Gun silently remarks, "It's too bright." With a cigarette in his mouth, he glances down as a weak voice calls out, Who sent you? Did you think it would end like this?" A man in a pathetic state crawls on the ground, looking up with a warning. "Before long, the branch office will come for you. You won't be able to fight them alone. Now, quickly get on your knees and beg me. Then I will." Kim Gun ignores him and calmly pulls out a gun. He then frowns and complains, so noisy, as the loud sound of a gunshot echoes through the air. At that moment, Kim Gun looks back with eyes as cold as ice. On the ground is an incredibly adorable puppy. The moment he sees it, he immediately breaks into a happy smile. "Oh my, our Mongu has been waiting a long time, hasn't he? Are you hungry? Let's go home and eat." Kim Gun's nickname is the War-Crazed Demon, and he is also a top-tier assassin. Images of countless corpses lying on the ground appear, surrounded by pools of red blood. The scene shifts to a young boy whining, "Mom, can I skip school and go play today?" Hearing this, the woman gently coaxes him, "No, if you study hard, Mommy will buy you something delicious." Hearing that, Kim Gun thinks to himself, something delicious? There's still some of Mongu's food left, right? Then he picks up his phone and thinks, a new mission? Messages appear from the Story Museum. "Hello, I am Team Leader Kim Mayang. The Story Museum offers you the opportunity to conquer the Murim in a short time." After reading, he grumbles in annoyance. "Damn it, is this spam?" The scene shifts to the front of a convenience store. The bright sunlight shines down. Kim Gun, with a conflicted expression, knits his brows and thinks, which one would Mongu like better? Whatever, I'll just buy them all for now. At that moment, a voice rings out behind him. "Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it?" With a cold, annoyed face, Kim Gun thinks, what the hell is he blabbering about? The person behind him approaches. This must be Kim Gun, unable to take it anymore, turns around with a scowl. "Damn it, what are you whining about? Are you talking to me right now?" The person doesn't deny it and immediately responds, making him wide-eyed with surprise. "That's right, I'm talking to you." The man points a gun at Kim Gun's head and smirks. "I said it's a beautiful day to die. Farewell, #1. Seeing this, he shows a face full of contempt. "Damn it, is this a nightmare?" A gunshot rings out, and red blood splatters, creating a long trail. To die pointlessly like that? No, he died as an assassin. Even in hell, Kim Gun will surely take revenge on that gunman. But our poor Mongu, left all alone. What will happen to him? Kim Gun slowly opens his eyes, and an adorable image of the dog Mongu appears. Seeing this, he is utterly bewildered, with countless question marks popping up in his head. At the same time, the face of a man with a shiny bald head peeks in. Suddenly, he jumps up and headbutts the man right in the face. With a confused look, Kim Gun holds his head and wonders, what is this? Didn't I die? I was clearly shot in the head. Wait, what about Mongu? He then turns around. As soon as he sees the dog, he sighs in relief. "Mongu, thank goodness you're okay." Just then the bald man shouts, "You have finally arrived. The Savior has answered our call." Hearing this, Kim Gun wonders, what is this bald guy talking about? Next, the bald man cheers joyfully. "There's hope for us." While the crowd cheers, Kim Gun, drenched in sweat and confused, looks around. What is this? Damn it. At that moment, a voice captures his attention. "Pleasure to meet you, Savior. I am Dai Troc, the great elder of the blood demon cult." Hearing this, Kim Gun thinks, Dai Troc? Does that mean Big Baldy? And what's this about a savior? How do I get back? The bald man continues. "Our request is only one, and that is..." Then his eyes widen as he shouts, "Conquer the Murim." With a bewildered face, he looks up. Conquer who? Wait, where even is this? Before him is a landscape of majestic mountains. So, this is not the world Kim Gun once knew. It is the Murim of a different dimension. To conquer this Murim, he has been summoned. Is that how it is? Everyone is looking at Kim Gun with excited expressions, as if they're seeing a living Buddha. After analyzing for a moment, he slowly opens his mouth, and his first words successfully kill their buzz. "You bunch of lunatics." Kim Gun, sweating and flustered, asks himself, what the hell is going on? His phone shows no signal. Seeing this, he panics. Why is this thing frozen? With an annoyed look, he starts acting like a thug. You bastards, before I start swearing, get me back to where I came from. Someone hears this and judges. He's already cursing. Next, Kim Gun orders in a low voice, I have to catch the bastard who shot me. Take me back now. The bald man raises his eyebrows in surprise. But aren't you our savior? He immediately denies it without hesitation. No, you senile old bald man, stop rambling about a savior and take me back already. Suddenly, an earth-shattering scream echoes throughout the area. While Kim Gun covers his ears due to the loud noise, a voice says, yes, it has to be this much to be called our savior. At the same time, the sound of approaching footsteps rings out. Also, the great elder isn't bald. His hair just doesn't grow. Hearing this, the Murin people break into a sweat and whisper among themselves. It's not that he's bald, but his hair doesn't grow? That's terrifying. Is it the wrath of the gods? The great elder, with a face as red as a tomato, grinds his teeth and growls. Who asked you to say that, old man? The other old man stands in front of Kim Gun and warns, however, even if we call you the savior, if you keep speaking so recklessly. Takach Vin, with a terrifying face and a deep voice, threatens that you might die. Hearing this, he smirks. Old man, you've got it wrong. Let's get the facts straight. The one who summoned me here on a whim was you guys. What should I do? You better answer carefully. If you say the wrong thing again. Then, Kim Gun's face turns dark as he warns, old man, you might die by my hand. Seeing this, the great elder rushes over in a panic. Hey, savior, how dare you speak to the cult leader like that? Takachvin doesn't get angry. He waves his hand to signal them to back off. Let me talk. So, savior, how about this? And then he offers a condition. If you defeat me, I will hand over the position of cult leader to you. After that, you can do whatever you want. The great elder screams in horror, no cult leader. That's impossible. Suddenly, Takachvin speaks up, but if you can't defeat me. Kim Gun interrupts before the other can finish. No, I don't need any of that. Just send me back to my original world. Suddenly, an invisible pressure makes him freeze. Feeling it, Kim Gun is startled and thinks, what is this? At the same time, Takachvin declares in a low voice, I will show you what hell is like. Looking at the figure before him, Kim Gun thinks in confusion, this overwhelming pressure. Next, he comforts himself. Even as an assassin, I've never felt an oppression like this. No need to be tense. The opponent is just an old man. I'm a #1 assassin and a war-crazed demon. There's no way I'd lose. Kachvin asks, are you ready? Kim Gun, with a look of disdain, knits his brows. Ready? Is preparation even necessary when the opponent is an old man? The old man narrows his eyes. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. Since he hasn't seen the coffin yet, he continues to provoke. Are we fighting with words? I'll go easy on you. You move first. Then I won't hold back. Instantly, he disappears without a trace. Kim Gun freezes at the sight. At that moment, Takachvin suddenly appears right in front of him. Then, with a powerful fist, he swings his arm forward. Takachvin shows no mercy and gives the arrogant man in front of him a direct punch to the gut. Kim Gun, after taking the full hit, is sent flying backward. Before he can even react, he's punched into a wall. A loud bang echoes, and Takachvin lightly steps back after delivering the strike. A small amount of blood spurts from Kim Gun's mouth, his face filled with terror. He then collapses to the ground. The old man approaches with contempt. You couldn't even dodge a simple attack like that? Young man, are you really our savior? How pathetic. Not even worth being an opponent. At the same time, Takachvin is startled to see Mongu biting the hem of his pants. Seeing this, Kim Gun cries out in panic now. Mongu, run. Don't touch Mongu. If you dare touch him, I will kill you. Suddenly, Mongu Takachvin. His eyes immediately follow the dog. Seeing the small dog lying on the ground, Kim Gun screams in worry, Mongu. At the same time, the old man orders, throw him in the dungeon. As for that beast, throw it to the wolves. The great elder doesn't dare to argue. Yes, cult leader. Suddenly, he roars. He's not a beast. He's my family. Then, Kim Gun's voice drops to a chilling tone. I clearly warned you. If you dare touch Mongu, I will definitely kill you. You're the strongest one here, right? Don't make me laugh. It's not you. He slowly stands up. Are you curious to see who is actually the strongest in this world? Is it the one with the most money? The great elder looks bewildered. Has he gone mad from the cult leader's beating? Kim Gun continues to ramble. Someone with power? Someone who wields a blade or a sword. None of them are the strongest. Suddenly, the great elder's eyes widen in confusion. What is that thing? The man beside him calmly replies, a strange object. With a gun in his hand, Kim Gun narrows his eyes and growls, listen closely. In this world, the strongest person is the one holding a gun. Then, he decisively pulls the trigger. A loud blast echoes through the air. The bullet is aimed directly at Ta-Catch Vin and the Great Elder. Unaware of the power behind this tool, the leader remains contemptuous. You think using a toy like that will? The bullet flies true, piercing right through the center of Ta-Catch Vin's forehead. The Great Elder beside him is still talking. As I was saying, what kind of object is? His mouth hangs open in shock as he sees blood spray from Ta-Catch Vin. The leader takes the bullet head-on and immediately collapses to the ground. The Great Elder stares at the scene that just unfolded, completely bewildered. His brain hasn't processed the situation yet. He stammers with wide eyes, Ta-Catch Vin. His face flushes red with rage as he shouts, "Attack! Do not let the man who murdered the cult leader survive." The disciples hear the command and charge all at once. Yes. Seeing this, Kim Gun calmly declares, "Good. Come to me all at once. I've still got another gun right here." Kim Gun then repeatedly pulls the trigger, picking them off one by one. The bullets spin through the air, tearing into the mob. His voice is low. "You guys messed with the wrong person." One by one, he sends them all to the afterlife. Someone screams, "Stop! Have mercy! Don't stop! Everyone charge!" Kim Gun holds 2 freedom dispensers. The first shot drills through the head of the man on the left. The second shot pierces the head of the man on the right. He levels both guns and continues sending 2 more to meet their ancestors. Cries of pure terror fill the air. Someone stop him! Mercy! The Great Elder is drenched in cold sweat. His pupils dilated at the horrific sight. Shouts and screams ring out. "Don't stop! All of you charge! Ah, it hurts! Please stop!" One man panics, his voice trembling. "Wait! We lose! We'll apologize." Facing their pleas for mercy, Kim Gun only asks coldly, "Hey, do you know what my creed is? Always repay a kindness." Then, he delivers a powerful punch to the man's face. The force is so immense it looks like his entire face caves in. He flips backward, blood splattering all over the ground. Then he reaches out to grab the man's hair. On Kim Gun's back is a terrifying demon tattoo. His voice is icy. "Always settle a grudge." He frowns slightly, muttering, "Fainted already? How disappointing." From behind, a voice calls out, "Hey there, young man." A man dressed in a sleek suit continues, "Perhaps you're the strongest now, right? Since there's no one around here who can beat you." Kim Gun doesn't quite understand what this guy is getting at. The man continues, "But do you know that no matter how brutal you are, there's a type of strength you can never beat?" He stands in the shadows with a faint light hitting his back. The man asks, "Do you know who that is?" Kim Gun blurts out a swear, "That's total bull." He looks the man straight in the face and says, "Do you even know who I am? Damn it, do I look stupid to you?" With a contemptuous look, he asks, "So who is this strongest person? Bring them here." Kim Gun suddenly freezes, his pupils shrinking. He looks down in horror. The man says calmly, "No matter how strong or fast your fists are, they can never beat a gun." Kim Gun clutches his thigh, his voice trembling in disbelief. "What? Uncle, why are you doing this to me?" The man replies, "The reason I came looking for you." He continues, "That is because I have a proposal for you." Hearing this, Kim Gun shouts angrily, "Then you should have just said so. Why did you have to shoot me? You're insane." The man's tone is slightly dismissive. "You're overreacting. I only grazed you." Kim Gun says bluntly, "You're a real psycho." The man asks again, "Don't you find it miraculous?" His face darkens as he points the gun at Kim Gun's head, saying coldly, "With just one of my fingers, that I could have already taken your life." His face pales, and his voice grows weak. What do you want from me?" From the shadows, a pair of glowing red eyes stares at him. He replies, "Work for me. I'll help you become the strongest." Back to the present. A black six-shooter is pointed forward. The Great Elder clutches his wounded shoulder. Kim Gun speaks up. "Now you know, right?" He looks coldly at the last survivor. Behind him, bodies are scattered across the ground. Kim Gun asks, "Who is the strongest?" The man quickly responds in a panic, I know. Of course. I'll do anything you want. Please just spare my life." The Great Elder's life is indeed spared. He asks softly, "Are you comfortable in that seat, my lord?" Kim Gun sits with his chin in his hand, looking not the least bit happy. A flash of light zips right past the Great Elder's ear. Seeing that, the old man breaks out in a cold sweat. He grits his teeth and says angrily, "You senile old man. When did I ever say I wanted this position? I said I want to go back to where I belong." Kim Gun raises his voice further. "I told you I have to go catch the bastard who shot me in the leg." The Great Elder bows his head, sweat dripping down his face. He stammers about that. He hesitates before speaking. "The way to return? I don't know it." Hearing this, Kim Gun's rage flares. He speaks through clenched teeth. "You don't know?" He steps down toward him. "Oh, you don't know? Well, if you didn't know, you should have said so sooner." The dark muzzle of the gun is immediately pressed against the Great Elder's head, leaving him frozen in terror. Kim Gun can't keep his cool anymore and roars, then I would have sent you to join the cult leader a long time ago. Sensing his life is on the line, the great elder turns pale and yells frantically, wait. He prostrates himself on the ground. Just give me a few days. I will find a way, no matter what it takes. At the feet of the terrifying young man, the great elder sweats profusely, his voice trembling. Just give me a little time. Hearing that, Kim Gun rubs his brow in annoyance. I get it. Get out for now. The old man dashes out as if he'd been waiting for those words. Kim Gun thinks to himself, damn it, maybe I should have just finished him. He sits back down. He looks up at the ceiling and sighs. This is absurd. What kind of situation is this? I'm already going crazy with no signal. Now what do? Kim Gun grips his phone tightly. Suddenly, the phone makes a sound. He opens it and exclaims in shock, what? It was clearly frozen. A message appears. Hello, I am Team Leader Kim Mae. We offer you the chance to conquer the Murim in a short time. A free opportunity to conquer the Murim. Initial ammunition provided for free. Top 5 power levels. Failed to respond within 30 minutes. Free, opt-out denied. Why 1 plus 2 is equal to 5? You must be very confused, right? We will explain slowly. Currently, the challenger's location is... Kim Gun interrupts in surprise. Wait, this message. It's the spam. He recalls the moment before he was transported. Hello, I am Team Leader Kim Mae. We offer you the chance to conquer the Murim in a short time. Kim Gun thinks I accepted it before I died. Looking closer, the message continues. Failed to respond within 30 minutes. Free, opt-out denied. Why 1 plus 2 is equal to 5? He feels like he's being completely cornered. Panic creeps onto his face, his voice hurried. What? Why can't I reply? Damn it, what the hell is this? The message continues. You must be very confused, right? We will explain slowly. The place where the challenger is currently located is a different dimension called the Murim. To return to your original Earth dimension, you must complete the new mission. Kim Gun turns red with rage, his whole body shaking. He hisses through his teeth, what is this crazy person talking about? The message continues. You probably guessed it, but the mission is conquer the Murim. His hands shake as he reads the next part. If the mission is not completed within 1 year, you will face a penalty, the loss of your most precious thing, the super adorable Mongu. A small puppy with soft fur and big round eyes looks at Kim Gun. He holds his head as his anger hits a breaking point. The message blabbers on. Oh, it would be bad if cute little Mongu died, wouldn't it? So good luck. Powerless, Kim Gun can only scream, damn it, searching everywhere. He pushes a door open and calls out, old man, are you here? Unaware that Kim Gun is behind him, the great elder grumbles, so disrespectful. Doesn't even know how to respect his elders. Return to his original world? If I knew how to do that, I'd have sent him away already. That hothead. Anyway, I have to hurry before that maniac arrives. Kim Gun looks at him coldly and speaks up. Looks like you're planning on going somewhere fun. The great elder almost screams, his mouth agape. He turns around with tears streaming down his face, stammering, see cult leader. I was scolding my son, and this luggage. I was planning to set out and find a way to help you return. So cult leader, please spare me. Kim Gun barely gets a word out, wait, but the great elder keeps pleading. Please spare me. Killing this old man won't do any good. He continues babbling in fear. Even if you're a bloodthirsty demon, if you commit murder, Kim Gun frowns and says, I told you it's not, but the old man is too scared to listen. You will receive heavenly punishment and die a cruel, agonizing death. He roars angrily, shut up and listen to me, you bald geezer. Seeing this, the old man says with a trembling voice, I am sorry. I just got startled. Kim Gun clears his throat. Ahem, I'm going to do what you said earlier. The great elder asks blankly, yes? Kim Gun hesitates and says, well, let's give it a try. Kim Gun continues, conquering the Murim. Hearing this, the old man's face fills with emotion, his voice uncontrollably happy. As expected of the savior. No, cult leader. I knew it. I'll go prepare the sect disciples immediately. Kim Gun speaks slowly, but there's one condition. With a sparkling expression, the great elder asks, yes? What is it? The sky is blue with white clouds drifting by. The old man's voice rings out, everyone gather round. In the great elder's hand is a scroll. He continues, I am relaying the cult leader's command. From now on, we're no longer the blood demon cult. We shall be. The great elder unfurls the scroll, and 3 large characters appear. Mongu sect. Everyone shouts in unison, Mongu sect. Mongu sect. Mongu sect. Mongu sect. Mongu sect. One of them, with tears streaming down his face, thinks, damn it, the sect name is Mongu? Should I just run away? While the others keep chanting relentlessly, Mongu sect. Mongu sect. He looks toward Mongu and laments. Why on earth did we have to name it after a beast? The great elder's face beams as he utters cheesy words. I love you, Kim Mongu. Mongyu sect. He can't help but cry inwardly, thinking it sounds surprisingly good. Cute little Mongu lies on his back on the ground with his eyes half closed. Constant murmurs fill the air. Take me with you, Kim Mongu. So proud of the Mongu sect. Until the day we conquered the Murim. Day 364. Whispers and rumors spread. I heard the leader of the demon cult change his name, and the sect's name changed from the blood demon cult too. An old man with neatly tied white hair stands staring outside. The gossip has reached his ears. They continue to the Mongu sect. He provocatively strokes his silver beard and mutters. A fresh breeze has blown in. Has the demon cult finally fallen into ruin? Then he asks the disciple, still no info on the new cult leader? The disciple hesitates. Well, I heard he uses a strange demonic art. He turns his head slightly and asks curiously, a strange demonic art? The disciple replies, yes, that's right. They say every time he moves, someone drops dead. This leaves the old man stunned. Suppressing his shock, he asks calmly, exactly what kind of miraculous movement is it? The disciple raises a finger and replies, a single finger. The disciple innocently holds up a finger. It seems interesting. I heard he only uses one finger. The old man's face darkens with doubt. Are you sure it's that finger? The disciple replies, no, it's just that I think it's this finger. The old man sighs, his voice soft as a falling petal, as if he's accepted fate. Anyway, a rain of blood is coming. Sunlight shines down on the red tile buildings. A voice of protest rings out, brother, how can you say that? Dang Coat, with a scowling face, continues, he decided to hand over the position of cult leader if someone wins a fight, without even consulting us? Cheat Hao, resting his chin on his hands, says nonchalantly, isn't it our doctrine that the strongest becomes the leader? The other person counters vehemently, I don't accept it. From the start, I opposed this savior nonsense and summoning that guy. The elder questions, what do you mean that guy? Watch your tongue. He is the current cult leader. Suddenly, a voice from outside says, actually, I'm not satisfied either. Dang Coat slams his hand on the table, startled by the sudden voice. The newcomer says, don't you guys know too? The elder, unsure of what he's referring to, asks, what is it? Luke Bar replies, how much I have sacrificed for the blood demon cult. His voice becomes more agitated. To sleep, to eat, to play. I endured it all. Yet you excluded me from such a major decision. Cheat Hao calmly adds, I think you've been living exactly how you wanted. Then, with a serious tone, as if giving a reminder, in short, if you're dissatisfied, just prove your own ability. The elder adds, but remember this well. No matter what, he is the person who defeated the previous cult leader. Cheat Hao's expression turns terrifying, his voice slow. If you charge in recklessly with half-baked skills, you're the ones who will end up dead. A sound is heard, and Cheat Hao's eyes flicker toward the front. Dang Coat reacts at the same time. Luke Ba shoots a wary look toward Kim Gun. The great elder's voice rings out, everyone, pay your respects. This is cult leader Kim Gun. Hearing this, everyone stands up from the table. They clasp their hands and say, we greet. The new cult leader, Luke Ba Sudenli Sens Shometing, Tiny Mongu, with his big round eyes, stands panting next to Kim Gun's leg. Seeing this, Luke Ba breaks into a smile and says softly, oh my, why are you so small and cute? He starts to approach, not forgetting to ask, where did you get such an adorable creature, my lord? Luke Ba's eyes sparkle as he looks at the dog with interest. How'd he get here? Kim Gun suddenly speaks up, hey fatty. Luke Ba Ats Bolang Li, Hu. Kim Gun swings his arm and lands a powerful punch right on his face. Kim Gun asks, did you take a bus to get here? Luke Ba is sent crashing onto the floor by the punch. Kim Gun says angrily, who do you think you're messing with? You're the ones who summoned me here. With a terrifying gaze and face, he warns, from now on, don't you dare open your mouth in front of me. Got it. Seeing Luke Ba silent, Kim Gun barks, damn it, why aren't you answering? Are you mute? He quickly replies, no. I'm sorry, cult leader. Kim Gun growls, I told you not to open your mouth. Luke Ba covers his mouth, thinking, damn it, then what am I supposed to do? The great elder breaks into a cold sweat and speaks softly, the elder's meeting will now begin. Cult leader, please give your address. Kim Gun looks indifferent, with his hands behind his head and his feet propped up on the table. He begins to speak, listen up. From now on, we will begin our conquest of the Murim. Inwardly, the great elder is happy, thinking they can finally regain their old glory. After a pause, Kim Gun continues, but if we fail to conquer the Murim within 1 year. Dang Coat's eyes widen as he hears Kim Gun's verdict, that everyone commits suicide. He blurts out, wait, what does that mean? Kim Gun says nonchalantly, well, nobody wants to kick the bucket, right? Kim Gun crosses his arms and continues, then figure out a way to conquer the Murim within a year. A hand goes up. The elder thinks to himself, I have to speak up. Conquering the Murim in 1 year is impossible. Despite his inner thoughts, Cheat House speaks up. Cult leader, may I say one thing? Kim Gun flatly refuses. No, you look exactly like the type of person I hate. The elder is stunned. Kim Gun looks at Cheat How as if reading his mind. You were going to say that conquering the Murim in 1 year is impossible, weren't you? Hearing this, the elder breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, well, yes. Kim Gun mocks him calmly. See? You idiot. Cheat How's face darkens, thinking, why is the cult leader talking to me like that? A heavy fist slams onto the table as Dangcoat speaks up. Enough. With a look of extreme annoyance, he continues, I can't listen to this nonsense anymore. Seeing this, the great elder shouts, what was that? Fifth elder. Dangcoat stands up indignantly. You've gone too far, brother. You didn't consult me at all. The great elder replies awkwardly, I didn't know. He looks toward Kim Gun and continues, just because you defeated the previous leader doesn't mean I recognize you. If you want our respect. With a defiant face and voice, he challenges, then bet your position as cult leader and duel me. Kim Gun's veins pop with annoyance as he says sarcastically, unbelievable. Just a moment ago, you were begging me to help conquer the Murim. Fine. Do you have the confidence to take the lead? He thinks to himself. Seeing an unusual power radiating from Dangcoat, Kim Gun thinks, but this guy definitely has some kind of strange ability, just like that previous cult leader. He raises his gun to check the ammo, telling himself, I don't have many bullets left, so I have to save them. Seeing Kim Gun fiddling under the table, Dangcoat suddenly bows his head. What are you doing? Dangcoat thinks smugly, what's this? Is he actually afraid of me? As expected. I don't know what tricks he used to beat the old leader, but they won't work on me. The great elder whispers from the side, Fifth elder. Don't do this. I don't know what it is, but just stop. Dangcoat steps toward him and calls out again, hey. His expression is provocative and his voice is goading. The great elder's face turns pale, while Kim Gun's face flushes red with anger. Even Mongu feels the fear. Kim Gun curses inwardly, ridiculous. Unaware of how dangerous the person in front of him is, Dangcoat continues to provoke. Hey, why aren't you answering? Are you scared, cult leader? Is your mouth glued shut? Are you chicken? Suddenly, Kim Gun's voice turns icy. You're finished. He levels the black gun at him, growling each word, just drop, dead. Then, Kim Gun slowly starts to squeeze his index finger. Suddenly, the phone vibrates. Curious, he opens it to check. His eyes quiver in pure shock. Dangcoat keeps pushing his luck. What? Can't attack? Are you scared? Everyone will think I'm the bad guy here. Kim Gun, who is silent, suddenly calls out, hey. He slowly stands up and continues. What you want is a duel with me, right? Kim Gun walks toward him. His voice stays calm. Fine, let's have a duel. Kim Gun's face darkens as a twisted smile appears on his lips. I'll only bet one condition. His words carry a heavy weight. An uprising for the position of cult leader? That's not interesting at all. Why aren't you answering? Dangcoat thinks, what is this? This terrifying bloodlust? His voice is full of contempt, like a beast about to hunt its prey. Are you scared? Night falls over the Mongu sect. Whispers fill the air. After the previous cult leader, now it's a duel with the fifth elder. The person on the right says with a straight face, isn't the cult leader being a bit reckless this time? The person next to him replies, no, the great elder is the one who lacks a plan. He frowns and continues. Everyone knows Lord Dangcoat reached the rank of elder through raw strength alone, but the truth is deeper than that. An image of Dangcoat appears, silent and poised. The most terrifying thing about Elder Dangcoat. The scene shifts to a battle. A large, muscular martial artist jumps to attack, screaming, please just die. He speaks calmly, as if he understands Dangcoat better than the one being beaten. The punch lands right in front of Dangcoat, but he doesn't even dodge. He mocks, is that mosquito bite? Try harder. His sheer toughness makes the attacker tire out to the point of collapse. The man screams in desperation, please just fall down. But Dangcoat is unfazed. Too weak. Hit harder. He continues, because of that endurance, Elder Dangcoat earned a nickname. No matter how many people try to take him down, they all end up exhausted and flat on the floor. He is famous for being able to withstand the strike of a tiger. His cool nickname is the Unstoppable Iron Tiger. They're still discussing Dangcoat. A voice from behind another disciple rings out. Do you guys really know nothing? He turns around and replies blankly. Huh? A chubby disciple, drenched in sweat, speaks of Kim Gun, the true terror of the cult leader. The other two ask in surprise, wait, who are you? The chubby disciple ignores them and continues. I was there at the scene. It was a quiet day, not a cloud in the sky. Damn it, I'm asking who you are. Suddenly, a shocking sound rang out, and the previous cult leader passed away. The official battle had begun. With one move from the current cult leader, everyone felt like they'd been hit by lightning. One person, then another collapsed. How ruthless he was. This guy can still eat in a situation like this? Even if the opponent was a weak old man, There was no exception. And at that moment, I thought of a nickname that fits the cult leader perfectly, one that would make even a demon's jaw drop. Old Man Devil Grabber. The others are clearly shocked, stammering out the unfamiliar words. Yo, your mama? Yeah, that's a legendary nickname. The chubby disciple corrects them. No, it's Old Man Devil Banisher. Pronounce it carefully. The referee shouts for order. The cult leader and the fifth elder are entering. Someone exclaims in anticipation. Oh, here they come. Dozens of martial arts disciples line up to watch. He continues. The duel of the century is about to begin. Two nicknames ring out in the intro. The unstoppable Iron Tiger versus Yo Mama. Someone protests, wait, wasn't it Devil Banisher? Dancoat starts warming up. He asks, are you ready? Then he glares straight at Kim Gun. Get ready to be thrashed. Kim Gun mutters, unbelievable. Fine. In the beginning, everyone talks as much as you do. With a gaze that seems to swallow everything. He says icily, until they eat a bullet. The referee speaks up. We shall now begin the duel between the cult leader and the fifth elder. Kim Gun whispers, you're using performance enhancers, aren't you? The referee continues. The duel format is at the cult leader's request. The referee explains the rules. In Kim Gun's hands is a piece, followed by the referee's steady narration. The method is simple. Dancoat only uses his fists. He continues. Each person attacks in turns. Whoever is still standing at the end is the winner. Pausing for a moment, the referee's voice heightens the tension. However, the winner of this duel will have the power of life and death over the loser. He looks toward Kim Gun. So, let's decide who attacks first. Cult leader, please choose the order you want. Dancoat interrupts, no way. Have you forgotten my nickname? With a confident face, Dancoat points at himself proudly. I'm the unstoppable Iron Tiger. Naturally, I'll let you attack first. Kim Gun mutters to himself. What is this crazy guy doing? He calmly raises his gun. Fine, I'll let you know where I'm attacking first. Looking at those firm pectoral muscles, Kim Gun says the chest. I'll attack your chest. He laughs smugly. You're going to regret this. He then uses internal energy to make his chest muscles even harder. Red light glimmers within the solid muscle. Dancoat takes a defensive stance with his arms crossed. With a challenging voice, he says, give it your best shot. But that bullet, instead of the chest, it aims right for his thigh. Seeing this, the referee's face turns pale as he freezes. Dancoat is no different. His mouth hangs open in total shock. Everything sinks into silence, with confused faces and question marks popping up everywhere. Kim Gun asks very nonchalantly what's wrong. Someone from the crowd speaks up. It's just an attack that makes a loud noise. How can an attack like that do anything to Lord Dancoat? As soon as the words leave his mouth, he collapses onto the ground, screaming, damn it, it hurts. He shuts his mouth. It feels like a slap in the face to everyone. He continues to howl, damn it. You said the chest. Pain and anger turned Dancoat's face bright red. You said you were attacking the chest. Kim Gun looks down slightly and answers slowly, oh that? A faint smile plays on his lips as he continues. I was lying. He bites his lip and spits out in rage, you bastard. Dancoat struggles to stand up, thinking, curse him. I can't let my subordinates see me in such a pathetic state. I have to stand up quickly and use my legs. He takes a deep breath and tries to steady himself. Right? The more this happens, the calmer I need to be. Now it's my turn. I still have one good leg. Dancoat says in a deep voice. Now it's my turn. Tremble because my fist is going to hurt a lot. He steps slowly toward Kim Gun, continuing, it feels just like the agonizing pain of a tiger's bite. That's how this technique is described. The name of the move is a mighty blow. It looks like a tiger has appeared. Tiger's maw fist is charging in. Suddenly, Kim Gun fires another copper candy into his left leg. The referee has another heart attack, his eyes wide. He freezes, all the color draining from his face. Kim Gun looks displeased and asks, damn it, what is it now? The referee speaks up. Cult leader, in a formal duel, both sides must take turns. You cannot attack consecutively. He is interrupted. Kim Gun's face darkens. Consecutive? Where the hell did that rule come from? Is it written in the Constitution of South Korea? Huh. He says fearfully, it's not that. Kim Gun continues. Which clause? Which article? Let's hear it. The great elder is expressionless. He thinks, damn, even a devil would be shocked in his silence by this guy. Both of Dancoat's legs are kneeling on the ground. He laments, damn it, big brother is terrifying. I have to move quickly, but my legs. He calmly approaches and says, in the world I lived in, there's a saying, even if you're dragged into a tiger's den, as long as you stay alert, you'll survive. But the truth is, that's nonsense. Kim Gun's eyes glow red like a living god of death. He adds slowly, if you're in a tiger's den and want to get out alive, all you need is a gun. Seeing the gun pointed at his head, Dancoat panics, thinking no way. At this rate, I'm really finished. He stammers out. Cult leader, it seems I was mistaken. I'll do better from now on, so I'd be grateful if you gave me a chance to make amends. Kim Gun says coldly, farewell. A bang rings out. He says mockingly, bang. Look at you flinch. Dang Coat tentatively opens his eyes and blurts out, huh? Kim Gun turns and walks away, his voice kept calm. You owe me your life. Don't be so arrogant from now on. He leaves the other man speechless. With a touched expression, he thinks, what is this? This feeling of being both frustrated and not frustrated at the same time? Dang Coat rubs his nose and continues thinking, is this, that? He breaks into a soft smile, happy with the brotherly bond as Kim Gun walks further away. Kim Gun's face shows a hint of fear. He thinks, damn, I'm out of ammo. That was a close call. Once away from the arena, his face brightens. He smiles and thinks it's here. Then Kim Gun opens his phone. A notification appears. Combat mission. Duel with the Fifth Elder. Case. Victory without killing. Additional reward granted. Mission complete. Reward details. Basic reward. 2 magazines. 30 rounds. Random additional reward. Reward level. Basic reward tier / additional reward tier. Suddenly he thinks of something and goes quiet. A moment later, he speaks up. Hey, Baldy, are there only 4 elders? He replies, no, there are 5 elders in total. 3 elders are currently away. A red streak of light pierces through each person. That girl wiped them out in one go. Ho-Alon wipes her hands and asks nonchalantly, did all that happen while I wasn't there? The servant replies, yes, that's correct, 3rd elder. She wipes her face with a towel and mutters, who said they'd revived the sect but then passed away. Oh my, look at this face. Ho-Alon hands the towel to the servant and continues, even so, the cult leader and the 5th elder. He defeated both of them. I'm looking forward to this. I wonder what kind of person he is. Looking at the walls splattered with red blood, she says flatly, clean this up and get ready. With a pretty face and a perfect body, she smiles softly. Let's go meet the new cult leader. Mongol. What's wrong with you this morning? The dog's cute face looks incredibly angry. Are you hungry? I'll get you some food. His bright face appears, his voice cheerful. Good morning, cult leader. What greets him is a punch. Kim Gun says, you scared me. Lying on the bed, he continues, I was so startled my fist moved on its own. What are you doing this early in the morning? Dang Coat clutches his nose, which is bleeding from the punch, and replies, I was standing guard while you were sleeping, cult leader. Even after being punched by Kim Gun, his eyes sparkle as he continues, I was afraid someone would threaten your safety. He replies, you're the biggest threat. Get out, you. His happy face instantly wilts. He dejectedly heads out. Kim Gun asks the great elder, and you? What do you want this early? He replies, the cult leader told me to come in the morning. He suddenly remembers and says, oh right, call the elders here. I have some things to ask. Sunlight shines down on the Mongoose sect. Kim Gun's voice rings out. Now that everyone is gathered, explain this to me once more. Why do you call me the savior? And why must you conquer the Murim? Cheat Hao raises his hand. Cult leader, let me explain that. The Martial Arts Alliance is a collective of the orthodox sects. Since long ago, they've seen the Blood Demon cult as a thorn in their side. The reason is that even though we're different from them, we lived well, and that made them very uncomfortable. And that jealousy became a flaming arrow aimed at us. Cries of anguish ring out in a sea of fire. Please save me. I don't want to die. The voices of the wicked ring out, destroy everyone, whether children or elders. Outnumbered, we were eventually defeated. The Blood Demon cult that has fallen today is now prey not only for the orthodox sects, but for the evil sects as well. After hearing this, Kim Gun asks, so you guys aren't orthodox or evil? Cheat Hao leans back and replies, correct. We follow our own creed. We live peacefully, but this was the result. Turning toward him with a serious tone, we want to unify this hell-like Murim alongside a savior like you. Kim Gun's face darkens when he hears the final part. And achieve peace in Murim. Cheat Hao starts to add, but conquering the Murim in 1 year, as you said, is practically impossible. He is suddenly interrupted. With a scowl and an annoyed voice. Why should I protect your peace? Am I some kind of Power Ranger? Damn it. Luke Ba and Dang Coat listen in silence as he continues. Unification? My own country couldn't even do that. Besides, why the hell am I your savior? The great elder breaks out in sweat and stammers. Actually, we don't know the reason the savior is you either. Kim Gun is surprised and asks, what? So he immediately recounts being ambushed by the Martial Arts Alliance. A panicked voice rings out, wait, please stop. The great elder says tremblingly, I'm just an old man doing chores here. The other person mocks him, saying that while wearing those clothes? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Drenched in sweat, he stammers, wait. Who? A man holding a sword looks at him coldly. Just by looking at that cursed head of yours, I know who you are. A heavily cloaked figure suddenly appears, making the guy suspicious. He demands, "What's this? Where did you come from? Identify yourself." Before he can finish, the mysterious person delivers a blow that rearranges his face. And just like that, the guy kicks the bucket with his eyes wide open. The great elder panics and screams. Terrifying. He can't stop blabbering. "I'm an old man. I don't have long to live. Please spare my life." When he opens his eyes, a scroll is rolling across the ground. The great elder blurts out, The mysterious figure speaks. The date written there is the day your savior will arrive to unify the Murim. Prepare yourselves to welcome him. He stammers, "Wait, what do you mean? The savior?" But the figure has already turned to leave. Before departing, he leaves one last word. "Read the letter and you'll understand." The elder calls out, "Wait, who are you? Please hold on a second." Kim Gun rests his chin on his hand, looking at the elder. "So you have no idea who that suspicious man was?" The great elder replies, "Yes, that's correct. But I did notice one specific feature." Hearing this, Kim Gun asks, "What feature?" The elder's head seems to glow as he answers calmly. "He had no hair. Just like me." Kim Gun mutters, "A baldy, huh?" He thinks to himself, "That suspicious man is likely the one who teleported me here. But why me? What's the goal?" Suddenly, an urgent shout comes from outside. "Cult leader! Elders!" A sect member rushes in to report, panting heavily. "I apologize for barging in, but there's an emergency. You all need to come outside immediately." Kim Gun's face turns dark as a soot-covered pot again. What is it this time? Outside the Mongoose sect, over a dozen disciples lie breathless on the ground. Standing amidst the chaos is a man who speaks up. "So you're not a new blood demon, but the leader of the Mongoose sect? Sorry about your disciples. They kept trying to block my way." His face is covered in veins, with deep dark circles under his eyes, radiating a gloomy aura. He continues, "But don't worry too much. I left them with a spark of life." Kim Gun keeps his voice steady. "Fine. Tell me your reason. Why bring a mob here so early in the morning?" Behind Ko Fong is a crowd of his henchmen. Ko Fong continues, "We were scouting for a chance to seize the Blood Demon cult since it fell to the Martial Arts Alliance. That's when we heard the news that the Blood Demon leader, no, the late leader Ta Catch Vin, his eyes flash with bloodlust, and his sword seems to pulse with aura, that was killed by some unknown artist. Since a tasty morsel is right in front of me, how could I just let it sit there?" Ko Fong laughs wickedly, swinging his sword in a wide arc. Kim Gun frowns and growls, "You're not a snake, so why is your tongue so long? You're just here to rob a house while the owner is away, aren't you?" The man smirks. "A clever little friend, smarter than I thought. Well, now that you know my goal, what's your move?" He reaches into his robe, preparing to draw his gun. Ko Fong taunts, "Caught you off guard, didn't I? Is that why you're just standing there smiling? I thought you were smart, but turns out you're just an idiot." Suddenly, someone behind him speaks up. "Sectmaster, there's no need for you to step in." San Fong, a massive man with a giant axe on his shoulder, adds, "Now that Ta Catchman is gone, I'm more than enough to handle this." Kim Gun breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, "What's with that body? And that huge axe?" He asks hesitantly, "Are you planning to chop my head off with that thing?" The brute charges immediately. "Isn't that obvious? It'll be over quickly, don't worry." Despite his massive frame, San Fong's speed is incredibly shocking. Kim Gun sees him coming, sweat beading on his forehead. He's fast. Because the opponent is actually formidable, Kim Gun's reaction is a split second slow. He suddenly realizes something is wrong. "Wait, my gun." In the blink of an eye, the brute leaps high into the air. As he prepares to swing his axe down, he is suddenly blocked. Luke Ba stands in front of Kim Gun. He bellows, "You dare try to harm the cult leader right in front of us? An attack like this couldn't even leave a scratch." Suddenly, Danko chimes in, "Your hand is dripping syrup, though." For once, he's right. Barging into the Mongoose sect wasn't enough. Now you're trying to harm the leader? A crime so grave, even the heavens would be enraged. A powerful punch is thrown with lightning speed. It slams into San Fong. It's so fast he can't even defend himself, flying straight through the demon sword henchman. The threat is clear. You will all pay for this with your lives. Behind them, Kim Gun thinks, "I knew Danko was strong, but this is beyond what I imagined." Luke Ba seems useless, but he's actually quite handy. If I used him well, conquering the Murim might be possible. Ko Fong sneers, "What a foolish choice." His eyes glow a deep red, his voice chilling. "Witness the consequences of the choice you've made." Kim Gun steps forward calmly. "Old man, your tongue has been wagging too much. I'll only say this once, so listen up." He's not looking for trouble, but his face shows he's ready to go all out. "I won't be showing any mercy." Kim Gun and the old man lock eyes like a tiger and a leopard. Drop dead. After those words, both sides charge at each other in a fierce battle. The fifth and fourth elder smile, as if they've already planned their moves. "Kill them." One of them sprints ahead, ignoring the steep, towering stairs. The two above agree, I've been waiting for those words. Standing nearby, Kim Gun hears a strange sound and turns. They're useful if used in the right spot. Dang Coat, the fifth elder, unfortunately trips and rolls down the stairs. I slipped. Someone catch me. Kim Gun thinks that guy's a bit more difficult to manage. Dang Coat uses his strength to land hard on the ground, coming out completely unscathed. He smirks mischievously. I've been feeling cooped up lately. Come at me. Instantly, 3 men waiting for him draw their swords and charge. He nimbly dodges the first one, turns and evades the second. He seizes the chance to lunge toward the third man's blade. He lands a counterblow right in his gut. 2 more try and ambush from behind. Dancoat knocks them both out with a spinning punch. Huh. His eyes suddenly catch something. A man from the trio points his sword at an off-guard Dancoat. A bright flash of light accompanies a loud metallic clash. The air suddenly goes still. The man boasts about his weapon. This is my family's heirloom sword. Dancoat isn't hurt at all. Instead, he looks amused. He holds the tip of the blade against his chest. He effortlessly snaps the tip of the sword. Snap! With his other hand, he grabs the man's throat. With a bit of force, he lifts the man into the air, choking him. He treats the enemy like a mere toy. Then, without hesitation, he slams the man straight into the ground. With an arrogant look, he huffs, ridiculous. All that for this level of strength? He clenches his right fist and charges like a sudden gust of wind when a figure appears. It's Luke Ba, the 4th elder. He tells his little brother, "Don't worry, I got your back." "Wait, brother, you're literally bleeding." Another stubborn enemy charges. Let's see if he can block this. His strike is blocked, much to his shock. Luke Ba uses his hand to shield his comrade. An attack like this can't even scratch. No, your hand is definitely bleeding. He counterattacks furiously. Too noisy. Reflect on your foolishness in hell. The strike from his arm is enough to twist the man's face. But then Luke Ba pulls his hand back. Refreshing, isn't it? He raises a fist as a warning. What are you looking at? Want more? But in reality, Luke Ba's specialty is massage strikes. His actual attack power is 0. On the other side, Kim Gun smirks. He heads somewhere with 2 followers. The 2 men from earlier plot a new scheme. So he's the leader, but his back is wide open? He must have used tricks to beat the former cult leader. They charge forward with high spirits. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Hey." One of them reflexively answers, "Yeah?" Kim Gun mysteriously appears behind them. "Where are you looking?" Before the guy can process the situation, Kim Gun snaps his neck. "Wait." The remaining man stands dazed as his partner falls before him. He stammers, "Wait, what?" He spits out a curse, "You bastard." But Kim Gun slashes his throat. He can't even finish his sentence. Die? Blood begins splattering everywhere. He turned back and glared at the remaining thugs. "So, you guys really think I'm some kind of pushover, huh?" He pulled out a sharp object, his eyes full of cold menace. With the explosive speed of a leopard, he took down the rest of them in a split second. He moved so fast his figure was a blur, leaving only trails of wind in his wake. He appeared like a predator in the night, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce on his prey. He drove the weapon straight into his opponent before the guy could even react. That arrogant look on his face said it all. It didn't matter who the enemy was. Over on the other side, Dancoat had also finished cleaning house. He thought to himself, that should be the end of it, but then a flash of light grazed his face. The man from before was still kicking, and his strength seemed to have multiplied. Dancoat nimbly leaped to the side to evade. He came face to face with the man again, the one supposedly leading an entire sect. A cheap sneak attack from behind? Have you no shame? Suddenly, the world around them turned a sickly green. He stood there dazed. Huh? Ko Fong gloated, revealing that the poison meant for Ta Kach Vin was now being used on him instead. The old man charged like a maniac. "I'll send you to join the former cult leader in the afterlife." Dancoat wasn't about to back down. He braced for the collision. It was sword versus bare hands in a direct, brutal clash. The resulting shockwave was explosive, but in the heat of the moment. Dancoat couldn't take him down in a single blow. He was flustered. The poison was preventing him from channeling his internal energy into his fists. Somewhere else, Kim Gun felt his mind racing as he sensed a terrifying surge of power. "I've got a bad feeling about this," he muttered. "And where the hell did my gun go right when I need it?" He suddenly sensed something approaching fast. It was Mongu, running toward him with the gun clamped in his teeth. "Olhat, Mongu, you found Papa's gun?" He was a smart boy. He quickly assessed the situation. At this rate, without a gun, it would be impossible to beat those freaks. Kim Gun picked up the weapon, racking his brain. It's a waste to use these bullets one by one, though. But he steeled his resolve. He couldn't afford to leave any dangerous variables alive. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, looking confused. "Wait, what?" Ko Fong sneered, claiming the glory of the blood demon cult was a thing of the past. At that moment, the Demon Sword Sect Master declared, "I'm taking over the Blood Demon cult." No, the Mongoose sect. In an instant, he was ensnared by chains thrown from above by two mysterious female disciples. A young woman descended gracefully from the sky. She delivered a lethal strike straight to the man's face. "Wait, get this off." And just like that, he was completely wiped out. The woman's elite disciples landed perfectly beside her. They were members of the Iron Blood Squad, experts in assassination. Usually, they'd offer a formal greeting, but the situation didn't allow for it. She turned to Kim Gun and bowed. "Greetings, new cult leader. I am the captain of the Iron Blood Squad and the third elder, Tran Hoalan." Kim Gun studied her. "So she's the third elder? She looks way more reliable than those other guys." He held a small blade ready. "I'm curious about one thing. The man who defeated both the former leader and Dancote." Suddenly, her figure blurred as if a gust of wind had just swept past. Hoalan was making her move. How much power did she truly possess? Kim Gun watched her movements in sheer amazement. She had leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating kick. He calculated the distance, thinking he should only use enough force to intimidate her. Feeling the wind pressure, he acknowledged her strength. Stopping that in an instant, I guess his win wasn't just a fluke. His hand moved quickly to his blade, ready to counter. "Let's see if he can block this one." He gave her one final warning. "You'd better not draw that weapon. I'm not nice enough to fall for the same trick twice." Immediately, his other hand leveled the gun. Is that the weapon of the current cult leader the subordinates mentioned? She wondered. Hoalan was analyzing her opponent too. He doesn't look strong enough to have beaten the former leader and Dancote. I need to see if he's a fraud or the real deal. Suddenly, she froze, unable to say a word. A swirl of red and black energy radiated from Kim Gun, bringing Hoalan's spirit to a sudden halt. What was this feeling? Within that aura coming from Kim Gun, she saw the terrifying image of a Buddha manifesting. His eyes were locked onto her, like a predator. It felt as if taking a single step closer would mean certain death. Neither made a move. They were both sizing each other up, waiting for the other to blink. The Great Elder was in awe of the overwhelming power of the two leaders. What's going on with them? I am terrified. I'm totally convinced now. He really did beat the former leader. Hualan spoke foot. Only the strong can lead the Blood Demon cult. I simply had to test the mettle of the current leader. She offered a gesture of reconciliation. I apologize once again for my rudeness. He looked at her baffled. What's with this woman? Is she crazy? Meanwhile, Sanfong sat slumped against a cratered wall, his head hanging low. Did I really get knocked out? He thought. He's as strong as the rumors say. But I can't just give up like this. Nearby, Kim Gun heard him barking orders. Get up, you bastards. Attack again. We are the Cruel Sword Sect. He gloated about his love for killing and looting. We'll take your heads and throw a feast. But when he saw the corpses piled in front of him, he froze. See? I told you not to do that, a voice said. Suddenly, the ghost of Ko Fong appeared behind him. The old man looked on, utterly disappointed by his subordinate's stupidity. Late that night, Kim Gun returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed. Phew. Well, that mess is finally settled. He stroked Mongu's head as the pup slept beside him. But if I'm going to conquer the Murim, I'm going to run into way more of this crap. He replayed the morning's events. The guy who could blow people away with his fists. The battle with Ko Fong. And the guys who could slice through anything with a blade. What if even stronger monsters show up? The image of a tattooed warrior flashed through his mind. If that happens, the next one dead might be. Without wasting another second, he jumped up and went to find someone. The Great Elder, who was still awake, was startled by Kim Gun's knocking. Hey, Baldy, you in there? He acted the part of a welcoming host. Cult leader, what brings you to this humble place? He secretly thought, damn it, why is he looking for me at this hour? We need to know what kind of enemies we're facing. I need to know if there are any allies who can help us fight. Where can I find that kind of information? The Great Elder was stunned by the question. What? Why ask such a basic question? Well, if it's info you want. He continued, you should try visiting the lower 5 gates. This left Kim Gun puzzled. The lower 5 gates? He imagined a local tavern. It was a place where many travelers stopped. An intelligence network made up of low-class workers like laborers, courtesans, and waiters. They gathered information from every corner of the world. The master of the lower 5 gates ran the show, using his rats to collect intel to sell to the highest bidder. Kim Gun asked, I see. So how do I get there? The Great Elder didn't expect him to be so interested. Wait, are you planning to go there yourself, cult leader? Yeah, I need to hear it and judge for myself. I see. Then let me send someone to accompany you. The two couldn't agree on who to send. That crazy third elder? Absolutely not. But she's the most experienced with the outside world. No way. She's clearly unstable. Just then, Dancote appeared right beside them. In that case, let me escort you to the lower 5 gates. He nearly gave Kim Gun a heart attack. Kim Gun gave him a piece of his mind. Not you either. Finally, the elder had to give in to Kim Gun's demands. Dancoat was knocked out on the floor. Ow, my bones. In the city, the streets were bustling with people. The soft glow of the lanterns made the night path feel lively. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was awkward. Dancoat was thrilled to be out, while Kim Gun sat in stony silence. His face was dark with annoyance. I specifically said not to bring this guy along, but Dancoat didn't seem to notice, happily taking in the sights outside. He glanced over at Hoa Lan, who was also in the carriage. And her too? Are we going on a field trip or something? He flashed back to the sect meeting. The great elder had declared, the leader needs an escort to the lower 5 gates. Any volunteers? Both Dancoat and Hoa Lan shouted me. The elder was confused. Why does it have to be you two? As you know, I'm always out on missions, Hoa Lan stated. The third elder continued, I'm the best at handling outside affairs. Besides, I need to go to eat good food and buy some pretty clothes. Dancoat protested, no way. How can I stay behind when the leader is going? The leader and I are like one soul. She snapped back, what are you talking about? You've never even been to the lower 5 gates. He replied, stop nitpicking. This is crazy. The two went back and forth. How dare you speak to your senior like that? I don't care. Let me go this time, senior. I'll protect the leader. You don't even know the way. What if you're targeted for assassination? I'll figure it out myself, so don't worry. The great elder sighs inwardly. Damn it, I don't know anymore. Kim Gun's heart is filled with murderous intent. When I get back, I'm killing that baldy first. The rider outside speaks up. It's late. We should find a place to rest for the night. So, they find a nearby inn to stay overnight. Welcome, travelers. A waiter greets them. How can I help you? Dang Huat Zip Li. Give us rooms, some good food, and some liquor. Kim Gun adds, I'll have blood sausage soup and some soju. The waiter invites them in. Yes, sirs. Please take a seat. I'll bring it right out. At the same time, another group enters the inn. They are first-generation disciples of the Kunlun sect. One of them, Zich Thuong Thien, the Kunlun sect bankroll, shouts, hey, any rooms and supplies left? He continues, if you have some, bring them out. If not, go make it happen. The waiter declines. Forgive me, guests, but the last remaining rooms were just booked by these gentlemen. This makes him stop for a few seconds and glare at Kim Gun. He wants to pick a fight. I'm seeing these brothers for the first time. Do you know who I am? I'm taking that last room, so go find somewhere else. Suddenly, his eyes catch a certain figure. It's the senior sister, dressed beautifully. What's this? How is there a woman like this in a place like this? He puts on a sleazy face. Where did a lady like you come from? Better yet, let me introduce myself. I am a first-generation disciple of the great Kunlun sect. He points at her 2 rookie companions. Don't hang around these greenhorns. Come have some fun with me instead. Dancoat, standing nearby, is radiating pure bloodlust, even if they are from the Kunlun sect. The scene flashes back to the meeting when a voice interrupted them. Everyone, enough. Stop. Do try it how, the second elder said, fine. You two escort the leader to the lower 5 gates. But remember one thing. Our movements must remain strictly secret. Do not start any trouble. Dancoat remembers the second elder's warning. His face turns red as he suppresses his rage. Leader, let's go look for another place. Wait a minute. What's with that look on your face? Are you dissatisfied with me? Suddenly, light swirls around him and his body freezes. He drops to his knees right in front of Kim Gun. His face turns pale as he stammers, you. Do you have any idea who I am? My juniors won't let this slide. A heaven-sent kick lands squarely on his face. Blood pours from his nose. It was Kim Gun who made the move, sending him flying with a single strike. He warns them, call everyone you got. We'll be waiting right here. Then he turns to the waiter. Hey, where's my soju and rice? Dancoat is shocked. He looks at Thuong Thien flattened on the floor. That was awesome. A second later, he worries. Oh no, we're screwed. His face is a mask of confusion, not knowing what to do. He thinks he started a fight already, and I couldn't even stop him. The 2 remaining disciples pounce, wanting to avenge their master. Hoa Lan, standing nearby, blocks their path. One of them doesn't realize what's happening. Huh? The other wonders, hey, what are you? And she's already leaped high into the air. One of them shouts, this wench dares to throw daggers? Coward. Before he can finish, he's hit by one of Hoa Lan's kicks. She lands gracefully while he tumbles backward. Her hand touches the ground lightly. With her other leg, she sweeps the second disciple. Her elegant foot strikes the carotid artery of one of them. She then lands softly back on her feet. She says softly, listen, children. Her slender figure stands over the 2 she just took down. 2 female disciples wait outside for her orders. You called for us, Captain? She steps forward, pulls a dagger from one of the men's guts, and remarks, I'm afraid you'll have to work a bit hard for this. She immediately gives the order. They're only unconscious, not dead. Clean this up and feed them the soul-vanishing pill so they won't remember anything from today. She continues, then toss them into the fragrant pleasure valley. There are plenty of courtesans there, and she turns to Kim Gun. Leader, let's have a word. He agrees. I can't. She's not going to suddenly attack me, is she? So, the three of them sit down to talk in the small tavern. She speaks up. Leader, do you know who we just clashed with? He responds, no, who is it? A disciple of the Kunlun sect, a member of the martial arts alliance that crushed us in the past. If word of today reaches the alliance, an image of the temple burning appears as everyone flees. It will be a dangerous move that could repeat the nightmares of the past. She laments, I absolutely cannot lose those kids I consider family ever again. He stares at her, thinking, family, huh? He recalls a memory of standing alone in front of school gate. She advises, in the future, we must avoid conflict with the people of the martial arts alliance. He agrees. Fine. I'll be more careful from now on. She thanks him, but Dancoat wonders, what's up with the leader? The two continue. Does the lower 5 gates have ties to the alliance? No, the lower 5 gates is a sect with no connection to the alliance. She explains, it'll be difficult, and since it could be dangerous, the leader should head to the lower 5 gates with Dancoat first. He asks, wait, what about you? I have to stay here and erase all the traces. Then she gives one last word before they part. Leader, I'll take my leave to handle the business. I wish you a safe journey. Early the next morning, the carriage continues its journey. Dancoat wakes Kim Gun up. Leader, it looks like we've arrived. Since they had to leave early, he's very sleepy. Man, this takes forever. I should just build a car. The two arrive at a nearby shop. Is the manager here? An old man greets them respectfully. Please come in. How can I help you, gentlemen? His face turns pale when they ask about a certain liquor. Old man, I heard you sell a very special wine here. His hand quickly grabs a lever on the cabinet. A secret door opens. Follow me to the basement. The three of them walk down into a fairly dark space. The old man leads them to a secret room with a dim light. Please step inside. The room slowly opens up. The man greeting them says, it is an honor, sirs. I am Han Ko, the branch manager of the Qinghai branch of the lower 5 gates. He sits down, his heart full of questions. The Blood Demon cult? No, the Mongoose sect. I heard they've lost all influence and are in ruins. The man named Han Ko is sizing him up. Why did he suddenly show up? Is there a profitable deal to be made here? Once everyone is settled, the man speaks. Well, what brings you gentlemen all the way to this place? Dancoat is equally annoyed. This guy's way of talking is so obnoxious. Kim Gun is also bored sitting in such a secluded spot. The man smirks at their attitude. Hey, ignore me? So even if you're ruined, a leader is still a leader. Huh? I'm a master dealing with guys like you. He chuckles and continues. Have I perhaps offended the mighty leader of the great Mongoose sect? This humble servant couldn't understand your greatness. So if the leader is displeased, please speak your mind. Dancoat starts getting angry at the bastard's tone. Does he want to die that badly? But Kim Gun finds it amusing. Suddenly, his laughter fills the room. The man is also quite pleased with himself for teasing them. It seems the leader quite enjoys my jokes. Aha! Both sides continue to laugh back and forth. Finally, the man turns serious and says, well then, if there's nothing more to say, I'll take my leave. You two can stay and discuss things. Dancoat, the lower 5 gates has no ties to the martial arts alliance, right? Yes, no ties at all, leader. Good. Well then. He points toward Han Ko, who hasn't left the room yet. Yeah. He flashes a wicked smile. Go get him, Monster Dancoat. The boy was just waiting for this moment to show off his strength. Yes, sir. He throws a punch right into the man's face. That heaven-sent punch sends the man flying for several meters. Kim Gun walks over. You think you can treat me like a fool just because I was laughing? The leader, came all this way personally. He stands over him threateningly. You should have brought someone on my level to greet me. After that punch, the room is filled with dust. He stands in the middle of it and looks toward the old man. Am I wrong, real branch manager? Your back doesn't look so good. Why don't you take a seat? Dancoat is shocked. What? I just thought the leader was in a bad mood. So that old man is the real branch manager? The old man's jaw drops at those words. Branch manager? But Dancoat just stands there dazed, looking at the old man's face. Kim Gun replies softly, was I wrong? Too bad. Night has fallen over the inn. High above, a masked figure watches from the shadows. The night mist allows him to blend perfectly into the darkness. Standing on the opposite roof, he mutters, all right, where's this blood demon? No, the Mongoose cult leader hiding? His subordinate reports, sir, he is currently at the Qinghai branch of the lower 5 gates with his elders. Apparently, they've already had a run-in with the Kunlun disciples. The man continues his instructions. Humph, the Kunlun sect? We can't just let this slide, can we? Send a letter to the Mongoose sect. Tell them I'll be paying a visit soon. He removes his demon mask, revealing a sharp, piercing gaze. Wash your necks and wait for me. Hanko wakes up, his face covered in blood. He fumes, that Mongu bastard. How dare he strike a branch master of the lower 5 gates? Does he think my body is made of iron? Just you wait, you jerk. Kim Gun interjects. Now that you've had a proper taste of my fists, maybe you can talk like a civilized human being? Hanko immediately drops to his knees. Forgive me, cult leader. This lowly servant has realized his mistake. Kim Gun sits back casually. Take a seat. Why are you kneeling like it's a formal ceremony? Why yes, sir. Hanko fa asiko fantis mai. To what do we owe the honor of the cult leader visiting our humble branch personally? Kim Gun crosses his arms. It's simple. I want info on the 9 great sects. Basically every power player tied to the Martial Arts Alliance. Oh, that's easy. We provide info to both the light and dark factions. What specifically does the leader wish to know? Kim Gun states his goal. Hidden experts. People with the strength to stand by my side and crush the Martial Arts Alliance. The man is stunned. You're really looking for people like that? But internally, he's panicking. Is he seriously planning to wage war on the Alliance? Kim Gun looks annoyed. When I ask a question, you give me a detailed answer. Got it. Why yes, sir. Absolutely. The man obediently explains, the intel you need is high-level clearance within the lower 5 gates, so the price is a bit steep. But since it's your first time, I'll give you a discount. 30 silver liang per person. How does that sound? Hanko thinks to himself, fine, I'm making 0 profit on this deal, but I can't play hardball with this lunatic. I'll just take the deal and hope he gets out of my sight. Kim Gun turns to consult his subordinate. Danko, what do you think? Do we have enough cash for this? But honestly, if someone's dead, they can't really spend money anyway, right? You're right, leader. Dead men only spend Joss paper. These 2 psychos. They want the intel for free, don't they? He stammers. How about 10 silver liang, cult leader? The 2 ignore him and continue their conversation. You catch on quick, Dancoat. You truly are my right-hand man. Exactly, leader. What's the point of having money if your limbs are crushed? You just spend it all on medical bills and never have time to enjoy it. The man slams the table in frustration. Enough. You can't just expect to walk away with top-tier intel from the lower 5 gates for nothing. Kim Gun replies coolly, what are you talking about? Of course we have something to trade. The man sighs in relief. It seems I misunderstood the cult leader. The 2 continue their negotiation. So, what does the cult leader wish to give us in return? Since you look so excited, I'll tell you. His words are cryptic, but dripping with killing intent. Naturally, the gift I'm giving is worth exactly as much as the intel you're providing. It's your life. Do we have understanding, Hanko? The man bursts into tears of frustration. What kind of logic is this? It always circles back to my life. I gave you a fair price, and you're still not satisfied? The discussion isn't over. Since you're silent, I'll take that as a yes. Now, let's get back to the information I need. The man thinks, Mongu bastards. He says aloud, fine. I'll start by gathering info on the 9 great sects linked to the Alliance first. Of course, you'll need to verify the accuracy yourself. Detailed reports on specific power structures will take a bit more time. Kim Gun asks for a timeline. How long? Normally, a week for a quick search, maybe 30 days for 1 week. Got it. Kim Gun draws a sharp blade to emphasize his point. In 7 days, find every piece of accurate intel on the Alliance's allies and bring it to me. Why yes, sir. He adds one more task, and investigate the Kunlun sect thoroughly. The Kunlun sect? An image of a towering, snow-capped mountain appears. This is the home of a Taoist sect, perched on the perpetually frozen peaks of the Kunlun Mountains. Due to the treacherous terrain and their reclusive nature, not much is known about them. Their gates remain locked year-round, yet no one doubts their status as a powerhouse in the Central Plains. Rumors say their disciples are all elite geniuses. Though their numbers are few, every Kunlun disciple is a high-tier martial artist. But after the war with the Blood Cult, for reasons unknown, they lived at the foot of the mountain for 1,000 years without contact. Now, the Kunlun disciples have finally descended from the mountain. Kim Gun thinks, so they have small numbers, but high quality? That's annoying. He asks, so they've all come down now? Do they have many branches in the Alliance? No, sir. Because their numbers are small, they don't have many outposts. He stands up. Fine, I'm off. Compile the rest and send it to me. Understood? He feels a bit relieved. At least they're low on manpower for now. He adds, Hanko, how would you describe our relationship now? The man answers, a business partnership for information, right? What else could it be, cult leader? Kim Gun starts to walk away. We only fought because we didn't know each other, right? But after a good scrap like that, we're basically brothers. Kim Gun walks up and slaps him hard on the shoulder. Care to repeat that? Hanko's face goes pale. Damn this guy. He beats me half to death and then calls me brother. What's he playing at? He squeaks out. Why yes, we are brothers, leader. Kim Gun prepares to leave. Good. You're sharp. But there's one thing you should know. I value brothers like you very much. Meaning, you wouldn't mind dying for me, right? Han Ko has an internal crisis. That's what brotherhood is. Supporting each other through danger and sacrificing yourself. Isn't it? What the hell? Sacrifice. You're crazy. I'm not that stupid. Kim Gun gives his parting shot. All right. I'll leave everything in your hands, brother. Early next morning, the carriage hits the road again. Kim Gun chats with Dan Coat. I wonder what the third elder is up to back there. Senior sister is meticulous. No news probably just means everything is under control. He looks out the window. Huh. The horse suddenly rears up with a loud whinny. The carriage jolts violently. What the hell was that? A woman appears and speaks up. Forgive me, leader. There is an urgent matter, so I had to stop the carriage. I beg for your mercy. She is Diane Lam Nok, vice captain of the Bloodslayer squad and a trusted subordinate of the third elder. For your safety, please return to the Mongoose sect immediately. Back at the temple. Who are they? Wash your necks and wait for me. The Black Blood Gate. The Baldy elder holds a threatening letter that was just delivered. Cult leader, do you wish to know more about this sect? Yeah, Baldy, make it quick. The Black Blood Gate is a shadow organization of assassins. Information on them is nearly impossible to find. Their headquarters is a total mystery. As assassins, their primary job is taking contracts. Inside a room, a hand appears. That handing over a blood-stained paper. For the right price, they'll kill anyone, man, woman, child, or elderly. No exceptions. The door slams shut. They are an incredibly bloodthirsty organization. After hearing the story, Kim Gun remains silent, calculating. The elder explains, these assassins work for money. They have zero morals. Since they sent a letter, it seems someone has put a price on your head. But as long as you're here at our main base, you can rest easy. He asserts, I've already devised a flawless plan to deal with them. Night falls. At the temple gates, two disciples stand guard as a dark silhouette emerges. A guard spots the suspicious figure. Hey, where do you think you're going? Stop right there. He gives chase. Stay still, or don't blame us for what happens to you. A flashback shows the guards being instructed by the Baldy elder. Assassins are targeting the leader. If anyone suspicious shows up, you must. The guard roars, knock him out first. Ask questions later. You must have a death wish. The masked man doesn't flinch. He nimbly slips behind the guard and takes him down in an instant. He successfully neutralizes both guards. Suddenly, his sharp eyes sense something. A volley of arrows rains down on his position. The arrows thud into the ground. Intruder. As others rush in, the assassin leaps high. Find him quickly. He drops a smoke bomb from above, creating a thick screen of fog. He's on a roof. He's too fast. Protect the cult leader. The figure vanishes into the smoke. He's heading for the inner courtyard. Call for reinforcements. Inside the inner courtyard, Hoalan and Dancoat sense the intruder. So, he's finally here. The two immediately sprint toward the source. This guy is bold enough to walk through the main gate instead of sneaking in. At this moment, Kim Gun is alone in his room. His door creaks open. The masked man enters a guest room. A voice inside speaks. I didn't think you'd come alone. You're quite confident. But whether it's one person or 10, I'll welcome you just the same. The two face each other. So tell me, who contracted you to take my life? The person facing the assassin is actually Luke Ba, acting as a body double to distract the enemy. Tell me before you try to kill me. Luke Ba loses his patience. Just tell me the reason before you die. Okay? Hey, Kim Gun appears from behind the assassin. It seems an assassin like you is a bit too overconfident. You've left far too many openings. Didn't you know? He warns, success must have made you careless. But today, you're going to learn a hard lesson. He pulls the trigger without hesitation. Rule number 1. Never show yourself so clearly to your enemy. The others rush in, fearing he's been ambushed. Leader, are you alright? My plan was a total success. The leader is safe and sound. The Baldy elder exclaims, good thing you acted fast to eliminate him, or we'd be in trouble. I'm like Zhuge Liang reborn. The leader's divine power is truly unmatched. Hoalan notices something on the floor. Wait, what's this? Careful, it might be poisoned. The others look on in confusion. It's a letter. The contents read, it is an honor to speak with the cult leader. An image of a man in a study writing a letter appears. I wish to meet you personally, but I'm currently tied down with many affairs. To show my desire for a relationship between our sects, I have sent a gift. This precious necklace will be delivered by my trusted subordinate. I hope you wash your neck and wear it as a token of my regard. Consider this our introductory gift. Hoa Lan holds the necklace, her mind filled with questions. The others are just as baffled. Suddenly, the Baldy elder's face pales with terror. Cut to a martial arts dojo. The four massive, burly men stood staring out the door. Kim Gun pointed his gun toward them. The great elder asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me this was also part of your plan?" Drenched in sweat, he stammered, "Oh no, we're really in for it now." As his finger lightly touched the trigger, the elder panicked and shrieked, flailing his arms wildly. Wait, leader, listen to me first." The silver-tongued old man forced a light smile and tried to brush off his grave mistake as if it were nothing. "We're in the same boat, aren't we? That assassin killed many of our disciples before getting here. We can still fix this. Leader, elder." Suddenly, voices called out from outside. 3 people walked in, asking loudly, "Are you two okay? Why are you just standing there?" Seeing them, the elder grew even more terrified, feeling the cold barrel of the gun behind his head. "Luckily, you only knocked him unconscious. If he had died, we'd be finished. You're just joking, right, leader?" His face stiffened. This is bad." The scene shifts to a sect meeting. Second elder do try it, How spoke up. "If this gets out, the Martial Arts Alliance will be watching our every move." The conversation was tense. Our grand ambition to unify the Murim will face major obstacles. Before he could finish, the third elder interjected, trying to stop the unfolding plan. "Forget unifying the Murim. We're about to repeat the nightmares of the past. Contacting the Black Blood Gate to apologize is our best bet." Midway through the story, the most hot-headed of the elders roared. Dancoat, radiating killing intent, refused to back down. "What are you saying, sister? An apology? Why should our great blood demon cult apologize to some nameless, bottom-tier sect?" He slammed the table and stood up, glaring at the third elder. Besides, weren't they the ones acting shady first? The baldy elder interjected, "Brother, if your men were dead, would you still be saying that?" The old man raised his hand to make a point. Then, cult leader. Slowly and calmly, he drew his gun and pointed it at the elder's head. "May I share my thoughts on this?" "Let's see." Terrifying the old man out of his wits. "If you want to die, just say so." A moment later, the leader holstered his gun. Fine. Enough." The elder was taken aback. "Huh?" He smirked and pointed a finger at the old man, shouting, "You'll be the one to take responsibility." The great elder was stunned. "Me? Why me?" Seeing how energetic the old man was, he shoved the mess onto him. He didn't care how it got done, kneeling, crying, or begging, as long as the result was right. "Wait, what?" His voice was stern. "Handle it yourself." The elder froze. He was doomed. 2 others from the sect accompanied the baldy elder. "Elder, it looks like they're waiting for us." "Good." Standing before a gloomy building, the 3 of them loomed. "Is this the place?" Just then, the guards turned their attention toward them. A man on the roof signaled the 2 gatekeepers to open up. They stepped inside, trembling with fear. They couldn't understand why they had to be here right now. Why here of all places? The coward looked around, judging everyone. Everyone's wearing masks. This is terrifying. One of the men gave directions. The sect master is in the room ahead. In front of a small room, flickering with candlelight, a row of guards stood watch. The old man stood there, lost in thought. "I just sent a letter. I didn't expect to meet him so soon." Entering the room, the first thing they saw was another masked man who looked quite eerie. He greeted them warmly. "Pleasure to meet you. I am the Black Blood Gate Master, A.C. Thienbach." He explained their preparations upon hearing the news. "When we heard the Blood Demon cult was visiting, we made sure to prepare a proper welcome." Contrasting with the trio's awkwardness, the Gate Master cheerfully pointed to a lavish feast. "I hope your sect is pleased. Please eat first." The journey must have been exhausting. The baldy elder happily started complaining about his life in the sect. "You truly understand us, Gate Master. That damn leader makes me oops." He realized he was talking too much. One of his companions tapped his shoulder. "Thinking of him makes me crazy too." He whispered a warning. "Elder, I think you've had too much to drink." The old man didn't hold back and barked as if he were at home. "Hush. The adults are talking. Just do your job as a bodyguard." Suddenly, the Gate Master spoke up. "By the way, Elder, I have a serious question about one of my men. The subordinate I sent to the Blood Demon cult. Why isn't he with you?" He started to lose his cool, sweating buckets, and stammering out an explanation. "Well, you see, actually, something happened at the Blood Demon cult. A tiny accident, not caused by me, though. Not knowing how to put it. How should I say this? Well, to be blunt, he kicked the bucket." As the words left his mouth, the room fell into a terrifying silence. He thought, "I can't tell what that masked guy is thinking." His hands shook. "I'll just make up an excuse and bolt." Suddenly, the Gate Master burst into laughter, brushing it off. "It's just a small thing. Why so tense? In most sects, it's normal for a subordinate not to return. It's not worth worrying about. You know how it is in the Murim, Elder." The elder laughed along, relieved. Right, totally normal. But he wondered what kind of man was behind that mask to react so calmly. Suddenly, the host stood up and slammed the table, laughing as he asked, Anyway, that's not important. What matters is, did the leader like the necklace I sent? The old man froze for a moment before answering, ah ha ha, of course. He loved it. He carries it with him everywhere. A mysterious reply. Is that so? He walked toward the window. He slowly removed half his mask, the moonlight reflecting his fierce real face. That's wonderful news. The mask hung loosely in the window frame as he spoke slowly. Now, the death of my subordinate is actually a good thing. I was worried about how to apologize to you, Elder. The old man listened, but he didn't quite grasp the meaning. Huh? What are you talking about? I mean, a sinister smile spread across his face. Now we're even. His voice grew cold. My precious subordinate is gone. While the elder gaped, the next words froze him solid. And your precious leader is also gone. What? What are you saying? Moving slowly, the Black Blood Master explained his wicked gift. The necklace I gave contains a colorless, tasteless poisonous herb. Spend just 1 hour in the same room with it, and the body begins to fail. He walked up behind the great elder and patted his back cheerfully. After another hour, your limbs will go numb. You won't be able to move. He leaned in close. The elder was shocked by what he heard. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't the current leader? Suddenly, the elder turned and shouted, how could you do something so cowardly? What's so strange about an assassin using poison? His face turned stone cold, no longer joking. If you don't like it, you can drop dead in his place. Hearing this, the old man was paralyzed with fear. Fine, what's done is done. Regret is useless. He tried to leave quickly. We have nothing left to discuss. I'll take my leave. As the three hurried to the door, the gate master stopped them. Did I say you could leave? The elder turned back with a forced smile. Is there something else you want to say? Not quite. The room was silent except for the elder's heavy breathing and the gate master's eerie laughter. I never said I'd let you live either. Terrified, the old man backed away, trying to negotiate. Wait. You already got rid of the leader. That jerk deserved it anyway. I'm on your side. He was desperate. He screamed hopelessly for help from the men he had just insulted. You bastards. Are you just going to stand there? You're my bodyguards today. Stop him. He turned to look at them, but their expressions were, damn it, what are you so scared of? At that moment, the elder remembered asking for extra protection because he was so scared. Wait, please reconsider. Going alone is like walking into a lion's den. Kim Gun had turned his back on him with a sinister, cold smile. Don't worry. There's no need for useless anxiety. Huh? What? To ensure he wouldn't be alone, the leader sent supervisors. You'll have very reliable bodyguards accompanying you. As expected, the leader always had a perfect plan. Kneeling before the Black Blood Master, he thought, damn it, he gave me these guards and said that. A sword swung down. Now, go see the king of the underworld. The master roared. Wait, stop. Suddenly, a different voice spoke up. Interesting. Truly interesting. The two froze. The voice continued. It seems these types of people exist everywhere. They were confused. Even back where I used to live. The bodyguard slowly removed his mask. I once helped an old lady and got an energy drink in return. The great elder's eyes widened in total shock. From now on, I'm absolutely never drinking that stuff again. The Black Blood Master couldn't believe it. What? How? Why are you here? The mask was tossed to the floor. The man stepped forward. Do you know why I didn't drink it? He walked right up to the gate master. Because I finally realized. His voice was full of rage. No matter where you go in this world. The blood demon leader was standing right there, pointing his gun at the gate master. Kindness is just a transaction that doesn't actually exist. As he aimed at the gate master, Kim Gun flashed back to the sect. Leader, your subordinate requests entry. Kumein, the second elder, entered hesitantly. May I see that necklace for a moment? Not knowing the intent, Kim Gun teased. You're getting old. And this is your hobby now? Sitting on his bed, he said calmly, sure, but I don't know where it is. If you want to go find it. He looked around anyway. Mongu is playing with it. The elder took the necklace from the dog's mouth, frowning. Oh, I fear my worries have come true. While Kim Gun played with the puppy, Do Try It How continued, inside the leader's necklace. That is poison. Kim Gun's face darkened, unable to believe his ears. What? Poison? Yes. It seems this wasn't a gesture of goodwill. Recalling what his brother said at the meeting, it seemed they were right. Looks like the great elder was correct after all. Suddenly realizing something, Kim Gun jumped up and pointed at the puppy. Wait, Mongu was just chewing on it. Is he poisoned? The elder explained calmly, don't worry, leader. It hasn't been long. The puppy had just lain down. He wasn't active like before, but if it had been any longer. Kim Gun was furious. The leader roared, those bastards. Where are they? He grabbed his gun, enraged. I'm gonna go wipe them out myself. Knowing the stubborn leader wouldn't listen to reason or advice. The elder went along with it. Leader, charging him like that is too dangerous. The elder proposed a strategic plan. Why don't we try it this way instead? The baldy elder tried to act surprised and overjoyed. Leader, you're safe. Your subordinate never doubted you for a single second. As expected of, he glanced over at him. Shut it. We'll talk about that later. A mocking laugh rang out. Is there some plot brewing here? How could a sect leader like you fall for such a measly poison? But I'm sure you'll regret this soon enough. He laughed like a madman, clearly up to something. If only you just stayed dead back then. On the other side, Kim Gun let out a sinister chuckle. I am speechless. Are your eyes just for decoration? Internally, he must have been screaming. Can't you see what's right in front of you? The gun the leader held was something a sect master like AC Thien Bach had never seen before. Oh, what a strange weapon. I've never seen its like. But will you have enough time to use it? His feet moved swiftly forward. Many have witnessed my ultimate technique, but not a single soul has lived to tell the tale. He swung his sword high, charging toward Kim Gun while radiating a mysterious black aura. Even the teacups rattled from the pressure. Black Blood Gate, secret technique. The momentum was staggering. Black Cloud Sword. Before he could say another word, Kim Gun shut him up permanently. I never thought it would end like this. Huh? Bringing a sword to a gunfight? So much for your ultimate technique. When it was over, he calmly recounted the stories of those he had schooled. Some people saw it, but yeah, no one's alive to talk about it. The leader turned around. He looked toward the front door. A horde of the sect subordinates stood there. All right, which of you wants to meet the Reaper first? One hand held the gun. The other held a knife. With a cold expression, he beckoned, come on, all of you at once. A brutal battle broke out. Kim Gun took on the entire crowd alone, without a hint of fear, leaving the Baldy Elder's jaw on the floor. As expected, no matter how many times I see it, the leader's martial arts are terrifying. Right in the middle of the heat, he suddenly stopped. Wait, something feels off. He thought back to the time before he became the cult leader. As a kid, he often had a fight in narrow alleys. A group of thugs surrounded him. It was many against one. He kept his head down, but the secret to winning a fight against multiple opponents was simple. Two of them punched him in the face. All it took was, even while being swarmed and shoved, his face remained fearless. Hey, come here and pin this brat down. Hurry up, Min Song. I'm losing him. He used his other leg to stomp the leader. To end it, you just need to take out the boss decisively. Once the fight ended, he was the only one standing tall. The fierce wolves would turn into obedient sheep right then and there. That's how it should have gone. Everything was calculated, so why are these guys still charging him like this? They kept coming at him like moths to a flame. But the gun couldn't hold out much longer. He was almost out of ammo. At that moment, the leader's face lost its cool, detached look. Back at the sect headquarters, Hoa Lan slammed her hand onto the table. Furious, she yelled, Elder, you should have stopped the leader more forcefully. How could you let him charge into the tiger's den all by himself? He tried to comfort her. Third Elder, don't worry too much. How can I not worry? She calmly picked up a cup of water. This won't do. We have to go support him. She slammed the cup back down. Third Elder, don't be hasty. He calmly revealed his plan. I only said I'd let the leader go. Suddenly, a terrifying figure landed on the roof, smashing a huge hole in it. I never said I'd let him go alone. It was Dan Coat, the sect's resident maniac. He turned around and asked, Leader, are you okay? Kim Gun was stunned. What's he doing here? The boy nimbly pointed out, Leader, you've got some blood on your face. Standing among the bodies, he gently wiped his face. This isn't my blood. His voice reeked of gunpowder. These bastards dared to lay a hand on our leader? In an instant, his body glowed with a bright orange light. Tomorrow, you'll definitely be having breakfast in hell. Kim Gun tried to explain again. I said it's not my blood. But wait, dang coat. Don't tell me you. Before he could finish, a thunderous noise erupted outside. Going alone? No way. A fist smashed into a thug's face. How could that be? Without missing a beat, he threw another strike. Then he calmly tightened his belt. The subordinates under Dan Coat, the elite vanguard squad, shouted their names and marched in with the group. The whole gang was here. Dan Coat smiled broadly and gave the order to his men. Vanguard squad, listen up. All units, assemble. Even Kim Gun had to admit, it's been a while since I've seen a performance from my elder that actually pleased me. Right? The troublemakers were done here. Things were getting boring. The leader wanted to wrap things up. Let's end this. But Dan Coat wasn't listening to the leader anymore. He was in a bloodthirsty frenzy, punching and kicking nonstop. At the climax, the enemies stopped fighting and stood still. What are you looking at? Even if they didn't move, Dan Coat had no intention of sparing them. Not going to make a move? No one stopped him. Kim Gun just stood there observing. As expected, this squad has real talent. After being silent for the whole ordeal, the Baldy Elder suddenly screamed, Wait. Stop. Behind the leader, a foolhardy thug lunged forward. Leader. He swung his blade. One strike, and the guy coughed up syrup and collapsed. Only then did he notice the Baldy Elder. What were you shouting for? Nothing. After the brawl, everyone gathered outside. Dancoat's subordinates surrounded the remnants of the Black Blood Gate. Leader, what should we do with these leftovers? Hot-headed as the fifth elder was, he certainly wouldn't spare them. They dared to draw swords against the leader. They deserved to be torn into 10,000 pieces. But Kim Gun was deep in thought. He wasn't sure, but seeing them fight to the bitter end. They seemed useful, maybe recruiting them. Suddenly, he noticed something. Huh, what's that over there? Dancoat, out of breath, turned to look. Leader? Standing in front of the leader was a young boy, his hands trembling as he gripped a stick. It reminded him of his childhood. He was being bullied by a group of kids. Kneel down and beg properly. You need to look more pathetic than that. A curly-haired kid looked on with fury. Or should I break one of your legs before you listen? The boy stammered in fear. I'll do it. I'm sorry. And now, the leader knelt down and asked kindly, Hey kid, are there any other children like you here? An arrogant thug jumped out. He pointed his sword at the girl. So what? You stupid brat. Have you forgotten your place? Before he could finish, Kim Gun turned his lights out. He drew his sword so fast. After dealing with the guy, he spoke softly to the child. Kid, from now on, keep your eyes closed. He gripped his sword tight, shouting in anger, You animals. You'd force a child to hold a sword and kill? The leader's face was now full of murderous intent. Are you people even human? He led the boy to the elder. Dancoat, I'm taking this kid with me first. Then he gave the command. Leave no one alive. Wipe them all out. Inside a carriage. Dancoat smiled at the child and thought, I didn't know the leader had this side to him. Cold on the outside, but so warm on the inside. The boy was suddenly cheering up, which was strange. He looked at the child with a stern face. Hey kid. He was just asking for a name, but his face looked terrifying. What's your name? The kid started sobbing and hiccuping. Kim Gun watched, feeling helpless. He looked fierce, but seeing a child cry made even the elder panic. I didn't do anything. Why is he crying like this? The leader spoke in a calm, soothing tone. Hey kid, he won't eat you. Don't be scared. Okay. The child's hands and feet trembled as he huddled together, whispering from his heart. Thank you for saving my life. But I probably won't be much help. Then he spoke up firmly, as if programmed to say it. But if there's anything you need, I'll do my absolute best to serve you. I didn't want to hear all that fluff. Do you think I'm so bored that I'd just rescue a useless kid like you for fun? The kid was stunned. Wait, so you mean? He probably thought he was being taken to another place, just like the old one, to be a plaything. But then, Kim Gun looked out the window and spoke softly. A kid should just be comfortable. Eat well and sleep soundly. That's all you need to do. After chatting for a while, they finally arrived back at the sect. The three elders came out together to greet him. Cult leader, you've returned. They asked with genuine concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm Yufina. Ho-Alan stepped forward, a bit curious. And this child is. Picked him up along the way. She couldn't stop praising him. Oh my, he's so adorable. The leader then made a request. Third elder, I have a favor to ask. He entrusted the boy to Ho-Alan's care. Yes, go ahead. This boy will be staying here. Please arrange a place for him. Mongu, baby, come here. As soon as he got back, he looked for his puppy. But strangely, the pup didn't run to the leader today. Hey, Mongu, why aren't you coming to daddy? Where are you going? He wagged his tail and ran straight to the boy. So cute, seeing such an adorable scene. Even a cold-faced man like him couldn't help but crack a smile. This shocked the elders to their core. What? Leader, did you just smile? Feeling embarrassed, he turned to go inside, massaging his shoulders while giving final instructions. Anyway, third elder, I'll leave him to you. I'm exhausted, going to go rest. Oh right. He'd been back for hours and realized he still didn't know the kid's name. Hey kid, what's your name? The boy answered dejectedly, 121. I don't have a name. That's just what everyone calls me. Hearing that, the leader's voice turned somber. He decided to bestow a name. From now on, you'll be called Ielwul, first son, like the light of the evening sun. He emphasized it once more. From this day forward, your name is Ielwul. The boy looked unusually happy. Idwood, even if he didn't show much emotion. The leader secretly hoped the child he brought back would find meaning. Not that the name was overly special. He just wanted him to be happy and worry-free every single day. The atmosphere became quite emotional. Thank you, cult leader. The boy burst into tears. I will definitely live a happy life. The two elders interrupted the touching moment, holding out a scroll. Ah, cult leader, before you turn in, perhaps you should look at this letter from the Minji Eye branch. He hadn't finished reading it yet. The letter? He immediately told the fifth elder to make arrangements. Danko got ready. Yes, sir. Sitting in his chair with a mysterious smirk, he wondered if another war was coming. Looks like we need to head out on an adventure to find some. Meet SHIELD teammates. In bed, ready to call in night, Kim Gun pulled out the letter to read with his puppy. His face darkened as he read the contents. Greetings, cult leader. I am Man Kai, chief of the Qinghai branch of the lower five gates. A man sat grumbling while scribbling away. To strengthen the Bloodslayer cult, I think the first move should be targeting the 36 camps of the Black Forest. What do you think? An 8 trigrams circle appeared. The 36 camps of the Black Forest were an unorthodox force and rivals to the Martial Arts Alliance. The letter described them as a bloodthirsty, fierce group with massive numbers. If recruited, they'd be a huge asset to the Bloodslayer cult. Specifically, the Grand Chief, Luke Thean AC, of the 36 camps, that is not only ranked among the top 500 masters, but is rumored to be on par with the 10 great masters of the current era. Reading this, the leader was quite surprised. A sect like that being so high tier, the 10 great masters? Even if he's not quite there, he's probably not far behind the others. He tossed the letter aside and laid down to calculate. If he joins my side, he'd be a powerful right hand. He grew tired of thinking. Well, whatever. I'll worry about that later. Time for sleep. Dancoat entered the room and called out, with Il Wool right beside him. Leader, it's morning. Everything is ready. It's time to go. Good morning, leader. He was excited to go on the upcoming trip, but Kim Gun gave him a reality check. Hurry up if you're coming. I was so excited to go with you that I couldn't sleep all night. Is the cult leader ever afraid? The witch appeared, making him bolt upright. While waiting for his soul to return to his body, he noticed the kid. Il Wool, why are you here? Actually, the two. Point one was holding his face, and the other didn't know what to say. I wanted you to see my beautiful face as soon as you woke up. Hearing that made him want to smack Dancoat. Do you want to die? The three of them were like a noisy marketplace. But seriously, we need to get moving. Are you all packed? Yes, everything's ready, but the clothes. The fifth elder of a demonic cult was standing there, expertly picking out clothes for Kim Gun, showing off outfit after outfit. How about this one? Leader, try it on. It was barely morning, and he was being told to wear this floral mess? And to a battle, no less? Damn it. Are we going to an amusement park? Why so flashy? This guy's insane. Before he could tell him to put it away, Il Wool shouted, "It's so pretty." Dancoat was about to put it back, but then, actually, maybe the leader doesn't need to wear it? Thanks to the boys' comment, they both got to admire a super handsome cult leader. As they say, the clothes don't make the man makes the clothes. It suits you perfectly. Leader, you're so handsome. He couldn't take any more of this flattery and let out a long sigh. Let's go. Il Wool called out, "Leader, what is it?" Since arriving here, the boy had been very happy. This time, he promised to be good while the leader was away. I'll be a good boy and play at home. Have a safe trip. A smile touched his lips. Good. Like an older brother advising his younger sibling. Have fun playing. He headed out. At the carriage, he saw someone packing bags. Hey, Dancoat. Kim Gun asked offhandedly, "Elders, why are you lugging so much luggage?" That's. Ho Alon rushed over to greet him. She was eager to go along. That's my luggage. This trip might take a while. So many things happening this morning. It's just one trip, yet everyone wants to tag along. What? You too? Of course. What if something happens like it did with the Kunlun sect? After thinking it over, he decided to let her come. True, having the third elder along would be more reassuring. But third elder, are you planning to wear that? Isn't it a bit too flashy? He wasn't swayed, but he didn't let her wear it either. Haha, go change. The readers would probably love it, though. So, where exactly are we going? On the road inside the carriage, Kim Gun realized he didn't actually know their destination. Since we can't go straight to the Black Dragon camp to see the Grand Chief, we'll go to the Black Tiger camp to see the Vice Chief first. Even the leader didn't know about this. We can't go straight to the Black Dragon camp? Leader, the thing is, Hualan et Lai. We have no way to contact the Grand Chief directly, so we sent a letter to the Vice Chief to arrange a meeting. He wanted more info on the person they were meeting. I see. So, what kind of person is this Vice Chief? The Vice Chief is... The horse let out a whinny and stopped in its tracks. What's going on? Sorry, leader. It seems the horses are exhausted. Dancoat suggested they stop for the night and continue tomorrow. We should rest and eat. How about we camp here tonight? Let's do that. The three of them sat outside the carriage around a small fire, eating dinner. Leader, how's the food? While eating, there was a rustling sound in the bushes. It's okay. A person stepped out from the thicket, asking to share their food. Could I please have a bit of food? It was a girl. I haven't eaten in days. Ho Alon immediately became suspicious. Something felt off. She wanted to help, but a random person appearing in a place like this was a bit strange. Giving food to the hungry is normal, but she had no intention of letting the stranger stay. Based on her movements, she looked like she was being chased. Sorry, I was careless. I can't, before she could finish. Tong Lan interjected, it's fine. I'll eat quickly and be on my way. She sat down and started eating as if nothing was wrong. She was like a starving tiger. Soon, there was nothing left for her to eat, leaving the leader staring in disbelief. A bit more food, please. Is this girl crazy? When she was almost done, She finally introduced herself. I was so hungry I forgot my manners. I'm Donglan. For this delicious meal, I will definitely repay the favor someday. Kim Gun didn't say a word, leaving the third elder to handle it. She politely sent the girl on her way. No need for that. Since you've finished, you should be going. As I said, our movements must remain a secret. Tonglan sadly turned to leave. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll take my leave. Only then did he speak up. Make yourself at home. He didn't want to waste food. Who else is going to eat all this extra food if you leave? Seeing this, Hoalan had no choice but to let the girl stay. Leader, I'll go get more rice. You go rest in the carriage first. Thanks. Just as he was about to open the carriage door to rest, a group of men on horseback caught up to them. They held up a portrait of a girl and asked, "Hey, have you seen this woman anywhere?" He thought to himself, looks like the girl from earlier. The head of a cult was being spoken to disrespectfully by some random nobodies. Did this bastard just talk to me in that tone? He tried to steady himself to save his energy. Stay calm. Don't start trouble. Just ignore them and keep the peace. But as soon as he spoke, his words came out quite arrogant. I don't know. I'm tired, so get out of my sight. Good, he managed to hold back. Mostly. The man's face twisted in rage. How dare you speak to an official like that? Do you want to die? Now the leader wasn't going to hold back anymore. Do you even know who I am? We haven't seen that woman. Then Hoalan appeared with the poise of an elder. She calmly advised them, everyone, go your own way and don't cause more trouble. Officials don't enter the Murim, and the Murim doesn't provoke officials. It was a bit annoying. There's no need for bloodshed over such a small matter. She stepped in to mediate. He finally shut up, but he still wouldn't leave. Fine, but I need to be certain. Let me search the carriage. She didn't dare make the call herself. The cult leader didn't even spare them a glance. He turned to head inside. I already told you she's not here. Are you delusional? As soon as he opened the door, he saw Tong Lan sitting inside, casually eating and drinking. Why'd you come in so early? I forgot to tell the others. She turned around playfully to tease Kim Gun. I said I was leaving, but I never said where to. She was happily praising the food. The meals here are amazing. So fragrant. That annoyed look returned to his face. Why the hell did you crawl in here? What? Why did you enter without permission? The official had been watching and grew suspicious. When the carriage door opened, he was certain. I knew it. You fools thought I'd be tricked? This is a clear violation of Murim law. He shouted with authority, ordering his men. What are you standing around for? Don't just take one. Take them all. Arrest every last one of them. He reached into his coat. Fine then. I pulled out a sharp knife, my face turning stone cold. I've never backed down from a fight. Hualan Chaito interven. Leader, please listen to me. Third elder, it's too late for talk. It's always the same. Before Kim Gun could even make a move, Dang Coat beat him to it. You bastards, how dare you? One kick sent the man flying off his horse, landing right at the elder's feet. Drawing a sword against who? Exactly? Seeing this, Kim Gun finally spoke up. Dang Coat. Yes, leader. He didn't want to linger. Let's go. Yes, leader. The officials stood there dazed. Wait a minute. We were only supposed to take the girl? Seeing Dang Coat's lethal movements, he was paralyzed with fear. These lunatics. We're all going to die at this rate. He whipped his horse and bolted. I have to get away and report this to the higher-ups. The fifth elder hated nothing more than someone abandoning their comrades to save their own skin. Coward, you're going to die by my hand. As the official galloped away, he thought to himself, idiots, you have to know when you're outmatched. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced right through his head. Now I just need to report this to my superiors, and it's over. It was Kim Gun who had fired the shot. However, Hoalan wasn't exactly a fan of this approach. Leader, that was incredibly reckless. She rubbed her temples as she spoke, messing with government officials. I'm afraid this will haunt the Bloodslayer cult. This is a massive headache for us and the entire Murim. He turned to her with a smirk. Third elder, what are you talking about? What do we even do? He didn't hesitate to deny the whole thing. As long as there are no witnesses, nothing happened. Where I'm from, they say no witness. That means no crime. Even as a cult leader, he hated dealing with the authorities. We were here, but we also weren't. Makes sense, right? After explaining his logic, he brought up an even better idea. I've also found a way to meet the Grand Chief directly. He pointed to a piece of paper on the ground. Take a look at this. The paper listed the full criminal record of a girl. It was the same girl they had just fed. Kriminan Donglang. Charge, intentional assault. Description, daughter of the new Grand Chief of the 36 camps of the Black Forest. Just as he pointed to the paper, Tong Lan stepped out. What was that about? Even though they hadn't seen the wanted poster yet, he realized. Wait, so she's the Grand Chief's daughter? Only now did she realize those men were looking for her. No wonder those soldiers suddenly appeared and chased me. Hey, you got anything else to say? Suddenly, she remembered she'd been freeloading and hadn't even thanked them before leaving. All right, Thank you so much. I'll never forget this kindness and will definitely repay you later. He stared into her eyes, acting like he didn't need any big display of gratitude. So what do you want? What he needed was an intro to her hard-to-reach father. Introduce me to your father. Her face went blank. She actually thought he liked her. Wait, do you? Like me? Do you want to die for saying that? Standing before the carriage, the group realized they'd been traveling all night. She slowly guided them. I'm guessing you're not ready to head back just yet. My people will lead the way from here. Kim Gun looked up, breathing in the air and silently impressed. I didn't expect this place to be so vast. As he spoke, a couple of men ran out to greet her. Milady, are you hurt? Why did you go out alone without telling anyone? Seeing them, she waved happily and explained why she left. Songhai, long time no see. Saw thee. I just want to do a bit of sightseeing and experience the world. After the greeting, one of them asked about the people she brought along. Milady, who are these two? She introduced them calmly. Oh, they're the benefactors who saved my life. Ah, I see. Hearing they saved their bestie, the two shook hands enthusiastically. On behalf of the young lady, please accept our deepest thanks. They questioned their intentions. So, our benefactors wish to meet my father? Even if you saved her life, we can't just let anyone into the camp. Milady, if we let outsiders in and something happens. She calmly reassured her friends. It's fine. I know what you're worried about, but these two are good people. Since I brought them, I'm sure father will see them. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Just take them to see him. Once inside, the magnificent and grand scenery left all three of them speechless. I didn't expect it to be this impressive. This way, standing before the door, Dancoat couldn't help but shout, "What kind of door is that big?" The three of them stepped inside, but no one was there. Only a deep, booming voice echoed through the hall. Even though you saved my daughter, I still wish to know why you've come here. The three were confused, frozen by the sheer pressure. What is this aura? A massive, imposing man stood behind them. You want to see me? Even as a cult leader, Kim Gun was intimidated. This man was enormous. What is this mountain of muscle? Ho-Alon was quick to step up and give a proper introduction. Pleasure to meet the Grand Chief. We are from the Bloodslayer cult. This is our leader, but he already knew. Spare the intro. I know exactly who you are. He walked forward. Let's keep it brief. What I want to know is your purpose for being here. Once he was settled in his seat, he ordered them to get to the point. His presence was enough to make anyone flinch. All right, tell me your reason straight up. That was all the leader needed. No more stalling. We want to borrow. No, we want to invite you to join our alliance, to fight the martial arts alliance together. He finally stated his long-held ambition. I have a dream of hegemony. I will unify the Murim. The old man laughed loudly. With that physique and aura, his internal energy was clearly on another level. All three together would struggle against him. This old guy's internal energy is insane. His answer was unexpected. It's true I hate the martial arts alliance, but regardless of how I feel about them, without a convincing reason, why should I help? Why should I help a complete stranger like you? A subordinate stepped up to his side. Chief, please listen to this. The two leaned in and whispered each other. Kim Gun couldn't hear a thing from below and grew curious. What were they whispering about? Fine. After hearing his subordinate out, the chief gave a cunning smile. Is that so? He suddenly stood up and walked toward Kim Gun. Kim Gun stayed on guard, ready to launch his plan. Me? He thought, surprised, but the old man just tapped his shoulder and clarified his intent. If the Bloodslayer leader wants to build a relationship, there must be a bond, right? He hesitated. If that was the case, the leader froze up completely. He never expected the man to say this. Marry my daughter. Father. No, call me father-in-law. That one sentence left everyone stunned. Without giving them time to think, he pressed for an answer. Why aren't you answering? Has the chief not received a response yet? He had already decided what they thought of his daughter. Are you looking down on my girl? The leader's face hardened as he spoke slowly. My answer is. He raised his middle finger to show his disagreement. Seeing this, the chief misunderstood and thought he was agreeing to marry her. What are you saying? You agree? He was pissed and about to curse, but Ho-Alon covered his mouth and interjected. Are you crazy? Why would I marry your daughter? Grand Chief, please give us a moment to discuss this. She playfully joked with him. This isn't an easy decision to make. The high and mighty leader was trying to say something childish. What, father? You want to know what unfilial looks like? Seeing her words had some weight, he thought it over. True, this is a major life decision for my daughter. He finally let them deliberate. I'll give you 1 hour. Give me your answer after that. In an empty room, the three sat around a circular table. Dancoat was shaking with fear at the current situation. Ho-Alon didn't hold back and pressed him. Leader, what do you plan to do? Well, his face said it all. No words were needed. Of course I'm saying no. Why would I marry a stranger? She thought about his intent. True, asking someone to marry on the spot is pretty over the top. Though she hated to lose such a strong ally, they really needed him for this mission. She couldn't just sacrifice the leader's reputation like that. What a shame. Looks like we can't use the strength of the 36 camps. Let me go talk some sense into him. A phone notification rang out. Wait, what are you doing? This time, Kim Gun had no choice but to compromise. The system notification popped up, mission, allied with the 36 camps. Complete without killing to receive a special reward. Basic reward, 2 magazines, 30 rounds. Damn it. He slammed the table and stood up. She was ready to go reject the marriage, but before she could, he pulled her back. Leader, I'm going. Third elder, wait. A bright idea struck him, and he gave a sinister smile. Wait, there's another way. He stood up. Third elder. He wanted to handle it himself. Let me go talk to him. All right, Bloodslayer leader. Have you made your decision? I have. He flatly rejected the girl he had saved, without a hint of fear. I will not marry your daughter. The chief was shocked. What? Is my daughter not good enough for you? He quickly explained. That's not it. He proposed a win-win solution for both sides. You're right. A relationship needs a bond. So, Kim Gun's proposal is quite bold. One wrong move, and they'll be dead in an instant. Become my sworn brother. He couldn't believe his ears. A man targeted by hundreds wanted to be brothers? You want to be my sworn brother? That's right. Sworn brothers. I'm willing to be your younger brother. He laughed until he cried at the absurd proposal. You truly are unpredictable. After a moment of joking, he turned dead serious. But brotherhood requires matching status. What qualifications do you have to stand as my equal? Kim Gun scratched his head, having anticipated this reaction. I knew you'd say that. So, let's settle this with a bet. The chief cracked his knuckles to loosen up. A fight, then? What kind of trick are you pulling to entertain me this time? Out with it. To everyone's surprise, the leader's proposal was a game. We're going to play Capture the Flag. He calmly illustrated the rules. The rules are simple. Each side picks 3 representatives from the Bloodslayer cult and the Black Forest, all within a designated circle. Both sides must stay inside the circle while trying to seize the flag. The first to capture the opponent's flag wins. The stakes are simple, brotherhood or departure. If I win, you become my sworn brother and assist the Bloodslayer cult. If we lose, I'll withdraw in silence. Simple enough, right? The chief smirked dismissively. You expect me to judge you based on a children's game? Seeing no response, the leader switched to provocation. Why are you just wagging your tongue? Don't tell me you're actually scared. The provocation worked, but the chief wanted an extra condition. Fine, I accept, but it's not quite fair yet. He chuckled mockingly. If I win, not only must you become my sworn brother. Wait, it's like he's scouting a husband for his daughter. But you must also become my son-in-law. What was that look for just now? Now our leader was truly backed into a corner. What's wrong? Scared? On a distant mountain. The 3 stood looking out toward the Bloodslayer cult. He never expected this outcome when he made the proposal. But to avoid marrying Tong Lan, he had to risk it all. The Grand Chief. I thought he was a panda. Turns out he's a sly old fox. Either way, I must win this. After some calculation, he guessed the leader would be insanely strong. Since the goal was capturing, not defending, Luke Thien AC would likely charge for the flag himself. He turned to the 5th elder to gauge his strength. Dangcoat, if you had to face Luke Thien AC, how long could you hold out? Well, the elder hesitated. Even with his combat prowess, he couldn't last an hour. If I fight to the death, maybe I can hold him for 1 cock, 15 minutes. The leader was stunned. He didn't realize the man was that powerful. Is Luke Thien AC really that strong? He started strategizing. That means we have to capture the flag within 15 minutes. He turned to give Hoa Lan her orders. 3rd elder. Yes, leader. The flag is everything. You'll take on this crucial role. When I give the signal, dash for the flag at maximum speed. Avoid combat at all costs. If they engage, just keep running. He gripped his gun fiercely. I'll handle the rest of them. The game began. He commanded, 3rd elder go. After Hoa Lan dashed off, he turned back to the 5th elder. Dangcoat. Yes, leader. His instructions sounded like final words, making Dangcoat break into a sweat. I'm a committed bachelor, so you better hold him off. Understood. He sprinted forward. I think I'm almost there. He arrived, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Why is no one here? Did we take a wrong turn? Hiding behind a massive tree, he pondered. This must be the place. No guards at all. It seems all 3 of them have focused their attention on us. Seeing the opening, the leader lunged for the flag. As he ran, something fell off. Wait, the 3rd elder should have arrived before me. She should have grabbed the flag and been gone by now. Where is she? Suddenly, the chief stepped out from behind him. Peekaboo. Without a word, he unleashed a palm strike. The force sent Kim Gun flying into the tree behind him. I heard you use some sorcery to control my daughter, so I was looking forward to your performance. But this is disappointing. Is this all the Bloodslayer leader can do? He sat slumped on the ground, hands clenched. Damn it. He looked ahead. The man stood there like an unquenchable fire. Do I really have to break through this wall? After that single palm strike to the chest, the chief looked bored. I don't think there's any more fun to be had in this match. How dull. He turned to leave. Let's end this now. Hey, old man, where do you think you're going? Refusing to go down so easily, Kim Gun forced himself up and aimed his gun. The real fun hasn't even started yet. One of his eyes was injured. Using the gun was easy, but he had to think. Without the gun, there was no way to take him down, yet aiming was difficult with blood blurring his vision. Hearing the provocation, the chief turned back sarcastically. Oh, so that's the martial arts of the Manga cult. Fine, get up and attack me. But this will be the last time you're able to. As he provoked him, Hoalon suddenly charged in with her sword pointed at the chief, but she was no match for his speed. With a single move, he grabbed her by the face. I gave you a chance earlier, didn't I? With such basic moves, you should have known you couldn't lay a finger on me. You probably tried to attack me before and failed, yet here you are again. I have no choice but to take you out right here. Seeing this, Kim Gun struggled to his feet, clutching his waist. Even in pain, he had to save his comrade. His ribs were likely fractured, but he had to save the third elder. If I don't act, she's going to die. I have to save her. But he didn't have to act yet. The fifth elder arrived, lunging like a starving tiger. He launched a bold strike straight at the man's vitals. But it didn't even budge him. It's been a long time since I've seen a martial artist with such raw power. Dang Coat yelled, Leader, third elder, are you okay? Ignoring the question, Kim Gun only cared about the flag. What about our flag? He froze, realizing that in his panic, he'd left the flag unguarded. The battle here was so loud, I was worried about the leader. Kim Gun barked in anger, You crazy bastard. He felt a surge of regret. All that effort, and he was going to lose like this? Is it really going to end here? If I just shoot him, it's over. Seeing his distress, the chief laughed heartily. Since he alone was enough to crush them, he wasn't worried. Don't fret, leader. Your flag is still there. I don't need a team. I came to this battle all by myself. Kim Gun's head spun. What? He came alone? You mean he's confident enough to take us all on by himself? Such arrogance. Dang Coat couldn't stand it. No matter how strong you are, facing us alone is. He charged with a clenched fist. But the reason you'll lose this match. The chief gave a mocking smirk. Whether you call it bravery or not. He gathered his massive strength into a single punch. Judge for yourself with your own power. The two clashed, fists colliding as a burst of light erupted. Let's settle this like men, with our fists. Dang Coat laughed back. That's exactly what I wanted. He poured every ounce of strength into the punch. The chief coughed up some syrup, but his strength didn't waver. Instead, he taunted him. That punch was decent, but not enough to satisfy me. He swung a massive fist back at the elder. This is how you properly throw a punch. Compared to the elder's strike, the chief's internal power was 10 times greater. It sent the elder flying, coughing up syrup himself. How can such terrifying power exist? Even after that display, the chief wasn't impressed. Not enough. Not nearly enough. As Dang Coat collapsed, the chief continued to mock him. With his speed and power, you're still not impressing me. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A hole appeared in his leg. A bullet had pierced right through. That's the mistake people make, underestimating an enemy with a gun. Kim Gun stood up, gun in hand, mocking him back. Wasn't it your mistake to underestimate me? Seeing the familiar sight, Dang Coat laughed. Finally, here it is, the leader's secret technique. The chief's face darkened with rage. This truly is a mysterious martial art. Despite being shot, he still praised the skill. To attack me from such a distance and still cause pain. However, it's not enough. Only now did he fear losing the flag. If that's all you've got, you'll never take my flag, no matter what. Fed up with the arrogance, Kim Gun scratched his head with the gun barrel. If you're such a monster, I still have a way. Did you know? The leader recalled his past as a stonemason. Even the hardest, most unbreakable boulders can be broken if you know how. If you repeatedly strike the weak point, eventually it shatters. Even a massive rock can be conquered. Even those that seem unbreakable due to their density eventually give in. The chief listened, but didn't understand a word. I have no idea what you're talking about. He charged toward the leader again. Prove it with your own strength. Seeing him charge blindly, Kim Gun pointed his gun forward and put it simply. A flash of light. Just at the same spot hard enough. The chief slowed down. His eyes widened as he felt his leg give way. The bullets hit his leg again, and he collapsed. Dang Coat. Kim Gun sprinted forward. Hurry. He was genuinely fuming. Because of a single moment of underestimating the enemy, he ended up like this. It seems I've misjudged everyone. Just as Dang Coat was about to reach the flag, the chief lunged in front of him, swinging his arm high. From this point on, he slammed his fist into the ground. The ground shattered into pieces. I will fight with everything I've got. His aura was blazing. The Grand Chief charged, launching a relentless barrage of strikes at Dang Coat. Dancoat couldn't dodge in time and took hit after hit. How's that? Was that single blow enough to put you to sleep? Gaining some time, while the chief was occupied with Dancoat, Kim Gun seized the moment and sprinted toward the flag. But unfortunately, the chief cut him off. Where do you think you're going? What's the rush? Realizing the man was still hot on his heels, Kim Gun thought he's still way too strong. Leaping high into the air, the chief mocked him. You claimed you'd rule the Murim, didn't you? Let's see at the end of this match if you were just all talk or not. He was already certain of his victory. From the looks of it, your side has already lost, cult leader. At that moment, Kim Gun recalled his time back at the sect. While he was resting, the system sent a notification. Is this a bonus reward? Update. Clear the 5th mission without killing for a bonus reward. Mission complete. Rewarding a special item. He wondered if it would actually be useful. He didn't know what it was yet, but in this desperate moment, he decided to bet on it. Might as well use it. With that, he tossed a small black object into the air, making the chief look up. What the hell is that thing supposed to do? The chief was puzzled. What is this? How could an ancient guy like him understand modern technology? This is science, old man. A blinding flash of light beamed directly into his eyes. He immediately clamped his eyes shut, howling in pain. Arg, what did you do? My eyes. What's happening to my eyes? As the chief struggled, Kim Gun walked toward the flag. How do you like that? Pretty fun, right? He couldn't stop praising it. The greatness of science. No matter how dirty the play, a win is a win. Anyway, since I've won, our alliance is now in effect. From now on, I'll be counting on you, Grand Chief. Standing proudly on the flag platform, he looked down at the defeated chief. I've taken a flag. I win. Despite losing the match, the chief didn't seem to care. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Poor loser. Suddenly, the chief burst into laughter and praised him. What a heated battle. You consider that fun? Bloodslayer leader, you're an interesting fellow. No one has made me this happy in years. Walking with the stride of a true hero, he said, a promise is a promise. I'll keep my word. And so, the alliance was forged. He adopted the persona of a kind older brother. From now on, treat me as your elder brother. With that, the two officially shook hands. But this handshake was strange. He had no intention of letting go. Hey, Arg, let go of me. Why won't you let go? He forced the leader to call him brother before releasing him. This old fox. Just call me brother. What are you doing? Look in a mirror. Does that face look like it belongs to a younger brother? Having no choice, the leader called him brother while standing in a very uncomfortable position. Fine, I'll leave it to you, brother. He groaned the words out. Brother. And with that, the game ended. Everyone gathered around the campfire. The chief laughed heartily. It was a great day. He threw a feast to celebrate the alliance between the majestic camp and the sinister sect. To think they'd actually team up. Raise your glasses to the brotherhood between the Bloodslayer cult and the 36 camps of the Black Forest. All the subordinates shouted, Bloodslayer cult, Bloodslayer cult, Bloodslayer cult, Bloodslayer cult. Even Kim Gun couldn't believe it. Half a day ago, this guy was ready to end him, and now he was hosting a grand feast. Who possessed this guy today? Anyway, he realized someone was missing. Hey, Dancoat, where's the 3rd elder? Oh, the leader means her? Who wouldn't feel the pain after being beaten like that? The 3rd elder said she was injured and went to her room to rest early. Thinking back to Ho Alon getting hit, his heart felt heavy. Being treated like that must have been incredibly painful. Ho Alon stood dazed, staring out the window. Her face was clouded with an unspeakable sadness. I was completely useless today. Am I just a burden to the leader? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. 3rd elder, are you in there? It was Kim Gun. It's me. Leader. He had come to check on her after the match. Why are you sitting here all alone? Are you feeling better? I'm Fina. Even though she'd been beaten without mercy, she didn't blame him. The Grand Chief probably went easy on me. Hearing what he needed to hear, Kim Gun turned to leave. That's good. Get some rest. Suddenly, she hung her head. Leader, I'm sorry. What for? Even though they won, she still felt like she had contributed nothing. I didn't help you at all today. I didn't realize I was this useless. Come on, what are you talking about? He insisted it wasn't her fault. That guy is a monster. Why are you blaming yourself? Despite being the leader, he never looked down on his subordinates. He explained patiently, has anyone in this world never stumbled? Besides, what's wrong with falling down? Hearing his words, she couldn't help but stare at him. We just tripped for a moment. All we have to do is dust off our knees and stand back up. After saying his piece, he turned to leave. I'll have a rematch with that guy soon. Don't overthink it. Go get some dinner. She looked at him with pure respect. I'm off. Yes, leader. After checking on Ho Alon, he was heading back when he ran into 2 drunken masters. They were brutal during the fight, but now they were all smiles and hugs. Hey, brother, have a drink with me. Leader, have a drink with us. Encountering these 2, he just wanted to bolt. Damn it, I need to go rest. Even drunk, the big brother knew how to provoke him. What's wrong? Don't tell me my little brother can't hold his liquor? They kept clinking glasses. Kim Gun's face darkened. Chief, what are you saying? That condescending tone annoyed him. It's not like you've ever seen me drink before, right? Fine then. The three of them sat on the ground and raised their cups. The leader downed a cup in one go, and then he was the first one to pass out, even though he barely drank anything. Tonight, we drink until we're dead or reborn. After a night of celebrating, morning finally came. All right, little brother. If you ever need help, just say the word. The chief happily promised. Your big brother is always ready to fight for you. Then he remembered his precious daughter standing nearby. Oh, and my daughter has something she wants to give you. Her face turned beet red. Father, this is something I plan to give to the man I love. Dancoat couldn't help but tease. As expected, the leader is the most charismatic man around. Coolly, Kim Gun reached out to take the gift. A gift is a gift, after all. Giving this to your brother is a bit awkward, though. This isn't a gift for the leader. It's for Dancoat. Ha ha ha. Even a jokester like Dancoat was frozen, not knowing how to react. She shyly added, I made it myself. It might not taste great. He looked conflicted. After all, he was a subordinate. I can't accept this. The leader is right here. How could I take a gift from a lady? But his next words completely flipped the script. He smiled triumphantly. But we shouldn't let food go to waste. How troublesome. Why does everyone like me so much? It's so tiring. Even the leader felt secondhand embarrassment. Is this guy for real? After his time away, he was finally back home. Leader, you're back. He hadn't been gone long, but there was already someone new in the sect. Who was this little girl? The person he brought back was now round and chubby. Who's this? It's me, Il Wool. A chipper voice cut in. I noticed Il Wool didn't know how to have fun, so the sixth elder took care of that. I taught the kid a few tricks. So you're the culprit. After a long period of restless nights, he could finally lie down and relax with his puppy. Mongu, baby, were you a good boy while Daddy was away? As he lay there, a subordinate came to report. Leader, sorry to disturb you, but there's a guest. He was startled. What? At this hour? Send him in. Tong Lan ran in, panting heavily. Sorry for disturbing you, leader. She had come herself just to deliver a letter. My father forgot to give you this, so I brought it myself. That old drunkard, seriously. He didn't know if she just wanted to deliver the letter or had other motives, but she had traveled a long way. You came all this way just for this? Fine, let me see. He opened the letter and gasped. What? The Mercenary Association? In a bustling market. Two people stopped at an inn. Please come in. I'll take excellent care of you. The shopkeeper hurried out to greet them. Welcome. Who are you looking for? We're looking for someone. I heard there are a few people who look like us staying here, wearing white clothes. Hearing this, he looked annoyed. Ah, yes. They've been here for days, haven't paid for their rooms, and keep demanding wine and acting crazy. Before he could finish, a bag of silver was tossed onto the table. This should be enough. It turned out to be someone from the Immortal Sect, a high-ranking member. Take me to them. Ko Q Huin, the head disciple of the Kunlun sect and future sect leader. The shopkeeper led them to the room. They're in this room. They pushed open the door to find 3 drunken masters slumped over the table. Hurry up. Bring more wine. One of them woke up in a daze, saw the man in front of him, and greeted him cheerfully. Oh, big senior brother. Did you come here to drink too? Come, have a drink with me. They were clearly cultivators, yet they seemed quite fond of worldly meat and wine. Hey, bring more wine and beautiful women for this young master, immediately. Zhu Xian frowned in anger and turned to give orders to the man behind him. Did you catch their descriptions? Yes, clear as day. He sent him to handle some business. Go to all the neighboring towns, right now. Posters were pasted neatly on the walls, a very familiar sight. Post these wanted flyers in every inn across the region. The first person on the poster was the 5th elder, the one who injured the official the other day. How could such a handsome man do such a thing? Charge, intentional assault. Description, tall, masculine appearance. In the middle was the 3rd elder. Her face was unmistakable. This lady is so beautiful, what a pity. Charge, intentional assault. Description, slender build, beautiful features. Someone in the crowd stepped forward. It's him. This guy is definitely the culprit. Who was the last person on the poster? He looked like a complete stranger, not part of the same group as the first 2. But my eyes never lie. Charge, intentional assault. Description, scrawny build, fierce look, devious schemer, betrayer of masters and brothers. Since he looked the ugliest, he was deemed the most wicked. He definitely pinned all the crimes on those other 2. Only one day after returning, the leader had to summon all the elders for a meeting. After reviewing the letter sent to me by Meng Ji of the 5 Gates, the matter involved the letter sent by the Grand Chief and an upcoming assembly. He mentioned a vagrant association to seek help. What exactly is this association? The 2nd elder stepped up to explain. Sect leader, that is a Jianghu organization. To put it simply, they provide martial artists who work for money. They belong to neither the orthodox nor the unorthodox factions. It's a group where you'll find all sorts. They do anything for gold, no questions asked. The reason these guilds don't belong to any power. At a tea table, everyone was laughing and chatting. Except for one person who didn't care at all. What's with you? You've been sitting there forever without saying a word. Since they only take money to work, whether as individuals or groups, they rarely talk to others. Each individual finds it hard to bond with the collective. This line of work requires moving from place to place. Being away from home is normal. Furthermore, the members were all forced to leave their homelands. Now that they're gathered, it's hard for them to understand one another. They are all A-rank members, extremely powerful and hard to match. Ultimately, this is a formidable organization. Since every member is an elite individual, the organization is strong enough to remain independent of any major power. They spend all their time taking contracts and running errands. Naturally, their primary profession is being mercenaries. They do everything for money. An image of the leader pointing his gun at those fools appeared. Since they work for money, they will serve whichever power pays them the most. Because they only care about the payout, they don't discuss other matters. If the price is right, they work. If not, they leave. As for weaknesses, they have no loyalty. They can betray you at any moment if another organization offers them a higher price. The second elder detailed everything he knew for the group. That being said, if we hire them, we must be cautious because they can turn on us at any time. A grimace of deep thought crossed his face. They work for money, huh? Hoalan found this interesting. That's easy to understand. We just need to give them a higher price. Yes, but I don't follow the sect leader's meaning. What's here? Something more precious than money. The five of them were quite surprised to hear this. Life itself. He calmly explained his thoughts. Everyone needs money, but you need to be alive to spend it. No matter what, life is the one thing that transcends all wealth. Nothing is more important than one's own life. Switching topics, he spoke of becoming the supreme ruler. Once I unify the Murim, I will eliminate all opposing factions. No one will want to face them head-on, so they'll just spend large sums to hire people like that to do the dirty work. So, think about it. Many guilds will want to pay them well, but many of them value their lives above all else. Therefore, they might not want to cross us. The leader was not only wealthy, but also skilled at swaying hearts. He knew how to use benefit to outweigh harm, a true talent. Furthermore, I'll promise them a massive bonus if they work for me. They'll be tempted. Having money while staying alive. Who wouldn't want that? Hearing this, the second elder nodded repeatedly, but they lacked the most crucial thing. What you say is true. However, we currently don't have that much silver. That's why when I spoke of rewards, I meant what I said earlier. The thing more precious than money. As expected of the leader, hitting the mark immediately. Life? Exactly. We just need to give them that. The bald elder's face wrinkled at the thought. So, in the end, the sect leader is just going to use strength to threaten them into working for him? The meeting was over. This time, the three of them would hit the road together. For this trip, Dancoat and Hoalan will accompany me. Suddenly, Hoalan spoke up. I'm sorry, sir. She spoke shyly. I won't be able to accompany the leader this time. Even he was surprised. Oh. Feeling she had failed in her duties during the last trip, she didn't intend to go. During our time at the Seven Peaks camp, I realized I still have many weaknesses. Therefore, I need to focus on further training. He explained calmly. I told you already, that Grand Chief has monstrous strength. It's only natural you'd struggle. It's no big deal. Though she understood, she wanted to hone her skills to support him independently. I understand what the leader is saying, but my mind is made up. To increase my strength for the leader's future, I need to go into secluded cultivation. She smiled cheerfully as she spoke her mind. Seeing her sincerity, he could only let her stay at the sect. Once I am ready and feel strong enough, I will follow and assist the sect leader again. All right, I understand. Work hard on your training, third elder. With Hoalan settled, Triad How was the third choice, but he also declined. I need someone to go in her place. Second elder, can you come with me? My apologies, but there is too much work to handle within the sect. As a responsible person managing the sect's affairs, he had to decline. If I leave now, many tasks will be left unfinished and our goals won't be met. A moment of pensive silence. Then, he looked toward the other two useless ones and sighed. Is it just down to these two? The two of them looked terrified, clearly not wanting to go. Unfortunately, the choice fell on the sixth elder of the unorthodox sect. Then you will follow me on this trip. And me, sir? The bald elder cried out in shock. Eva escaped. He shouted in relief. What luck? The leader shook his head in exhaustion. Every time he brought this guy, it was nothing but trouble. This bald guy is only good for eating and causing me grief. In the carriage replacing the third elder, Tonglan had joined them. Wait, you're following me just because of the fifth elder? Why are you doing this, Tonglan? I'm coming along because I think I can be of great help to you in Dancoat. He looked at the two of them and felt sick from the lovey-dovey atmosphere. Seeing Tong Lan there, Dang Coat acted tough. Don't you worry this time, leader. After some chatter, they arrived. We've reached our destination, leader. Looking at the desolate place, he didn't know what to say. Is this it? Stepping out of the carriage, he saw a dark, gloomy area. Are you sure this is the place? Yes, sir. Seeing his doubt, Dang Coat re-explained. This is the location Meng Ji mentioned in the letter. However, the contact might not be here yet, so it feels empty. From a tree, someone aimed a bow and shot an arrow at them. Just as the sixth elder bent down, he was hit. What was that? The person's voice sounded dismissive. He had clearly expected too much. How disappointing. With your skills. Which bastard did that? Dang Coat shouted, his face full of murderous intent. The man jumped down from the tree and approached them. If you can't even dodge a simple arrow like that, how can I talk business with you? So this was one of the mercenaries mentioned by the second elder. With people like this in the Vagrant Association, it's like we're looking for death. They were already clashing. The leader was already tired of it. The Miram is just full of lunatics. Seeing the man's arrogance, Dang Coat stepped out. Who do you think you are, attacking us like that? Who am I? I'm the contact person for the Vagrant Association. Even if they were the ones paying, they had to go through him. But after testing you, I see you have no skill at all. Coming here is just suicide. The leader didn't beat around the bush. So you're the guide? Good that you showed up. Regardless of negotiations, we have to settle things one by one. You injuring the sixth elder needs to be addressed. Attacking our people right away. You must want to die, huh? Despite his tough talk, the guy flinched at the leader's aura. But he still wanted to test them. This one actually has some spirit. Fine, I can lead you in, but you have to show me some skill first. Besides paying us, you need martial arts to protect yourself. To enter the Vagrant Association, you need both money and the strength to stay alive. Got it. If you pass my test, I'll take you where you need to go. Meanwhile, the sixth elder was lying in a heap. I am dying. Someone save me. Sadly, no one noticed. They were focused on the guide. A simple test. We stand here, and the test is archery. Hit the bullseye over there. But not the one in front, the one far away. You just have to hit that. Right, but it's the bullseye behind that one. He pointed into the distance. Do you see the target way back there? The leader still didn't quite get it. So you mean I need to shoot through the front bullseye and hit the one behind it? Instead of explaining, the guide decided to demonstrate. Along with that came the sixth elder's voice. Fine, I'll show you and you'll understand. Save me. With one shot. He pierced through the bullseye, without even touching the one in front. See that? Simple, right? Do that and you pass. He quickly handed the bow to the leader, who looked at it with disdain. Is that it? Take this bow and shoot. I don't need that piece of junk. He pulled out his usual tool. He aimed his gun forward. I'll use this hot item of mine to hit that bullseye, got it? The guy's eyes widened. What is that? What a strange weapon. Hearing the gunshot, the guy laughed out loud. I told you, you couldn't do it. Even though he found it funny, he tried to reassure him. Don't be discouraged. Not everyone can pull this off. Annoyed, the leader aimed and fired again. He was tired of the chatter in his ear. This kid talks way too much. In his anger, the leader used a red flare shot that obliterated the entire target. Now is it done? Even the archery expert was stunned. Wait, what? What has happened? Didn't you say I just needed to hit the target? The leader mocked him. I never said I wasn't allowed to hit the target in front, too. Test over. He was in a hurry. Wasted a few rounds. Fine, lead the way to the Vagrant Association. I really should have just shot this kid in the head. Trembling from the previous display, the guy didn't want to leave yet. All right, but it's dark. Let's head out tomorrow morning. A group of people arrived at a small, run-down house, all armed and looking for someone. Did they come in here? The man from before called down. Seeing them march in without a greeting, he realized they weren't looking for him. I wasn't told they were guests. He prepared to draw his bow. Who are you? Jiu Xian spoke from behind. Let me tell you. He led his men here to find the people on the wanted poster. He held it up for the guide to see. We are from the Kunlun sect. I heard the people were looking for her here. Just confirm it. If they aren't, we'll leave immediately. He glanced at the pictures. I've never seen this lady before. She's quite pretty. Then he realized they were the ones he just hosted. Wait, isn't that guy one of the guests from earlier? The ugly one wasn't sketched. Exactly. It was the leader, the one who did that strange thing earlier. Knowing there was a conflict, he still couldn't help. Seems they have a grudge. But if I hand over Master's guests? Seeing his silence, they pressed him. Why aren't you answering? Have you seen him? Why should I tell you? Jiu Xian froze at the answer. This defiant brat had no sincerity. What do you mean by that? It's not a hard question. I'm asking why I should tell you. He didn't want to play along anymore. All right, this is our territory. If you're done here, you know what to do. With that, Jiu Xian brandished his sword and glared at him. His attitude said it all. Hand them over. Just then, Kim Gun and Dang Coat pushed the door open. Hey, don't you guys ever sleep? What are you pulling in the middle of the night? So Chu's face went pale. He'd been trying to keep things quiet. Damn it. I was trying to cover for you guys. Seeing them, Jiuxian called out to his subordinate, "Bring the wanted poster over here." Dancoat took one look and knew exactly who they were after. "That guy looks just like the one we're searching for." He thrust the poster toward the leader. "Is this you on the wanted list?" Even as a top-tier Kunlun member, he wasn't entirely sure. "It looks like him." "Hey, why aren't you answering?" The leader's face darkened when he saw the sketch. The person in the drawing was hideous. "You bastard. Which part of this looks like me?" He immediately recognized them from the previous encounter. Based on their clothes, they were the same guys from the inn. Are they here for revenge? Once the leader confirmed it, Jiuxian quickly unsheathed his sword, eager to avenge his brothers. "So it really is you. The disciples you gravely injured the other day were my juniors." Even if he wasn't the most upright cultivator, as a senior brother, Jiuxian had to handle things. "As their senior, I can't just stand by and watch." Hearing this, the leader blew his top. "Listen here, you bearded freak. Watch your mouth." Kim Gun looked at him with disdain. "A grown man acting like a brat over a little scrap? Your junior started it. They got beaten and ran back to tell their big brother?" With that punchable face of his, the taunt was incredibly effective. "Do you guys even have the right to call yourselves men?" He was so angry he started stuttering. "And no, that's not why. If word gets out that we were defeated by a bunch of nobodies, it'll be a disgrace. If we just ignore being beaten by some randoms in the Jianghu, our sect's reputation will be ruined. That's why we're here, to settle the score." Insulting his reputation and his people was the final straw. "Then let this nobody teach you a lesson you'll never forget." At the provocation, Jiuxian lost it and lunged forward. "You're awfully confident. Begging for mercy won't save you today." He swung his sword straight at the group. One of them shouted, "Wait." Dancoat stepped out to block the strike. With a single punch, he sent Jiuxian flying back several yards. "Everything has an order. If you want to lay a hand on them, you'll have to go through me first." The Kunlun disciples swarmed forward. You dare strike our senior brother." Boom! Another one went down. Kim Gun was genuinely pissed now. "This is men's business. Why are you ladies getting involved?" Seeing this, the senior brother was truly enraged. "Fine, we'll settle this in a fair duel." With Jiuxian's level of martial arts, he could only keep up with Dancoat and couldn't even reach the leader. His speed is decent. Lao Ngu mocked him mercilessly. "But your strength is pathetic." Infuriated by the teasing, he barked, "You bastard. You're still laughing." He used a secret sect technique against Dancoat. Kunlun sect, Shadow Splitting Sword. With one swift sword move, he managed to wound Lao Ngu. Not bad. Feeling he hadn't done enough. "You actually have some talent." His anger grew. "I'll see how long you keep that smirk on your face." The leader dashed in. "Hey, where are you looking? I'm right behind you." Even though he dodged, a small cut appeared on his neck. "Oh, you actually dodged that?" With that, he pulled out his gun. "Then how about this?" His anger vanished, replaced by sheer disbelief. "You coward. Using such dirty tricks in a one-on-one duel. Don't be so naive." Kim Gun laughed mockingly. "Is there such a thing as dirty in a real fight? Who taught you how to fight anyway?" Facing the barrel, he didn't know what the weapon was, but he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "I don't know what that weapon is, but I'm certain he can counter any move I make." As Kim Gun was about to pull the trigger, the man spoke up, seemingly preferring to fight Dancoat over the leader. "Wait, if you're a Miram warrior, you should understand the honor of a duel. If you intervene like this." The leader hated talkative fighters. "Shut up, you bastard. If you want to live, just say it. Honor my ass." He took a moment to introduce himself. "Do I look like a Miram warrior to you? I'm an assassin. I have only one mission, to fight. All I know is how to kill." He pointed the gun straight at him, hammer cocked. "See you in hell." Jiuxian still tried to lunge, but bang. The gun went off. "Stop your yapping." It didn't hit his head, only his shoulder. "You're lucky. I am an assassin. But fortunately, I have enough humanity left not to end you. I'm not a murderous demon." Looking at the man collapse before him, he showed a sliver of mercy. "This is your final warning." His next words sounded like an older brother scolding a troublesome sibling. "If you come after me again over this nonsense, I'll put a hole through your head. If you understand, nod." Still refusing to back down, he cursed, "You bastard." As he turned to leave amidst Jiuxian's curses, something fell off. "Strange. That scumbag gave me this task ages ago, so why is that guy's neck still intact? What's going on?" Suddenly, from a distance, the sect leader arrived, a man known for being notoriously difficult to handle. Sect leader. The Kunlun sect leader, Great Demon Tich Kui Kwang. He rushed to explain. "Sect leader, why are you here?" "It's not what you think, sect leader." But he was met with a razor-sharp glare. "Who gave you permission to speak?" The sudden appearance of another person puzzled Kim Gun. "Who's this old geezer?" He was winning the fight, but now an old bearded man was interfering. "This is already settled. Why are you digging it back up? You don't get to decide that. The man you just struck and crippled is a disciple of my sect. There's no escaping this now." I'm the one who decides how this ends. He couldn't fathom what this old demon was thinking. Unbelievable. So what? You planning on crippling me for revenge? He burst into laughter. Not just cripple you. I'll make sure we never meet again. Why make things complicated? I just need your head separated from your neck. He drew his gun, ready. The real question is, are you capable of doing it? Though he knew the weapon wasn't for show, to a veteran like him, it seemed useless. You shouldn't use that weapon on me. It's unusual, but that's as far as it goes. I've already seen through its every weakness. It seemed he'd been watching from the sidelines. Your weapon can only attack in a single direction. Neither would back down. Both were elites in their own right. Predicting your line of attack and blocking it is child's play. Cocky, aren't we? Then go ahead and try to block it, instead of shooting the talkative old man. He decided it was better to shoot the one who was already incapacitated. That's more like it. You bastard. Why did you shoot me? He was just messing with him now. Well, that old man said he could block it. I thought you could too. I barely pulled the trigger. Stop faking it. Jiuxian was speechless. The guy was insane. Only someone like him would dare speak to their sect leader that way. Without hesitation, he pointed the gun right at the old man's head. Enough. You really think you can block a bullet? We've met plenty of people like you, and they all had the same end. He listed off those who had the honor of meeting their end by his gun. They got shot and died. This time won't be any different. Safe travels, you stubborn old man. Bang. The old man made a single sword stroke. I told you. He had sliced the bullet clean in half. That was child's play. Dancoat's eyes went wide with horror. He actually blocked the leader's attack. Even the leader was stunned. There were times when a gun was useless after all. What? He really blocked my bullet? He couldn't believe it and wanted to try again. That can't be. It was just a fluke, driven by his competitive nature. The old man leaped up and swung his sword at him. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Farewell. And now, how dare you? Lupa stepped in and blocked the sword strike as if it were nothing. What's this bug doing on my arm? It's kind of itchy. Wow, that's a lot of blood. Dancoat couldn't sit still any longer. Brother, wipe off the blood and stay there. He lunged forward. He threw a direct punch. It sent the old man flying. I'll handle the rest. But even someone who spoke with his fists like Lao and Gu couldn't match that dodging speed. Where are you looking? Kim Gun was getting restless. Damn it. He really wanted to help, but he kept both hands aimed at the old demon. It was still difficult. He's moving too fast. It's hard to get a clean shot. Boom. Another explosion. What now? It was So Chu who had fired an arrow. This time, just a single one. Just one arrow? With that kind of destructive power, no one would expect it to come from a single shot. How can one arrow cause such a massive shockwave? The old man went ballistic, showing no mercy. How insolent. Who dares ruin my plans? Tired of watching, Kim Long decided to intervene. Interfering in a fight between kids when you're sect leader? Aren't you ashamed? These are guests invited by my big brother. He walked with a powerful presence. I should probably take that guy hiding in the corner with me too. Now, let's all go our separate ways, shall we? The old man couldn't contain his rage at such bold words. This is ridiculous. This is our business. No one leaves until I finish this. Suddenly, he stopped. Wait, he looks familiar. That powerful presence earlier wasn't So Chu, but someone else. That arrow, if you're saying that, could it be? So this was the person everyone mentioned. A man with legendary archery skills, capable of splitting the heavens. Bloodshed was inevitable now. The divine black gold dragon bow. Kim Long stepped forward, gripping his bow with an imposing gaze. Kui Kwong stared at him, his eyes wide with shock. Why? Why would the bow god be here? Kim Long reached back and drew an arrow. It seems you recognize me. He gripped the bow so hard his veins popped. He knocked the arrow and continued. If we must settle this with a fight, then so be it. Kim Long's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness as he aimed his weapon directly at Kui Kwong. I can't let you escape. Kui Kwong gnashed his teeth and spoke fiercely. Everyone thought you were dead when you suddenly vanished from the Murim. I don't understand why you've reappeared just to interfere here. Kim Long didn't bother explaining, offering only a cold threat. You don't need to know why. If you want to live, get lost. Kui Kwong's hand trembled on his sword hilt from pure rage. Fine. Since you're so determined, I'll let it slide for today. He turned around irritably, leaving only the sight of his retreating back. He then barked at his subordinates. Let's go. Despite backing down, Kui Kwong left a warning. Though Kim Gun's face showed he wasn't paying much attention, the threat was clear. Remember those who make an enemy of me. Kui Kwong continued as he walked away. Things never end well for those people once we've marked them as targets. An image of a sea of flames appeared, with hopeless hands being swallowed by red fire. A testament to the fate of anyone who crosses Kui Kwong's path. They will be hunted until they die. They'll suffer so much they'll wish for death. Ending his threat, he swung his sword and glared at Kim Gun. Kui Kwong let out a contemptuous smirk, his eyes full of mockery. Today, out of respect for the Bao God, I'll spare your life. But next time, it won't be this simple. Kim Gun remained silent as he watched Kui Kwang's group depart. However, his hand had already raised his gun, the barrel aimed at them. Only one thought crossed his mind. I can't let this old man walk away. But Kim Long's voice snapped him out of his momentary impulse. Let it go. Don't make things more complicated than they already are. He turned back to look at him, listening to Kim Long's advice. If you kill him, the Kunlun sect won't let it rest. Then, in a flash, Kim Long's figure blurred as he continued speaking. My disciple got caught up in this mess because of it. In an instant, Kim Long had leaped over to stand beside his disciple. I told you to bring him to my place, didn't I? The disciple looked at his master in a panic, trying to explain. Master, I wanted to. But Kim Long didn't let him finish. He swung his bow as if preparing to strike. Talking is useless now. Kim Gun watched this scene with a sudden realization. So a bow could be used like a staff too? After Kim Long finished dealing with the student, he turned back to Kim Gun. All right, now that you've come all this way to meet me, tell me your goal. But after hearing Kim Gun's answer, his face was full of disbelief. I plan to conquer the Murim. Kim Gun continued explaining his intent. Therefore, I simply want to gather more allies. Kim Long burst out laughing. He asked for Kim Gun's identity. I didn't think you'd just come out and say it like that. I heard you're the leader of the dream-seeking cult? His expression was one of pure amusement. You really think you have the capability to conquer the entire Murim? He reminded Kim Gun that he needed to reconsider. The Kunlun sect leader you just saw is just one of the weaker players in this world. To do what you say, your strength must be extraordinary. Kim Long continued speaking. Though his back was to Kim Gun, his eyes shifted slightly toward him. Despite what you said, I respect your ambition. I will take you to the Vagrant Association eventually. He left him with one last instruction. Get some rest. We'll head out tomorrow. Meanwhile, Kim Gun remained quiet through it all. Night fell, and everything sank into silence. Kim Gun lay on the wooden bed with his hand on his forehead, recalling Kui Kwang's attack. He remembered the bullet being sliced in half and marveled inwardly. The Murim is truly bizarre. Top masters can block my bullets that easily. The more he thought, the more anxious he became. If that Kunlun old man was just a weakling, how strong are the hidden masters of the Jianghu? He raised his gun, his thoughts spinning. I'm not even sure I could beat the Bao God. Kim Gun finally reached a conclusion. I've been relying far too much on this gun. The new day began with Kim Long's voice. All right, are you guys ready? After the reminder, he urged them to hurry, but Kim Gun refused. The road is long, so let's move fast. I'm not going anymore. He turned to Dang Coat. Dang Coat, you head to the Vagrant Association and find the manpower we need. Dang Coat asked in surprise. But what about you, leader? Kim Gun said seriously, to find a shield for our followers, I've realized what I need to do in this war. Kim Long glanced at him and asked, what exactly do you mean by that? Kim Gun replied slowly, your arrows and my weapon both need high destructive power and sufficient distance. I need a strength like yours to deal with top-tier masters in the future. Then he made his request, so, could you teach me how to gain strength like yours? Kim Long let out a surprised ah. He looked at Kim Gun like he was an idiot. And why exactly should I teach you? His disciple chimed in with a scoff. Do you think my master would take a weakling like you as a disciple? But Kim Long immediately smacked him on the head and barked, shut up, unfazed by their attitude. Kim Gun said, I don't want to be your disciple. You're sworn brothers with the chief of the Black Forest 36 camps, right? Kim Long nodded. That's true. But what of it? He and I are sworn brothers who help each other out. To Kim Long's absolute shock, Kim Gun said flatly, therefore, technically, I could call you Big Brother too. So today, your third brother greets his big brother. I hope you'll guide me. He closed the deal with a clever line. A man like you surely wouldn't obsess over petty details, right? This guy was truly a thick-skinned bastard. Kim Long's disciple was naturally furious and shouted, but his master stopped him. You're much younger than my master. How can you call him that? Kim Long said in a low voice, the things you say are truly insane. A vision appeared in Kim Gun's mind. It seems you've made me think of the three brothers of the Peach Garden. Finally, he agreed. Fine. You follow this map to reach the Vagrant Association. Kim Long handed over a token and instructed, when you get there, show them this medallion. He continued as Dangcoat looked on happily. Everything will go as planned. Thank you very much, sir. After receiving the token, he turned to Kim Gun with teary eyes, ignoring the leader's look of disgust. Leader, I'm going. I'll be back soon. Yeah, just go. He watched the carriage carry Dangcoat away. Kim Long said to Kim Gun, third brother, learning martial arts for me isn't hard, but I must be honest. I will be extremely strict. He advised him to think it over. If I see you're too incompetent during training, then. Kim Long made a firm declaration, but Kim Gun interrupted him immediately. I won't teach you anything else. Do you agree? Of course I agree. Hearing that, Kim Long decided, all right, I'll teach you the basic techniques first. The two stood in an open field. Facing Kim Gun, Kim Long began his explanation. For those who use weapons from a safe distance, like us. Suddenly, his entire body seemed to blur for a split second. He was already far away from Kim Gun. Qigong is the most vital thing. He concluded, only after establishing a safe distance can you attack the enemy. The words had barely left his mouth when Kim Long appeared behind him. The enemy's blind spot is what we aim for. Kim Gun looked at him in a daze, thinking, how the hell does he move so fast? Unaware of Kim Gun's internal amazement, Kim Long continued, all right, pay attention. This next part is crucial. He demonstrated his technique, quickly maintaining distance from the enemy and preparing his mind. With every dodge and strike, Kim Long gave a piece of advice. Observe the enemy's weakness. Lead with defense, follow with offense, and finish with a continuous barrage. He summarized, those are the basics. Can you do it? Kim Gun watched the whole process and felt it didn't look that hard. I've memorized everything you said and did. Are there any more advanced moves? Kim Long replied, it might look simple, but mastering it in battle is not. That was just footwork and observation. Brother, don't you have any more high-level techniques? He urged him, if you say it's simple, then master it first. Kim Long's next suggestion made Kim Gun feel like he was falling apart. First, practice this 100,000 times. Wait, what? Deep inside a cave, at a dark place where bats had glowing red eyes. Suddenly, they shrieked and swarmed toward Ho-Alon. Her eyes flashed with a cold light as she struck. She unleashed her techniques. Every single bat was obliterated. Ho-Alon looked at the scene before her. She looked at her dagger and thought, I need to be even faster. Then, her eyes drifted toward the distance. She suddenly wondered, I wonder how the leader is doing? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a steady count rang out. 8,694. 8,695. Kim Gun was training, drenched in sweat. He thought, this is exhausting. It's no joke. Flashback to when Kim Long said, we'll continue at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Kim Gun had stopped him. Wait a second. He said in shock. So, I really have to do this 100,000 times? How am I supposed to do that? Kim Long replied coldly. It seems third brother still has much to learn. I'll show you right now. Kim Gun was startled. What I meant was, watching Kim Long flicker in and out of existence around him, he just wanted to wail. How can I possibly do what he does? Kim Long stopped his movement and asked, all right, did you see that? He encouraged Kim Gun, if you practice hard enough, you can do it just like me. Back to the present. He trained while constantly questioning himself. How the hell am I supposed to do what this old geezer does? Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. Kim Gun was surprised. Hello, I have some good news for you. Eat Dinquist. Become the Bao God's disciple. Huh, this message appearing now. I'm so happy. From a distance, Kim Long's disciple mocked him. So stupid. Just because master is teaching you doesn't mean you can do it. Learning those things isn't simple. He watched Kim Gun reach his 8,698th rep. Finally, he couldn't take it and jumped down. Training like an idiot isn't going to be effective. I'm dying of exhaustion here, and you're just standing there talking? Drenched in sweat, Kim Gun replied, if you think you're so good, why don't you come here and show me, you bastard? His eyes widened. But as he was struck by the disciple's attack, Kim Gun immediately circled behind him and lunged forward. With a growl, you're dead. Suddenly, I realized my body reacted to that move on its own. If you train until it becomes second nature, you'll be able to dodge any opponent's strikes. Kim Long's disciple turned to him and said, looks like you've finally gained some insight. Keep studying like that, and you might actually improve. Kim Gun stood dazed as the kid lectured him. Now pay attention and train harder. Seriously, you're such an idiot, needing someone to point out every little thing. Before finally walking away, he left one last reminder. Train your soul. Don't let my master down. At the crack of dawn, the rhythmic counting continued. 22,021. With every punch thrown, Kim Gun shouted, 22,022. Kim Long approached from a distance and cleared his throat with a loud humph. He looked at Kim Gun and asked, it seems you haven't reached 100,000 yet, have you? Kim Gun gasped for air, looking up at him. How? How am I supposed to actually do that? Then he sprawled out on the ground. I'm done. I can't move another inch. Suddenly, Kim Long praised him. But you've done well enough. Kim Gun asked in surprise, wait, really? That was well enough. Kim Long nodded. Yes, I acknowledge your effort. He continued while Kim Gun looked on in shock. This exercise was mainly to see how far you could push yourself to learn. Wait, what? Ignoring his expression, Kim Long kept talking. The most important thing is a person's willpower, the determination never to surrender to any obstacle. He concluded his point. As long as you don't give up. Even a single drop of water can eventually wear down a boulder. Kim Long turned to him. Through this training, I've seen that you are quite diligent. You made me proud. But then he added, however, as you are now, you can't fully learn my martial arts. What do you mean by that, big brother? Kim Long explained slowly, to be honest, your body has difficulty circulating internal energy. That makes learning martial arts much harder. Hearing this, Kim Gun asked, then what should I do? Kim Long replied, nothing good comes from rushing. He sat cross-legged behind Kim Gun and placed his hands on his back. Now, I will use my internal energy to clear your meridians. Try your best to endure it. Kim Gun said, wait, big brother, explain it more clearly first. But his eyes suddenly bugged out. Kim Gun let out a blood-curdling scream as a surge of energy rushed into his body. Kim Long reminded him, feel the aura, I'm channeling into you. He thought to himself, his body really wasn't built for martial arts cultivation. An image of a cracked, chipped bowl appeared in Kim Long's mind, symbolizing Kim Gun's constitution. I didn't think his body was this weak. Can he actually survive this meridian cleansing? The two remained in that position for a long time, Kim Gun's hands dripping with sweat. Suddenly, Kim Gun felt a strange sensation. His lower abdomen felt like it was burning. What is this? As if reading his mind, Kim Long said, that is your dantian. Seeing Kim Gun look up at him, he explained further, from now on, you can enhance both your physical and mental state now that internal energy has been transferred to your dantian. Then, Kim Long tossed him an old, tattered book. This is a basic martial arts manual. Study it yourself. He threw another item, which Kim Gun caught quickly. And this is a spiritual elixir. He opened his palm to examine the elixir while Kim Long spoke. With those two, everything will become much easier to grasp. Despite Kim Gun's skeptical look, the instructions continued. But the next phase will be 10 times harder. Kim Long concluded, if you persevere, you'll make it. You'll be a completely different person after this training is over. He looked at Kim Gun and asked, can you truly stick it out until the end? Kim Gun smirked. Fine, no matter what happens. His eyes were full of determination. I have to keep moving forward. Time flew by. A few days later, on a carriage carrying Dang Coat's group. I wonder how the leader is doing. Aren't you worried about him? Hearing this, Luke Ba tried to reassure him. He'll be fine. Soon after, Tong Lan chimed in. He's a strong person, so he'll be all right. Is that so? From a distance, Kim Long's disciple saw the carriage approaching. Once the carriage stopped, Dang Coat shouted, leader. He ran up to Kim Long's disciple and asked, where is he? As the disciple pointed into the distance and said, training behind the waterfall, Dang Coat was already gone. Driven by his impatience, he ran at full speed to find Kim Gun. Leader, at a roaring waterfall. Dang Coat's voice echoed from afar. Dang Coat is here to get you. He froze, his eyes wide with shock. Huh? What the? Seeing a figure shrouded in a faint blue mist, Dang Coat thought, such a powerful aura of internal energy. And that's where the leader is training. And from within the waterfall, a pair of bright blue eyes snapped open. A hand reached out through the cascading water. Dang Coat gasped, huh? He was so moved he began to cry. Oh. From behind, Luke Ba and Tong Lan caught up. Leader, we've arrived. A foot stepped onto the stone ground. Kim Gun threw on his robe, revealing a terrifying tattoo on his back. So, you finally come? Tong Lan's cheeks turned bright red at the sight, and she covered her mouth to hide her reaction. Standing before her was a completely transformed Kim Gun, greeting them. It's been a while. Meanwhile, inside a restaurant, a subordinate was bowing his head in apology. From a chair, a familiar voice rang out. So, you were forced by them to help, were you? The subordinate quickly looked up to explain. Yes, my lord. I was truly wronged. Just spare my life, and I'll be your loyal hunting dog. His face was battered, one eye swollen shut. Syrup-like blood dripped from his nose and mouth as he bowed pitifully. Sitting in the chair, Kui Kwong muttered, Blood Demon Cult. No, now it's the Blood Slaughter Cult. I never imagined that guy was the leader. If I had just stayed quiet, things wouldn't have come to this. Cough, cough. He asked himself angrily, are there really that many reasons to kill him? Back at the falls, Tong Lan was blushing shyly as the majestic Kim Gun stepped out. Dang Coat noticed her expression. His face slumped as if he were heartbroken. Kim Gun's voice rang out, Hey Dang Coat, why are you by yourself? He walked over slowly and asked, How did it go over there? Dang Coat replied cheerfully, Oh, right. That's it. A few days prior, the trio of Dang Coat, Tong Lan, and Luke Ba had arrived at the Vagrant Association. A voice from inside asked, What else do you want here? Dang Coat held up the medallion that God Kim Long had given him. He said confidently, I want to hire people. The truly strong ones. The broker asked for a reason. Understood. And what is your reason for hiring? Dang Coat refused to answer, lunging forward threateningly. Do I have to tell you that too? The broker was startled. Well, we do have our own regulations. The broker made a suggestion. How about you talk to the applicants yourself? Dang Coat wasn't having it. He clenched his fist and shouted, It's too late. Suddenly, he started ranting nonsensically. The leader is all alone in a desolate place. I have to hurry back and protect him. The broker pulled back to avoid Dang Coat's spit. He kept blabbering like an idiot. If anything happens to the leader, can you take responsibility? Behind him, Luke Ball watched in boredom, thinking he's my junior, but he really is a fool. After shouting his fill, Dang Coat suddenly went silent. He put his hand through his chin. All right, I have an idea. Give me a pen and paper. After getting the supplies, Dang Coat worked away, writing and drawing something. Once finished, he demanded it be posted on the wall for everyone to see. The broker was curious about what it was, until he reluctantly posted the paper on the wall, as requested by Dang Coat's absurd demand. After sticking it up, he walked away in disgust. Damn it, I should just quit this job. The paper had a few lines scribbled on it in a mocking tone. Anyone stronger than our leader is welcome to come here. Of course, nobody like that exists. Ha ha ha. Scared yet? Ha ha ha. As soon as Dang Coat finished telling the story, bragging about how strong people would flock to the blood slaughter cult, he received a heavy punch from Kim Gun, right to the face. Are you insane? You're supposed to use sweet talk to recruit people. Despite the scolding, Kim Gun saw this as a good opportunity. Regardless, I should test out how strong I become. By late afternoon, the time for parting had come. Kim Long asked, so you're heading back to the blood slaughter cult? He tried to delay them. It's late. Why not stay one more night and leave tomorrow? Kim Gun was determined to go. I've been here long enough. It's time to head back. Seeing he couldn't stop him, Kim Long added some final words. If you ever need help, just let me know. Also, take my disciple with you. Kim Long entrusted him. It's time he went out to gain some experience. The disciple's face was a picture of misery. Kim Long trusted his student's skill. He's my disciple after all. He won't get bullied easily. Follow my junior brother. Naturally, the disciple didn't agree easily. At first, he tried to argue, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. I don't want to go either. In the end, he couldn't say another word because Kim Long punched him in the head. Meanwhile, outside the dream-seeking cult, some strangers were whispering. Is this it? Is this the hideout of that leader guy? I heard it was in ruins, but he's still acting so cocky? Yeah, two guys with shifty, arrogant looks said, I'll take this chance to show the world Big Brother strength. We've hidden our skills long enough. It's time for the Black Flame Dragon to emerge. Another person walked by and bumped into one of the two men. The one who was scowled in annoyance. What the hell was that? Another man with a face full of scars and a fierce look glared over. Who are you? The crowd outside grew larger and louder. Where's the leader? Let me see how strong you really are. The scarred man was still questioning the person he bumped into. The bald elder broke into a sweat witnessing the scene. What kind of mess did that damn leader get us into now? From outside the gate, a shout rang out, silencing the crowd. Clear the way. Move. Kim Gun and the others slowly walked in. Dang Coat yelled, the leader has arrived. The shifty-looking guy from before seized the opportunity to show off. The time has come. I have to make a big impression on everyone. Thinking it was his moment, he stepped forward with an attitude. I don't know which idiot you are. He got right in Kim Gun's face, challenging him with a sneer. If you're really the leader, then fight me. He immediately caught a backhand slap from Kim Gun. Kim Gun just looked down at him with pure disdain. What is this guy even doing? He looked up and challenged the crowd. Listen up, you small fry. Whoever loses to me must join the blood slaughter cult and swear absolute loyalty. The people present smirked in contempt. Kim Gun continued, but if anyone manages to defeat me, he made a grand announcement. I'll hand over the position of leader of the blood slaughter cult. Kim Gun placed a hand on Dang Coat's shoulder and added, wait. Since the position of leader is at stake, I can't just fight anyone. Dang Coat stepped forward as he continued the announcement. If you can beat my subordinate, then I'll fight you. Anyone who wants my throne, step up to the stage. The first one to step up was a massive, heavy-set guy. Dang Coat patted his own face mockingly. Fine, I'll let you have the first move. The big guy's blood boiled. This elder is way too arrogant. He threw a punch. You asked for this. Don't blame me. Dang Coat's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. He landed a powerful punch right on the opponent's face, making blood spray everywhere. The big guy was sent flying, clutching his nose in utter shock. Wait, didn't you say I could attack first? Dang Coat interrupted him. With a cheerful laugh, he threw another punch. Who stays formal in the middle of a fight? Watching from the sidelines, Kim Gun smirked with satisfaction, seeing that Dang Coat had learned his cunning ways. After finishing off the first opponent, Dang Coat confidently challenged the rest. Next, come on. Another opponent was taken down, followed by another being knocked unconscious. Next, yet another one couldn't handle his punch. Next, he was on a winning streak. Suddenly, a hand went up. I object. Is there a rule saying we have to fight him? A man pointed to the person standing next to Kim Gun. I want to fight the guy next to the leader. Following the man's finger, Kim Gun looked at the person beside him, the disciple of Bao God Kim Long. The disciple was furious at being underestimated. You're looking down on me? Want a taste of defeat? Fine, let's see what you've got. Get on the stage. Both of them stepped onto the arena. The challenger gave a wicked smile, using a bow in such a cramped space. The leader's throne is practically mine. A voice rang out. If you don't speak up, I'm going in. Kim Long's disciple drew his bow, aiming 3 arrows at once. The man looked at the 3 arrows in confusion, but ignored it and charged forward anyway. Fool. You think numbers can change the outcome? Suddenly, the 3 arrows were released in different directions, flying in curved trajectories toward him at the same time. He froze in terror. These arrows. It's like they're alive. All 3 arrows struck the challenger simultaneously. The disciple looked down and asked, "Anyone else want to try?" From a distance, a familiar laugh echoed. "Ha ha, what's all this fun about?" Kim Gun recognized the voice immediately as it drew closer. "I only came as a precaution, but I didn't expect to see such an entertaining show." Kui Kwong slowly approached the stage. This was his chance to both seize the leader's throne and settle an old score. A look of excitement crossed his face. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, indeed. Kim Long's disciple tried to shoo him away. "Hey, old man, if you're not fighting, get lost and stop yapping." He lost his patience. "If you want to fight, get on the stage." Kim Gun cut in no. Only then did he stand up from his seat. "I want to test myself and settle things with this old geezer once and for all." His face was full of murderous intent. "It's my turn now." The two faced off once again. Kim Gun was excited. "I didn't expect us to cross paths again so soon." He scratched his head and asked, "What was your name again?" "I can't seem to remember." "Tai Tong, Tai Gong." "All right." Suddenly, a name popped into his head. "It's Eunuch, isn't it?" But the man was actually Tich Kui Kok, the Kunlun sect leader. The crowd began whispering about the name Eunuch. "Oh my God, has it come to this? Does it stop working when you get old? Even fruit withers, let alone a person." Kim Long's disciple also started calling him that. "Hey, Eunuch, if you want to fight, then bring it on." Kui Kwong was humiliated, but he tried to play it cool. "Ha ha, truly a bunch of people who don't know the vastness of the heavens. I don't see a shred of refinement in any of you." Kui Kwong's words insulted everyone around him. They started shouting back, "Hey, old man, being a eunuch is pitiful, but you still need some manners. There's no senior priority here." Kui Kwong muttered, "Everywhere I go, there are bastards who don't know their place." The insults kept coming. Thinking he can have his way just because he's old? Crazy old man. Kui Kwong didn't want to talk anymore. He simply waved his hand. Sharp objects flew out, slicing the men who were talking clean in half. Their blood sprayed like a fountain in front of everyone. Kui Kwong coldly sheathed his sword. Quiet at last. Kim Gun witnessed it all and called out, "Hey, old man." Kim Gun slowly stepped down from the stage. "Don't take your anger out on others like that." He beckoned with his finger, showing zero respect. "If you're so tough, come get some." The disciple tried to stop him. "Hold on, I haven't even warmed up yet. Let me handle this one." Kim Gun spoke up to remind him. "Before you worry about that. Now why don't you worry about what's behind you?" As soon as Kim Gun finished his sentence, Kim Long's disciple realized something was wrong. Kui Kwong had appeared behind him out of nowhere. He swung a powerful strike, but the disciple managed to block it with his bow just in time. However, he was still sent flying by Kui Kwong's overwhelming strength. From the rubble where he fell, 3 arrows were fired simultaneously at Kui Kwong. With his agile movements, he immediately slashed them out of the air. The disciple's voice rang out from above. "Now I know why you became a eunuch." He was already directly above Kui Kwong, mocking him while aiming. "Dare to sneak attack me?" Kui Kwong looked up and replied calmly, "Too bad I have to tell you this." He leaped up effortlessly, closing the distance. Attacking an enemy when they aren't paying attention is a skill too. The disciple was completely overwhelmed. What? How is he so fast? He swung his sword once more, knocking the opponent out of the air. Kim Long's disciple slammed hard into the ground. He managed to stand back up, thinking, damn it, he really lives up to the title of Kunlun sect leader. Kim Gun decided it was time to step in. "Hey, that's enough fighting for you. Get back here." Kim Gun was holding his heat in his hand. He said confidently, "From now on, I'll deal with him." Kui Kwong saw the gun and remained confident. "Ha ha ha. I don't know if you're just slow or plain stupid. Kui Gungs, gulp. You know perfectly well that thing won't work on me." But this time, Kim Gun had the courage to be arrogant. "Maybe, but that was before. Things are different now. Let's see if you can resist this time." He recalled what Kim Long had told him. "Third brother, I don't understand how your weapon attacks." Kim Long had explained it to him back then. But the way to improve its destructive power is the same as with a bow and arrow. He demonstrated for Kim Gun. For example, if you only use the bow to attack in one direction, an arrow was fired. But it wasn't just a normal arrow. Its power was enough to snap a tree trunk. As the tree collapsed, Kim Long pointed at it. "See? That power is only enough to bring down one tree." Kim Gun stared blankly, thinking, is he crazy? That's already incredibly strong. Then Kim Long showed him how to increase the power of the shot. But if you channel the internal energy stored in your dantian into the arrow, the bow is infused with a massive source of power. Then the arrow and the bow will look like this. The internal energy was adjusted to flow into just a single finger. The shot created a shockwave that pushed even Kim Gun back. The arrow, shrouded in power, flew like a bolt of lightning. It followed a strange trajectory toward the target. A massive explosion occurred, sending earth and debris flying everywhere. The trees in the area affected by Kim Long's strike were pulverized. He turned to Kim Gun. See that? They're worlds apart, right? Kim Long wanted to pass this skill on. Now I'll teach you this technique so you can become stronger. Well, think you can do it? Kim Gun gave a crooked smile. At the same time, a notification appeared on his phone. Hidden quest, become the Bao God's disciple. Mission complete. Revoir, Bogo de Secret Technique, de Magazine, 30 rounds. Back to the present, Kim Gun was delighted. His gun was now covered in the source of power Kim Long had taught him. Of course I can. However, the first bullet didn't hit Kui Kwong. He vanished behind Kim Gun. If anything can make a difference, it's this. But if you can't hit me, it means nothing. Kui Kwong swung his sword with force, thinking Kim Gun would be as easy to beat as their first encounter. But suddenly, his squinty eyes flew wide in surprise. Kim Gun had dodged swiftly. Hovering in the air, he said arrogantly, "That's not the only thing that's changed." He gave Kui Kwong a friendly finger in response. "This time, you're gonna get a face full of it." His gun recoiled as a bullet was fired. Kui Kwong tried to slice the bullet in half again, like before. Relying on such a pathetic attack again, he swung his sword confidently. "I'll finish you right now. You'll regret crossing me." Amidst his shouting, his face suddenly darkened. Wait, what? Just now. He remembered Kim Gun's bullets from before were weak, like a small goat running past. But now the bullet had become a ferocious bull charging at him. What the hell did it turn into? The bullet slammed cold and hard straight into Kui Kwong's chest. He was blasted away by the force of the bullet, after which Kim Gun pumped a few more rounds into him. Watching the entire fight from the sidelines, Dang Coat marveled to himself. He knew the leader had changed, but he never imagined he'd become this powerful in such a short time. Kui Kwong coughed up a huge mouthful of syrup. His body was a total wreck. "I have no strength left. I need to get up quickly. But where did my sword go?" Kim Gun walked over, still hurling insults. "What's wrong? I thought you said you could block that move. That's why I didn't hold back." Kui Kung Fumet, Zubat Stat. He panted heavily and questioned him, cough, cough. "What trick did you use to change so much in such a short time? I've never seen cough a technique like this before." Kim Gun didn't bother answering his question. "Yeah, I bet you're feeling pretty frustrated, but don't blame me." He confidently declared once more, "Before this match even started, I had already won." His face was full of murderous intent as he held his piece in one hand and placed the other on Kui Kwong's shoulder. "Because I'm the protagonist of this game. Have a safe trip to the afterlife, old man." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Forgive me, leader." Cheat Hao appeared from a distance. "Please reconsider. If you kill him, we won't be able to avoid a war with the entire Murim." Catching a glimmer of hope, Kui Kwong immediately chimed in, "Yes. He's right. You should think carefully. The moment you kill me, a war with the entire Murim will break out." Kim Gun turned his back to respond. "Cheat Hao, what are you talking about? The war started a long time ago." Taking advantage of the moment, Kui Kwong tried to lung forward for a sneak attack. But Kim Gun's barrel was already raised. He spoke softly the moment this old man came looking for me. Kui Kwong looked down at his body in a daze. Kim Gun explained, "All right, you said this was your first time seeing this martial art, right? This is the strongest martial art in the world. It's called Gunfu." As he finished his sentence, his bullet tore a massive hole through Kui Kwong. The man collapsed, unable to say another word. Kim Gun looked down coldly at him, lying in a pool of syrup. "And that's that," he scoffed. "Naturally, the dead can't talk." After settling the score, Kim Gun turned to the crowd, waiting to challenge him. "All right, who's next?" He gave a contemptuous smirk. "Anyone else want an explanation of this martial art?" Still clutching his weapon, he wasn't afraid of a confrontation. "Don't be shy. Step right up. I'll be happy to send you on your way." After witnessing Kim Gun's overwhelming power, the crowd was paralyzed with fear. No one dared to step up. Suddenly, one man dropped to his knees. "If I can't be the head of the dragon." It was that shifty-looking guy from before, being the first to submit. "I pledge my absolute loyalty to the leader." He thought to himself. Then being the dragon's claws is fine too. He barked at the scarred man, standing next to him. "What are you standing there for? Kneel before the leader." The man was stunned. Then, the scarred man's face twisted in anger. "What did you say? Am I your servant? Are you my father?" Kim Gun's voice rang in his ear, "Hey." He delivered a punch straight to the scarred man's face, silencing him. The scarred man fell over, clutching his cheek and looking up in shock. Kim Gun glared at him. What are you looking at? He threatened, not gonna kneel. The scarred man didn't dare resist. Yes, sir. He then looked at the others. The crowd flinched as his gaze fell upon them. Without a word, everyone who had come to challenge Kim Gun instinctively dropped to their knees. They all bowed in unison, humbled by Kim Gun's power. After handling the situation, Kim Gun stood on high ground and announced, "Congratulations, everyone. From now on, you are the chosen warriors of the Blood Slaughter cult." Some people clearly felt forced. "Damn it, I want to go home to my mom." Kim Gun spoke passionately, "Because you will join me in making history, unifying the Murim, something no one has ever achieved. But I won't force you." His words left everyone wide-eyed in shock. Kim Gun continued, "Anyone who wants to run, go ahead and run." However, he emphasized every word. "But if I catch you, you die." His words felt like a death sentence to everyone there. "Mom, I'm coming home." Kim Gun began to think. Now I need someone to lead this army. He hesitated, wondering who would be suitable. The shifty guy looked excited, thinking he'd be chosen, until Kim Gun made his decision. All right." He pointed at Kim Long's disciple. "You do it." The disciple asked in shock, "What? Why me?" "I was just about to leave." Kim Gun reminded him. "Hey, if you want to leave, you have to pay back your debt to me first." The shifty guy froze, his face sagging in utter disappointment. The scar man next to him took the chance to mock him. "You kissed up to him all that time and ended up just like me? Serves you right." He leaned in and whispered a threat. "Things are about to get interesting. Just you wait." Kim Gun continued, "And also, you will lead this army with him." He pointed at the shifty guy. "That's right, you." The scarred man went silent, breaking into a cold sweat. He panicked as the person next to him turned around. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, a huge glob of spit landed right on the scarred man's face. At the same time, a report arrived. The elder of the Kunlun sect is dead. Cheat Hao warned him of the news. This will surely reach the ears of the Kunlun sect soon, maybe even the entire Murim Alliance. In the meeting room, after hearing Cheat Hao's warning, Kim Gun turned and asked, "Dangcoat, have you finished the investigation?" Dangcoat reported clearly, "Yes, leader. I've checked the scene thoroughly. It seems he came here alone." He felt relieved at the report. "Good. Then there's nothing to worry about for now." Kim Gun coldly ordered Burr's body. Dangcoat obeyed without hesitation. "Yes, at your command." Cheat Hao was startled and tried to stop him. "Leader, a life is still a life. We should—" Kim Gun cut him off. He questioned him with a stern face. "Are you going to let my subordinates die for the sake of your morality?" Kim Gun lectured him seriously. "True morality is putting your own life first." Hearing that, Cheat Hao didn't argue further. "Yes, leader. By the way, that elder seemed to know our location perfectly. Is there something fishy going on?" Dangcoat explained, "Leader, in my opinion, no one besides that person could have known your true identity." Kim Gun agreed. "I thought so too. Only him." As expected, you can't judge a book by its cover. At that moment, Han Ko was summoned. The guy asked in confusion, "Leader? Why am I?" Before Han Ko could understand the situation, Kim Gun answered him with a devastating punch. Sitting in a chair, he looked down and questioned him. "Man Kai, what did you say we were to each other?" "Han Ge Griget he's Dongge." "Friends." His face was a mess of syrup. Han Ko complained, "I'm not a punching bag. You can't just hit and yell at me whenever you want." Kim Gun didn't let up. Friends should be willing to sacrifice for each other, right? He looked at the weapon in his hand. "But you sacrificed me for yourself." He threatened. "So this time, I'm going to show you what friendship is really about." Behind him, Dang was ready to strike. "Han Ge Bani." Wait. Leader." The guy whined. "They threatened my family. I really had no choice. It won't happen again." Kim Gun was skeptical. "How can I trust you? A traitor is always a traitor." "Han Ge Det Den Suo." "No, please give me one more chance. I'll be your loyal hunting dog." Kim Gun only caught the last few words. He thought, so you really want to be a dog? Suddenly, the door swung open, and a woman with a smoking hot body walked in. "Where's that dog barking from?" Han Ko's face twisted when he saw who had entered. The branch chief. The subordinates in the room were shocked. The sect master, standing in the room, was Tran Noyet Ni, the master of the Hanam sect. Her appearance made Kim Gun wonder, that woman is the leader? "With Ni stipet thy on han kusohet." I didn't think I'd see you in this state. Kim Gun wondered why that guy was acting so strange. Kim Gun stared at her intensely. Noyet Ni spoke up. "If my branch chief made a mistake, I apologize on his behalf. Perhaps we should speak in private." Kim Gun accepted the proposal. The two sat facing each other, with Han Ko serving as Noyet Ni's chair. She apologized sincerely. It was a serious oversight. "We made a grave mistake." He blamed her. "Because of this, we almost suffered a devastating loss." She defended herself, "But leader, from what I know, this transaction." She looked seriously at Kim Gun and explained it was a one-way deal. It wasn't a mutual trade. Furthermore, we didn't receive any benefits. Noyetni's words made him think. She countered, so why should we be the ones taking responsibility for this? Hearing that, Kim Gun secretly agreed. You have a point. Noyetni continued, but I didn't come here to blame you guys. She gently placed her hand on Kim Gun's. Noyetni stood up and made a sincere request. I came here because I need your help. She said softly, if you agree to help me. Noyetni made an enticing offer that was hard to refuse. That I will give you the entire world. Her words left Kim Gun puzzled. She looked directly into his eyes and continued the deal. I heard you want to unify the Murim, but given your current situation, that's just a pipe dream. Kim Gun couldn't believe his ears. He asked back impatiently, what? She quickly soothed him. It's true that with your current strength, it's impossible. But with my help, your dream of unifying the Murim will no longer be just a dream. You can probably guess why I'm doing this. My request is very dangerous. You might even have to pay with your life. Her words hit Kim Gun like a bolt of lightning. His face darkened. What? Noyetni revealed the reward. But if you agree and complete it then. Her next move left Kim Gun completely frozen. She leaned in and climbed onto his lap, her face slightly flushed. Hanko was stunned. He couldn't help but shout, wait, what? Sec Master, hold on. Noyetni brought her face close to Kim Gun's. The Murim world, and she whispered softly into his ear, even this body of mine. I offer it all to you. For a red-blooded man like Kim Gun, Noyetni's words were incredibly provocative. He blushed deeply, unable to find the words to respond. Meanwhile, Hanko was trembling with rage, cursing under his breath, bastard. How dare you touch our Sec Master? Noyetni gently asked, well, what do you think? She gave a sweet smile and held out her hand, waiting for an answer. Will you grant my humble request? Feeling shy and unable to look directly at her beautiful face, Kim Gun asked, wait, if I have to risk my life for this, at least tell me what I'm getting into. Noyetni paced as she replied, you're right. Actually, my request is quite simple. Noyetni pleaded, please, help me find my younger sister. She began to explain the whole story. She went out to gather information about a mission. And ended up at a mysterious place called the Nanman Beast Palace. The Nanman Beast Palace is an isolated place that has no contact with the outside world. It's one of the powers beyond the borders, so information is scarce. But rumors say that it's a place where humans live in harmony with various animals. Furthermore, the reason we have so little information about them to this day, that is that they're extremely hostile toward outsiders, especially those from the Central Plains Murim. Their strength is as fierce as their temperament, and they're usually accompanied by wild beasts. The locals are always flattering them, saying this is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Many sects have tried everything to gain their power as allies. But the fate of those who dare trespass into their territory is always the same. After hearing the story, Kim Gun asked, but why did you let your sister go to a place like that in the first place? Noyetni returned to her seat on Hanko's back. Of course, I tried to stop her, but it was useless. The ones who commissioned the investigation into the Nanman Beast Palace were the Murim Alliance. The mention of that name made Kim Gun feel that something was definitely wrong. She continued, because it was too dangerous, I firmly refused. But then they started putting pressure on us. They even threatened our entire organization. After hearing Noyetni's tragic story, he fell silent for a moment. Finally, Kim Gun agreed. All right, tomorrow, I'll set out to find the Sec Master's sister. Seeing Kim Gun make such a hasty decision, Chi-Hao tried to stop him. Leader, you can't. That place has always been a forbidden zone for the Orthodox Murim. The bald elder also felt it was a dangerous move and tried to intervene. That's right, leader. Your humble servant also thinks this action is way too risky. Seeing his two elders try and stop him, Kim Gun hesitated. He thought for a moment and then asked, well, what do you think? As soon as the question was asked, everyone's eyes in the room followed Kim Gun's gaze. Walking inside was a petite girl, a rare female presence in their group. Dan Coat wondered, when did she get here? I didn't sense her presence at all. He then looked over at Kim Gun, still confused. Wait, how did the leader know she was here? It's been a while, leader. You've changed quite a bit during my absence. Seeing her, Kim Gun smiled. I haven't just been playing around, you know. So what's your take? She walked to the table and gave her opinion. Honestly, my view isn't much different from the other elders, but I understand Sec Master Hahao's feelings. We've all lost loved ones because of the Murim Alliance. We've all felt that pain once. She analyzed the situation delicately. We understand that pain better than anyone. So how can we just turn a blind eye to her situation? She agreed with Kim Gun's decision. That's why I want to help Sec Master Hahao this time. Chi-Hao still tried to protest. But I heard that place is crawling with dangerous predators. Kim Gun immediately cut him off. Hey, he asserted, people who love animals can't be bad people. The bald elder raised his hand to voice his opinion. But leader, he tried to refute his statement. Among animal lovers, there are still plenty of bad people. Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Gun slapped him right across the face. He asserted once more, I said, people who love animals aren't bad people. Clutching his face in grievance, the bald elder could only curse silently. Damn it. It seems like you're the worst person here. The scene shifts to Kim Gun talking to his dog, Manga. Manga, I haven't played with you much lately, so you must be pretty lonely, huh? He lay on the bed, chatting with his pet. But I have to go on another trip for work. You'll be okay, right? Even though it was just a dog. That you could clearly see the sadness on its face. Kim Gun sat up. His voice was gentle and comforting. But when I come back this time, I'll bring you lots of presents. Suddenly, a female voice called out, oh, let's play. Manga escaped from his arms. It happily ran toward the voice. Kim Gun watched his pet ignore him to go cuddle with Ho-Alon. He sighed helplessly. This is why they say raising kids is useless. The scene cuts to the next morning. Kim Gun, accompanied by Ho-Alon, Dangcoat, and Luke Ba, set out to fulfill Noyetni's request. After walking for a while, Kim Gun looked pale and exhausted. He asked tiredly, hey, do we really have to walk the whole way? Ho-Alon explained, the Naman Beast Palace tribe has extremely sharp senses thanks to their ability to communicate with animals. If we use a carriage, we'll be spotted easily. Dangcoat suddenly noticed something. But is it just me, or is it getting hotter the further we go? But no one noticed that someone was even more tired than Kim Gun. Luke Ba groaned, leader, I can't go any further. He collapsed in the middle of the road. Just kill me, I'm exhausted. Kim Gun didn't hesitate to grant his wish. Fine, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Dangcoat spotted a good place to rest in the distance. Huh? His eyes fixed on a river. Dangcoat suggested, leader, why don't we take a short break over there? Kim Gun stripped off his shirt and dunked his face straight into the water. In the stream. Kim Gun stood up, feeling refreshed. That feels great. So cool. Ho-Alon blushed when she saw his toned physique. She marveled to herself. When did the leader's body get so fit? Dangcoat called out, hey, third elder, you should take a dip too. Ho-Alon quickly refused, no, I couldn't. Dangcoat kept trying to persuade her. We're all family, sis, what's there to be shy about? Kim Gun agreed. Yeah, it's hot out. Just take a bath. Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was. But she didn't want to ruin the mood. Ho-Alon agreed. All right, I understand. Ho-Alon took off her outer garments. She sat on a rock, wearing only her thin undergarments. From inside the bushes, something dashed past quickly. The sound caught Ho-Alon's attention. She quickly drew her knife for defense. Ho-Alon warned everyone, be careful. Kim Gun, bathing in the distance, asked what's wrong. Something happened. Kim Gun looked closely at what had just come out. He was surprised. A fox? A small fox emerged from the forest. Following, it was a wicked laugh as a group of hunters stepped out. Finally caught you. Even if you're a spirit animal, you're still just an animal. The fox ran to Kim Gun's side, seeking his help. It snuggled up and lay on his leg. In his past life, when Kim Gun was still his old self, he was walking home on a rainy night. He had a cigarette in his mouth and looked down in curiosity. He found Manga shivering in the cold. In the present, the lead hunter warned him, you'd better not touch that. We worked damn hard to catch it. Kim Gun muttered, what do you want with such a weak animal? You bastards. The hunter didn't know when to back down and charge forward. Whether I want to boil it or sell is none of your business. This has nothing to do with you. He reached for the small fox. Forget it. Just mind your own business and we'll mind ours. But Kim Gun grabbed him by the head. While the leader still didn't know what was happening, Kim Gun flexed his muscles in anger. He braced himself, preparing to strike. A direct kick landed right on the hunter's face. It knocked him unconscious instantly. Kim Gun gritted his teeth. I don't feel like it. Got a problem with that, you bastards? Seeing their leader bullied, the other hunters charged all at once. You son of a bitch. Kim Gun just stood there, watching the move. As the hunters got closer, his eyes suddenly snapped open. Kim Gun charged straight at them. He gave each one a devastating punch. Kim Gun then interrogated one of them, whose face was bruised on one side. So what you're saying is, the hunters sat obediently like puppies, not one of them daring to make sound. Kim Gun continued, the Murmalion sent you to catch this fox? The lead hunter replied, yes, that's correct. Kim Gun asked further, what are you planning to do with this tiny creature? The leader answered honestly, actually, we don't know what they plan to use it for. He gave a naive smile. We only did it because they promised us a huge sum of money. Kim Gun's voice dropped a few octaves. Oh, is that so? His face went dark. You don't even know why, yet you still did this to such a small animal? The men panicked when they saw Kim Gun's expression. We're sorry. He decided to let them go. I see. Now, get lost before I change my mind. The leader still didn't leave. I'm sorry, but... He stammered. Could you please give us back the fox? It took us months of hard work to catch it. Kim Gun looked over at the fox curled up and sleeping peacefully. All right. I almost forgot. Hearing that, the leader looked overjoyed. Thank you so much. But in response, he caught a knee strike from Kim Gun. He was sent flying, syrup spraying violently from his nose. I almost forgot to give you a few more rounds, Kim Gun added clearly. By nightfall, the four of them gathered around a fire. Beside Kim Gun was the spirit fox he had just rescued. Kim Gun looked worried as it remained fast asleep. It still hasn't shown any signs of waking up. Is it badly injured? You don't need to worry too much. It isn't seriously hurt, and I've already treated it. It'll wake up soon. Leader, we'll enter their territory by tomorrow morning. From then on, we must be extra cautious. Kim Gun was still pondering. But we don't have much info on Sect Master Ha Vu's sister. How do you plan to find her? Hoa Lan explained the plan. First, after entering the territory, we'll search the neighboring areas and then gradually narrow our search radius. Dang Code agreed. I'll help Sis search the surrounding area. Kim Gun hesitated. Let's do that. But he looked sideways in disgust. Hey, Luke Ba was currently stuffing his face without stopping. Kim Gun's shouting rang in his ears. Are you that hungry? Did you come here just to pig out? He lectured him like a machine gun. If you're going to eat, do it quietly. Did you toss your manners into the rice and shove them down your throat too? Fat Luke Ba's face sagged in total despair. A moment later, Kim Gun suddenly noticed something behind Dang Coat. A pair of beastly legs was creeping closer. Kim Gun sensed something off. A wolf? But it was a wolf twice the size of Dang Coat. He wondered suspiciously, is that even normal size for a wolf? All three of them jumped up. Hoa Lan said confidently, Leader, stay back. Dang Coat also stepped forward. We'll handle this. Unexpectedly, Kim Gun gave an order, don't overdo it. He smirked slightly. Just by looking at it, you can tell this animal is lost. In this world, there are no evil animals, only scumbag humans. Hearing that, Dang Coat turned back hesitantly. But Leader, it looks extremely dangerous. Kim Gun said calmly, is that so? Then, you loser over there, you've got a job to do. Luke Ba was stunned, thinking the leader had lost his mind. I don't think it's lost at all, he thought. The wolf was still growling and baring its teeth at him. Luke Ba confirmed to himself. It seems to know exactly where it's going. He turned around and stammered, Leader, this animal looks starving. It's drooling everywhere. Kim Gun stood his ground. I said it's lost. Don't worry. Just treat it with sincerity and it will understand your true feelings. Luke Ba pursed his thick lips tightly. Finally, he chose to believe him. Right? If the leader says so, I have no reason to doubt it. Luke Ba reached his hand out, trembling. There. Good boy. I won't hurt you. His hand was almost touching the wolf's nose. Just as he was rejoicing, it's true. Like the leader said, it really understands me. How could I think poorly of such a gentle creature? The wolf opened its maw and bit straight down on Luke Ba's head. He froze for a second before flailing around like a fish out of water. Help me. Luke Ba screamed. Kim Gun rubbed his chin and pondered, was I wrong? The spirit fox finally woke up after its long slumber. It hopped on a Kim Gun's shoulder and stood there proudly. The wolf froze for a moment when it saw the spirit fox appear. It finally let go of Luke Ba, who crashed heavily to the ground. The wolf let out a howl, and its fur ignited into flames. Everyone panicked. Leave it to us, Leader. This time it's for real. The wolf was slowly approaching again. Kim Gun stayed calm. All right, that's enough. Move aside. He casually stepped forward. It just hasn't been trained or taught yet. Why are you guys making such a big deal out of it? Leader, wait. Dang Coat's arm stopped her. Sis, trust the leader. Hoa Lan was still doubtful. But, by now, Kim Gun was standing in front of the wolf. Now, you're a good boy, right? Sit. The wolf still surged forward. He remained patient. Hey, I said sit. If you keep this up, I'm gonna get angry. This is my last warning. He pulled out his piece. Sit down. Now. Kim Gun's eyes widened as the wolf bared its claws. The wolf lunged toward Kim Gun and the spirit fox. Everyone was terrified by the scene unfolding before them. But then, Kim Gun let out a satisfied smile. Sure enough, the fierce giant wolf that had turned into a big, adorable puppy. It rolled onto its back like a good boy. Kim Gun was pleased. You really do get me. Kim Gun leaned down to pet its soft fur. You like that? Feels good, right? Dang Coat stepped up from behind in awe. You're amazing, Leader. But Hoa Lan saw something off. She suspected something. That's not right. That wolf clearly intended to attack the leader. The reason it stopped suddenly. Maybe it sensed something from that fox. Even though it was just a split second, I felt a chill down my spine that I can't even describe. Kim Gun turned back. See? I told you there are no bad animals. He started teasing Luke Ba. It probably just thought that guy was a pig, which is why it was so aggressive. Luke Ba, with syrup still dripping from his head, cursed under his breath in self-pity. Kim Gun spoke up. Oh, right. Dang Coat, give me that item belonging to Sect Master Ha Vu's sister. Dang Coat obeyed. Yes, Leader. He held out the handkerchief to the wolf. Can you find where a similar scent is coming from? The wolf immediately began leading the way. Kim Gun marveled. Looks like we just have to follow it. Ho-Alon fixed her hair and announced, Leader, it seems we have some uninvited guests. After adjusting her clothes, Ho-Alon looked toward the lurkers, her eyes burning with rage. She quickly lunged into the attack. The strangers didn't even have time to react. After the lightning-fast battle, those struck by Ho-Alon fell like rain. Kim Gun praised her. All that hard training finally paid off, huh? But the four of them were soon surrounded by a strange tribe. He mused, there are more honored guests than I thought. Kim Gun wasn't scared at all. He pulled out his piece again. But these numbers are nothing to me. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to fight? Suddenly, Dancoat kept calling out, Leah, leader, leader. Kim Gun turned back in annoyance. What the hell is it now? When he saw what was behind him, he blurted out, oh damn. A young man was riding an elephant. A giant stood towering right in front of Kim Gun. He was overwhelmed. This world is truly beyond imagination. Kim Gun looked up in shock. Bringing an elephant here seems a bit unfair, don't you think? The person on top looked down. This is the territory of the Nanman Beast Palace. How dare you trespass? His aura was incredibly powerful. He warned, setting foot on our land without permission is a grave mistake. Kim Gun looked annoyed and suggested, my neck is getting tired from looking up. Can you get off the elephant so we can talk? Lonnie cursed but followed Kim's wish. You truly have no manners. Fine, I'll come down and speak with you personally. With a light kick, the young man vanished from the elephant's back. Kim Gun looked up as the man spoke from midair. Consider this your greatest honor. Lonnie landed on the ground. I will make you surrender completely. Suddenly, his ankle twisted as he landed. The unscripted mishap made all his cool factor vanish instantly. Kim Gun couldn't help but look at the scene in disgust. What the hell was that? La llamid in embarrassment. Right? It seems you're a martial artist too. Our Nanman Beast Palace doesn't welcome Central Plains martial artists at all. His face grew angry. You should know that by now, right? Kim Gun understood the situation. I see how it is. He quickly explained, but we only came here to find a woman. We have no intention of starting a war. Just let us through, and we won't bother you anymore. Hearing that, Lan Ni denied him. Your coming here was likely in vain. No one has set foot here in a long time. Kim Gun didn't believe him easily. How can I trust your word? I have to see for myself to believe it. I don't trust what you say. Seeing the request, Lan Ni agreed. Fine. He drew a sword from behind his back. The entire Nanman tribe also entered their battle stances. Lan Ni and his elephant stepped forward. Then there's only one thing left to do. Ho-Alon looked at Kim Gun, lost in thought. If we fight the Nanman Beast Palace here, both sides will suffer unnecessary losses. Even if we win, we won't be at full strength. She offered an alternative. Leader, maybe we should retreat and plan later. Confronting them now will only cost us our manpower. Luke Ba completely agreed. Exactly, leader. She's saying exactly what I'm thinking. However, Kim Gun had other ideas. I've never had the concept of retreating in my dictionary. If you're already planning an escape before you even start, what can you possibly achieve? How can we rule the Murim like that? Luke Ba chimed in, but leader, retreating to plan is a good thing. But Kim Gun's was unshakable. You're thinking too simply. Dancoat, what about you? Dancoat turned back and affirmed, whatever the leader does, your servant follows. Luke Ba saw how easily Dancoat gave in and blurted out seriously. Kim Gun whipped around to question him. What was that? He waved his hands in a panic. I agree with Dancoat, sir. Lonnie cut into the four of them's conversation. You guys done discussing? Then we can get started, right? Kim Gun provoked them. Go ahead and attack. You'll only regret it. Infuriated by his words, a wolf rider lunged forward. A big talker like you? I can handle you alone. Suddenly, a massive explosion rang out in midair. Lonnie covered his ears and looked around. Huh, where did that thunder come from? The charging rider was also stunned by the loud blast. Kim Gun issued a warning. This is the first and last time I'm warning you. Keep charging, and you're dead. He remained aimed with his gun. Are you confident your speed can outrun my secret weapon? Kim Gun's heat caught Lan Ni's eye. He panicked. Looking at him, he's just an ordinary martial artist. How can his secret weapon attack with such power and speed? The power is absolutely devastating. It snapped an ancient tree in half. But if I back down and surrender now, how can I face the people of Nanman? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. Huh? Wait, everyone stop. Hold your fire. He stared at the spirit fox on Kim Gun's shoulder. Shadow Fox. Why are you with him? Kim Gun was confused. Huh? You mean this fox? Kim Gun replied. I helped it out once, so it's been following me. Lonnie marveled. You really aren't just some ordinary martial artist. He lowered his sword. The Shadow Fox has chosen to follow you. Lonnie spoke sincerely. Then the Nanman Beast Palace shall consider you a friend. The scene shifts to the next morning. Lonnie led the four of them forward. Entering Lonnie's territory, Kim Gun was impressed. I see. You really do have to come to this territory to see so many tamed beasts. He then asked, but is it much further? Lonnie replied, almost there. Immediately after, he introduced the area. We've arrived at our domain. Before Kim Gun lay a lush land teeming with all kinds of animals. Lonnie led the way. Welcome. Suddenly, the spirit fox poked its head out from Kim Gun's shirt. It looked all around as Lonnie's voice continued steadily. It must be strange seeing this for the first time. You probably don't often see so many beasts living alongside humans. Kim Gun replied, I get what you mean. As they walked past, Kim Gun noticed the tribespeople staring intensely at the four of them. He wondered, but why are your people looking at us so strangely? Lonnie explained, it might be because the shadow fox is following you, and they rarely see strangers here. Suddenly, Kim Gun stopped moving. He looked up at the sky. Huh? He winced, not understanding what was happening. Now what? A massive creature soared over Kim Gun's head. Mo-tuk and his fierce tiger crashed down in front of the group. The pressure radiating from him and the tiger was no joke. The newcomer was the palace master of the Nanman Beast Palace, Mo-tuk. Kim Gun looked at the creatures before him and thought, they're huge. Even that tiger. Mo-tuk patted the tiger's head, and it instantly became docile. He was also amazed to see the spirit fox. The shadow fox rarely follows strangers, yet it's with you. Incredible. Mo-tuk gave a sincere smile. With this, you've met the requirements to be a friend of our Nanman Beast Palace. He stepped closer to the spirit fox. Up close, this fox really is adorable. Suddenly, Mo-tuk stood up and asked, I heard you're looking for a woman? To be honest, no one has set foot in this area for a long time. Kim Gun felt a bit down. If she's not here, we'll have to keep searching. We only came this way, following a scent. The wolf that had guided him wagged its tail happily. Lonnie discussed with Mo-tuk. Previously, a group of people approached our area and then vanished. That woman might be with them. Hearing this, he pondered. You have a point. Kim Gun asked, who are those people? Mo-tuk explained to the four of them. Besides us, there's another group here. We do not recognize them as part of our tribe. He recounted, they are quite a barbaric lot. The tribe he described had a custom of kidnapping people and hanging them up, surrounding them like a tasty meal. The captive would be dipped into a pot of boiling water in front of the tribe. That tribe practiced cannibalism. He continued, they believe that by eating someone, they gain the remainder of that person's lifespan. It's likely the woman you're looking for is taken by them. Kim Gun frowned. That's hard to believe. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. I am Kim Eon. We've noticed your quest progress is quite slow, so we're providing some subquests to keep things interesting in your conquest of the Murim. New quest. Eradicate the cannibal tribe. Reward. 2 magazines, 30 rounds. Along with the rewards, there are also punishments. The system displayed, prepare yourself. Kim Gun's face turned grim and panicked when he saw the final notification. Penalty for failure. Monka will die. He asked angrily, where are those cannibal bastards right now? He grabbed his weapon, fiercely demanding a fight. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Suddenly, internal components from his gun fell clattering to the ground. Mo-tuk was incredibly grateful. Thank you for helping us solve this difficult problem. Kim Gun looked in horror at his broken weapon. Without a gun, I'm toast. At this moment, Mo-tuk was full of gratitude. I shall thank you properly for helping settle this mess. He was delighted to have help. I say this as the master of the Nanman Beast Palace. Kim Gun was panicking and about to take back his words. Wait, hold on. Mo-tuk continued expressing his thanks. You're helping us deal with our troubles. He gave a sincere smile to those he was grateful to, the brave one solving their problems. He decided, let's have a feast. The entire tribe cheered happily. Meanwhile, Kim Gun was in a tight spot. Damn it, Lonnie, Lukba, and Dancoat were already dead drunk. How much longer are we going to do this shoulder dance? Kim Gun was in no mood to celebrate. He kept pacing around anxiously. Biting his nails, Kim Gun blamed himself. Damn it, why didn't I think of that? Revolvers have a limited durability. He recalled overusing the gun. I should have noted that channeling internal energy into the gun could exceed its durability limit. Seeing Kim Gun's distress, Ho-Alon walked over to check on him. Leader, is something bothering you? She asked kindly, you don't look so well. Kim Gun hid the truth. It's nothing. When did you change your clothes? He brushed her off. Just do your thing, don't worry about me. Ho-Alon had no choice but to leave. All right, I'll take my leave then. Kim Gun went back to being anxious, his leg shaking constantly. Another voice rang out. Leader, is something bothering you? But this time, the one appearing was Luke Boss' chubby face. Your expression looks pretty bad. Anyone would think you lost your secret weapon. Before he could finish, he caught a full-force punch from Kim Gun. He looked down angrily at Luke Boss' unconscious body. Lost what? I'm using it to beat you right now, aren't I? Kim Gun looked at the gun's handle and thought, this is more useful than I expected. Tuk approached after seeing Kim Gun knock out Luke Ba. Why so hot-headed? He invited him. I know a place with a great view. Come with me. Kim Gun wanted to refuse. I'm not interested. But eventually, both of them sat on a cliff overlooking the moon and the sea. Tuk turned and asked happily, well, isn't it beautiful? Kim Gun had to admit, it's all right. His face was still somber. Tuk noticed this and asked, you seem worried. Is it about the cannibal tribe? Kim Gun denied it. No, it's not that. Tuk said to himself, I suppose our reputation in the Murim isn't great. Kim Gun didn't care. I didn't ask. But those rumors didn't start from us. Kim Gun didn't want to hear his story. I'm not curious. Tuk kept talking anyway. Those rumors were started by them. But of course, we are wary of strangers. Kim Gun grumbled, damn it, how annoying. He continued, however, we don't harm others without reason. But they're different from us. If a stranger enters their area, he hypothesized, suppose someone comes and says, I brought a small gift to make peace. It's just a small token, please accept it. Motuk stet famili. Regardless of the reason or who they are, they kill them without mercy. But they look just like us. Same appearance, same clothes. Because of the circumstances, many people misunderstand the Nanman Beast Palace. It would be fine if the misunderstanding just ended there. But I worry that the sparks that appearing in the Murim one day will become a great disaster for us. Kim Gun questioned, if they're trash like that, wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Tuk replied, I want to, but it's not that easy. He explained, in this region, our Nanman Beast Palace is the largest tribe, but there are many other ethnicities living here. Even if they don't harm us directly, if we attack them, that the powerless minority tribes living nearby would live in fear and be wary of us. Tuk grew sad mentioning it. Despite that, I want my people to live in peace. But then I felt encouraged, hearing that you would deal with them. I felt cowardly, but very happy. Seeing the sincerity in Tuk's words, Kim Gun suddenly went silent. He made his decision. Fine, we'll handle them for you. But keep in mind, we don't work for free. He laid out his terms. In the future, if I ever call for help, regardless of the reason, you must come running. Just once is enough. Is that all right? Tuk replied happily. As many times as you need. Kim Gun prepared to leave. All right, old man, we're off. Suddenly, the spirit fox poked its head out from his shirt. Tuk was delighted to see it. The spirit fox is here too? I wish I'd known sooner. Seeing the fox, Kim Gun was also confused. When did it get in there? Curiosity got the better of him, so he asked Tuk, seriously, what is this fox that everyone's making such a fuss about? The man stood up to explain. It's no exaggeration to say the Nanman Beast Palace. He spoke solemnly that was actually founded because of his spirit fox. Long ago, before there was order and everything was in chaos, everyone shed blood daily just to survive. But our ancestor, the first palace master, that pacified this region and established a new order. However, there was a hidden power behind that achievement, and that mysterious contributor was the ancestor of this spirit fox. Kim Gun cut in, but why are you magnifying a sword like that? Actually, the spirit fox isn't just a fox. Its true identity is a legendary sword, one that can split the sea and part the earth. Hearing Tuk's words, but he asked in shock, what? This thing is a legendary sword? Tuk turned to leave. I've never actually seen that for myself. But according to the legends passed down since ancient times, it's the truth. Left alone with the spirit fox, he stared in disbelief and lifted it up. This is a legendary sword? He turned to ask Tuk, then how do I turn it into the legendary sword? The man pondered. I don't know the specifics. If you can achieve a spiritual connection with it, the spirit fox will transform into a sword at your will. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone over the Nanman tribe. Kim Gun was still preoccupied with Tuk's words from last night. He looked at the fox. What's the trick, anyway? The spirit fox looked blankly at Kim Gun as he muttered to himself. Do you have any idea how much telepathy I've sent your way? Are you just here to look cute? Tuk stepped out from behind with some advice. Don't be like that. Why don't you try bonding with the spirit fox first? He explained, right now, you and the fox are just acquaintances. Who would open up their heart and thoughts in a relationship like that? Don't you have a precious relationship where you'd want to share your thoughts? Kim Gun froze. A precious relationship? He remembered when he first brought Manga home. He had asked himself, why did I even bring this thing back? He watched the dog playing in the house and asked, hey, you little furball, what's your name? Seeing no reaction, he reminded it. Hey, if someone calls you, you should at least answer. Is it Chan Chan? Baduk. Suddenly, when Kim Gun uttered the name, Manga, the dog stopped its mischief. He watched in surprise as the pup excitedly wagged its tail. What? You like the name Manga? Back in the present, he looked at the spirit fox and wondered, should I give you a name too? All right, something that sounded a bit powerful. How about Quach Thialong? Though the spirit fox couldn't speak, A look of pure disgust crossed its face. Kim Gun noticed. You don't like it? He kept suggesting fancy names. Pen Gwyn Tut Song, Quet To Dam, Hong Ik Van, Niem Duk Go. Mo-tuk was speechless. He advised, I'm not sure about those names. Why don't you give a spirit fox a name that truly comes to mind? Prompted by the suggestion, he stopped and thought for a moment. He and the spirit fox stared intensely at each other. After a while, he looked at it and asked Jongnan. Hearing the name, the spirit fox excitedly climbed onto his shoulder. It nuzzled its head against him. Kim Gun was pleased. What, you like it? He lifted Jongnan in his hands. He said affectionately, all right. It might be hard to get close right away, but once we are, you'd better help me out, okay? Suddenly, the spirit fox emitted a strange light. Mo-tuk's eyes widened as he witnessed the rare sight. Kim Gun was dazed. This is the legendary sword? He looked down at the ground and stammered, wait, look at the ground. Jongnan had transformed into a massive sword. Kim Gun doubted his eyes. The legendary sword? That blade was the dark judge of the other world. He held the sword, marveling at it. This couldn't be. Surely this isn't the sword someone nearby is looking for, right? But holding this. The sword radiated an energy that exhilarated Kim Gun. Why do I feel this sudden surge of power? With this, I'm not afraid of anyone. He turned back with a terrifying expression. Hey, old man, this legendary sword. Just holding it makes you want to dive into battle immediately, doesn't it? Mo-tuk stood there, watching Kim Gun without a word. He stood dumbfounded. I have no idea what's going on, but he's terrifying. A while later, Lani and Mo-tuk saw the four off. He offered some final advice. It will be a difficult journey, but I hope you can help us. Also, you aren't familiar with the terrain over there. Mo-tuk suggested, take my youngest son with you. He's skilled with a blade, so he'll be of great help. Tu Vu Lani, the youngest son of the Nanman Beast Palace. Kim Gun was shocked. Wait, is this guy for real? Mo-tuk was still worried and warned them repeatedly. No matter what, don't underestimate them. They are professional manhunters. He spoke seriously, so I don't know what kind of dirty tricks they might use. Kim Gun smirked with his usual disdain. Don't worry about that, old man. I'm quite confident in that department myself. He looked confidently at Jongnan. And you know it too. Jongnan transformed into a sword in Kim Gun's hand. He affirmed, I've got a legendary sword now. Job change. From gunslinger to swordsman. Kim Gun led the group forward. Looks like we're almost there. He spotted two people ahead eating out in the open. He immediately swung the sword in his hand, aiming at the two of them. The sword was thrown, flying as fast as an arrow. It whizzed past the two men, startling them. The blade slammed into a tree, knocking over their pot of food. Kim Gun walked up angrily. You bastards, eating human meat right out in the open? He interrogated one of them. Is human meat really that tasty? The man panicked, not understanding what he was talking about. He explained, this is lamb. The other three members of the group stood there awkwardly. Kim Gun remained stubborn. So what? He argued back unreasonably. You're allowed to eat lamb? Sheep are such cute animals. You want to die? Lonnie looked at Kim Gun in awe. What a lunatic. The tribesman, feeling wronged, held out a piece of meat. This really is delicious, though. The piece of meat in his hand was juicy and looked appetizing. Without hesitation, Luke Ba grabbed 2 pieces and shoved them into his mouth. This really is good. The sauce is a masterpiece. Kim Gun agreed. It does look pretty tasty. He looked hesitantly at the meat in his hand. Should I try a bite? Kim Gun decided to pop a piece into his mouth. As soon as he tasted it, he exclaimed, wow, this is worth eating. He asked, but I heard there are cannibal tribes living nearby. Why don't I see them? One of the men asked in confusion. A cannibal tribe? Why are you asking about that? Kim Gun scowled. What do you mean why? He asserted, obviously I want to kill them all. They're subhuman trash. Hearing that, the tribesman pointed the way. I know that tribe well. Try going over there. Kim Gun was delighted. Which way? The man pointed at himself and provoked him. This way. Kim Gun immediately grasped the situation. The tribesman lunged forward, attacking frantically. He quickly leaned to the side, dodging the strike. Kim Gun whispered, you'd better not underestimate me, just because I don't have my gun. He swung his sword, slicing the tribesman in half with a single stroke. Kim Gun said arrogantly, that's it? I'll have you know I'm a second Dan in Donhai Kendo. And thanks for the info. The 4 of them were already surrounded. Kim Gun was excited. They even came out to greet me in person. He gave the order. Let's give them a proper response. Ho-Alon moved with incredible agility. She unleashed a barrage of flying needles, cutting down those who charged at her. One man pointed at Ho-Alon and ordered, catch her from behind so she can't use her secret weapons. From above, Dangcoat's voice rang out. Who do you think you're catching? He dove down from above, creating a massive explosion that blasted the crowd away. Kim Gun stood by lazily. What's this? Nothing special at all. Suddenly, he turned to the side. What Luke Ba? He questioned. Why are you just standing there watching them? Did you get fat already? Luke Ba snapped back. I see you're just watching them too, leader. Kim Gun suddenly realized something. He remembered, this was why. Then his body wobbled. I shouldn't have eaten food from strangers. He passed out. Opening his eyes, Kim Gun blurted out in shock, holy crap. He was tied up tight with thick ropes. Kim Gun looked around, dazed. What the hell is going on here? Outside, the tribesmen were still standing guard. Some of the natives were bowing down to a statue of a person being roasted over an open flame. Kim Gun shot Luke Ba a look of pure disgust. Dude, what the hell did you smear all over yourself? He was also tied up, his upper body stripped bare. I think it's that lamb seasoning from earlier. This chef really knows his stuff. Kim Gun grumbled, these bastards. Do they have to make it smell so good? He began discussing the plan. Looks like only you and I got caught, right? Luke Ba agreed. Yeah, I don't see the others anywhere. He tried to reassure him. But leader, you don't need to worry. Kim Gun didn't get what he meant. Huh? Suddenly, Luke Ba flexed his muscles with all his might. A surge of energy radiated outward. With my strength alone, something like this. Kim Gun felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be? But it was a bust. Luke Ba gave up instantly. Kim Gun was too tired to even look at him. You really shouldn't waste your energy like that. From a distance, the high priest walked between two rows of people. As long as they breathe in the scent of the dark musk for 1 hour, they won't be able to use their internal energy. Kim Gun stared at the burning candle in front of him. Is he talking about the smoke? The high priest called out, and why is death so terrifying? He flashed a bizarre smile. Even in death, we shall live together in one body. The man speaking was the high priest of the Toai Nai tribe, Sidon. Listening to his nonsense, Kim Gun spat at him in disgust. Rot in hell, you piece of trash. A native warned, this is the high priest. Watch your mouth. The high priest asked another native, is the ritual complete? The man replied, yes, high priest. Now all that's left is to cook a delicious meal. Meanwhile, a giant pot of water was boiling nearby. Kim Gun quickly thought of an escape. If this keeps up, I'm literally going to be eaten by these psychos. Right? Zhang Nang. Where's Zhongnan? He looked over and saw his precious sword being held by someone else. No, why are you with that idiot? The native holding the sword marveled at the power surging through it. Kim Gun kept calling out, Zhongnan, can you hear me? If you can, get over here. Seeing that wasn't working, he yelled at Luke Ba, hey, you try something too. Don't just sit there. But by now, he had no strength left to resist. Kim Gun cursed, oh, for God's sake. Just wait for death then. A native pressed a blade to Kim Gun's neck and ordered him to stand up and walk forward. Another grabbed the rope, tying Luke Ba. This one seems to have passed out. Someone else ordered, drag him over here. Standing before the boiling pot, Kim Gun panicked. Damn it. Is there really no other way? At this rate, I'm actually... Think, Kim Gun. There has to be a way. While he was racking his brain, a native stepped up behind him. He reached out and shoved his head down toward the water. Kim Gun was in a life-or-death situation. Wait. Suddenly, he was pulled up high. He cursed, hell no. Am I really going to die like this? At the same time, Hoa Lan and Dancoat had already finished off a group of natives. Hoa Lan prepared to leave. These guys were more persistent than I thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, sis. Dancoat rushed toward her, panicking. I can't find a leader or Luke Ba anywhere. Hoa Lan asked in confusion what. Dancoat analyzed. It seems they did something to that lamb meat. She fell into deep thought. To act so carelessly in front of the enemy. She looked at Lan Ni and asked, you said you know where they live, right? Lan Ni stepped up and replied, yes, it's not far from here. Hoa Lan urgently demanded, then lead us there immediately. Take the fastest route possible. Meanwhile, Kim Gun closed his eyes and thought, what a pathetic way to go. But wait, why don't I feel the heat? He opened his eyes to check his surroundings. He found the answer to his own question. Suddenly, Kim Gun realized he hadn't fallen into the pot because a net had caught him. He quickly rolled toward the edge of the net. Kim Gun leaped out. He had cheated death once. He looked up at the pot, confused. But, a giant net? The mouth of the pot was completely covered by the net. He wondered, where did this come from and when? A beam of light burst out from inside the pot. Zhongnan appeared from within, leaving Kim Gun stunned. Zhang Nang. The spirit fox hopped onto his shoulder. He was both happy and surprised. What? I thought you could only turn into a sword. You could turn into other things too? Suddenly, a familiar scream rang out. Leader. Kim Gun looked up at the roof to see Luke Ba tied up. He was pleading desperately, save me. Kim Gun asked Zhongnan, quick, untie me. Zhongnan immediately brought out its tiny paws with razor-sharp claws. It made a few basic but effective slashes. The ropes binding Kim Gun snapped instantly. These bastards really thought they could mess with me? He lunged forward, furious. You think you're getting away with this? Kim Gun leaped into the air, gathering momentum. He kicked the boiling pot with immense force. Under his power, the pot tilted and the blood-red water inside spilled out. The natives panicked. What's happening? Run. Get out of the way. Kim Gun marveled and praised them mockingly. Not bad, you psychos. The high priest and 2 other natives stepped out. He was excited. What a miraculous spirit animal. I want it for myself. Kim Gun wasn't intimidated and provoked him. If you want it, come and take it. He gave them a contemptuous smile. Round 2 starts now. As soon as Kim Gun spoke, he grabbed his sword and lunged, slicing through a burly native. However, he panted after strike. I've never fought with such a massive sword before. Things are getting tough since I can't use my internal energy, and these guys just keep coming. He grew worried as they kept appearing. They're endless. Seeing him out of breath, the high priest sneered. You look exhausted. Why not just give up now? He taunted. I'll grant you mercy on one condition. Kim Gun winced as if he'd misheard. He made his demand. Leave the spirit animal and that fat guy behind. Naikai asked again, well, isn't that a great offer? Listening to his babble, Kim Gun lost his patience. All right, enough talk. If you're going to fight, then get over here. Because even if I die, I'm not taking that deal. Hearing this, Luke Ba was moved to tears. Oh, leader. Suddenly, Kim Gun changed his proposal. Actually, can I just leave the fat guy? No. Naikai admitted, honestly, we don't even need the fat guy. Luke Ba was both angry and deeply hurt. Then just let me go, you lunatic. Kim Gun lowered his sword. Fine, negotiations are over. Zhang Nan, take a break. He reached into his pocket. As I thought, a man's got to use what he's used to. Kim Gun pulled out a small knife and challenged them. Bring it on, you psychos. Naikai gave a sleazy smile. Fine. I was getting bored anyway. He stepped onto the battlefield himself. I'll take you on personally. Naikai gathered his energy, and a mysterious aura radiated from him. Kim Gun didn't wait and attacked abruptly. You idiot, don't you know the basics of fighting? He swung his hand to strike. You have to land the first blow. The attack went straight for Naikai's face, but then it suddenly stopped cold. Kim Gun's face twisted in disgust. Damn it. The man was biting down hard on Kim Gun's knife. It gave him goosebumps. Ugh, that's so gross. Without another word, he followed up with a strike aimed at the man's stomach. Dust and rocks flew everywhere in the wake of their combat. Kim Gun continued to land several slashes on Naikai. As he finished his move, the priest's blood splattered behind him. He turned around, suspicious. This bastard managed to dodge every hit at the last second. Even though he had taken several hits, the man was still laughing maniacally. Kim Gun realized he was actually enjoying it. Naikai turned back with a radiant smile. Now, I'm starting to get hungry. He vanished instantly. Should I have a little snack? Naikai lunged at his prey. Kim Gun could only watch in awe. Zulfust. He counterattacked with a slash, but Giki managed to dodge it. He looked down, his face full of loathing. Naikai was now gnawing on his arm like a dog. The bite wound was bleeding. Kim Gun punched Naikai square in the face. The punch sent Naikai flying. Despite his nose bleeding from the punch, he was still having a blast. Kim Gun looked at the priest and mused. Contrary to his looks, he's got incredible stamina and speed. He looked down at the bite mark, and, in that split second, Nike, Luget, where are you looking? He funneled internal energy into his fist and punched Kim Gun straight in the gut. He counterattacked with a slash, but Naikai dodged it. Kim Gun sat leaning against a wall, his body covered in blood. Seriously, in this godforsaken world, that how are there so many monsters? Naikai approached Kim Gun, who was completely drained of strength. Well, that was entertaining. He prepared to finish him off. I'll kill you in one strike. It'll be painless. Kim Gun started to regret his choices. Damn it, I should have brought another gun. Think, there has to be a way. Suddenly, Zhang Nan lunged out in front of him. Kim Gun was stunned. Hey, why are you here? Then, an idea hit him. Wait a second. Come to think of it, you can transform into other things, right? He looked at Zhang Nan and made a request. Can't you turn into a gun? If you mess up, we're all dead. Meanwhile, Naikai was rushing toward him. I'm going to enjoy this meal. He suddenly skidded to a halt as Kim Gun spoke up. I was planning to save this for later. Kim Gun regained his composure and challenged him confidently. If you want to die, come and get some. The man hesitated. What's with that sudden boost in confidence? Kim Gun's face turned terrifying. I'm about to show you a whole new level of hell. Before he could finish, Kim Gun vanished instantly, leaving Naikai dazed. The space in front of him became empty in the blink of an eye. Naikai realized the trick. So, it was just a scheme to escape. However, in this place, without my permission. He lunged forward maniacally. But no one leaves. Naikai entered Kim Gun's hiding spot and searched around. Come out, you little rat. But he still couldn't find a trace of him. Inside a water jar, and I peeked out. Naikai burst out laughing. Where the hell are you hiding? He smashed the jar to pieces. I still can't find you. Water from the jar splashed all over him. Nike, since you're so bad at hiding, maybe I'll let you slide. But the person in front of him wasn't Naikai. It was a man tied up hand and foot. At that moment, a hand reached out from a pile of straw. Naikai looked around in confusion. What? Where'd he go? Kim Gun suddenly appeared behind him without a sound. To defeat a psycho like you. He pulled out a taser and pointed it at Nai Kai's back. I can't go without this. Earlier, the system had issued a notification. Quest. Form an alliance with the 36 green forest camps. Bonus rewards granted if successful without killing anyone. Reward details. Base reward, 2 magazines, 30 rounds. Random bonus reward, stun gun. The taser was pressed firmly against Nai Kai. The electricity was slowly released. A massive current surged through his body, causing him to seize up. Kim Gun was dazed by the taser's side effect. What? Suddenly his whole body is shocking. And bursting into flames? He looked on in doubt. Well, there it is, the end of your cannibal tribe leader. Kim Gun looked to the side and realized the smashed jar had contained alcohol. The 2 natives outside were bewildered, having no idea what was happening. That is, until Kim Gun slowly stepped out of the building. In his hand was the charred corpse of Nai Kai. He announced, "Behold, the end of your cannibal chief." He tossed Nai Kai's body forward with a warning. "This is your future." Kim Gun brandished the taser. "You picked a fight with the wrong person." Seeing his terrifying power, the natives immediately fell to their knees. They all prostrated themselves before him, as if he were a supreme deity. Kim Gun finally smirked. He thought to himself, the liquor here is strong and nasty, but I didn't expect it to bring such luck. Was it really just luck? A terrified native spoke up. "Please forgive us. We'll never eat humans again. Please spare our lives." Kim Gun thought for a moment. "Fine, but first." Meanwhile, in a dark room, Noyet Ni's younger sister was being held captive. She slowly opened her eyes as a voice whispered nearby. "Looks like I guessed right." The first thing she saw was Luke Boss' massive face. "You're sect master Havu's sister, aren't you?" He was still talking when she woke up and immediately slapped him across the face. She recoiled in fear. "I don't like you. Get away, you filthy animal." Luke Ba quickly tried to explain, "I came to rescue you." But she didn't believe him and continued to insult him. "Who are you trying to kid? I can tell just by looking at your face, you filthy monster." Luke Ba shed a single tear of pure agony. Meanwhile, Dangcoat, Hoa Lan, and Lan Ni were rushing toward Kim Gun's location. Dangcoat panted, "Sis, I think we're here." Hoa Lan looked around in bewilderment. But, what's with this situation? Before them, the natives were all prostrating. Kim Gun sat regally on a chair, with Luke Ba and the missing Hoa Lin by his side. Kim Gun gave them a welcoming smile. "Oh, you finally made it? What took you so long? Were you waiting for me to die first?" Both of them glanced at Lan Ni, who was still standing there with his mouth agape at the scene. "Lan Ni sa tamaan et la naisang actually tuvu Lan Ni sa jai divetinali jaleng." Kim Gun cut in. "Are you an idiot?" Kim Gun looked to his side. "Anyway, we found Sect Master Havu's sister." Hua Ling Si Li spoke up. "Hello," Kim Gun announced. "Time to go home." Hoa Lan looked around, puzzled. Then what should we do with these people? The natives trembled in fear the moment they were mentioned. Kim Gun thought for a moment, his face turning somber. Finally, he ordered Bird all down. Cannibalism is crossing the line. The 4 of them left, leaving a sea of fire behind. After walking a bit, Kim Gun turned back and asked, "Hey, why aren't you going home? Why are you following me?" "Lani hesitative. I don't know the way." Kim Gun sighed. "How annoying." "At top moment, hualing up project look ba?" "Excuse me." She sincerely apologized to him. "I'm sorry about earlier. I didn't know you were my savior." Lupa didn't blame her. "Don't mention it, milady." He let it go gracefully. "Everyone makes mistakes." "Hualing was in sidibin gadafun." "Thank you so much." But when she looked up and saw Luke Boss' ugly face again, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Ew, gross." He snapped, "Damn it all." Back at the house, the 2 sisters' voices chirped excitedly. "Hualing, sister." Hoa Lin and Noyet Ni hugged each other tightly. "Thank goodness you're safe. You're so lucky." Noyet Ni asked worriedly, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Hoa Lin reassured her, "I'm fine, sis. Don't worry." Noyet Ni was moved. "If anything had happened to you, I would have—" She suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Seeing Kim Gun approach, she quickly stepped toward him. "With ni get him joyfully." "Thank you so much, leader. I will never forget this favor and will surely repay you." Kim Gun didn't pay much attention, rubbing his neck. "No need for thanks. I didn't do it for free anyway." Noyet Ni spoke softly. "That's true." She requested, "The leader and I have something to discuss. Could everyone step out for a moment?" Only Kim Gun and Noyet Ni remained in the room, facing each other. Kim Gun wondered, "What's up? Why'd you ask everyone to leave all of a sudden?" She looked at him and replied, "Because a promise to the leader is a promise." Suddenly, Noyet Ni began to undress. Kim Gun panicked. Wait. What are you doing? Don't you remember the promise from before?" "What promise?" Noyet Ni didn't stop and stepped closer. She brought her face close to Kim Gun's. "I made it very clear to you back then. Before him was a girl with a stunning figure. I will give you my everything. She stepped forward. Actually, it's my first time too. Kim Gun reflexively backed away. Hold on. I think there's been a misunderstanding. He blushed, feeling extremely awkward. That's not what I wanted. She gently stroked his face. It seems it's the first time for both of us. She comforted him. Don't be so nervous. Meanwhile, the elder Ku Kayat was sitting when he heard a knock. Kumin, what is it? You say this person knows the last place Elder Tik Kui Kwong went? The disciple answered briefly. Yes, that's correct. But he's refused to open his mouth from the start. Seriously. Hanko Sautet, say the OCD. Why am I the only smart one here? Ku Kayat slowly stood up. Then, what are you afraid of? He walked gradually toward the man. Hanko looked up, full of confusion. Ku Kayat continued to exert pressure on the opponent. So you won't talk, huh? The man stared back with a blank face. You must be a high-ranking member of the Ming sect. That pressure is no joke. But why am I 10 times more afraid of that guy? Hanko prostrated himself on the ground. Please save me, my lord. I'm being threatened. The moment I open my mouth, not just me, but my entire family could be in danger. I beg for your mercy, my lord. Ku Kayat looked down at the man. Fine. But those people, they're from the Manga sect, aren't they? Hanko Gapet in Subi. He read his expression and continued guessing. Judging by your face, I seem to be right. Don't worry, I already know the full situation. I've already deduced most of it. Rest assured, nothing will harm you because of this. Now, we finally have a reason to pay the Manga sect a visit. So, please stop dragging the Kunlun sect into the Martial Arts Alliance's business. Lady Bach replied flatly, I understand. I didn't want to do this either, but as you know, is this not an order from the Alliance leader himself? Meanwhile, back with Kim Gun. Wait, you're taking that off too. Please, I'm not mentally prepared for this. With ni kontin undosing. Leader, don't look away. Look straight at me. He blushed and turned back. For real? But the image before him left him stunned, and his playful attitude vanished instantly. It was a tattoo of a map. What is this? Noyatni turned around and explained, actually this is... A stranger had placed a bag of money on the table and pleaded, please. She looked at the bag and asked, now what is this? The person continued, this is everything I have. I heard you value a promise to a customer more than your own life. I cannot explain who I am, but if someone ever seeks to conquer the Murim, I'll tell them to find this. With that, he handed over a map with a marked location, the very same as the tattoo on Noyatni's back. She began putting her clothes back on. I don't know what's there or where exactly it is, but I'm certain of one thing. If you can reach this place, you will obtain the power to control the entire world. To prevent dangerous people from obtaining this power, I carved the location onto my body where no one else could see it. Kim Gun looked at her in shock. But why me? Noyatni answered with a calm expression, I don't know. What if it's you, leader? That even if you obtain that power, you would use it righteously. I believe that. He stood frozen, thinking, I'm a literal assassin though. Noyatni continued, but please, promise me one thing. If you truly don't believe in it, then please do not reveal this location to anyone. Kim Gun began traveling by horse carriage. He held the sketched map in his hand. I drew it roughly, but where even is this? No, even if I drew it perfectly, would I be able to find it? Kim Gun looked up at the others in the carriage. Luke Ba was complaining about being hungry, while Hoa Lan stared out the window. Dang Coat noticed his gaze. Leader, do you need something? Kim Gun hesitated. This is a bit random, but you guys trust me? The whole group turned to look at him. Huh? But he looked away. Never mind, I just felt like asking. Dang Coat laughed. Leader, saying that makes me sad. To me, the leader is someone indispensable in my life. And right now, aren't we family? He lowered his head, lost in thought, remembering his past. He had been an orphan, raised in the Sky Orphanage. The director there looked kind on the surface. But he was a demon in human skin. He would constantly rain brutal blows down on Kim Gun. You little brat, don't you understand what I'm saying? I told an orphan like you never to call me dad in here. Does pretending to be a family make us look like one? Kim Gun lay on the ground, his face bruised and battered. He whimpered, I'm sorry, director. Hoa Lan looked at him. That's right. If we fight together, sleep together, and eat together, then we're a family. Luke Ba added, exactly. Think of how many meals you've shared with us. Kim Gun muttered to himself, so, we're family. Then, do any of you know where this is? As he spoke, he held up the map he had sketched earlier. The three of them began to think. Hoa Lan offered her deduction first. From what I can see, it looks like the Northern Sea Ice Palace region. Kim Gun asked, is it far from here? She explained carefully, yes. It's quite a distance. From what I know, the environment there is completely different from here. He looked up, pondering. A place I know nothing about. I can't just head there recklessly. It can quickly transform into a gun. Ho Kim Long threw a book hard toward Kim Gun. Take it, third brother. He caught it, startled. The man continued, "For what I've seen, your weakness lies in your simplistic attack patterns. If you practice what's in that book." As he spoke, he pulled an arrow from his back and aimed his bow at Kim Gun. Kim Gun frantically waved his hands. Hey, wait, what now?" Kim Long released the string. The arrow whizzed away, surrounded by a blue light. Kim Gun quickly put his arms up in a defensive stance. To his surprise, the arrow grazed his right cheek and caused a massive explosion behind him. He leaned to the side and continued, "Then you'll be able to change the direction of your attacks at will." Kim Gun resumed his train of thought. "If I want to conquer this world without knowing what kind of monsters will appear, I have to get even stronger." Thinking of this, he glanced at the person beside him. "By the way, aren't you going home?" Lonnie was huddled in a corner with a blank stare. "I don't know the way," Kim Gun exclaimed. "You've got to be kidding me." The disciple driving the carriage began calling out, "Leader, leader." He slowly woke up. "What? Are we there already?" The driver replied with a worried face, "We've arrived, but I think you all should come outside quickly." The 5 of them stepped out. What? The sect? The place looked like it had just endured a fierce battle. Buildings were destroyed, and disciples lay scattered across the ground, covered in blood. Dancoat quickly rushed over to support one of them. "Hey, what happened here?" The man struggled to open his eyes. "I don't know why, but the Martial Arts Alliance suddenly launched a surprise attack." Kim Gun's face darkened. "Wait, if that's the case, then Mon Ka." He sprinted forward, screaming, "Mon Ka! Kim Mon Go! Mon Ka, where are you?" A faint sound came from behind. Kim Gun turned around. Sobbing could be heard. "Elideur." The child held Mon Ka tightly in her arms. "Mon Go. It's hurt. It must be in so much pain." He clenched his fists tight. His rage flared up intensely. "Those Alliance bastards. I'm going to kill every last one of you." His killing intent was so strong it made not flinch. Kim Gun quickly regulated his breathing and emotions. He walked over gently and knelt before the kid. "Are you hurt anywhere?" The child replied through tears, "I'm okay, but Mon Ka." Kim Gun looked at the wound on the girl's knee. "Give Mon Ka to me for now. Before your wound gets worse, go get treated." With that, he turned away. He ordered Dancoat and Ho Alon, "Find a most skilled doctor immediately. Also, call the 5th sect master here." Hualan quickly deeply understood. The child had been placed on a bed to rest and recover. The physician nearby began to report, "Both of their lives are in danger, but Mon Ka will need some time." Kim Gun cut him off. "Listen, I don't care how you do it. Make them healthy again. Why get back? If Mon Ka isn't better, I'll peel the skin off your face." The physician frantically nodded at his threatening expression. Ho Alon spoke from behind. "Leader, the 5th sect master has arrived." Noyet Ni stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Greetings, leader." Kim Gun looked at the child on the bed, then turned to her. "Good, you're just in time. While I'm away, move Not and Mon Ka to the safest place possible. It's no longer safe here." "Understood. But where are you going, leader?" He walked over and pulled out a drawer. He picked up the gun lying inside. Kim Gun called for Dancoat, who looked a bit bewildered. "Yes." He turned serious. "Where's the Martial Arts Alliance located?" Dancoat stammered, "Leader, are you planning to go there now?" Before he could finish, Kim Gun cut him off. "Do I have to say it twice? I asked where they are." Ho Alon, standing nearby, finally spoke up. "Forgive me, leader, but I have something to say. The Martial Art Alliance is not like the simple organizations we've faced until now. They're a powerful force made up of those who control the Murim. The fate of those who oppose the Alliance is always catastrophic. We have no plan. If you head to the Alliance now..." Kim Gun coldly interrupted her. "Third Elder, even if your family is destroyed, if the enemy is strong, does your conviction waver? If that is your belief, then hide here and cling to your life." He stepped toward her with a furious face. "As for me, if my family is destroyed, I'll pay them back double. No, 100,000 times over, before I'm satisfied." Ho Alon frantically tried to explain, "Wait, it's not like that. Leader, hold on." Kim Gun ignored her and kept walking. "But if any of you ever get into trouble, then I'll do the exact same thing for you." The 3 of them marched forward. Dancoat came to a halt. "We're here, leader." Kim Gun surveyed the surroundings. This was the Martial Arts Alliance. The 3 approached the main gate. A guard stepped out. "Who goes there? State your business." Kim Gun commanded firmly, "Open the gate." The guard scowled in anger. "You little brat. What do you think you are? Get lost before." Suddenly, a heavy blow that slammed directly into his face. Kim Gun turned to the other guard and repeated his order. The second guard trembled in fear. "But I can't do that." A second strike followed immediately. Kim Gun finally glanced back. "Dancoat, open it." The boy stepped forward. "Yes, leader." Dancoat spun around, channeling all his power into his fist. With a tiger claw strike, the massive gates shattered into pieces. The 3 continued their march inside. Disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance rushed out one after another, brandishing their weapons. They lined up, dropping into combat stances. Kim Gun looked at the men in front of him. Fine. Anyone who has a death wish, step right up. A voice echoed, that's enough. Kim Gun immediately swung the blade in his hand, slashing toward the source of the voice. Bai Thien, the left protector of the Alliance leader, caught his arm firmly. Greetings, sect leader. The Alliance leader is waiting for you. Please come with me. You're his guest. Kim Gun looked at him in surprise. This guy, there was no sign of him. Since when? Bai Thien barked an order to the disciples. Everyone, out of the way immediately. They parted, creating a path through the center. He led the 3 followers inside. We've arrived. Please step inside. Bai Thien raised his hand to block Dang Coat. Stop. The only one permitted inside is the sect leader invited by our lord. Dang Coat yelled in frustration, hey, what kind of nonsense is this? Stop playing games and move. Bai Thien zi mai gam. I made myself clear. Only the sect leader may enter. Dang Coat was fuming, veins popping on his face. He hissed through gritted teeth, and I made myself clear too. I'm not letting the leader go in there alone. They locked eyes, neither willing to back down. The tension was at a breaking point. Kim Gun turned and cut them off. Enough, Dang Coat. I can handle this by myself. Bai Thien escorted him inside, then stepped forward and bowed. Alliance leader, I have brought the guest. Dong Fung Juangsat Digali Upon His Tun. Good to meet you. It must have been a long, tiring journey. I am a martial arts alliance leader, Dong Fuang Don. Kim Gun glared at him, radiating killing intent. Before you die, tell me one thing. Why did you suddenly attack my sect? The man braced himself against his chair and slowly stood up. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only ordered the chief of the inspection bureau to issue a warning. I never imagined things would turn out like this. What do you say we sit down and talk? Kim Gun put a hand to his forehead and laughed in pure rage. So you're saying Manga being hurt isn't your fault? A sword was instantly pressed against his throat. Mind your manners before the alliance leader. If you spout nonsense without thinking again, then I'll rip that mouth right off your face. Don raised his hand to stop Lady Bach. That's enough. Stand down. She slowly withdrew her sword, but his tone remained mocking. Even so, you must be quite satisfied with my gift, aren't you? I see you made it here rather quickly. Kim Gun looked at him coldly. So was you. The one who put Manga in that state. Lady Bach looked at him, confused. Mongo. Before she could finish, Kim Gun suddenly fired a shot point blank at her head. Bai Thien and another nearby disciple immediately lunged in front of Fuang Don to protect him. Kim Gun kept a firm grip on his gun. You guys love surprise attacks, so I thought I'd try one too. Any complaints? He spun the gun and aimed it at the 3 of them. Don't worry though. Now it's your turn. Fuang Don watched him and remarked, truly a miraculous martial art. With just the flick of a finger, you've taken down the inspection chief. He raised a single finger. Is this how you do it? As he spoke, a sword manifested instantly. He continued to point his finger toward Kim Gun. The sword flew past and pierced the wall painting behind him. If I startled you, my apologies. It wasn't intentional. Since you've come such a long way, sit down. You must have much to say, so take your time. He cut the man off. Listen, I didn't come here to play games with you. Bai Thien gripped his blade and closed his eyes to focus. Kim Gun fired. Just die already. Bai Thien's eyes snapped open. With a decisive slash, the bullet was sliced clean in half. The pieces flew off to either side. The room fell into a deathly silence. The other protector spoke up. It seems things won't go as smoothly as planned. Sit down. This is an order from the alliance leader. Kim Gun spun his gun toward him. Fine. If that's the case, I'll send you off first. The man curled his lip and lunged forward. It's clearly useless, so why? Do I keep doing stupid things like that? A loud bang echoed. He smirked. Didn't I tell you it won't work on me? As soon as the words left his mouth, the bullet tore straight through his abdomen. Kim Gun gripped his gun tight. Now, it's time for you all to atone. Bai Thien immediately rushed in to close the distance. Another bullet was fired, piercing right through the center of his head. From the other side, another man identical to Bai Thien lunged for an attack. He struck Kim Gun, sending him flying back and crashing through a wall. Kim Gun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ugh, these bastards. There are 3 of them? Kim Gun fired his gun at one of them again, but it was just a clone and vanished. The remaining 2 continued their assault. The gun in his hand suddenly shattered. Kim Gun looked at the broken weapon in shock. Bai Thien was already in front of him and landed a direct, powerful blow to his body. Kim Gun coughed up more blood. His heavy injuries had just become fatal. He lay motionless on the floor, blood pooling around him. Bai Tian Tun To Fung Juan. Alliance leader, how should we handle this man? The leader rubbed his chin and thought. It's tricky. Due to some misunderstanding, he's killed the inspection chief and the right protector. It's a pity, but we cannot let him live. Bai Thien immediately raised his sword. Understood, Alliance leader. He thrust the blade straight down. Suddenly, The nearby wall exploded. Dang Coat burst inside. He threw a punch directly at Bai Thien. Bai Thien quickly turned and used his sword to block the strike. The force of the punch was enough to slide him backward. Bai Thien glared at him. I told you clearly. Only those invited are allowed here. Dang Coat glared back. And I told you too. I knew you'd pull some crap like this, so I'm coming in. Dongfeng doing what yet for them he's tone. The Manga sect leader has a very loyal subordinate. That's proof enough of his skill. But that doesn't mean I can let him live. Dang Coat stepped toward him. Wait, just listen to me first. Bai Thien started to move, but Fuang Dong stopped him. It's fine, right, Protector? Let's hear what he has to say. What do you want to say? Dang Coat prostrated himself, forehead to the floor. Please, spare the leader's life. If you let him live, I promise he will never, truly never, step foot into the outside world again. Fuang Dong looked at him with a cold face. If I let him live, he could become a threat to me, just like today. So, why should I trust your word? Dang Coat immediately replied. I'm not begging for mercy without offering anything in return. Though this may not be much, please accept this and spare the leader's life. As he spoke, he sliced off his own right arm. Fuang Dong sighed, looking at him. I truly didn't expect you to go this far. This is quite an unexpected turn. Fine, I'll spare him. Dang Coat looked up, asking again for real. Bai Thien, standing nearby, interjected, but Alliance leader, he raised a hand to stop him. I will trust you and spare him this once. So, make sure you keep that promise. Dang Coat wrapped a bandage around his wound to stop the bleeding, then carried Kim Gun on his back. He was absolutely livid, veins popping on his face as he coughed up blood from pure rage. Bai Thien asked Fuang Dong once more, Alliance leader, is it really okay to let them go like that? He looked down. Bai Thien, could you cut off your own arm for me like that boy did? He answered firmly. Of course. Not just an arm. For the Alliance leader, I would sacrifice my life. Fuang Dong cut him off. I knew you'd say that. He's a man who came here personally, a place where people easily lose their lives, and there are clearly even more people willing to die for him. This means this can't just end simply. So, while we have the chance, isn't it wiser to pull the weeds out by the roots? He let out a bone-chilling laugh. Hoa Lan's eyes widened at the scene before her. Her tears fell in torrents, and Dang Coat couldn't suppress his fury either. The entire sect was engulfed in a sea of flames. As of today, the Manga sect has been wiped out. From above, 3 figures leaped down as if to attack Kim Gun with decisive movements and an overwhelming aura. He raised his gun to aim at them out of habit. Suddenly, a masked man lunged forward at extreme speed. He gasped, his eyes wide with shock at the sudden turn of events. At that moment, Kim Gun bolted upright, his whole body tense. An instinctive roar escaped him, die. It turns out everything that just happened was only a dream after days of being relentlessly hunted. He stared dazed at his empty hands, a fleeting sense of loss passing through him as he woke up confused. Hoa Lan was standing by the bed. With a lingering look of worry, she spoke up when she saw him wake. Leader, are you awake? He turned to look at her, his eyes still hazy and confused. Third, Elder? The leader glanced around the unfamiliar room, taking in every strange detail. His expression gradually turned serious as he asked, why am I here? Where's this? Her face darkened slightly, but she maintained her composure to explain the situation. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, I will have to take refuge in Luke Lam for a while. At the mention of Luke Lam, Kim Gun's confusion was clear. What? Luke Lam? Why are we suddenly here? Another familiar voice rang out from behind. You're finally awake, little brother? It was Kim Long. He continued, his eyes unable to hide his frustration. You did something incredibly stupid. His expression grew fierce, a heavy aura spreading. You couldn't even beat a Kunlun elder, yet you went and attacked the Martial Arts Alliance? A laugh erupted from somewhere, breaking the tension. That's exactly what I like to hear. The Fortress Master laughed so hard he had to wipe his eyes, clearly delighted. Who else but the youngest of the 3 crazy brothers would pull a stunt like that? Hearing this, Kim Long immediately shot back in annoyance. Hey, brat, what do you mean 3 crazy brothers? His face turned red as a pepper, his blood pressure rising. We are the Hugh Quan. Brother, what were you trying to say? Ignoring their bickering, Hoa Lan shifted the topic and asked him calmly, Leader, are you hurting anywhere? He answered quickly, no, I'm fine. But right after, Kim Gun's face darkened, his killing intent laid bare. I'm gonna kill those bastards. Again, he looked around urgently for a moment, then called out, where's Dang Coat? Dang Coat, answer me. Seeing this, Hoa Lan advised him sternly. Leader, please stop. Sitting by the bed, she couldn't hold back her bottled-up emotions. Because of your reckless actions, do you have any idea how much our disciples have suffered? Her words made Kim Gun freeze. She sat there, her expression gloomy. Does Dang Coat have to cut off another arm? But before you're satisfied? His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe her. He asked again with a raspy voice, What? What do you mean by that? The atmosphere in the room turned ice cold. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway. Breaking the silence. Oh, the leader is awake. Dancoat and Noyitni walked in. Kim Gun turned his head, his gaze instantly locking on the newcomer. He froze when he saw the missing arm. Your arm. What happened to it? Dancoat stood there, trying to act as if nothing was wrong to hide the pain. He replied gently, I just had a little accident. Forget about that. Is your body okay, leader? The answer made Kim Gun frown, clearly not buying it. He hissed through gritted teeth, damn it. What kind of accident results in a missing arm? You won't even tell me the truth? Ho-Alon finally spoke up, slowly standing and regaining her calm. Leader, please be still and listen to me. I will explain everything that happened. After hearing the full story with every heavy detail, Kim Gun's face turned icy, his gaze dark. Those dogs. They dared to stab me in the back like that? What about the others? Ho-Alon replied in a low voice. Fortunately, I received word that some disciples, including the elders, that are hiding in the Iron Blood Team's secret shelter, but the rest of the disciples couldn't be evacuated. Kim Gun ground his teeth, clenching his fist before slamming it onto the wooden floor. Those absolute bastards. A small creature slowly approached his clenched hand with a hesitant look. The spirit fox looked up, dazed. Kim Gun gradually regained his composure after his fit of rage. Seeing this, Kim Long asked, Third brother, what do you plan to do next? Kim Gun didn't answer immediately, because he hadn't found the answer himself yet. Noyitni finally spoke with a serious tone. Leader, what do you think now about going to the place I mentioned? I don't know what's there, but there will surely be something that can turn the tide. He pondered, remembering the tattoo on the girl's back. A faint memory flashed by. Right? If it's that place. Then, as if remembering something else, he asked, Wait, what about Manga? How's Manga? Noyitni responded quickly. It's resting a safe place after recovering quite a bit. Hearing that, Kim Gun breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. Thank God. Thank God. He turned to Ho-Alon. Ho-Alon, do you remember the location on the map I showed you earlier? She nodded. Yes, I remember. Kim Gun slowly stood up. He whispered, I'll make that old man pay, even if I don't know what's waiting there. He started walking. But I can't just sit still like this. Let's go check it out. Standing before Dancoat, Kim Gun's face was dark. Saw the Danquat? The boy was a bit confused. Huh? He vowed to himself, I promise you. Not just your arm. I'm going to smash their heads in the forest, out where the air was filled with a freezing wind. The three of them were walking slowly. Kim Gun spoke up. Ho-Alon, is this really the place? Ho-Alon replied, Yes, it's definitely around here. Probably in this area. The spirit fox in his arms was shivering violently. Seeing this, he scolded it. It's freezing. I told you not to follow me, but you insisted. A cry of leader rang out. She stood before a cave entrance. I think we've arrived. As they stepped inside, Kim Gun was still a bit skeptical. Are you sure this is it? Ho-Alon could only answer, Yes, according to the map, this is the spot. He walked further in, complaining to the two holding torches. We've been walking forever, and there's no end in sight. Dancoat spotted something. Leader, there's something drawn up ahead. The two shone their torches on the strange drawings that appeared. Ho-Alon speculated, perhaps the owner of this place left these as some kind of message. A suspicious thought occurred to Kim Gun. Why are the objects in the drawings? That looking like a smartphone and a gun? Dang what? That spoke up, leader, this is a dead end. Kim Gun nodded. Yeah, I think we're here. Inside, a skeleton was sitting upright next to a chest. The skeleton sat perfectly still. Kim Gun stood before it and offered a silent prayer. I don't know why you came here and died, but I hope you've moved on to a better place. He continued, I'll put this to good use for you, and reached for the chest. He touched it, but then the skeleton's hand, that for some reason, was placed right on top of his hand. Terrified, he screamed, Damn it, you scared the crap out of me. In that moment, he threw a punch, shattering the skeleton into pieces. The skeleton was pulverized. Kim Gun's expression was terrifying. Dead men tell no tales. The two companions were stunned into silence by the sight. Kim Gun sat down. Well then, let's open this box. Without another word, he reached out and opened it. His eyes widened in shock, a smug thought crossing his mind. Just as I thought, there was someone else besides me. Meanwhile, in the palace of the North Sea Ice Palace, a loud shout echoed. I'm not finished yet. The wet nurse spoke up, Oh my miss, why are you leaving like that? She replied, Honestly, nurse, how many times do I have to tell you? She was Thien Thuong Ni, the youngest daughter of the North Sea Ice Palace master. Thuong Ni's voice was firm. I'll marry whoever I like. The nurse tried to stop her. No, that's not something you can just decide for yourself. She kept walking with determination. I don't care. I'm heading out right now and find my future husband. She was acting tough just a moment ago, but now the cold is making her miserable. Shivering uncontrollably, she spots a cave. It's freezing to death. I'll just go in anywhere for now. Even inside, the biting cold doesn't let up one bit. Suddenly, a voice echoes. Where did you come from? Kung Yi Fiet? Who's there? Who is it? The person doesn't answer. If you don't feel like answering, the voice is chillingly cold. She jumps in surprise. As expected, someone else had set foot in this place besides her. Kim Gun stares at the time-worn chest before him, feeling a mix of caution and curiosity. His eyes lock onto the contents, and he gasps. What is this? A letter? He opens it and begins to read. The words pull him deeper into the harsh reality of this world. If you're reading this, that means I'm no longer a part of this world. I used to be an arms dealer. I worked on developing and selling all kinds of weaponry. Then one day, I woke up here in the Murim. I was told I had to conquer this place before I could return to Earth. But this world is completely different from the one I knew. Surviving was hard enough, let alone conquering it. So, to help anyone like me who might end up here, I'm leaving behind a collection of items from Earth and my technical skills. I hope you can conquer this place and go home. The skull isn't mine. It's just for decoration. Kim Gun thinks to himself, is this guy psycho? He looks back into the chest. His eyes widen as he realizes the value of the items. No way. He reaches in and picks one up. A familiar yet strange sensation hits his fingertips. A bulletproof vest. Then, he finds another book. And this, a collection of techniques? He flips through the pages with rare focus. Every page contains terrifyingly detailed instructions on how to assemble and manufacture firearms. From major components to the smallest parts, everything is documented with meticulous care. Taking it all in, he sits back and calculates. So this is what I get for coming all this way. A gun blueprint. The realization makes him swear. Damn it, where the hell am I supposed to buy these materials? Frustrated, he tosses the book. How am I even supposed to do this? Dang Coat and Hoa Lan stand behind him, watching helplessly, not daring to speak. They exchange a look. Dang Coat whispers, I'm guessing this wasn't what the leader was hoping for. Hoa Lan no, looks like it. What should we do? Kim Gun goes silent for a moment, his gaze darkening as he reevaluates. No, wait. It's too early to give up. Since I have the blueprints, I can make them from scratch. He slowly stands up, his voice filled with newfound determination. Dang Coat. Hoa Lan. Kim Gun's face brightens as he reaches a decision. From now on, we're going to manufacture guns. The two behind him freeze for a split second before shouting, HUH? After what feels like an eternity of draining their physical and mental strength, the once vibrant group now looks completely haggard. Kim Gun collapses to his knees, covered in grime, but his eyes are glowing with joy. We did it. His appearance has been weathered by the pressure just as much as theirs, but his exhausted face beams. We did this with our own two hands. A revolver. But in an instant, the spark in his eyes dies out. He tosses the newly made revolver aside without a hint of regret. He grips the technical manual tightly, his voice turning cold and hollow. Damn it, it's all over. The pages that were his last hope now seem like a joke. Kim Gun clenches his fist and tears the book apart, the sound of ripping paper piercing the silence. Trapped in this place, despair is written all over his face. Is it my fate to just rot away for the rest of my life? The torn scraps of paper flutter and fall to the ground like buried hopes. Kim Gun grinds his teeth, repeating his desire word for word. Damn it, those martial arts alliance bastards. I'll kill them all. While he's lying there screaming, he glances to the side and blinks in surprise. Wait, the spirit fox has somehow sat itself on top of the pile of torn paper with an innocent look. Kim Gun stares at it for a moment, then looks away. Fine, you might as well take a dump on those papers. At least then they'd be useful. Suddenly, a blinding light flashes, making his eyes pop in disbelief. The others standing nearby are just as stunned by the sight. Kim Gun bolts upright, staring at what's happening. Wait, the fangs? The spirit completely transforms into the exact revolver from the blueprints. Then, in a flash, it shifts back to its original form as if nothing happened. It excitedly pounces into Kim Gun's arms in its usual familiar way. He cradles it, a surge of joy hitting him. Hold on, you could turn into a revolver now. An idea strikes him. Wait, then that means you. He frantically starts searching for the blueprints he just threw all over the floor. He grabs the one he needs and asks the spirit fox, do you want to try turning into this? It's the blueprint for an AK-47. It studies the drawing in his hand for a moment, as if memorizing the structure. Then, its form slowly begins to shift. A brilliant light erupts, obscuring everyone's vision. In that moment, it all clicks for Kim Gun. He lets out a chilling laugh. So the reason you couldn't transform was because you didn't know the structure. Veins pop on Kim Gun's face as his eyes turn cold and aggressive. Those bastards. They're all dead meat now. Outside, the wet nurse is frantically searching for Thuong Ni. Miss, where are you? He urgently questions the servant next to him. Are you sure the miss came this way? Find any trace of her now. Suddenly, they hear a noise. A very familiar scream rings out. The two of them rush toward the sound. They drop into defensive stances. He quickly calls out Miss and rushes toward her. He helps Thuong Ni up, firing off questions. Miss, are you okay? What happened? Thuong Ni weekly news. Her legs are covered in red marks. He panics. Miss, your legs are bleeding. And he looks up, guarded. Where did these guys come from? The other servant is also shocked. What is that thing? He draws his knife, alert. Who the hell are you? Kim Gun slowly steps out, his distinct dark boots stepping coldly on the ground. Seriously, what's with this lady? I keep asking and she won't answer. Kim Gun stands there in full tactical gear, looking completely out of place in this world. He repeats coldly, I asked, who are you? The nurse clutches the miss tightly, judging Kim Gun with a heavy gaze. It seems you're the one who harmed my precious Mississippi Thuong. Ni tries to stop him, but her voice is too weak. No, nurse, it's not like that. He lays her down carefully. Rest now, miss. He slowly stands up, his voice turning ice cold. You are the culprit responsible for this. With a face full of killing intent, he pronounces his judgment. The penalty for this crime is death. Dang Coat and Hoa Lon watch from behind, recognizing a true master. Kim Gun grips his gun and readies the slide, looking confused. What is this old bag rambling about? He calmly takes aim. I'll let you hear the sound of the AK. The tension is higher than ever. Neither side is willing to back down. Just as the clash is about to happen, the miss stops them. Both of you stop right now. Step by step, she slowly walks toward him. She continues, because from this day forward, he will be. The final words leave everyone speechless. My husband. She sweetly clings to his arm. The nurse is consumed by a fiery rage, looking aghast. Miss, what on earth are you saying? Kim Gun furrows his brows and looks at her with pure disgust. What kind of crazy talk is this? Thuong Ni's eyes sparkle with excitement as she hides behind him. I already told you, nurse. I'm going out to find my husband. A murderous aura erupts around the nurse. But that man tried to harm you. Do you not know the palace master's temper? Thuong Ni quickly ducks closer to Kim Gun. No, I think you've got it all wrong, nurse. She points at the rubble nearby. Don't you see those rocks? She smiles brightly, not clinging to Kim Gun's arm. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't just have bruised knees. I'd probably be meeting my ancestors by now. Kim Gun turns to her, his voice cold. Something is very wrong here. Why am I suddenly your husband? Her face drops with regret. First, I must thank my savior. The nurse addresses Kim Gun, keeping his distance. Thank you for saving our precious young Mississippi Thuong. Ni snaps back. Oh, so now you call me precious? The nurse bows respectfully and speaks seriously. As the nurse protecting the miss, I wish to repay this gratitude by inviting our savior to the North Sea Ice Palace. Hualan Ies Tatan. The North Sea Ice Palace? Wait, the young miss that master is protecting. A radiant smile breaks across Thuong Ni's face. That is the daughter of the North Sea Ice Palace master. Kim Gun scratches his ear indifferently. Before he can react, a voice from behind pipes up. Listen, I don't know anything about an ice palace or ice fish, and I've got work to do. We'll accept that favor. Kim Gun stood frozen as Hoa Lon stepped forward. Huh? A telepathic message echoed directly in Kim Gun's mind, making him flinch. Sec leader, when you hear my voice, just listen. Don't respond. Seriously, don't say a word. The scene shifted to the massive architectural complex before them. Hoa Lon explained softly, currently, among the rising powers, the North Sea Ice Palace, which that person belongs to, is incredibly formidable. Images of disciples wielding swords appeared, radiating a terrifying pressure. They primarily suppress their enemies using frost chi. A single slash instantly turned an opponent into a block of ice, the cold spreading rapidly. They don't just freeze their enemy's movements. The opponent's body gradually shattered to prove the point, but they freeze their very last breath. Flags of alliance appeared. In this situation, if we can establish friendly ties with them, we can gain power far exceeding that of Luke Lamb or the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. Kim Gun's face turned serious. That won't be necessary. He looked menacing, his modern weaponry making the air feel heavy. Right now, I'm enough on my own. Hoa Lon broke into a cold sweat. But sect leader, Kim Gun brushed off Thuong Ni's hand decisively. Enough, not another word. Wait, I haven't even said anything. Kim Gun stepped coldly toward the wet nurse and made a demand. Hey, old lady, I appreciate the offer, but just take this girl and go home. He walked past, leaving behind chilling words that startled the nurse. I need to hurry up and wipe out those martial arts alliance bastards. Light from outside shone on Kim Gun as a voice echoed from behind. Did you just say you were going to destroy the martial arts alliance? The nurse spoke with blunt sincerity, like an invitation. I don't wish to block your path, but if you have a score to settle with the Alliance, then I suggest you come to the North Sea Ice Palace. Kim Gun froze in silence. His face showed a flicker of shock. The landscape was dominated by buildings covered in ice and snow, making the atmosphere bone-chilling. Inside a room, Kim Gun and two others were sharing tea. Kim Gun looked at Ho Alan and shared his thoughts. Ho Alan, I'm really trusting you on this one. Thank you, sect leader. You won't regret it. The door opened, and the wet nurse stood there leading the way. The palace master is waiting. Please follow me. They immediately followed her to another room. At that moment, an arm gently slipped through Kim Gun's. Thwangni looked up at Kim Gun with a beautiful gaze, while he looked disgusted. No matter how much you hate me, hubby, I won't give up. He rubbed the back of his neck, frowning in confusion. You don't even know who I am. What do you believe in that makes you cling to me like this, huh? A gentle aura surrounded Thwangni as she replied calmly. It's true, I don't know much about you. But I know one thing for certain. Her eyes widened as she recalled a terrifying memory. If it wasn't for you. A massive boulder had come crashing down from above. Thwangni gasped, unable to breathe. A bullet instantly shattered the rock. Time seemed to stand still. She stumbled amidst the debris. Kim Gun appeared in the distance, looking annoyed. In Thwangni's eyes, he was filled with love. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? She covered her face bashfully, trying to contain her emotions. You saved me. You were amazing. How could you not be my husband? Kim Gun kept his distance, his voice cold. What kind of nonsense is that? They arrived at a solemn, closed room. The nurse introduced them. The palace master is behind these doors. Enter with me. She reached out to stop Thien. What is it, nurse? The nurse placed a hand on Thien's shoulder, looking serious. Young miss, please wait outside for a moment. We have important matters to discuss. Inside, 2 rows of guards flanked a man sitting in the center. The nurse and Kim Gun stepped forward. I have brought the guest to the palace master. A voice boomed from above. So this is the boy who saved my daughter? Yes, that is correct, palace master. With a snow-white beard, the man spoke bluntly. And he also stole my daughter's heart? Yes, exactly. Chun-Gwyn Kwong sat on his dragon throne, pondering slowly. The boy who saved her, and stole her heart. His face darkened as he pointed a finger. Fine, I've made my decision. An angry roar erupted. Death penalty. Chun-Gwyn Kwong, the master of the North Sea Ice Palace, commanded. The guards immediately took their stances, closing the circle and pointing their blades at him. Kim Gun transformed his weapon and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He gripped his gun, scowling in disgust. This is exactly why they say you shouldn't follow strangers. Gwyn Kwong roared in a rage. What are you waiting for? Take that brat's head. A voice cried out from afar, Father, Kung Izu set in panic. Have you gone mad? What do you think you're doing? Nguyen Quang Thou Win. I heard a thief stole my daughter's heart. Ah no, Kung Yi Sao that fata. As she crouched down, hugging herself. Why do you always do this? I really want to marry this person. Nguyen Kwang waved his hands frantically. No, father will handle it. My princess deserves someone better. Thuong Mi stood her ground. I want to marry the person I love. Nguyen Kwang's face went dark. You'll be miserable for the rest of your life. Because I, your father, absolutely hate him. Forgive me. She looked up, beaming now that she had him where she wanted. I'll stop then. The conversation continued. Really? But I have a condition. Nguyen Kwang stepped down from a dais. The man my princess meets must be vetted by her father to see if he's decent before I approve. He looked sternly at Kim Gun. Listen, boy, tell me 100 things you like about my daughter. He got uncomfortably close, looking terrifying, and explained exactly why you like her. Kim Gun was bewildered. Crap, what am I supposed to say? Kim Gun spoke plainly. That's not happening. I hate your daughter. The air froze. Nguyen Kwang Chembo. You say you don't like my daughter? Their eyes met in a tense standoff. That's it. I'm going to have to teach you a lesson. Think you're capable of that? Fotski odu adun Nguyen Kwang. Come at me, you bastard. Kim Gun ground his teeth, his killing intent surging. I've been waiting for this. Thuong Ni rushed between them. Stop it. Father, why are you looking at him like that? You said you'd stop. Behind them, a palace official watched without a hint of worry, enjoying the show. Young miss, sometimes men communicate better with their bodies than with words. Seeing his beloved daughter intervene, the old palace master decided, fine. Let's step outside, and I'll teach you a lesson. Why bother? Kim Gun replied. He spoke arrogantly to Nguyen Kwang. Palace master, this is going to be over quickly anyway. Why not just settle it right here? What an arrogant brat. The old man acted as if victory was already his. Fine, let's see how long that attitude lasts. He swiftly drew his sword, cold energy swirling around the blade and his body. Kim Gun made his own mental assessments. Frost Chi. The subordinates started chiming in. Trying to score points with the master, they said, Palace master, you don't need to fight this guy yourself. We are known for possessing the strength of 10 men. 3 burly subordinates stepped forward, stretching their limbs. The 3 brothers of the 10 crossbow step will handle this. Before the 3 could even get close, a hail of bullets erupted without warning, tearing into them at incredible speed. Before anyone could process what happened, the old palace master was left stunned. His 3 guards lay dead on the floor, their breath gone. Sweat poured down his face. A thought flashed through his mind. What has happened? The 10 crossbow step is supposed to have the power of 10 men in the North Sea Palace. On the other side, Kim Gun glanced over skeptically. What's wrong? Not moving? Nguyen Quang's head was spinning, weighing whether to continue or retreat. Finally, out of pride, he chose to push on. That kid must be a hidden master, but I can't back down in front of my daughter. He focused his energy, preparing for battle. All right, let's go. Suddenly, a shockwave blasted through the main palace doors. Kim Gun and his disciples looked toward a figure standing tall at the entrance. The newcomer was Kot Dao Kui, the second young master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group and Thuong Ni's fiancé. He came to give his greetings. Explain this at once. My woman disappeared. He scanned the hall. His eyes landed on Thuong Ni. Like a hungry pig, he spoke with a creepy tone. Oh, my love. So you were here all along. Thank goodness. Looking like he was about to drool, he said excitedly, I was truly panicked when I heard you vanished. Do you know how much I worried? The man was hideously ugly, and every word from his mouth sounded perverted and bizarre. Now, come and greet my father. Thuong Ni replied with disgust. No, I'm not going. She then ran over and grabbed Kim Gun's arm tightly. This man is my husband now. She fiercely rejected the ugly, useless young master. I will never marry you. You're hideous, you buck-toothed freak. He flew into a rage at her insults. He used massive force to slap her across the face. Dao Kui's face went dark, his attitude shifting in a flash. This wench is blind. Do I look like I'm begging you? Palace Master of the North Sea. Thuong Ni's father, who had been silent until now, exploded with emotion. You suicidal bastard. How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? I'll destroy you. The second young master didn't sense the danger. He continued to brag arrogantly. Don't you know the conditions that decided our engagement? He acted like a superior. Do you forget that all the supplies you need are transported to this remote place by us? She paused, bowing her head as she thought of her clan, afraid to act selfishly. It's not that, but before she could finish, Dao Kui squinted his tiny eyes at Kim Gun. He looked him up and down with contempt. I can tell your status just by your clothes. I don't see what's so great about you. He tilted his chin up at Kim Gun. Hey, brat, do you even know who I am? Kim Gun calmly assessed him. I don't know where you get your confidence from. He didn't care about the nonsense. He aimed his gun directly at the man's head and fired. After taking out the shameless fool, he left only one remark. You psycho. Who hit someone else's daughter? Do you know who I am? Nguyen Quang Tianbo. Before he could even think, Kim Gun had already taken care of the second young master. Why you? Do you have any idea what you've done? He realized which way the wind was blowing and roared. He deserved it. Well done. He buried his previous thoughts. Wasn't I about to ask him if he knew who that was? I guess I'm changing my script. The palace workers were terrified. Palace Master, what's going on here? From deep within the inner palace, a figure blurred past, making the old master panic. Wait, I didn't do this. A woman in matching attire to the master used her inner power to deliver a perfect downward kick right onto Nguyen Quang. He couldn't defend himself in time and took the full force of the blow to his head. The palace master lay flat on the ground, clutching his head under the gaze of Kim Gun and the newly arrived woman. That woman is Tan Nak Lan, his wife and the true power behind the North Sea Ice Palace. She quickly orders the attendants to ensure no further incidents occur. In the meeting hall, the old palace master frantically argues his case. In the end, he's the one who did it all, so execute him immediately. He bellows at the top of his lungs to avenge his own humiliation. Death penalty. The wife, who holds the real power. That is far more sensible and strategic. She delivers a thunderous slap to her foolish husband. Nak Lan cannot stand the old man's senseless babbling. She barks, shut your mouth, Nguyen Quang. Nguyen Quang clutches his face, sulking like a scorned child. Every single day, you treat me like this. She continues her conversation with Kim Gun. The North Sea Ice Palace is an isolated region where trade is vital. You don't realize who you've killed, do you? That man was the second son of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group, the organization that holds a monopoly on trade here, backed by the Martial Arts Alliance. The flow of capital and goods is dead because you killed him here at the North Sea Ice Palace. Therefore, we will have to bear the full weight of the damages. She solemnly explains the gravity of the situation. Forgive me, but I wish to say a word. A senior elder in the palace chimes in to analyze the core issue. At some point, this cycle of unfair trade must be broken. Otherwise, we'll be stuck in these one-sided deals indefinitely. I've just heard that they are preparing for a war with the martial arts alliance. If we can help weaken the alliance's power. He speaks concisely, but hits the mark on the intersect relations. Then other merchants will be able to trade freely here again. Naklan, have you forgotten what kind of place the martial arts alliance is? How can we take such a reckless gamble without knowing who this man truly is? Kim Gun, being a modern man, is much more direct with his viewpoint. It's nothing special. Can't we just secure the raw materials here ourselves? She asks him, since you put it that way, do you have a method to fix this? Kim Gun doesn't answer immediately, setting his terms first. First off, if I resolve this issue, you all have to help me in return. She doesn't hesitate. In terms of help, as you've heard, we were already planning on going to war with the martial arts alliance soon. Now that they share a common goal, Kim Gun extends an invitation. Join my side, and let's crush the martial arts alliance together. While she wavers, the young nephew of the clan chimes in with practical advice. If things continue like this, the tyranny of the martial arts alliance will never end. He firmly backs Kim Gun's proposal. If a full-scale war is too difficult, I will personally step up to help this man. Calculating thoughts swirl in her head. The gain or loss affects not just her, but the glory of the entire North Sea Palace. Actually, I know we must break this closed loop with the alliance to secure the North Sea's future. Naklan hums in thought and falls silent. Suddenly, her beloved daughter, Thuong Ni, speaks up. Wait, mother, this person. She hops out from behind Kim Gun, much to his surprise. What the? She then introduces Kim Gun to her mother. He's the savior who saved my life. So mother, please help him. This matter is too significant. She doesn't immediately cave to her daughter, needing clarification from Kim Gun. Are you confident you can emerge victorious in an all-out war against the martial arts alliance? Kim Gun is 100% certain. He calmly pledges, of course. No matter what, I will win. The negotiations reach a conclusion. With both sides' goals met, they form a solid alliance. Very well. If you can resolve this problem, the North Sea Ice Palace will become your strength. Kim Gun slams his hand on the table. Appreciating her reasonableness, he says, fine. It's a deal. Just wait for my good news. She notices he's acting alone and doesn't fully trust him yet. But what method do you plan to use? Kim Gun's method of absolute power is something people of this era can't grasp. No need for more words. Since the son is dead, maintaining the original relationship must be hard. Why do you think it's so difficult? He gives her a look of absolute confidence. Don't worry. I'm an expert in this field. On a quiet night under a bright moon, the captain of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group is lounging and sleeping. The sound of clattering in the courtyard jolts him awake. He flings the door open. What's all this noise? Who's there? In the courtyard stands Kim Gun, drenched in blood. Behind him, the disciples are piled on top of each other. You're the captain of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group, right? Who the hell are you? You don't need to know that. From now on, Kim Gun smirks. That this place belongs to me. The groggy man is full of questions. But, excuse me, this isn't the Martial Heaven Merchant Group. Looking at the guards scattered across the ground, he realizes, this is the Vu Heaven Merchant Group. Wait, so it's not the Martial Heaven Merchant Group? No. The man stands there, staring down. Today, Kim Gun's rage is hitting the ceiling. So what? Damn it, just give me everything you've got. The next day, a servant rushes in to report to Naklan. Lady Naklan, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. She is surprised. What is it now? What on earth is going on? The representative of the group solemnly addresses Naklan. I offer my greetings to the lady. I am Van Vuitton, vice leader of the Vu Heaven Merchant Group. She politely acknowledges him. Yes? Vuitton delivers the message directly. Kim Gun, the new master of our merchant group, has ordered that all future trade be conducted with the North Sea Ice Palace. Naklan is still in shock. A new merchant master? Where is he now? Vuitton reports respectfully. As far as I know, he has currently arrived at the Martial Heaven Merchant Group. This time, he has reached the exact location to settle the score. Kim Gun double-checks. After a few tries, I think I finally got the right place. The guards outside find him suspicious and block his path. Who are you? Kim Gun replies coldly, don't worry about it. Just keep doing your job. He decisively orders his spirit fox, Fong, get ready. The guard bellows, hey, who do you think you are? The spirit fox transforms into a gun in Kim Gun's hand. He threatens with an imposing aura. I told you not to worry about it. Just do your job. He doesn't waste time. He channels power into the gun, preparing to fire. Kim Gun blasts the main gate open with a single lead candy. The guards rush over frantically to surround him. Who the hell are you? Stepping out from a cloud of dust, Kim Gun speaks sharply. Do you guys even know who I am to be talking to me like that? I am the one who will become your master, starting today. An enraged guard attacks. How reckless. Kill him immediately. Facing them, Kim Gun calmly takes his stance and aims. True to his reputation as the #1 assassin, he hits every target. One bullet, one kill. Kim Gun even agilely reads through their movements. He lightly sidesteps to dodge a sneak attacker. By the time the man realizes, it's too late. Gunner Kim Gun decisively activates his ultimate skill, Ultimate Copper Bullet, using the power of the Spirit Fox. He easily takes down the target. Immediately after, another guard closes in from behind. Kim Gun's eyes turn cold as he scans the enemy. He raises his revolver and finishes the man off with a precise shot. The hot blood in Kim Gun's veins is boiling to the limit. He single-handedly sweeps the entire place clean. He shows no mercy to anyone. Finally, he casually comments, "You guys. They have mobilized the entire group's manpower to surround Kim Gun. More of them than I thought. Huh?" He lightly lifts his revolver and begins to switch his combat style. With no other choice, he relies on his imagination. The Spirit Fox transforms into a sniper rifle. Let's wipe them all out in one go, because his magazine is limitless. Kim Gun goes wild. The guards drop like flies. There is absolutely no escape. Meanwhile, major business is being discussed seriously inside. Branch manager, please don't worry. The North Sea Ice Palace joining the alliance is only a matter of time. This is Kok Dang Lai. The master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group falsely guarantees, soon, my son will return from the North Sea Ice Palace with his bride. Another deep, raspy voice speaks up. I'm glad to hear that, but it seems rather noisy outside. Shouldn't you go out and check? Dang Lai has no choice but to leave. Please excuse me. A distinguished guest is here, yet. I'll go settle this. He angrily flings the door open and storms out to investigate. Dang Lai irritably questions the servants. What's all this racket? His subordinate honestly reports, forgive me, but some madman suddenly charged in and took over the merchant group. Dang Lai is stunned and yells toward Kim Gun. He fumes, putting on a show of authority. Stop right there. Do you know where you are to be causing such a mess? This is the Martial Heaven Merchant Group, protected by the Martial Arts Alliance. Kim Gun has just locked onto his final target. Oh, so you're the one in charge here? He then orders the Spirit Fox to transform according to his thoughts. Kim Gun equips a long-range sniper rifle. It's so detailed, it even has a high-end scope. Dang Lai's eyes widen as he mutters, what on earth is that thing? Suddenly, a servant accidentally moves into the laser's path. Master, I have a feeling things are about to go very poorly for the merchant master. Before the man can finish his sentence, Kim Gun sends him to his grave. Step back a bit. Dang Lai is petrified, falling backward onto the ground and screaming his head off. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes from behind. It seems you're in a bit of trouble. Is there anything I can do to help? Dang Lai clings to this as a lifeline. He pleads frantically, branch manager, please help me. Some lunatic is trying to seize my merchant group. The man steps forward and decisively offers a deal. This is a serious matter. Let's do this then. I will save the Martial Heaven Merchant Group from that man right now. In exchange, from this moment on, the position of master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group will be. That man's identity is Quach Trong Tong, the guest branch manager of the Martial Arts Alliance. He sinisterly finishes his sentence, "Don't mind." Driven into a corner, Dang Lai helplessly exclaims, "Guest branch manager, what are you saying? You mean you're going to steal my position now?" Trong Tong turns away, feigning hurt. Stealing? You hurt me by saying that. If I had intended to steal the Martial Heaven Merchant Group from the start, would I be doing it now? Is the merchant master's head still attached to his neck? If you can't even protect your own guild, do you really deserve to call yourself its master? Dang Lai desperately tried to argue, but branch manager, I built this merchant group with my own 2 hands. If I just hand it over to you now. Trong Tong coldly cut him off. At the very least, I can guarantee your wealth and your life. But if you refuse to let go, then start thinking about your future. He turned toward Kim Gun. Kim Gun was also calculating his next move as he closed in on his target. Almost done. It's time to end this. Suddenly, Trong Tong's arrogant voice rang out. Hey, stranger. I don't know who you are, but first, I want to say thanks. He forcefully summoned the heroic Wind Sword Squad of the guest department to eliminate Kim Gun. Thanks to you, I finally have an excuse. To become the master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group. The indifferent crack of a gunshot rang out, and all other noise seemed to vanish. With superior agility, Trong Tong used his sword to deflect the lead candy. Kim Gun's annoyance was clear. Man, every cow and dog in this place knows how to block my bullets. Trong Tong bragged arrogantly. I've already analyzed your simplistic attack patterns from above. He stood tall against him. Kim Gun nodded nonchalantly. Oh, you saw everything, huh? Growing even more overconfident, Trong Tong barked. That's right. No matter how hard you try, you're no match for me. The moment the words left his mouth, his expression twisted. The Spirit Fox in Kim Gun's hand had transformed into a specialized cannon. Is that so? Then try blocking this. Kim Gun didn't flinch, his voice calm as if he already knew the outcome. Take a taste of this. The cannon fired with extreme speed and intense firepower, ready to incinerate everything in its path. Faced with such modern weaponry, Trong Tong failed to react in time and froze for a heartbeat. He braced himself, falling into a state of disbelief. What the hell is that? However, Trong Tong was a branch manager of the Martial Arts Alliance for a reason. He did have some skill. Reacting at the last second, he used his sword to parry the blast. His eyes widened, his face filled with pure terror. Too dangerous. I definitely can't block this head on. Thinking fast, Trong Tong acted immediately. He gripped his sword tight and spun with all his might, parrying the shell so it veered off course. He had to let it fly past. The shell soared past Trong Tong, boom. It erupted in a massive explosion, the shockwave tearing through a large section of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group. Stunned by the sheer destructive power, he couldn't hide his horror. Wait, could this be a thunder sphere? Trong Tong turned to question Kim Gun, who wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he sounded quite mocking. A guy like you using thunder spheres in Murim? I'm surprised you actually blocked it. Kim Gun hoisted the cannon onto his shoulder, a friendly smile playing on his lips. Well then, how about another round? Quach Trong Tong wasn't about to lose. He immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. Heroic Wind Sword Squad. Upon his command, they all used lightness skills to bolt toward Kim Gun. Wind Annihilation Formation. He lowered the powerful cannon from his shoulder, but his face remained unchanged, still wearing that same indifferent look. Trong Tong remained confident in his own strength, believing he could withstand Kim Gun's attacks. He looked at him with disdain. Daring to use thunder spheres here. That stupidity will be your downfall. He shouted, activate the formation. Immediately, his subordinates moved with blinding speed, forming a circle around Kim Gun. Inside the perimeter, Kim Gun didn't look shocked or afraid. If anything, he looked bored. His lips curled into a smirk. Trong Tong scoffed, what's this? Is this all you've got? Playing a game of ring around the rosy? As he spoke, the speed of the black-clad men increased exponentially. They moved in total silence. Kim Gun was now surrounded by a blur of black shadows. He couldn't even see their afterimages. You should look closer. Kim Gun grew more serious, heightening his senses. He scanned his surroundings. For some reason, the number of enemies surrounding him had increased significantly. He couldn't hide his surprise. What? Did their numbers just jump out of nowhere? Trong Tong laughed triumphantly, wanting to see Kim Gun panic. I wonder, can you tell which one is the real one? He felt incredibly smug about his formation, smirking with pure satisfaction. If you can't find the original body, you'll never break this formation. Kim Gun quickly thought of a solution, his hands beginning to shift. His tone remained as nonchalant as ever. Damn it, why the hell would I bother telling the difference? Holding a massive gun in his left hand, Kim Gun went with the simplest, most brutal method. I'll just shoot them all to death. Trong Tong was taken aback by this unexpected move. After all, those men were highly skilled martial artists. A single person shouldn't be able to match them. He gasped what? Before he could finish, Kim Gun unleashed a hail of bullets. Whether they were the real bodies or illusions, nothing could withstand that overwhelming firepower. Soon, bodies were riddled with bullet holes. The real ones couldn't defend themselves, and blood sprayed everywhere in an instant. Faced with such fatal injuries, the illusions had no choice but to vanish before Kim Gun's eyes. Standing before the corpse of one of Trong Tong's subordinates, his voice was unsurprised. That one was real, wasn't it? Confident in his method, Kim Gun raised his gun and pointed it at the remaining targets. So, which of you is next? Kim Gun's voice and laugh turned eerie, filled with a twisted delight as he looked at the real-deal subordinates. From the high platform, Trong Tong watched, sweat pouring down his face. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. The Wind Annihilation Formation. Trong Tong looked down to see the ground littered with the corpses of his men, blood soaking the area. In such a short time, it was unbelievable. Yet looking at Kim Gun, the man was perfectly clean, not a drop of blood, not a single scratch. He just stared at Trong Tong with an indifferent face, revolver still in his hand. That lawless weapon. What on earth is it? Kim Gun didn't want to waste any more time. He reloaded his weapon. Looks like it's over. Kim Gun spoke up, his voice and expression growing impatient. Got anything else you want to try? Acknowledging Kim Gun's power, Trong Tong slowly stepped down the stairs. Fine, I admit it. You are strong. However, he remained stubborn. But I can't rest easy just yet. His face twisted with jealousy and envy, veins popping as his eyes filled with hostility. The position of a top 10 guest master in the Alliance isn't just about negotiation skills and hospitality. Suddenly, Trong Tong swung his sword, an explosion of massive energy surrounding his body. His tone turned threatening. It's not a position you can just take. Seeing the sudden outburst of power and killing intent, Kim Gun couldn't help but marvel. Man, why is this place full of monsters? Without hesitation, he decided to settle things with Trong Tong once and for all. He raised his gun to aim. Fine then, I'll finish him in one shot. Just as he was about to fire, the man's figure suddenly vanished from his sight. What? Where'd he go? He quickly turned around, thinking Trong Tong was behind him, his expression turning defensive. Behind me? Wait. But there were only corpses scattered on the stone floor. There was no sign of him. He's not here. He frowned in annoyance. Anxiety rose in his chest, an ominous feeling taking hold. Where the hell is he? Trusting his gut, Kim Gun immediately looked up toward the ceiling. Is he? Trong Tong was diving through the air, sword in hand, aiming a direct strike at his head. Fortunately, with his quick reflexes and agility, Kim Gun spotted him just in time. The fatal blow missed because Kim Gun managed to dodge. The sword slammed into the stone floor, cracking the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. He had to struggle to keep his balance from the shockwave of the strike. Trong Tong acted arrogant, not even bothering to look back at Kim Gun as he leisurely inspected his sword. I wonder who taught you to dodge like a little rat. Kim Gun was clearly feeling the pressure now, sweat beading on his face. The man spoke down to him. There'd a lot of work to do to rebuild the merchant group. The words had barely left his mouth when Trong Tong's face filled with rage, veins bulging as his eyes burned with killing intent. He lunged at Kim Gun. Let's end this. Trong Tong moved with blinding speed, flashing behind Kim Gun's back. This time, Kim Gun couldn't react. His eyes widened as his body remained frozen. He looked on helplessly, his face full of disbelief as the sword pierced through his body. Trong Tong smirked to himself, certain of his victory. You fool. Your useless greed has brought you to your grave. Suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes bugged out in shock as if he'd seen a ghost. Kim Gun's body began to shift. The spirit fox had saved him once again. Thinking back, Kim Gun had picked it up and showered it with praise. My fox, you really are incredible. Suddenly, he glanced down at the blueprints for the gun's internal structure. Thinking of something, Kim Gun spoke seriously to the spirit fox. Can you? Sure enough, it had transformed into a duplicate of his body to trick Trong Tong. The real Kim Gun appeared instantly behind him. The spirit fox shifted back into a gun in his hand, pressed right against the back of Trong Tong's neck. You fool. The gun was cocked. Staring at Trong Tong's terrified face, Kim Gun repeated the man's own words. The fool is you. Sweet Pao All Pu Jung Dong. He couldn't believe the tables had turned in a heartbeat, yet he still tried to talk his way out. Wait, what is this? Without listening further, Kim Gun fired a bullet through his skull. His final words to Trong Tong. You brought this on yourself. And just like that, the man collapsed pathetically. Suddenly, a trembling, terrified voice rang out, drawing Kim Gun's attention. His voice made the master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group shake like a leaf. Oh, that's right. You're still here, aren't you? Witnessing Kim Gun's terrifying power, Dang Lai begged for his life. Great hero, wait. If you spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Kim Gun stepped onto the stone stairs. Is that so? The merchant master fell back on his butt. Looking pathetic, he scrambled backward. Anything. Wait. Something feels wrong. Kim Gun's face turned demonic, his eyes and smile like those of an archdevil. You'll follow every command, right? This is really bad. A long time later, things seemed back to normal. At the Martial Arts Alliance, Bai Thien entered the study. He announced a visitor. Fuang Don ordered them in. Alliance leader, the master of the Martial Heaven Merchant Group, is here to present a gift. Oh, send him in. The study doors slowly opened once more. He stood up to greet the visitor and asked about business. Dang Lai gave a strained smile. The merchant group must be busy. Why travel all this way? Compared to the leader, my humble efforts are nothing. Fuang Don frowned slightly, slowly stroking his beard. Very well, but why the sudden gift? Suddenly being put on the spot, he acted awkward, unsure of what to say. Dang Lai looked down at the gift box in his hands, his face darkening as sweat poured down. He stammered, unable to find the words. About that. After waiting a long time for an answer that didn't come, Fuang Don lost his patience. He stopped stroking his beard and turned to Bai Thien, giving an order. The boy obeyed and quickly stepped toward the box to see its contents. Yes, Alliance leader. As Bai Thien's hands were about to touch the box. Dang Li Panik in Setsten. He swallowed hard, his body drenched in sweat, his heart racing faster than he ever thought possible. The boy slowly lifted the lid, his eyes narrowing as he peered inside. Bai Thien couldn't hide his shock at what he saw. In an instant, his sword was pressed against Dang Lai's neck. The man was so terrified he didn't dare move a muscle. Curious about this strange reaction, Fuang Don demanded to know what was happening. Betiens Tameld, Alliance leader. This is... Inside the wooden box was the head of Trong Tong. A bullet hole marked his forehead, and his eyes were hollow and vacant. It was the head of the 10th Merchant Branch Manager. When a leader realized it was a human head inside, he couldn't believe it. What? Dang Li? The feet? Dot collapsed to the ground, bowing his head. Alliance leader, please listen to me. He quickly looked up, explaining frantically, I didn't do this. I was threatened by the sect leader of the Dream Seekers. Fuangdong didn't react much. He simply turned away. You mentioned the Dream Seeker sect leader, didn't you? Yes, that's right. That villain. Dang Li confirmed repeatedly, continuing to plead as the leader's face darkened. He sees the merchant group, threatened my life, and forced me to do this. Yes, and perhaps he's not just. Fuangdong questioned him while slowly turning his head back. He didn't just send this gift. He sent you here too, didn't he? Yes. That man has no fear. He sent. Dang Li timidly pulled out a letter. A challenge letter for the alliance leader. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted. Fuangdong covered his face, laughing with delight. He sent a challenge to me? Truly an unpredictable fellow. He stepped forward, his tone shifting to one of cold calculation. So about this duel he mentioned. Dang Li grew even more terrified at the sudden change, sweat soaking his clothes as he looked up tensely at a crowded and bustling eatery. But there was a strangely quiet corner where 3 people sat facing each other. Hualan finally spoke. Oh, sect leader, I'm really worried. She looked at Kim Gun and asked cautiously, is it really okay to go in without any preparation like this? He turned to the waiter to order before responding. Don't worry, I have a plan. Give me the meat soup and some wine. Hoalan still couldn't stop worrying. Sect leader, you can't underestimate the martial arts alliance leader. He's a veteran. He didn't reach that position for no reason. As she spoke, her face turned dead serious. He is known as the #1 man under heaven. Suddenly, Dang Coat slammed the table, making Hoalan jump. What the hell are you saying, sis? He shouted angrily. How can you call him the #1 when the sect leader is right here? Have you gone crazy? Hoalan didn't get angry at Dang Coat. Instead, she just called out his name. Dang Guang. She glared at him, warning, the crazy one isn't me. It's you. Then she gave him a quick beating until he begged for mercy. Kim Gun finally chimed in. Seriously, this guy. Sis, don't say that. You guys are misunderstanding my point. He smirked, clarifying his plan to the 2 of them. When did I ever say I was going to fight the alliance leader directly? Hoalan and Dang Coat stopped bickering and looked at him, confused. Huh, but didn't you send a challenge letter? Suddenly, the wind chimes outside began to ring. The men in the eatery suddenly started blushing. Their eyes were glued to one person. Noyetni had just walked in and was already stealing hearts, but she didn't care. She walked straight to Kim Gun's table. Sect leader, they've arrived at the meeting point. Hearing this, he calmly wiped his mouth. Is that so? Then let's get ready to start. Kim Gun stood up, walked over to Noyetni, and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. You've worked hard. Noyetni was taken aback. She instinctively looked away in embarrassment, whispering, it's nothing. It's only natural for me to do this. In this situation, Hoalan and Dang Coat were left speechless. Only then did Noyetni notice Hoalan's presence. She smirked mockingly and gave Hoalan a provocative look. Meeting that gaze, Hoalan really wanted to explode, but she held it in. What's with that smile? Kim Gun turned to walk out, not forgetting to urge them along. Why are you 2 just standing there? Aren't you coming? Kim Gun seemed ecstatic, laughing with anticipation. We have a revenge to carry out. A short while later, in an empty field, Fuangdong and Bai Thien arrived. He asked, so is this the place he mentioned? Yes, alliance leader. Fuangdong stood there with his arms crossed, confused. But why is he not here? Instead, there's a stranger. Han Ko grew anxious at the question. Internally, he was fuming and plotting revenge against Kim Gun, but he forced a smile. It's an honor to meet the alliance leader. That damn sect leader. I swear I'll have my revenge. Han Ko immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. First of all, this wasn't my idea. That villain threatened me, so I had to deliver his message. His Suden Albert Statan Fung Juan. Please show mercy and understand. What is this? Han Ko coughed a few times and continued awkwardly. Now, I will relay the message from the Dream Seeker sect leader. As he recited the letter, he was incredibly tense. To the martial arts alliance leader. Did you think you could live comfortably after stabbing me in the back? The leader's face went dark. Because of you, I've had to live like a homeless person. I'll take this chance to let you taste that feeling for yourself. Han Ko nervously stole a glance while reading. So, I've sent a surprise gift to the martial arts alliance. Do you like it? He stopped as he felt the air shift around Fuangdong. A sky-piercing killing intent erupted, as if a green dragon had appeared. Han Ko could feel the crushing weight of the pressure. Every word from the leader dripped with rage. Daring to play tricks on me? How interesting. Immediately after, Fuangdong looked up and gave a command. Heavenly Army, return to the alliance immediately. As soon as the order was given, a large group of warriors quickly retreated. Bai Thien, standing nearby, finally spoke. Alliance leader, how should we handle this man? Isn't it obvious? With a wave of his hand, 2 slashes flew straight toward the kneeling Hanko. But the man thought it was just a normal hand gesture. It wasn't until a massive explosion occurred behind him that Hanko realized he had just escaped death by a hair. Fuang Dong suddenly stepped in front of him. Killing you right now wouldn't be enough. I need someone to deliver a message back to him. Tell that brat that the Martial Arts Alliance will now officially. He looked like he was about to snap, veins bulging on his face. Consider everyone associated with the Dream Seeker sect as public enemies. This war will not end until every trace of the Dream Seeker sect has vanished from this earth. With those words, Fuang Dong and Bai Thien flew off. Hanko remained kneeling in silence, a puddle of sweat having formed beneath him. He looked down at a piece of paper on the ground. How should I decorate the Martial Arts Alliance? From a vantage point, Kim Gun hoisted his rifle onto his shoulder. The target was in his sights. There's that old bastard. A gunshot echoed through the quiet space, shaking the entire area. A large bullet was fired, hurtling toward the intended target. Back at the Martial Arts Alliance, no one noticed the coming horror. In an instant, not a section of the Alliance was hit. The bullet exploded, instantly starting a massive fire. People panicked, trying to douse the flames while others searched for the attacker's location. Where's the enemy? Where are they attacking from? Kim Long looked at the mask in his hand, his face thoughtful. Ambushing isn't really my style. I'm a Bao God, after all. The bandit chief took the mask, laughing as he said, that's why I went and got you a fake face. Just deal with it. The gun in Kim Gun's hand turned back into the spirit fox. He looked toward the Alliance and spoke. Well, that concludes our formal greetings to the Martial Arts Alliance. After Kim Gun spoke, everyone took out their masks and put them on. Now everyone, get ready for battle. They all moved toward him. Kim Gun, full of resolve, encouraged them. Stay true to my beliefs. Repay kindness, but exact absolute revenge. At this moment, he felt a powerful conviction for revenge, the fire of hatred burning bright. The villains have taken the field. Meanwhile, in the forest where Fuang Dong met Hanko, he and Bai Thien were flying through the trees at high speed. Fuang Dong led the way, with the boy following close behind. By the time they arrived, the fire was already raging. Bai Thien looked at the flickering flames and felt the intense heat. He frowned. What is this? The massive Martial Arts Alliance was completely engulfed in a sea of fire. Fuang Dong wanted to get inside immediately. Bai Thien followed his lead. Let's get in there first. Just as they stepped in. But they witnessed a scene of bodies scattered like fallen leaves. He ground his teeth at the gruesome sight. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Alliance leader. The commander of the Heavenly Army respectfully reported the situation. When we arrived at the Alliance, it was already like this. The commander gave his opinion to the leader. Sir, please take a look at this. Hearing that, he glared. Fuang Dong was going foot. Huh? He ground his teeth in fury, speechless. Fuang Dong and his 2 subordinates looked out over the ruins. 1 month later, in Xinjiang. Fine. He spoke as he released a crushing aura. If you really want to die. Kim Gun's group had pushed his patience to the limit. Fuang Dong wasn't going to take it anymore. But then I'll send you to hell myself. Elsewhere, a heavy silence hung over the Luke Lam bandit camp. Dancoat was struggling to crawl, using only one arm. He panted heavily, exhausted. I only lost one arm. After a while, Dancoat slumped onto the ground, filled with shame. And yet, I'm this helpless. Dancoat put his remaining hand to his forehead. Because my center of gravity is off, I can't transfer my power. If this keeps up, he couldn't even bear to think about what would happen to him next. Suddenly, Kim Gun walked up, saw Dancoat in deep distress, and asked, can't sleep? Why are you lying there looking so troubled in the middle of the night? Startled, he jumped up with a forced smile, trying to change the subject. Sect leader, what are you doing up at this hour? Ignoring the question he just asked, Kim Gun quickly approached him. I have something I need to confirm with you. Dancoat was genuinely puzzled. Huh? What kind of thing? Before he could even get a full sentence out, Kim Gun suddenly swung a fist directly at Dancoat. Using his quick reflexes, he managed to dodge the attack just in time. Confused, Dancoat stared at him and asked, Sect leader, why are you attacking me again all of a sudden? Without saying a word, Kim Gun threw another punch. This time, Dancoat took the full force of it. The powerful blow made Dancoat cough up blood instantly. In a flash, Kim Gun appeared. Got right behind him and scolded, Dan Kwong, you've gotten much weaker. Right now, your life is just one death away from my hands. Hearing those words, he flinched. The sharp blade in Kim Gun's hand was already pressed against Dancoat's neck. He frowned in frustration and looked back. Sect leader, that was only because you caught me off guard. Dang Kwang. A sly smile spread across Kim Gun's lips. All right. I've seen enough of your spirit. The bandit chief slowly walked over, holding a wooden club. He remarked, he said I could do whatever I want. So, I guess I'll try teaching him a lesson. Kim Gun looked down at Dang Coat with a slight grin. From now on, the great bandit chief will be your master. The chief swung a powerful fist straight at his face. Dang Coat was distracted and couldn't dodge. His endurance was about to be tested. From somewhere, voices kept calling out, Sect Leader, Sect Leader. He looked up to see Hoa Lan and Noyet Ni standing before him. Kim Gun was confused. What's this? Why did you two come together? She turned to him brightly and replied, I have good news for you, Sect Leader. Kim Gun gave a forced, awkward response. Oh, is that so? Meanwhile, Hoa Lan's expression soured. She didn't dare look him in the eye. And I have some rather bad news. Noyet Ni stole a glance at that gloomy face. Feeling the gaze from the side, Hoa Lan quickly looked over and saw that mocking smile. Being ridiculed like that made her extremely frustrated. Why is she always? Kim Gun looked at her and said, all right. So what's the good news? Seeing his interest, Noyet Ni promised, you're going to love it. She excitedly announced to him, Manga has fully recovered and will be coming here tomorrow with Haru. That's the word I received. Upon hearing this, Kim Gun was overjoyed. Seriously? Is it true? Tomorrow? What time? When will they get here? Noyet Ni replied, they're expected tomorrow afternoon. Really? Manga, I finally get to see you. Hualan Stam, While the remaining elders of the Dreamseeker sect were moving to a safe location, they were attacked. She calmly explained the details. During the attack, to protect the disciples, the members of the 6 factions threw themselves into the fray. Hoa Lan delivered the final blow. Kim Gun froze. Her words hit him like a lightning bolt. As a result, the 6 factions were taken prisoner by the Jongnam sect. What? Kim Gun asked, digging his ear as if he misheard. But why is that bad news? Hoa Lan was utli gonfu. Huh? Because the 6 factions were captured. Kim Gun didn't show any anger. He just turned to walk away. Wait, the 6 factions were captured? She watched his back, wanting to say more. But, Sect Leader. Before Hoa Lan could finish, Kim Gun interrupted. Hi, Hoa Lan. Is that Jongnam sect part of the Vagabond Union too? She quickly answered, Ah, yes, they are. Having received his answer, a smile slowly formed on his lips. Is that so? Well, then that's great. Kim Gun shifted his attitude. I'm going on a trip. Hoa Lan didn't understand where he meant. What? Where are you going? She was currently quite anxious. He glanced back and answered nonchalantly. Where else? To the Jongnam sect. Where do you think? Wait. Sect Leader, don't tell me you're planning to go alone. I have to test it out. He frowned slightly while grinning back at Hoa Lan. That new technique the Bao God taught me. As he finished, she immediately ran to his side. Wait, I don't know what this new technique is, but since it's your first time trying it, wouldn't it be safer to have guard with you? Kim Gun's face flushed slightly. Yeah, I guess you're right. His response left Noyet Ni stunned. She instinctively grew angry and ground her teeth. Damn it. Hoa Lan peeked out from behind Kim Gun's sturdy shoulders. Standing behind him, she looked at Noyet Ni and flashed a satisfied smile. Huh. Kim Gun's steps slowly came to a halt. All right, this is the place. He looked toward the bustling area. The spirit fox on his shoulder also looked obediently. The Jongnam sect, right? He asked the 2 girls behind him. They answered in unison, putting so much pressure on Kim Gun that he didn't know how to respond. Yes, that's correct. Behind him, Hoa Lan and Noyet Ni took the opportunity to have a staring contest. Kim Gun peeked back warily, wondering to himself, why do they both have to follow me? She stepped forward and asked, Sect Leader, do you have a plan? When facing so many enemies, I only need to take down one. The spirit fox gradually transformed into a gun in Kim Gun's hand. The leader, I just need to aim for him, and it's endgame. She asked in surprise, huh? Sect Leader, what do you mean? Kim Gun dropped to one knee, beginning his performance. Just watch and you'll see. He hoisted the gun to his shoulder and prepared to aim. Kim Gun stared at the gun in front of him, lost in thought. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. Old memories resurfaced. Kim Long, holding his bow, asked, Little brother, for those of us who specialize in long-range attacks, do you know what the most important thing is? Kim Gun asked back, distance? Kim Long continued to explain, that's true, but the most important thing is to quickly identify the enemy's location. When we use our eyes to locate the enemy, that also means that there's a high probability that the enemy will detect our position as well. That's why we can't rely solely on our eyes to find them. He then closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. Even without looking, you can feel what is there. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Hey, do you see anyone ahead? Kim Gun turned around. What? It's just a bunch of trees. Kim Long pulled an arrow and prepared his bow. No, look closer. The arrow flew off with incredible speed. It pierced through the branches and triggered a massive explosion. He walked up and placed a hand on his shoulder. Look, it's not just trees ahead. My lovely disciples were walking there too. There sure were a lot of them. The person over there ground his teeth and glared back. Damn it. And you call yourself a master? Kim Gun began to wonder. But how? With all those trees, I couldn't see anything. Kim Long explained. Every living creature, big or small, possesses chi. If you can read the flow of chi, you can detect even the things that are invisible to the eye. Kim Gun turned and asked, what? How do I read chi? Kim Long explained further. The six senses. The sixth sense isn't a normal feeling. It's a supernatural perception. If you develop your six senses, you'll be able to read the flow of chi. He listened intently. So how do I do it? His eyes grew sharper. You must become sensitive. Kim Gun was surprised. What? He walked toward Kim Gun. To train your six senses, I will attack you anytime, anywhere. Do your best to stay alive. He stared at the large man in front of him, who was radiating killing intent. Wait, what? Stay alive? What does that mean? The flashback ended, and Kim Gun returned to reality. He pursed his lips. Thinking back to that time still pisses me off. Anyway, focus. He began to gradually expand the range of his perception. Second floor, 3 people. First floor, 2 people. And over there. Finally, he reached his limit. Is this as far as I can go? Ho Alan and Noyet Ni both stepped toward him. Sect leader, is there anything we can help with? The words were directed at the sitting Kim Gun, but the 2 women were glaring at each other, sparks flying. He glanced back at them. What is wrong with those 2? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, that's right. I have you guys. After scouting the area, Ho Alan returned to report. I've gathered the information. Sect leader, Kim Gun sat on the ground, stroking the spirit fox. Tell me. She began to summarize the current situation. The sect leader of the Jongnam sect. Dot is currently about 10 li ahead of our position. It's confirmed he is in the study on the 5th floor of the Pavilion of Ancient Scriptures. The specific location you requested has been marked on the wall of the pavilion. Kim Gun smiled. Excellent. Very good. I never thought I'd get to do something I've only seen in movies with my own hands. He rested the gun on his shoulder, entering a sniping stance. The effective range of a sniper rifle is about 1.5 kilometers. 5 kilometers is way too far for an assassination, but if I add internal power, that's a different story. He began to concentrate his internal power and pulled the trigger. The bullet charged with firepower. That hurtled through the wind toward the Jongnam sect. 2 disciples were chatting happily. So I said, whenever. Suddenly, a heavy bullet tore through the wall behind them, passing right by their faces. It continued to punch through several more sets of doors. The sect leader of the Jongnam sect was still completely unaware. He was focused on his writing. The bullet screamed in and shattered the teacup beside him. That's when he finally snapped out of it. Wu Ming immediately bolted upright and let out a sharp cry. Shit! Before he could finish, the next heavy bullet flew straight for his head. Blood splattered everywhere as he tumbled to the ground. Wu Ming, the sect leader of the Jongnam sect, has met his end. Kim Gun flashed a satisfied smile. That's one direct hit. Noyet Ni turned back to report. Sect leader, I've located the underground dungeon. He closed his eyes and sighed. I've lived a long time, and I've slaughtered my share of pigs and chickens. But this is the first time I'm going to rescue a pig. 6 Factions was covered in wounds. Both his hands were bound, and he was hanging upside down. Co Chu flashed a savage grin. Hee hee. I wonder when he'll finally get here. The entire sect was thrown into chaos. Elder Triumphon. This is bad. Find the assassin, quickly. Kim Gun walked away casually. Looks like that's taken care of. Ho Alan and Noyet Ni called out simultaneously, Sect leader, this way. He looked around, but couldn't see anyone. The call came again. Sect leader, over here. Up here. Only then did Kim Gun look toward the roof. He stared in shock, his eyes wide. The 2 women urged him on even more. Sect leader, hurry up and get up here. The 2 girls looked at him, puzzled. What are you doing? Why are you coming up? Kim Gun looked completely bewildered. How the hell am I supposed to get up there? Ho Alan asked back. What's wrong, sect leader? He stared at the wall in front of him. Then he used his heavy cannon to blow it wide open. Kim Gun stepped through the wreckage. If there isn't a path, you just make one. The 2 girls looked down from above, rendered speechless. Noyet Ni led the way toward a basement. Sect leader, 6 Factions is down here. There are quite a few guards in the dungeon. We need to stay alert. Kim Gun began his descent. He scanned the surroundings and let out a surprised huh? All the guards were currently sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. Kim Gun walked toward a cell. Hey, did you see a fat guy come through here? The man inside suddenly burst into a manic laugh. Hee hee. He's already here. No one leaves this place alive. Hee hee. You're all going to end up as pathetic as them. Before he could finish, a heavy bullet slammed into his shoulder. Shut the hell up. I asked a question. You give me an answer. Did you see a fat guy or not? The man just kept laughing. Hee hee. Hee hee. The madman gripped his wound with one hand, still grinning. Yes. Straight ahead. Turn left at the junction. Then keep going. You'll find a torture chamber. The one you're looking for is likely there. Kim Gun glanced at him. Aka mipiaka. Fiend, you're free to go now. As soon as he spoke, the lock on the cell door shattered. Go ahead, run wild. The man immediately bolted out, skipping and hopping. I'll show these Jongnam bastards what hell looks like. Hee hee. Kim Gun approached a door further ahead. Must be in here. Kim Gun opened the door to scout the interior. Hoa Lan dashed past him, screaming, 6 factions. Those bastards. How could they treat a human like this? Though bound, 6 factions managed a weak smile. Sex sister. Long time no see. Hee hee. Co Chu suddenly appeared behind Kim Gun. Oh, what a touching reunion. He immediately spun around with a slash. Co Chu quickly dodged to the side. He swiftly circled behind Kim Gun's back. Whoa, wait a second. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Kim Gun wasn't listening. He pulled out his gun. Save the misunderstandings for when you're in hell. 6 factions suddenly shouted, wait. Sect leader. That man is the benefactor who helped me. This great hero took out all the bastards who were torturing me here. Kim Gun asked in surprise, what? Co Chu clasped his hands together. Apologies for the late introduction. I am Co Chu. Noyatni fell in a deep thought. Wait, that name sounds familiar. The world knows me as one of the 4 great evils, Co Chu. Hearing this, she hurriedly warned him. Sect leader, don't lower your guard. He's one of the 4 great evils. They don't follow the righteous path and have committed countless atrocities. Among villains, they are the worst of the worst. Co Chu crossed his arms and chuckled. I suppose it looks that way depending on your perspective. But today, I'm here to be your strength, not a villain. Since you guys made quite the ruckus getting in here, they'll be swarming us soon. The Jongnam sect disciples began moving deep inside to search. Search this area thoroughly. There are signs of an explosion. Co Chu walked toward them. Then let me prove my sincerity to the sect leader by lending a little hand. Kim Gun still didn't quite get what he was up to. What? Co Chu immediately concentrated his internal energy into his hands. Moving with incredible speed, he delivered slashes as sharp as razor blades. The enemies instantly collapsed, covered in blood. The last one backed against a wall, raising his hands in a panic. Please, spare me. He looked at the trembling prey before him. How should I handle you? His hand plunged straight through the man's chest. The enemy only managed a short gasp before slumping over. Co Chu flashed a bizarre smile. But it's already too late. To ensure the sect leader can travel comfortably, I'll clear the path ahead. As for my story, we'll talk more when we meet again on the 3rd floor of the White Moon Pavilion. With that, he suddenly vanished. Kim Gun finally spoke up. That bastard. Benefactor my ass. Let's get 6 factions out of here. All 4 of them successfully escaped and were strolling through the city streets. A child running down the street bumped into Kim Gun. He frowned at the boy. Huh? The child looked up at him, sweating with anxiety. Hey, I'm sorry. Hoa Lan observed the situation. Sect leader, that child. Kim Gun cut her off. Hey kid, you think that's enough? Don't be such a petty man. If you're going to steal everything. Take this and eat your fill. He then tossed another pouch of money onto the ground. Hoa Lan glanced at him. Sect leader, that amount is a year's worth of living expenses for a commoner. Kim Gun replied nonchalantly. Oh, I didn't know. I'll go ask the Bao God for more. She pressed further. But now we have no money for food. He kept walking forward. That guy from the 4 great evils will cover it. The child stared at him blankly at a dilapidated house. So, what do you think of the sect leader of the Dream Seekers? The child from earlier replied quickly, well, it was unexpected. He's very kind. He even gave me a lot of silver to go eat good food. As he spoke, he greedily munched on a cake. The person asking clicked his tongue. How pathetic. He turned to ask the person beside him. Given the situation, what should we do now? Kai Tien, the great branch chief of the Beggars Union, tilted his head and replied, a great hero. Huh? I'll have to investigate this for myself. The 4 of them arrived at the White Moon Pavilion and headed upstairs. Co Chu was already waiting for them with an incredibly lavish feast. The sect leader has arrived. I've been waiting here, hee hee. Everyone took a seat at the table. They prepared to enjoy the meal. 6 factions held a rice ball in his right hand and a chicken leg in his left, devouring them both greedily. Kim Gun looked at him, annoyed. Damn it, he's injured, so I can't even hit him. Co Chu asked cheerfully, Sect leader, do you know why I'm helping you? Kim Gun replied instantly, no. How should I know? Co Chu put a hand to his chin, acting thoughtful. Well then, I must explain how I became one of the 4 great evils. First, I was just an ordinary child in an ordinary family. Kim Gun cut him off. Make it short. Co Chu raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. Fine, then I'll be as brief as possible. I want to avenge my mother. I want to erase the martial arts alliance from existence. In the past, my mother was sacrificed under the tyranny of a martial arts alliance. Later, when I picked up a blade to take revenge on those bastards, people naturally started calling me one of the 4 great evils. So, when I heard about the conflict between the Dream Seeker sect and the Martial Arts Alliance, I rushed here to lend the sect leader my strength. Kim Gun didn't think much of it. Well, if that's the case. Hoa Lan turned to him. No, sect leader, we still haven't verified if what this evil says is the truth. Borrowing his strength, right now, is too dangerous. Co Chu turned toward her to explain. You have a point. But if I wanted to harm the sect leader, I wouldn't have targeted the Jiangnam sect, one of the 9 sects and one union of the Martial Arts Alliance. You clearly understand the consequences of touching them. And among the people gathered here, is there anyone who can guarantee they will never betray the sect leader? Hoa Lan shouted in anger. How can you say something so nonsensical? Kim Gun remained calm. Actually, I'm in need of a meat shield right now. Co Chu stared at him, stunned. A meat shield? He continued. And if you want to betray me, go ahead and try. But I can't guarantee what will happen to you afterward. Co Chu broke into a satisfied grin. He stood up and leaned forward, offering a hand. You truly are as bold as I thought. Please look after me from now on. Kim Gun reached out his hand toward him. But suddenly, the man pulled his hand back. Wait, before that, there's actually something I want to check. Kim Gun was surprised. What? Co Chu walked toward the balcony and looked down at the street. It's almost time. Ah, they're here. Hee. The disciples of the Jiangnam sect began storming into the White Moon Pavilion. Check the place that guy mentioned. Search it thoroughly. Co Chu turned back and continued. I know the sect leader is strong, but I need to see it for myself. So, I used the sect leader's name to provoke the Jiangnam sect crowd. Now, let those Jiangnam bastards come in to arrest the sect leader down there. Witness your true power firsthand. As he finished, he shifted his appearance to look exactly like Kim Gun. Kim Gun suddenly stood up and laughed loudly. Brother, this is interesting. The more I learn about this place, the more it surprises me. Fine, I'll go along with your game this once. But if you ever act on your own like this again, then I'll kill you. He continued to threaten him. And change back to your old face already. I hate looking at it. Co Chu gave a strained laugh. Aha, understood. Hoa Lan left the table and ran after him. Sect leader, I'm coming too. Kim Gun refused. No, I'm enough on my own. Co Chu flashed a sly smile, his face full of anticipation. I wonder how the rumored sect leader of the Dream Seekers actually fights. He turned to Tien Bok nearby. Aren't you curious too, old beggar? We both came here today with the same goal. So why don't we sign a temporary peace treaty? Tien Bok frowned. But he agreed to the proposal. Fine. Fighting here would only involve innocent people. Nor yet Ni recognized the man. Is that Kai Fong? Tien Bok also looked toward the balcony where Co Chu stood. But even if I can ignore your presence, I cannot stand by while the Jiangnam sect, allies of the Martial Arts Alliance, are being attacked. Co Chu kept his sly grin. Perhaps. But let's see who the real villain in this fight is. Kim Gun already had his gun ready in his hand. Hey, you guys can fight however you want, but take it outside. You call yourselves the righteous faction. Yet there's a child here who hasn't even grown hair yet. One of the men pointed his sword at him. Don't say such ridiculous things. How dare you speak so shamelessly while showing that face? Kim Gun looked straight at him, then spoke to the child's servant nearby. Hey kid, close your eyes. The child immediately shut his eyes tight. The Jiangnam sect disciples' rage flared up. This bastard, how dare he be so arrogant in front of us? A heavy bullet tore straight through the middle of his head. Immediately after, dozens of rounds were fired in rapid succession. The scene was filled with smoke, the smell of gunpowder, and the nonstop thunder of gunshots. A Jiangnam disciple screamed, Stop it, you bastard. He grabbed a person in the restaurant and held a sword to his throat. If you move, this guy dies too. Co Chu watched from upstairs. What do you think, old beggar? He turned to look at Tien Bok. Who is the villain, and who is the virtuous one? The old man fumed with anger. What on earth is happening here? I will handle them strictly. Kim Gun stood below and replied coldly, Just kill him. Both men in front of him froze. What? Kim Gun continued nonchalantly. What? Are you pretending you didn't hear me? I said kill him. He's lived long enough anyway. Just kill him. Co Chu and Tien Bok stood above, lost in thought. Tien Bok looked at him threateningly. Are you really thinking that way right now? Hey, look into my eyes. Co Chu immediately looked away. The Jiangnam disciple moved his sword toward the child servant from earlier. How about this then? This kid hasn't lived long. If you move, I'll kill him instantly. So be a good boy. A heavy bullet instantly tore through his head without hesitation. Kim Gun's rage boiled over. Everyone unrelated, get the hell out of here. As soon as he spoke, everyone in the restaurant began to flee in a panic. Kim Gun stepped arrogantly toward the man he had just shot. He looked at him and fired another round. The other disciples were terrified and backed away. Kim Gun turned to the others. You bastards dared to point a sword at a child? None of you are getting out of here today. Screams of terror rang out. Run. Save me. A voice cut through the chaos. Stop. Tien Bok used his staff to block Kim Gun's gun. He lowered his face. Stop right here. That's enough, isn't it? He coldly cut him off. Hey, I'll be the one to decide that. Tien Bok slowly lowered his staff. True, but don't you see? They're all dead already. He turned to walk away. Why won't you let me leave in peace? Hearing this, Kim Gun finally lowered his weapon. Hey, who are you to keep interfering? Tien Bok gave a brief explanation. I'm just a passerby. Don't mind me. Kim Gun looked at him thoughtfully. Hey, old beggar. The old man turned back with a huh? He tossed him a single coin. You look like you can't afford food. Take that and go get a bowl of noodles. I already gave all my silver to that kid. Tien Bok stared at him, stunned. He suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. He leaned down to pick up the coin. At my age, I never thought I'd be receiving charity. Regardless, I'll make good use of it. With that, he vanished as fast as a bolt of lightning. Kim Gun scratched his head in confusion. Even an old beggar is that skilled? Co Chu stepped down from the balcony. Sec leader, you truly live up to your name. From now on, I wish to serve you. Kim Gun glanced at him. What are you talking about? Then he returned to his usual self. Mun, I'm starving. Someone give me a bowl of noodles. Co Chu flashed a mysterious smile. A while later, at the Jade Forest White Tiger camp, Kim Long stepped out to welcome him warmly. You're back. You must be exhausted. Are you hurt anywhere? Kim Gun replied happily. How could I get hurt just handling a small matter? He looked around. But, he continued, what are you looking for? A small dog came running from behind. Mong Kao dashed toward him. Kim Gun's eyes teared up. Mong Kao. He pulled the dog into a tight hug. The dog happily licked his face, welcoming its master home. He held Mong Kao up high. You're not in pain anymore, right? It doesn't hurt, does it? Mong Kao, I couldn't live without you. Mong Kao's expression suddenly shifted. Why do you look like that? Are you feeling unwell? It jumped out his arms and ran off. Kim Gun turned to watch. Mong Kao, where are you going? The little dog ran straight to the spirit fox. Hearts appeared in its eyes, showing clear affection for the other. Kim Gun watched, speechless. Raising you really was useless. Mong Kao circled around the spirit fox. But as soon as it looked somewhere it shouldn't have, the spirit fox angrily kicked it. Mong Kao sat there, feeling dejected with teary eyes. A painful experience of first love. Kim Gun bit his hand, his fatherly heart shattered, seeing his dog heartbroken. Oh ha, Mong Kao. Kim Long stepped up, his face full of concern. I'm glad you've been reunited with Mong Kao. But a moment later, his expression suddenly turned serious. But there's important business at hand. Let's head outside. He walked to a nearby forest along with the bandit leader and Jin Jian. The three of them stood facing each other with solemn faces. Jin Long spoke first. Brother, what do you know about the Murim Alliance leader? He immediately replied. Generally speaking, he's the strongest man under heaven. Crossing his arms, he continued, exactly. The world calls him the Peerless One. What do you think your odds of winning against such a man are? Jin Jian raised his rifle. There's no way to know before the fight starts. But regardless, he's still human, so he's beatable. Jin Long tilted his head and said seriously, true, if you fight without preparation, this is an incredibly dangerous weapon. But brother, it seems you don't understand the Alliance leader at all. If you were to fight one of the two of us, what would your win rate be? He asked in surprise, wait, what? The bandit leader and Jin Long began to concentrate their internal energy. Look closely. Jin Jian suddenly felt it. Oh, what is this? Both of them released a massive amount of pressure. It felt like a roaring demon. Right now, do you still think you can beat us? He looked at the surge of power before him in shock. These people were already this strong? As the two of them gradually withdrew that pressure, Jin Long continued to explain, this is reality, brother. There will surely be those who delude themselves into thinking they can defeat us. The bandit leader added, that's right. Don't flinch, brother. We are incredibly strong. Jin Long stepped closer. As you can see, even though we are this powerful, even if we were to join forces, we still couldn't be certain of a victory. That is the Alliance leader, Dongfang. Brother, do you feel the gap clearly now? If you can't even beat one of us, how could you possibly defeat the Alliance leader? Jin Jian's face darkened. The bandit leader started laughing out loud. Ha! Are you scared? A heavy bullet tore straight through his thigh. The bandit leader was bewildered. Huh? Holding his rifle, he looked at him with a smirk. Listen, brothers. I told you, with this thing, I could defeat anyone. Jin Long looked at him helplessly. No, brother. Even against me, no. The bandit leader put a hand to his forehead and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Only you could pull off something this crazy. But even so, he still doesn't quite grasp reality. Does he, big brother? Jin Long nodded at him. Indeed. He still doesn't fully understand. The bandit leader continued, it can't be helped. As your older brothers. Oh, we'll just have to show you what reality is. As he spoke, he gathered power in his right fist and lunged. while Jin Long drew his bow and fired several arrows at Jin Jian. Jin Jian was startled. Wait a minute. A short while later, the battle ceased. The smoke began to clear. His bruised face gradually came into view. Jin Long asked with folded arms, well, brother, what do you think now? Do you understand reality a bit better? He looked up and lamented. Then what do you want me to do? I have to fight him in just a few days. Jin Long raised an eyebrow. It's not like there's no way. Jin Jian scrambled to his feet. What's the way? You just need to master 2 abilities. The first is being able to defeat the alliance leader in a single blow. Jin Jian raised his rifle. If that's the case, I have my rifle right here. He immediately cut him off. No, I know that weapon is strong, but it's still not enough. That alone won't beat the alliance leader in one hit. You need to strike far more powerful than that. He took an arrow and prepared to draw his bow. And the second ability, seeing it with your own eyes will be faster. I showed you a bit of it before, but look closely. This is the second thing you must do. He released the string. The arrow instantly whistled through the air, zipping past Jin Jian. He watched their trajectory in surprise. What kind of arrow is this? It's like it's alive. Wait, why is it coming back this way? The arrows curved back toward him, but they continued to graze past him, before slamming straight into the ground, creating a massive explosion. Jin Long explained further, you must have an attack capable of moving freely like this to keep up with that man's movements. From now on, I plan to teach you these 2 things. If you don't follow my instructions, your chance of defeating the alliance leader is 0. Jin Jian's face darkened. He continued to advise him, third brother, it's not too late. Go and seek a reconciliation. He cut him off. If I learn them, will I have a chance? Then what is there to worry about? I'll take that bastard down in one shot. He looked down at the phone in his hand. Oh, a message appeared on the screen. Hello, this is team leader Kim Myong. I, Kim Myong, am quite moved to see a fool like you approaching the world of Murim conquest so quickly. Therefore, I will give you a suitable quest. Quest transferred. Master the 2 training skills of the Bao Saint. Rewards. Details included. Jin Jian smiled with satisfaction. It's been a while since I've heard that name. Hualan entered the forest to search. She looked around and said, he should be around here, when a loud boom echoed. She dashed forward. That sound. Cult leader. Hualan's eyes widened. She looked at the scene before her in shock. What is this? These solid rock mountains are full of craters. Jin Jian walked over and asked, what is it? What are you doing here? Did something happen? Hualan blushed at the sight of his six-pack. She stammered, oh no. I just wanted to see if you were doing okay. So Jin Jian approached calmly. I'm Yufine. But is your training going well? She let out a soft ah and thought back to earlier. Hualan was kneeling on the ground, panting. Yue looked at her disdainfully, thinking that with this level of skill, you want to stand beside the cult leader. You should be ashamed of yourself. Just go home and rest. That would be more helpful. Hualan trembled with rage. That woman. She suppressed her anger and replied, through gritted teeth, yes, my training is going very well. Jin Jian wondered, what's with that? Your expression is strange. He continued to ask, anyway, how is everyone else's training coming along? She focused on reporting the status. Under the chief bandit's special guidance, Danquat is rediscovering his former self. However, Jin Jian turned back curiously. However, Yetpai is currently pale and gasping for air. Siopio looked at him with contempt. Seriously? How could you not even break that? Yetpai sweated and justified himself. After all, this thing is like a wooden log strengthened for power training. Siopio cut him off. Shut up. This is the world of Murim. Yetpai continued to plead. Can't we just rest for a bit? I'm so tired. He placed a hand on his shoulder with a threatening look. You can't even break a branch, and you're asking for a rest? Jin Jian observed from a distance. Hualan. It seems he has a unique training method suitable for Yetpai. She turned to him. Huh? What do you mean? He called out loudly, hey, Yetpai, come here. He suddenly turned. Oh, cult leader. Cult leader. I'm so happy to see you again like this. Yetpai shouted as he ran toward him. Jin Jian raised his rifle and fired a shot, to Hualan's shock. Wait, what? Yetpai immediately raised his arms in a defensive stance. However, the heavy bullet pierced through his right arm. Blood began to flow. Ow, that hurts. Cult leader, why would you do that to me? Jin Jian stepped forward and asked, you were hit by a rifle, and you only feel pain? Yetpai, I have an important mission for you. Yetpai knelt on the ground and looked up. Huh? What mission would you suddenly give me? Jin Jian told him to look down. Only then did he realize. Huh? What is this? Yetpai now possessed the bulletproof vest function. As for Jin Jian, his function was long-range sniper. He let out a satisfied smile. The combination of a sniper and a tank was unstoppable. He turned and called to Hualan. Have you contacted the others yet? She smiled and replied, yes, I have, cult leader. The Southern Barbarian Palace Master, Nam Sik, held the letter in his hand. Our brothers need help. Let's move out. The Northern Sea Ice Palace Master, One Guang, frowned. I'm not very interested. Do we really have to go? His wife, Okelan, began to persuade him. Stop complaining and move. If we want to make in time, we have to leave now. Hualan continued. Everyone should have set off by now. Kim Gun raised his gun. Well then, shall we slowly head over there? Let's go conquer the Mirim. From Kim Gun's arms, the spirit fox cast looks of lightning-filled hatred at Monka, while Monka didn't care at all, staring back at the spirit fox with infatuation. Even with 2 pets in his arms, his mind was racing with strategy. If I could just kill that martial arts alliance leader quickly, my life in this damn place will finally be over. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hualan entered and bowed respectfully. Sec leader, everyone is gathered. Kim Gun snapped out his thoughts. All right, I'm coming. He stepped out from behind the door. Kim Long greeted him. Little brother, you're here. The bandit chief chimed in teasingly. The legend of our 3 brothers is finally about to begin. Elsewhere, Noyet Ni and Dang Coat bowed in greeting. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man stepping forward. Kim Gun looked at the crowd below in surprise. Oh, everyone's gathered here? Before we go, I want to say one thing. There's an old saying back in my country that goes like this. He who seeks to live shall die, and he who seeks to die shall live. So, if you fight as if you're ready to die, you will surely return alive. But I understand how you feel. Everyone is afraid of death. He paused and continued coldly. If anyone feels that way, tell me now. I'll let you go. Permanently. The crowd below broke into hushed whispers and murmurs. One hand shot up high. Sect leader, E. He stammered. To be honest, I am a little afraid of dying. A look of utter shock froze on his face. A bullet had already spiraled into his arm, sending blood splattering everywhere. Kim Gun spoke nonchalantly as the crowd watched. He held a pistol pointed at the man, a devilish grin on his face. Seeing the crowd sweating in silence, he looked satisfied. Oh, it seems no one is afraid of death anymore. Then, everyone move out. The crowd roared. As soon as he finished, no one dared to disobey. They all raised their hands and cheered with intense spirit. Even the man who had just been shot didn't dare stay silent, enduring the pain to cheer along with the others in the boiling atmosphere. Kim Gun smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Now then. The sect leaders behind him were hyped up. Kim Gun signaled, let's move out. The evening sun shone over the high hills. When Guan Gelang set over Gunfu. What the hell? Aren't those guys cold? Why are they all shirtless? Natuk also looked suspicious. Don't they feel the heat? What are they even wearing? Kim Gun walked up to the group, sounding pleased. Everyone's on time, I see. A girl's voice called from behind him. General Thuong Ni lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Her small face rubbed against Kim Gun. Hoa Lan's face went dark, her eyes bulging. That damn girl. Doing that to the sect leader again. Noyet Ni looked annoyed. And who am I? Chopped liver? Kim Gun kept pushing Thuong Ni's face away, shooing her. Hey, I'm Busa. Go play somewhere else. Nguyen Quang's face turned beet red with rage. That bastard dares to put his hands on my daughter's face? Kim Gun ignored Thuong Ni and looked at the crowd, smiling. It seems everyone is gathered. Let's all head to the main tent. We need to talk. Inside the tent, everyone looked at him with serious expressions. Not Tuk spoke first. So, brother, what's the plan for this attack? Kim Gun replied casually, I don't have a big plan. He simply held up his pistol. I'm just going to use this to put a hole in the alliance leader's head. A boisterous laugh rang out. Clear and brilliant. The bandit chiefs looked delighted. As expected, our little brother is truly a genius. That's our boy. Nguyen Quang scoffed internally, these savages. But aloud he said, Are you sure you can defeat the martial arts alliance leader? Kim Gun reassured him with a confident smile. Don't worry, uncle. I'll handle him. You see to take out the rest. Not Tuk smiled excitedly, bursting with pride. That's my brother. So heroic. Nguyen Quang, on the other hand, was trembling with rage. What? I'm handling the rest. Kim Gun turned to Noyet Ni. And the 5 subsect leaders? Have they finished what I assigned them? She flinched when she heard her name. Yes, sect leader. Noyet Ni smiled with determination. My side is awaiting your orders. Kim Gun gave a devilish grin, the look of someone about to do something very bad. Well done. And they should be arriving just about now. Outside, the armies were lined up in neat formation. On one side was the chasing dragon squad of the inspection hall, led by the hallmaster, Elder Van Tien Han of the Manhwa sect. On the other side was the Azura sword squad of the discipline hall, led by the grand executioner, Elder Mac Tien Dao of the Wudong sect, and the elite force directly under the alliance leader, the Heaven Army, the commander of the Heaven Army, the head of the Martial Arts Alliance. Martial Arts Alliance leader, Dongfang Don. Kim Long calmly observed, looks like there are quite a few dangerous ones out there. The bandit chief was hyped for the fight. Hell yeah, big brother. It's been a long time since I felt this excited. Kim Gun couldn't help but comment, a lot of guys showed up just to die. He shouted toward the enemy ranks, "Hey old man, did you summon all these people just to catch me?" He didn't stop there with the provocations. "I'm guessing you didn't like the gift I sent you before?" Dongfang Don let out a cold laugh. "Let's see how long that arrogant attitude lasts." He put on a fake, noble smile, as if welcoming a distinguished guest. It has been quite a while. Both men stared back as he greeted them. "Bao God, Black Kim, Long Bandit King, 6 heavens of evil." Don spoke in a tone like old friends reuniting. "I thought you two were living on some mountain somewhere. So, the 3 of you are called the Mad Brothers in this world now, right?" He spoke politely, but the cruelty hidden behind his words sent chills down one's spine. The 3 Mad Brothers. Veins immediately popped on Kim Long's forehead. He growled back, each word heavy enough to crush the air. "Who are you calling mad, you old geezer?" Kim Gun, standing beside him, held him back. "Brother, forget it. Why get upset over this? Right?" Then he glanced at the old man, suddenly remembering something fun. "Oh, that's right. I prepared something too." The old man's eyebrows furrowed as Kim Gun spoke. "A special gift just for you." Dongfang Don questioned, "A gift?" He replied with absolute certainty, "Yes. You're gonna love it this time. Subsect leaders now." She nodded in understanding, holding a signal flare and firing it high into the sky. In the forest, Hanko was sweating with fear, looking at the object in his hand. "Oh, damn it. Why do I have to do this? When is the signal coming?" A voice from behind startled him. "What? Who are you?" A soldier with a sword asked. "Are you from the Dreamseeker sect?" Hanko rushed to deny it. "No, I'm not. I'm just running errands for someone." Before the soldier could say more, bursts of colorful fireworks lit up the sky. The soldier didn't believe Hanko and pressed him. "Tell the truth. What are you doing here?" When Hanko saw the signal, his face flipped 180 degrees into a savage grin. "Who am I? I'm one of the bad guys. Who else?" With that, he squeezed the trigger in his hand. Nothing seemed to happen at first. Dongfang Don was confused. "What trick are you playing now? I won't be fooled this time." Kim Gun chuckled mockingly. "What nonsense are you talking? I told you it's a gift. There's one thing every Korean man knows. Life." A notification appeared. "Quest. Master the 2 skills from the Bao God. Rewards. Details." He smirked deviously at the reward details. M18A1 Claymore. A massive pillar of fire and a powerful explosion erupted, blowing dozens of people away. Inside the blast was pure horror. Screams and wails echoed everywhere. Multiple explosions went off simultaneously. Those nearby were blown apart or burned to a crisp. Kim Gun asked gleefully, "So, do you like the gift? Now, we should take advantage of this chaos and fish in troubled waters." He laughed maniacally, looking every bit like a true villain. His army received the order and immediately charged like storm. Across from them, the Martial Arts Alliance drew their swords and charged without hesitation. The battlefield was instantly plunged into chaos as 2 armies of over 1,000 men collided violently. Blood and sweat sprayed amidst the countless strikes. A Martial Arts Alliance soldier quickly dodged a spear, and immediately swung his sword. A clean slash took off his opponent's head. His face was full of smugness. "You savages are nothing." Suddenly, a creature lunged at him. Before he could finish his sentence, a tiger clamped its jaws around him. Tuk laughed heartily at the sight. "Our baby is hungry, isn't he? Chew it well." Typical barbarian mindset. An opponent lunged from behind with a sword. A group of guards also simultaneously launched an ambush on Nguyen Quang. He coldly unsheathed his sword. "Do you bastards even know who I am?" He channeled his strength into the blade, creating a powerful aura. Ice White new sword style. The slash tore through the air as if splitting the heavens in 2. Nguyen Quang sighed in self-deprecation. "How annoying. I should be fighting someone at my own level." A pair of calm footsteps approached. "Then how about me?" The pressure from the Manhwa elder made the air even heavier. "I believe my level is a perfect match for you." Van Tien Han, Inspection Hall Master and Elder of the Manhwa sect. Nguyen Quang's Taifan. Tuk let out a mocking laugh. "Who the hell is this guy? If you're feeling overwhelmed, let me take over." A voice rang out from behind. "No, you don't." A powerful sword was unsheathed. "I'll handle this one." Mak Tien Dao, Grand Executioner and Elder of the Wudong sect. Duels began to take shape across the blood-soaked battlefield. Outside, the life-and-death struggle between the 2 factions raged on. "Die, all of you." The Martial Arts Alliance isn't anything special. Provoked, the alliance fell into further chaos and panic. "Damn it, there are too many of them. Retreat for now and regroup with our allies." A flaming fist lunged forward to block their path. "Who said you were allowed to retreat?" The masked man unleashed a punch that cleared the entire area. He didn't distinguish between friend or foe. A mask hit his cold face. Those who run will die by my hand first. A shout thundered down from above. Who dares lay a finger on my subordinates? The bandit king descended from the sky with terrifying force. Dum a favor. He smiled with arrogant radiance. Try not to die in a single hit. The punch exploded against the earth, making everything tremble. However, the masked man stood his ground, actually tanking the hit. Without giving his opponent time to react, the bandit king lunged in again. The masked man didn't flinch, ready for the head-on collision. Kim Gun watched the battle unfold in amazement. They're putting up quite a fight. Dang Coat, standing beside him, spoke up. Sect leader. Kim Gun gave a slight nod. Make your move. Dang Coat immediately left his position, moving with blinding speed. He appeared right in front of his opponent. Nak Bai Tien frowned when he saw him enter the fray with only one arm. Zanquat Lauet gone feet in. One arm is more than enough to handle someone like you. Nak Bai Tien let out a cold laugh. Let's see how long that confidence lasts. As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted in a flash. Dang Coat threw the first punch. Bai Tien reacted instantly, his eyes tracking the attack. Seizing the opening, he landed a heavy blow on Dang Coat's waist. Anger flared up. You sneaky little brat. Zanquat Sudelise Taifen. He was surrounded by 3 clones of his opponent. A barrage of attacks poured in, as if to crush him. Dang Coat could only play defense. Damn it. In this state, I can't do anything. I need to create some distance first. He gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful move, stomping the ground. 1,000-pound drop. Debris exploded everywhere, forcing Nak Bai Tien to halt. Dang Coat immediately lunged for a counterattack. Gotcha, kid. Bai Tien's face contorted as he took the full force of the punch. His body was sent flying, creating a massive explosion upon impact. But from within the dust cloud, he charged back out. His power was as fierce as a wild black wolf clashing with the king of the jungle, the striped tiger. D'un Coat Huaret die. Their twin fists collided, causing the ground to shatter. Suddenly, an arm began to manifest, sprouting from Dang Coat. Bai Tien screamed maniacally. How could I be defeated by a one-armed cripple? Dang Coat's face darkened. Who are you calling a cripple? A hand made of pure energy suddenly gripped his arm. I'm a one-armed cripple, huh? Dang Coat flashed a triumphant grin. My master fashioned an arm for me. His punches rained down relentlessly, leaving Bai Tien heavily bloodied. The relentless assault brought the match to an end. Bai Tien could no longer defend himself. Dang Coat tightened his fist, each strike stronger than the last. Bai Tien collapsed before his towering figure. Now it's over. He clasped his hands together, delivering the final judgment. Blood sprayed from Bai Tien like rain after the finishing blow. Dang Coat snorted coldly and closed his eyes. Nothing special. He turned around, sensing something. Kim Gun was smiling, giving him a thumbs up in praise. Dang Coat chuckled, pleased by the recognition. Kim Gun raised his rifle. All right then, let's wrap this up slowly. The crosshairs locked onto the target, making the air feel as if it had stopped. The Alliance leader's subordinates shivered at the killing intent. This killing intent. He barked an order. Have an army. The troops immediately formed a defensive array. Even les dragons shield de formation. Kim Gun was indifferent. Too late. The bullet streaked out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the entire defensive line was decimated. Another man lunged forward to shield the Alliance leader. Before he could even blink, his head exploded. Blood splattered across the Alliance leader's face, making him tremble. Kim Gun watched the scene and just laughed with regret. What a waste. He squeezed the trigger. I really tried to end it in one shot. He reloaded. Well, let's try one more time. A sword suddenly lunged from behind. Who said you could end this on your own? Before Donfong Don could act, he was hit by a powerful force from behind. The power was so terrifying it felt as if his bones and flesh were being pulverized, though he wasn't dead yet. But his face was mangled and covered in blood. What does my little brother usually say at times like this? All right. A man stood nearby, aiming a bow. What a shame. Has the bow god grown so old he's become senile? Did you forget? Donfong Don immediately went berserk. A mere arrow like that can't take me down. Kim Gun smirked. You haven't forgotten, have you? Your opponent is me. The barrel loaded, and boom. He aimed perfectly at him, even with a simple attack like that. He screamed, this won't even scratch me. He then used his body to weave past the bullet's path. Kim Gun thought for a moment. I definitely aimed for his head. He then sighed. Truly not easy to deal with. The old man laughed mockingly. Kaka, you brat, you're always trying those little tricks. He was annoyed. Damn it, the barrel didn't lock onto him. Because the old man had quickly dodged and leaped behind him. An arrow was fired to block the impact of his attack, leaving Kim Gun bewildered. The old man let out another mocking laugh. Don targeted the man who had just fired the arrow. Gotcha! But that man delivered a sharp kick to his stomach. The force of the kick was enough to send him flying meters away. When the man calmed down, his face became worried. Meanwhile, the arrogant Dongfang Don sneered. "Where are you looking, Black Kim Long?" Multiple slashes tore through the man's body. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Then, his body crumbled before the overwhelming power of Dongfang Don. Kim Gun, nearby, screamed, "Brother!" He lost his cool in a fit of rage. "You bastard!" A surge of power suddenly enveloped the man. That power was so terrifying it nearly blew him away again, but he managed to brace himself. 100 heavens, lightning step. He then vanished into the surge of energy. He leaped into the air, taking direct aim at Kim Gun. Kim Gun spun around in shock. The destructive force was enough to level an entire city. Right then, someone appeared, shielding Kim Gun. He gasped in surprise. It was Six Bays. He had arrived just in time. "Sec leader, don't worry about your back. I will protect you." The old man grew even more arrogant. "Oh ho, it seems you possess the golden invincible body." Dongfang Don thrust his sword toward the sky, summoning a barrage of lightning. "Let's see if you can block this." The bolts lined up, zeroing in on Kim Gun. The lightning strikes caused the surrounding buildings and earth to explode violently. Six Bays was at the mercy of his power. Dongfang Don shifted his gaze. Kim Gun had already fled the area. He placed a hand on his head and sighed. "Abandoning your subordinate to run away like that? Fine, run as far as you want." After all, his heart was full of arrogance. "You still won't escape the palm of my hand." Kim Gun ran with all his might, but the old man was right on his heels. He unleashed the power of his sword, blowing Kim Gun away. Kim Gun's body slammed directly into a nearby cliffside. The old man sneered. "Wasting time on a mere insect like this is truly a futile effort." He raised his sword for the finishing blow. "It ends here." But Kim Gun broke into a mysterious smile. "Ha ha, welcome, old man." His demonic eyes locked onto him. "The hell?" Dongfang Don looked bewildered. "What?" In front of him were 3 unknown devices. "I prepared something special for you." They were laid out horizontally in a row. He uttered one last word. "Goodbye." As he flipped the switches, Dongfang Don asked mockingly, "You were just running for your life, and now you're talking big? Just give up." Before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed in a blinding light. The explosion from the devices created a shockwave far more violent than before. He watched as the old man was caught in the blast. Kim Gun let out a long sigh. "Phew, that old geezer is as persistent as a leech." He wasn't dead yet. A pair of legs stepped out from the wall of fire. Not yet. Though his clothes were scorched off, he was still alive. He looked like a literal demon, having survived countless lethal impacts. Kim Gun looked utterly horrified. He survived that massive explosion too? "Little brother." The bandit king appeared, shielding him. "Run. I can't hold him off for long." He lunged at Dongfang Don to engage him. Kim Gun screamed in terror. "Six brother." A hand suddenly touched his back. "Sec leader, please listen carefully." It was Co Chiu. "From this moment on, I will transmit everything from my life's work to you." He turned around. "What are you talking about? Why are you doing this?" Co Chiu urged him. "Please, kill the martial arts alliance leader." He transferred his internal energy into Kim Gun. "No, wait. What is this?" The sheer depth of the internal power caused him agonizing pain. Right then, the rain began to pour. Kim Gun's face looked dazed after the energy transfer. Co Chiu's face turned pale. "Sec leader, you've worked hard. Everything from here on." He spoke his final words. "I leave it to you." Kim Gun affirmed, "I got it." He then gripped his weapon with a grim expression. "Just leave it to me." A blue light erupted from the gun, flying hundreds of meters. The bandit king was still desperately trying to block his path. Dongfang Don sneered. "Still haven't learned?" He flashed a cruel smile. "You're no match for me." A voice echoed from a distance. "Hey, stop messing with my brother." The old man froze as he saw something. Kim Gun appeared with his weapon ready. "Now, stay dead for good." The power from the shot manifested before him. Before he could grasp what was happening, the blue light pierced straight through him. Arg! After that shot, the rain grew even heavier. Ha! Finally, the old man had died by his hand. Under the heavy downpour, everything fell silent. He whispered, "This war," and then laughed out loud. "We won." The people below cheered in unison. Peace had finally returned to the sect. A hand gripped a broken string of prayer beads. A master sat beneath a Buddha statue, watching the beads scatter across the floor. That master was the abbot of Shaolin, Manhwa. He panicked. Has the alliance leader actually lost? He quickly flew off. "No, I must stop this." Meanwhile, Kim Gun thought to himself, "It's finally time to go." A message popped up on his phone. "Hello, Kim Jian. I am team leader Kim Mae. Besides Kim Gun, you have another name. Kim Jian, the Berserker demon." He continued reading. Kim Jian is the first to reach this stage. Kim Jian has successfully defeated the Martial Arts Alliance leader. But don't think you've conquered the Murim just yet. His face contorted in panic. What? A notification appeared. Chapter 1 Final Mission. Defeat the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Complete. An image appeared of a coffin bound by countless chains and talismans. Chapter 1 ends now. The talismans suddenly burst into flames. Chapter 2. Start. A beam of light struck down at one of the sect's temples. The people there had no idea what was going on. A figure appeared on the roof of the Alliance headquarters amidst the thick smoke. The strongest and most evil being in Murim history had descended. The man raised his sword to absorb the lightning from the sky. The blade sucked in all the energy from the heavens and earth. It all concentrated into a single point. Then it exploded outward, leveling the surrounding buildings. The man hovered in the air, looking down. That was the heavenly demon. With eyes red like a demon, he awaited orders. Heavenly demon, kill that person. He received his final command. Kill the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon sensed something. Huh, he thought. Everything gathered in one place. He then flew off with incredible speed, searching for something. Saves me the trouble of searching. Kim Gun finished reading the messages. His hands were shaking, unable to stay calm. He raged, this is insane. What the hell? The Alliance leader is dead, so I should be done. Who the hell is this heavenly demon now? Hearing the shouts, he instinctively looked back. Oh, Alliance leader. CO, Tu knelt respectfully. It's all over. The world is going to turn into hell. Kim Gun looked shocked. The man pointed his sword at his own throat. Have a good life in hell. Blood sprayed from his neck in every direction. Dang Coat stepped up beside him. What's with this situation? I guess he was in shock that the master he served is dead. Just then, the Bandit King called out, little brother, you're here. He and the Bow God approached him. You two are actually alive. Little brother, something is wrong. I sense an abnormal aura nearby. You're right. We've dealt with the Alliance leader, so let's get out of here quickly. Both men were covered head to toe in blood. Kim Gun gave an order to Noyetny. All right, subsect leader Ha Vu, help me treat these dying old geezers. She bowed, understood, sect leader. He continued, and before we go, he began to analyze the situation. I need to figure out how to handle this. Corpses from the previous battle are scattered everywhere across the field. Suddenly, a voice cut through my thoughts. It's not over yet. Van Tien Han and his disciples stood before me. As long as we draw breath, this war will never end. I raise my gun as a warning. Is that so? Then whoever wants to die first, step right up. Suddenly, I froze as I sensed something. Reflexively, I looked behind me. Something was charging our way. A figure appeared, plummeting from the sky. What is that? It's... A pair of feet landed on the ground with eerie grace. But the sheer force of his landing sent the nearby disciples flying backward. Even I could barely stand against the wind pressure. Now is not the time for you people to be fighting amongst yourselves. The master spoke up. Listen well. Everyone, return to your sects immediately and report this incident. He announced in terror. The heavenly demon has awakened. I was stunned by the proclamation. The heavenly demon? A wounded disciple struggled to his feet. Why has the abbot come all this way? And what do you mean, heavenly demon? While many were confused, the master couldn't maintain his composure. Didn't he die 2,000 years ago? There's no time to explain. The disciple's face washed over with shock. Abbot. Before the master could finish his sentence, a sharp object decapitated him. We must quickly prepare to face the heavenly duh. At that moment, the disciple couldn't believe his eyes as his master's head fell. He screamed, Abbot. A voice nearby grumbled, so noisy. Then it was the disciple's turn. The heavenly demon took his head with a single swipe. You bastard. Do you have any idea who he was? The heavenly demon appeared before everyone, even as his allies lay dead. Wagging your tongues before drawing your swords. What a bunch of trash. The remaining disciples were plunged into panic at the sight. The heavenly demon had officially returned. He sneered, and you dare call yourselves martial artists? Van Tien Han felt helpless. I don't know if you're the real heavenly demon, but I admit you're strong. However, we are the Martial Arts Alliance, the gathering of the righteous faction. His hand gripped his sword tightly. Listen, Alliance. If you are true warriors, if you still have the strength to hold a blade. He stood up, calling out, that then join me in punishing this villain. All the disciples charged toward the heavenly demon with burning passion. As they closed in, the heavenly demon retracted his previous statement. I take it back. You aren't martial artists, he said arrogantly. You're just moths to a flame. Those who lunged forward were met with the heavenly demon's godlike speed. Crimson laser-like lights sliced through space, spreading the stench of death. Heads flew from shoulders as blood splattered everywhere in a gruesome display. The slashes were so precise that the battlefield became a scene of absolute destruction, leaving the opponents in panicked agony as they were defeated instantly. He flashed a cruel smile. Keep diving into the fire like moths. Nearby, I swallowed hard. My face was pale with fear. That guy is the heavenly demon? The archer spoke up. Little brother, if he really is the heavenly demon we know, we need to get out of here fast. The bandit chief agreed. Exactly. Big brother is right. Even if the three of us team up against him. The disciples were being slaughtered one by one, their bodies littering the ground in a tragic, heavy scene. That we'd only end up meeting a miserable end. I thought to myself, I know that. If I charge him now, I'm dead meat. But I have to stop him. Suddenly, my hands began to shake. The bandit king saw this and looked saddened. Little brother. Over there, the heavenly demon continued to massacre the disciples without a shred of mercy. Suddenly, his cold gaze shifted. Kim Gun and the spirit fox were standing there, dazed. Suddenly, a surge of aura emanated from them. The heavenly demon sensed it and mused, someone's giving off an interesting vibe. The bandit king warned me, little brother, no matter why you want to face him, nothing is more precious than your life. Get out of here now. His face became incredibly tense. Reflexively, he looked back. Wait, this aura, the heavenly demon is getting closer. To the three of them, his power felt like 1,000 eyes staring him down. What did he get there? Like a demon who had lived for a millennium, he laughed in contempt. The bandit chief and the swordsman stepped up to protect me. Little brother, we'll buy you time. Take your subordinates and get out of here. I hesitated. No, wait. I'll also. But my two seniors wouldn't allow it. Hurry. We can't hold him off for long. The two of them then charged at the heavenly demon to buy me a few seconds. He easily evaded them and leaped into the sky. A few of you aren't half bad. He then raised his sword to the heavens to absorb spiritual energy. All the light concentrated into his blade and struck down toward the bandit king and the archer. But in the end, you're still just lowborn trash. I watched as my two trusted mentors were defeated, left shocked and speechless. I readied my gun. That bastard dares. In a rage, I took aim at the heavenly demon. He stood nearby, not moving an inch. The bullets zipped closer and closer. Then, he turned his back and flashed a cunning smile. The impact of the bullets created a massive explosion. I let out a breath. Did I hit him? Before I knew it, the heavenly demon appeared behind my back. Your martial arts are truly mysterious. I've never seen such strange techniques before. My face paled in horror when I realized he was unharmed. He arrogantly continued, You possess a style that even I am unfamiliar with. How interesting. His pale hand pointed directly at me. However, it's a pity. He made a gesture as if aiming at my head. I couldn't move. Suddenly, my entire body began to contort. What? What is this? The next second, my bones were crushed and my flesh torn apart as blood sprayed everywhere. Damn, this is bad. What is Manga supposed to do now? My body was blown into 100 pieces by his single finger attack. He revealed his face clearly. This is the end. Kim Gun snapped awake as if escaping an illusion. His pupils dilated as he gasped. Oh no, this is bad. The bandit chief, covered in blood, stood beside him. Exactly, little brother. Big brother is right. Even if the three of us team up, Kim Gun, with dark circles under his eyes, admitted, yes, you're right. He turned and commanded decisively. We must leave this place immediately. To everyone's surprise, Kim Gun looked back and announced, Listen up, the war with the Alliance is over. If you want to live, give it everything you've got. The elders in Not Took stared with wide eyes, breaking into a cold sweat as they understood the gravity. Everyone screamed and bolted in one direction. Run for your lives. The noise caught the heavenly demon's attention. He glanced over. He frowned in contempt while his hands continued the massacre, blood splattering everywhere. He mocked. A bunch of creatures even lower than insects. Power exploded from within him, along with a blinding red light that cracked the earth. He spoke with disgust. Bored, the heavenly demon exerted incredible force through his feet, causing the ground to sink. He launched himself like a black arrow, tearing through the air, his face frozen with red-hot killing intent. The leap was so powerful the ground, behind him, exploded into a pillar of red light. Like a lightning strike, the earth shook from the propulsion, dust flying everywhere as cracks spread across the ground. On the other side, Kim Gun and Danko were moving like the wind. They were so fast that only the impact of their steps was visible on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared behind Kim Gun, causing him to look back in shock. Above, the heavenly demon held his sword high, demonic energy gathering at the tip. Bolts of lightning crackled violently. Kim Gun was stunned by the sight. This is insane. What is that? The heavenly demon looked down from midair. With a cold, soulless face, Kim Gun skidded to a halt. His feet dragged across the ground, kicking up a trail of white dust. He thought to himself, I don't know what that is. With a tense face, he looked up and resolved. But if that lands, we're all dead. From thin air, a massive cannon appeared in Kim Gun's hands. The muzzle glowed. He immediately aimed, thinking, I just need to buy a little time. The cannon fired, the recoil and muzzle flash creating two small explosions. The air felt like it was being ripped apart as he thought. I have to create an opening to escape. The shell screamed toward him. The heavenly demon remained motionless. Under his blade, energy gathered into a massive, glowing red orb crackling with black lightning. As the shell approached, he frowned slightly. His hand immediately emitted energy to block it. The heavenly demon, with a trace of curiosity, thought, what is he trying to do with this? Suddenly, the shell exploded. A blinding flash of fire erupted, blowing his hair back and leaving his face frozen in shock. The target he aimed at exploded into a ball of fire above. Kim Gun's cold gaze instantly shifted as he bolted like an arrow. Good, a direct hit, he thought, glancing back to confirm. But that's only enough to buy a few seconds. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer horror. A suffocating silence washed over his face, which had turned bone-white. The heavenly demon didn't have a single scratch. Looming above, he stood shrouded in darkness, eyes filled with murderous intent. With a ghastly, sinister smile and breath like rising smoke, his glowing red eyes radiated a bloodlust that felt like it could tear a person apart. Kim Gun spun around, pushing his speed to the limit. He grit his teeth, cursing inwardly, damn it, he's completely unharmed. The heavenly demon smirked mockingly. Interesting martial arts, but that's the extent of it. Now, try to survive like the insect you are. His face went dark, leaving only his burning eyes visible as he hurled a sphere of energy downward. The sphere, packed with raw power, sparked violently as it hit the ground, the wind pressure alone shredding the earth. A massive amount of energy expanded outward, the shockwave erupting into a devastating explosion. Beyond the forest, a blinding light bleached the sky. On this side, Kim Gun was running for his life. Behind him, earth and debris were propelled forward by the blast, closing in on him. Kim Gun's face contorted in terror as the wall of dust and dirt prepared to bury him alive. A moment later, he gasped for air, exhausted. His face was covered in wounds and drenched in a cold sweat. Kim Gun collapsed to the ground, his body feeling like it had been pulverized after that narrow escape. That was way too close. Panting with his mouth agape, he looked up and cursed under his breath. What kind of monster is that thing? As the dust around him slowly settled, Kim Gun questioned, seriously, why is the system not forcing me to capture a monster like that? Sitting on the ground, Kim Gun looked up at Kim Long, who was battered and bloody. Kim Long warned him tensely, little brother, it's a relief we escaped safely. But listen, if that truly is the heavenly demon I know, we are facing the greatest evil in Miram history. The heavenly demon cult. 200 years ago, it was a mad religion that operated solely on the logic of power. The leader of that cult, a godlike entity, is the man we just saw. The heavenly demon cult appeared and immediately began to burn everything to the ground. They didn't care if you were the righteous or the unorthodox faction. They even reached the imperial palace, the very pillar of our nation. The only reason such absurdity was possible was due to the absolute, overwhelming strength of the heavenly demon himself. To stop him, the Miram joined forces with the government for the first time in history. Righteous, unorthodox, and imperial forces all united. And only then did they manage to take his head. At least, that's how the story goes. Kim Long fell into deep thought. But how can the heavenly demon, who is supposed to have died 200 years ago, reappear? I honestly don't know. Kim Gun clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Damn it, I worked so hard to take down the Alliance leader, and now you're telling me to catch an even bigger monster? He screamed out in frustration, Kim E-I-Yang, you bastard. Say something. How the hell am I supposed to catch a monster like that? Hoa Lan and Dang Coat, standing nearby, stared at him with wide eyes, completely confused by his sudden outburst. Suddenly, his intuition flared, and he spun around. His face was sharp with killing intent as he leveled his pistol at a target. A small hand shot up in panic. Wait, it's just me. A young boy stood at a distance, hands raised in surrender. Kim Gun finally lowered his guard and his gun. What? It's that beggar kid from before? He said flatly, look, kid, we don't have any spare change right now. The boy glanced around nervously and mumbled, I'm not here for that. Kim Gun instinctively scanned his surroundings. He flinched as groups of men carrying staves stepped out from all sides, heading straight for him. More men were perched in the trees, surrounding the six of them. Kim Gun grit his teeth irritably. Huh, you small-timers. Do you have a death wish today? An older man stepped out from the brush to reassure him. Easy now. We're not here to start trouble. Tien Bok planted his staff firmly into the ground. I know a way to kill the heavenly demon. Kim Gun turned his head sharply. What? The spirit fox hopped onto his shoulder as he asked frantically what way. Is it guaranteed? Hurry up and tell me. Tien Bok replied, calm down. That method wasn't found by me. It was shown by the sect leader of the Beggars Union. So, he asked, will you come with me to the Beggars Union? Kim Gun agreed. Fine. But before that, he turned to his companions. Brothers, go home and tend to your wounds. His eldest brother, Black Kim Long, asked why. He explained, you seniors are getting up there in age, and you've taken countless wounds. Go home and rest for now. Black Kim Long said sadly, what do you take us for? We're still plenty strong. Before he could finish, the second brother, the bandit chief, cut him off with a smile. Actually, in our current state, we'll only be a burden to him. He's trying to look out for us. Why don't we go heal up first, then come back to help him properly? Seeing the logic in that, Kim Long agreed. You're right. My brothers are right. I'll go get treated and come back immediately. Black Kim Long warned, don't do anything reckless. Take care of yourself. Kim Gun replied, thanks brothers. Then he tilted his head slightly. By the way, how long do you plan on hiding there? Like a scared mouse? Co Chu flinched, realizing he'd been spotted. He walked over with a sheepish laugh. Haha, I was just going to say hello, but I'm not exactly looking my best right now. Kim Gun glanced at Co Chu and walked closer. To be honest, I don't fully trust you yet. He placed a hand on his shoulder and added, but, thank you. Co Chu looked stunned. Kim Gun said seriously, without you, defeating the alliance leader would have been much harder. I won't forget this debt. With tears in his eyes, Co Chu replied, I don't deserve such words, sect leader. It's thanks to you that I could finally fulfill my long-held wish. I don't know when, but I will surely. Kim Gun looked at him and thought, man, he's ugly. He gave a final nod. Yeah, well, everyone worked hard. Let's meet again soon. Now, to the Beggars Union headquarters, Kaifeng branch. The three of them, Kim Gun, Dang Coat, and Tien Bok, headed inside. After observing for a bit, Kim Gun spoke up. No way. Is this where your sect leader lives? Why is it so dirty and run down? Tien Bok replied, of course. Even if you call it a headquarters, it's still just a place where beggars gather, right? He opened the door and gestured for them to enter. All right, we're here. Come. He signaled to Kim Gun. The sect leader is waiting. Kim Gun walked in, covering his nose. Ugh, the smell of smoke. You guys should clean up a bit. A voice rang out. So you've come? Nameless stranger. He glanced toward the voice. An old man sat cross-legged, looking at him. I've been waiting for you. Kim Gun thought. So he's the leader of the beggars? The Beggars Union sect leader? He noticed a golden aura radiating from the old man. He definitely feels different from the other beggars. Before he could say anything, Tien Bok stepped forward and scolded, oh, you senile old man. You're doing it again? This is the sect leader spot. Go somewhere else. Kim Gun's face paled as he cursed internally. Nearby, there was the sound of coughing and sneezing. Tien Bok turned around. Oh, is it for real? Is the sect leader sleeping here again? Ngubin Sam, the Beggars Union sect leader, huddled while hugging his knees. Ugh, so cold. Light a fire, will you? Ngubin Sam took a sip of hot tea. So, the man who killed the alliance leader now wants to know how to kill the heavenly demon? He looked serious. It's a bit late to be playing the hero. Kim Gun replied, just as seriously, I have to kill him to go back. But first, how do you know that the heavenly demon awakened because of you? Kim Gun asked back in surprise, what? Ngubin Sam calmly enjoyed his tea. This is a top secret matter passed down only to sect leaders. But since things have come to this, I think you ought to know. 200 years ago, the righteous, unorthodox, and imperial factions united to stop him. An image appeared of the heavenly demon riddled with weapons. But in the end, they failed to kill him. Eventually, they gave up on killing him. The heavenly demon was shown bound, covered in talismans and iron chains, with a black flame in the center. Instead, they sealed his soul. A sacred artifact shaped like a jar covered in talismans was shown. That soul-sealing artifact was then passed down through generations of alliance leaders, who used their own life force to maintain the seal. The heavenly demon's dark soul began to leak out. However, when you killed the alliance leader, the seal was weakened. The soul entered his bound physical body, and thus the sealed soul merged with the flesh, resurrecting the heavenly demon. After hearing this, Kim Gun said, so if I have that artifact, I can kill him? Ngubin Sam replied, yes. With that artifact, you can kill the heavenly demon. Then why didn't they just kill him instead of leaving him like this? Ngubin Sam said gravely, to kill him using the artifact, it requires a soul sacrifice. The sacrifice of a peak-level master of the Miram. But the true nature of the Martial Arts Alliance, which claims to be built on justice, that is actually just an organization established to pursue personal gain. Because of that, No one was willing to sacrifice themselves, so they chose to simply seal him away. But that's not the only problem. Only the Alliance leader knew the location of the artifact, so even I don't know where it is. As Ngubin Sang was speaking, Kim Gun cut him off. He leveled his gun at Ngubin Sang. You call me all the way here just to tell me you don't know. Tian Bok shouted at the sight, hey, how dare you be so disrespectful to the sect leader? Ngubin Sang Siknan Falkam. Calm down. I don't know the location, but there is a way. Go to a sect with close ties to the Martial Arts Alliance, like our Beggars Union. You're bound to find information regarding that artifact. Kim Gun asked, and where would that be? Ngubin Sang offered a suggestion. First, try visiting the Manhwa sect. They are a prestigious sect that has produced many alliance leaders since the early days. They will surely have ancient records. Ngubin Sang continued, but even if you find the artifact, a soul sacrifice is still required. Is there anyone willing to step up for that? Six Bays stood behind Kim Gun. Both looked serious, but upon hearing Ngubin Sang's words, Kim Gun's expression instantly turned devious as he glanced back at Six Bays. Feeling that gaze, Six Bays began to tremble violently, breaking into a cold sweat. Dang Coat spoke up, sect leader, shall we prepare to head to the Mount Hua sect immediately? Kim Gun replied, no. There's one more place we need to stop by first. The scene shifts to a land covered in ice and snow. The heavenly demon walked through the falling snow. This place has changed so much. The heavenly demon reached a deep abyss and stared into it for a moment. Then he stepped off the edge. The heavenly demon plunged down powerfully, as if it weren't a bottomless pit at all. He fell and fell, yet the bottom was nowhere in sight. After falling for some time, the heavenly demon finally touched down. The moment the heavenly demon landed gracefully, a massive surge of power erupted. Then the heavenly demon spoke, it's been a long time, all of you. Things resembling wooden tablets rose from the stone. My disciples. The heavenly demon channeled power into his palm and said, now is the time. He roared, awaken. The heavenly demon infused his power into the wooden objects. Black energy began to leak from the cracks. The heavenly demon clasped his hands together. Open the gate. The objects shattered instantly. Sturdy, powerful feet stepped onto the earth. Shouts echoed behind the heavenly demon. Long live the demon lord. 10,000 years. The heavenly demon replied, good. It's a joy to see you, my beloved disciples. Behind the heavenly demon stood disciples of all shapes and sizes. Big, small, thin, male or female, it didn't matter. The heavenly demon walked up to the highest frozen tier where his throne awaited. He sat upon the throne and spoke with pure malice. Now, let us dye this world in red once more. At a small town, a guest entered a shop, making the bell chime. The owner, busy cleaning, didn't turn around. Welcome. How many in your party, sir? The bald man's eyes welled up with tears as he saw Kim Gun enter. See cult leader. He called out excitedly to the leader, while Kim Gun simply called for Mongu. Kim Gun ran over to play with Mongu. Cheat Hao walked over and said, it's been a long time, cult leader. He asked respectfully, have you eaten yet, sir? As they gathered around the dining table, Cheat Hao recounted, after the Mongu cult collapsed, we had to open this tavern just to survive. The bald man added, exactly. But now that you're back, we can rebuild the cult. Before he could finish, Kim Gun cut him off. What are you saying? No, I have things to do. Surprised, the man asked, then what are we supposed to do? Kim Gun replied nonchalantly. Just keep living your lives as you are. Cheat Hao spoke up, but cult leader, many of us, that don't have proper homes. We're scattered everywhere, living in poverty. Kim Gun was at a loss for words when a conversation from the next table that caught his attention. One man asked, hey, did you hear the news? The other asked excitedly, huh? What news? I heard that since the Martial Arts Alliance was wiped out by a mysterious figure, the demonic sects that were hiding are starting to move again. That's Alliance business. What's it to us? The first man countered, how can you be so ignorant of the world? Don't you know why we're called the demonic cult? Suddenly, a group of three barged into the tavern. Led by a red-haired man, they shouted, where's the boss? Haven't you heard of us? He approached the two men who were gossiping. Aren't you finished eating yet? The man looked up, dazed. Huh? The red-haired man kicked the table in rage. Then eat faster. The table shattered, and food spilled everywhere. If you don't want a corpse rolling around this tavern, pay up before it's too late. Emperor Gate, third-class disciple. He said slyly, hurry up and pay the protection fee. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch landed squarely on his chin. Dang Quang delivered a strike that sent the red-haired man flying into the ceiling. His two companions stood there, stunned by what had just happened. Dang Quang moved behind them and said, how dare you punks make such a racket in here? He prepared to throw another punch. Do you even know who's sitting here? A voice called out Dang Quang. Hearing his name, Dang Quang stopped. Yes? Let one of them go. With a dangerous look on his face, Kim Gun said, I just had a great idea. Meanwhile, at the Emperor Gate, the gate master was shocked to hear his men were defeated at a tavern. What? Zhao Ke was taken down? Zhao Ke is a top-tier expert. How could someone beat him in a common tavern like that? The one who was let go didn't dare meet the master's eyes. Sweating profusely, he said, the man is waiting for you there. He said if you have a problem, come find him anytime. The gate master laughed loudly. What an interesting fellow. But tell me. The master stood before the messenger and asked coldly, if everyone else was taken out, why are you the only one who made it back alive? The man stammered, well, the thing is. The gate master's massive hand gripped the man's head. In one swift move, the man's head was crushed. Empoget matho, Lu Taiming. He said angrily, I must go meet this man myself. Lu Taimin walked through the streets, striking fear into everyone he passed. He eventually arrived at the tavern's entrance. Lu Taimin stipet inside. His frame was so massive that the doorframe snapped against his muscles as he forced his way in. Radiating murderous intent, he entered after wrecking the entrance. Veins popped on his forehead as he roared, which one of you is Kim Gun? But Lu Tai-min stopped, staring in shock at what was in front of him. Kim Gun, with a sniper rifle ready, spoke up. Looking for me? He fired a shot. It hit Lu Tai-min squarely in the stomach. The impact sent Lu Tai-min flying backward. Kim Gun walked closer and said nonchalantly, Hey, I know you're not dead. I'm busy, so get out here. From behind the broken wall, Lu Tai-min's voice echoed. Now I understand how Zhao Ke died. Suddenly, the ground began to crack. A loud explosion erupted from the building Lu Tai-min had been blasted into. Lu Tai-min emerged, purple energy surging around him. With only that level of power, Lu Tai-min shasteng et lodet, that you could never hope to defeat me. Watching from afar, Dang Quang I thought he was just an old man, but his power is incredible. Where's he been hiding all this time? Dang Quang spoke up, cult leader, if it's okay, let me handle him. Kim Gun refused flatly. No, I have some things to test. I'll handle this. Lu Tai-min asked, I've never seen someone like you in this region. Kim Gun, annoyed, picked his ear and replied, What, are we on a date? Why the background check? Let me ask you instead, do you have a lot of money? Do you own a house? Lu Tai-min replied as if it were obvious. Why ask such a thing? I possess the finest things in this world. A luxury estate, endless wealth, it's all mine. Kim Gun smiled. Is that so? How lucky. Well, as for those things, he lunged forward with a move toward Lu Tai-min. But they're all mine now. Kim Gun delivered a sudden, powerful kick aimed straight at Lu Tai-min's face. He didn't think Lu Tai-min would be able to dodge it, but he was suddenly forced to a halt. Lu Tai-min caught Kim Gun's leg with perfect precision. Lu Tai-min spoke maliciously. Didn't I tell you already? Lu Tai-min laughed excitedly. At that level, you can't beat me. Kim Gun was sent flying by Lu Tai-min's throw. He crashed into the house opposite, causing a massive explosion. Lu Tai-min looked at Kim Gun and said, How about it? Do you see the gap between us now? Kim Gun immediately retorted, On the contrary, I was just looking for an opponent to warm up my body. Seeing this, the spirit fox was worried. Kim Gun comforted it. It's all right, mijo. Dealing with someone like this doesn't require a gun. He took out an assassin's dagger, twirled it in his hand, and said, It's been a while since I used this. Time to show off some old skills. Traditional Filipino martial arts, Kaliarnis. Murderous intent surrounded Kim Gun. The white-haired old man's eyes widened in surprise. You're using a strange weapon, he said, constantly stroking his long beard. The old man began to flex his muscles, but with just those tiny little weapons. A mysterious, toothy grin appeared on his face. You won't be able to leave a single scratch on me. Before Lu Tai-min could finish, Kim Gun suddenly charged from behind. A dagger blade flashed unexpectedly. Lu Tai-min stood still, completely unaffected. Kim Gun was somewhat surprised to see this. The old man abruptly turned around. Touching the spot where Kim Gun had slashed, he mocked, It's like a mosquito bite, just an itch. Why don't you switch to another weapon? Lu Tai-min said with extreme arrogance, if this battle ends too dully. He stuck out his tongue, a perverse look in his eyes as he stared at Kim Gun. Then I'll have to find another game to play. Then, Lu Tai-min charged at a dizzying speed. Now, let's end this quickly. Had Kim Gun failed to react? Lu Tai-min's massive hand was already closing in. The ground caved in from the impact. In a contemptuous voice, he looked at Kim Gun. How can you beat me if you only know how to run? Lu Tai-min's fist kept coming. Kim Gun was still analyzing every strike. That idiot's destructive power is no less than the 6 evils, but at least he's not as fast as the 2 CAs. Lu Tai-min swung his arm for another punch. Fortunately, Kim Gun managed to dodge it. He swung his blade to counterattack. Lu Tai-min quickly raised his arm to block Kim Gun's strike. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down his forehead. Damn, he looked up with a worried expression. What kind of physique is this? The Overlord's supreme strength? Then Lu Tai Min channeled all his energy and unleashed a massive force toward him. His body was sent tumbling away. He struggled to stand up, fresh red syrup appearing on his head. Damn it, normal attacks can't even leave a scratch on him. At this moment, Kim Gun felt his win rate was extremely low. If that's the case, I have to concentrate my internal energy like when using a gun, but will that be enough to take him down? Suddenly, Lu Tai Min's voice rang out. What? Who is this brat? Kim Gun looked over, confused. Huh? Lu Tai Min glared fiercely at the young boy below and interrogated him. Do you have any idea whose path you're blocking? The boy trembled in fear as he looked at the old man. I am a master of the Imperial Gate. Kim Gun tried to refocus. No, this isn't the time for idle thoughts. Lu Tai Min Zhao, Deklading him sai. On this side, Kim Gun put in all his strength. I have to move forward. In a rage, he stomped his foot violently. In the blink of an eye, he was right next to the old man. Only then did Lu Tai Min realize something was wrong. Huh? Wait, something's dangerous. Kim Gun slashed his blade down. The old man immediately put his arms in front of his chest. Syrup sprayed everywhere. But while Lu Tai Min was distracted, Kim Gun shouted, HWA Ran. Ran rushed over and grabbed the child. Get back. The old man was shocked to see a scratch on his arm. He frowned, veins bulging on his forehead. Lu Tai Min wheezed in anger, swinging his arms. You bastard. He frantically punched at Kim Gun. But Kim Gun dodged them all. He evaded every single blow and moved behind the old man's back. He immediately launched an attack from the rear. Lu Tai Min turned his head and roared in fury. You damn little rat. He was amazed by Kim Gun's ability. I knew the cult leader was getting stronger, but I didn't expect it to be this much. Kim Gun continued his assault. Lu Tai Min fought back as well, but he couldn't land a single hit. Lu Tai Min fought going foot. This is strange. I'm clearly the one attacking, but I'm the one getting hurt. Damn it, this isn't good. Lu Tai Min smashed the ground. Kim Gun appeared behind him, reminding him with an expressionless face, you really are a persistent fool, aren't you? With that, he launched a sneak attack, leaving the old man no time to react. The old man bit his lip in frustration and screamed. Where did a guy with such freakish strength come from? He glared and asked Kim Gun, who the hell are you? Kim Gun, ready for the finishing blow, only coldly uttered one sentence. You don't need to know. You're about to meet your maker. Lu Tai Ming shall body collapse. Kim Gun breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he thought to himself as he wiped the syrup from his face. After the battle with the Wuling Alliance leader, my body has completely changed. For someone like him, this is enough. He looked ahead. Another person broke into a cold sweat. The gaze. He's looking at me like I'm a monster. Then he turned his head away. So familiar. Suddenly, cheering erupted behind him. The people cried out, finally Lu Tai Min is dead. Our benefactor, our savior has appeared. He looked at them in confusion. What the hell? Has everyone gone crazy? A voice replied, it's because they're grateful to you. Warren stepped out from behind and said softly, you destroyed the one who was always bullying them. The young boy ran up from afar. Cult leader, thank you. Kim Gun looked at the boy in surprise. The boy's face was full of joy, his eyes tearing up. You saved me, and you even punished the villain who bullied my father all the time. Thank you so much. Kim Gun's eyes reddened with embarrassment. He was flustered by the boy's thanks. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. I only did it for my own benefit, not for you guys. A voice interrupted. You are a hero. Everyone cheered happily. Thanks to you, our families can finally rest easy. Yes, thank you very much. His face turned beet red as he stammered, no really. What the hell are you guys talking about? Embarrassed, he turned to the other three. Hey, what are you standing there for? Let's go. We still have a house to take over. Ran smiled, and they all spoke in unison. Yes, we are willing to follow you anywhere. He looked down in surprise. He was holding a phone, and a notification popped up. Hello, this is Kim Myong. Unifying the Wuling is also about finding peace for the martial world. Since you helped bring peace to this place, please accept this gift. Ding 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 ding. Kim Gun smiled as he looked at the reward. Basic reward. Blueprint. He clenched his fist. All right, with these things, I can finally deal with that damn heavenly demon monster. He called out to his little pet, Miho. Hearing him, it leaped into his arms. Kim Gun pointed at the screen and said, try transforming into this. Its body began to glow. He looked at Miho in shock. Huh, what's this? Sunset fell, painting the sky a brilliant red. A person was diligently sweeping. Suddenly, they looked in one direction. Huh, is someone approaching? They asked in surprise. Excuse me, what are you doing here? With a terrifying face, the man looked down. Me? He stuck out a bizarre tongue and replied, I came to play. The sunlight shines down on Kim Gun's vast manor. In the courtyard, Not is playing with Emon Gu, smiling brightly. Mon Ka, we finally have a beautiful home to live in. Kim Gun flashes a faint smile, looking around with a calm and satisfied expression. From a distance, Cheat House slowly approaches and asks, "Will you be departing immediately?" He quickly replies, "I must. Time is of the essence." Kim Gun glances back at his group of assistants. "Are you guys ready?" With excited faces, they shout in unison, "Yes, cult leader, we're ready." A voice calling his name from afar catches his attention. "Cult leader." He quickly turns around. He looks back with a suspicious expression. Behind him are the radiant faces of the fellow disciples Kim Gun once helped. With bright smiles, they cheer, "Good luck. Please return safely." Kim Gun responds to their affection with a cool, steady voice. "I won't lose easily to anyone. Just stay here, eat well, and have fun." With a face full of confidence and determination, Kim Gun makes everything seem to brighten up. "I'll be back soon." The scene shifts to a large horse carriage with Kim Gun's group moving through the busy streets. Kim Gun covers his mouth with his hand, appearing to be deep in thought about something important. Below, the spirit fox is curled up, sleeping peacefully next to his leg. What exactly is going on? A blue aura surrounding it in Kim Gun's old memories makes him hesitate. With a look of surprise, he gasps, "Ah!" His eyes widen as he looks at the spirit fox, which remains in its original form. "What's this? Miho, why are you still the same?" Kim Gun squats down with a bored expression, resting his chin on his hand as he looks at it. "What's wrong, Miho? Is there something wrong with your body?" The spirit fox lets out a small yawn, acting indifferent with its eyes narrowed adorably. Suddenly worried, Kim Gun breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks helplessly as he realizes the gravity of the situation. "Miho, please. I need you to chop that heavenly demon in a mincemeat." He looks up at the sky and whistles softly, calculating his next move. "Damn it. I thought things would be a bit easier." Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Cult leader." Before him stands a massive, tightly closed gate with sentries standing tall. They have arrived at the Manhwa sect. Kim Gun's face suddenly darkens, his eyebrows twitching at the sight. The reputation is impressive, but what's this smell? Do they not sweep the place? Someone quickly notices them. "Hello." Two guards quickly approach the group and inquire, "What business do you have with the Manhwa sect?" Kim Gun looks up with an expressionless face and gets straight to the point. "I want to see your sect leader to ask about the location of the divine artifact." The guard asks back in disbelief, "See the sect leader?" He quickly follows up, "Do you have an appointment?" Kim Gun crosses his arms with a smirk. "What? I need an appointment?" After hearing his answer, the two guards turn to each other and laugh mockingly. The guard's expression changes, his brows furrowing in annoyance. "Where did you come from, thinking our sect leader is your friend? Take my advice and go home sleep." From a distance, an authoritative voice screams from inside the Mount Hua courtyard. "Maintain your manners." Amid the tension at the gate, the soldiers have drawn their swords, ready to attack. They were only doing their duty with no ill intent. A middle-aged man rushes over from afar to explain the situation. "I've heard from the beggars' gang." A man with a somewhat gaunt face appears. He gestures toward Kim Gun as if to lead the way. "I will take you to see the sect leader." The man is the great senior brother of Mount Hua, Tong Tien. Kim Gun and his group quickly follow Tong Tien inside. The doors are slowly being opened. A man stands with his hands behind his back, his voice dignified. It is an honor to meet the cult leader of the demonic cult. The man, with a stern face and a cold aura, introduces himself. "I am Tien Kan." Shortly after, everyone moves to a table to discuss. Tien Kan speaks first. "I heard rumors you are looking for the divine artifact to seal the heavenly demon." Kim Gun confirms and gets straight to the point. "That's right. Do you know where it is?" Tong Tien immediately frowns and points directly at Kim Gun, shouting, "Mind your manners. You're in front of the sect leader." Sect leader Tien Kan remains calm. "Stop it. This is no time for formalities." Tien Kan gently holds a teacup and sips, looking pensive at Kim Gun's plan. "I have only one question. You said you're looking for the divine artifact to catch the heavenly demon." Kim Gun crosses his arms, listening seriously. "But aren't you the very cult leader who resurrected the heavenly demon?" Tien Kan's voice slowly rings out, upon hearing that the cult leader resurrected the heavenly demon. The teacup in his hand suddenly shatters into pieces, contrasting with his voice. I find it hard to restrain my anger. The cup is completely destroyed, tea spilling onto the floor. Sunlight streams through the door, creating a peaceful atmosphere. "However, since we need your strength, the one who defeated the Wulin Alliance leader." Tien Kan look serious, his gaze piercing into Kim Gun. "The Mount Hua sect has decided to cooperate with you." He immediately stands up, leaning his hands on the table. "Therefore, the divine artifact you seek to seal the heavenly demon." Kim Gun's face shows a hint of surprise. "I will give it to you." Tien Kan turns to Kim Gun and says, "Follow me." Kim Gun's entire group quickly follows Tien Kan toward a certain location. His face suddenly shows surprise, his brows furrowing. He glances around the surroundings at the clueless faces of the 6 tyrants. Kim Gun quickly voices his suspicion as if realizing something. Hey, sec leader, are we on the right path? Tien-kan continues walking in silence. Suddenly, he stops. We're here. In front of Tien-kan and the others is a towering, mysterious pagoda. Tien-kan turns to him and announces, I will bring the divine artifact out. Please wait a moment. Kim Gun replies, all right. Bathed in the beautiful sunset, Dang Coat chats with the 6 tyrants, looking joyful. We're lucky to find the artifact easier than expected. Yes, congratulations, cult leader. Standing nearby with a happy smile, she can't hide. While Ran asks Kim Gun, now, only the location of the heavenly demon remains. Kim Gun's eyes suddenly darken. He looks up and follows the movement. That was fast. From a distance, Tien-kan is slowly walking down, holding a large box in his arms. The wooden box is tightly sealed, its contents unknown. Tien-kan immediately explains, facing Kim Gun with the box. This divine artifact has been secretly guarded by generations of Manhwa sect leaders. He holds it with both hands, offering it forward. So, please, you must seal the heavenly demon for us. With a cold face, Kim Gun reaches out to take it, affirming, don't worry. I will definitely seal the heavenly demon. Suddenly, his expression shifts. His eyebrows furrow tightly, and a furious aura surrounds him. Did you think I'd actually say that? Shocked by his attitude, Tien-kan grits his teeth, veins popping on his face. You bastard. I handed the artifact to you, and before you even... He finds himself staring down the barrel of a gun. How dare you be so insolent? The shot rings out instantly. Tien-kan's entire body falls backward, blood splattering everywhere. Dang Coat and the 6 tyrants' eyes widen in shock. They're stunned as they realize what just happened. While Ran rushes over and cries out, no. Cult leader, what is the meaning of this? His voice drops low, his face grim. Aren't you guys awake yet? The box falls to the ground and breaks open. From inside, a head identical to Tien-kan's rolls out. Everyone recoils in horror. Watching the gruesome sight, Kim Gun remains serious. He quickly warns them, look around you once more. Suddenly realizing something is wrong, while Ran gasps in horror. What? The courtyard is full of dead bodies. Corpses lie scattered in pools of blood, making the scene even more terrifying. The body of the fake Tien-kan that was just shot suddenly moves, stretching as it tries to stand up. What a shame to stop when we were having fun. A ghastly voice rings out. And here I thought my illusion was perfect. Tien-kan's distorted, mangled face, with a fatal bullet hole through the head, begins to reshape. How did you know? A cunning smile forms, accompanied by a powerful tone. Perfect? Since I was a kid, there's one smell I've been sick of. Kim Gun's face looks dark and terrifying. The tension in the air thickens. The smell of blood. Kim Gun says triumphantly, with a stench of blood this thick, how could I not notice? His entire body begins to rise as if the bones don't belong to the host. You really are interesting. A shadow suddenly grows tall, looming over Kim Gun and surprising him. A natural sigh follows. Chu-Ba appears, transforming into his true form with a long tongue and terrifyingly sharp black claws. This form is the most comfortable, after all. Kim Gun realizes the truth before him and shouts a warning. Everyone, wake up. Get ready. Behind him, it's empty. Everyone has vanished, leaving only a few scattered corpses. Under Kim Gun's feet, a pool of crimson blood suddenly appears and slowly spreads. Sweat pours down his face as he looks on in horror. Wait, why all of a sudden? The scenery surrounding him suddenly turns blood red, even the moon. What the hell is happening? Chu-Ba walks slowly toward Kim Gun as the ground turns into a sea of blood. Now let's see. Try to guess. He swings his sharp black claws, making the scene even more frightening. Is this real or fake? From below, tentacles formed of blood begin to sprout. Kim Gun is frantic. Who are you? Why are you playing this sick game? Sharp spikes quickly form and lunge toward Kim Gun. Kim Gun quickly dodges to the side, his face grave. This is too dangerous. Long needles of blood fly forward at a dizzying speed, cornering Kim Gun. Kim Gun jumps back, his face tense as he analyzes the situation. Opposite him, Chu-Ba continues to toy with him. You certainly are sharp. Thousands of tentacles rise up around him again, forming that terrifying weapon. But being sharp alone won't keep you alive. A wound appears on Kim Gun's face. He frowns, thinking seriously. I can't predict it at all. What kind of trick is he using? Chu-Ba breaks into a playful grin with terrifying eyes. I forgot to introduce myself. The atmosphere grows even heavier, heightening the drama. I am a member of the Heavenly Demon Cult, the pinnacle of this world. With murderous eyes and a long tongue, he looks 10 times more terrifying. disciple of the heavenly demon, Quach Thursday Ba. A gash flashes across Kim Gun's cheek, and red liquid drips down. He frowned, looking down at his palms. Damn it, is all of this actually real? Where the hell did my subordinates disappear to? Chu Ba opened his mouth with a cunning grin. No time for idle thoughts. Kim Gun's pupils dilated in shock. He slammed his heel down into the sea of blood. Kim Gun leaped high to evade the attack. He gritted his teeth, his nose wrinkling in frustration. Damn it, just dodging like this is getting me nowhere. Veins popped across his face as he landed with difficulty. There's no way this is real. I have to find a way out. Kim Gun widened his eyes, looking up in astonishment. He froze as he noticed the eclipse above. But was the moon always that close? Suddenly, the crimson moon split in half, and a massive eye emerged from the rift. Kim Gun frowned, breaking into a cold sweat as he glanced up. What the hell is that? Why did it suddenly turn into an eye? His face darkened as his gun and his entire body erupted in flames. The eye in the moon stared down at Kim Gun's burning silhouette. In agony, he threw his head back and let out a violent scream. Watching him writhe on the ground, Chu Ba covered his face and giggled. Charblack. Smells delicious, doesn't it? He curled his lip in delight. Now stop struggling and just die. Kim Gun lunged forward to attack, but the demon dodged. You're burning up and you still have strength left? Exhausted, Kim Gun fell to his knees. Damn it. Chu Ba stood behind him, looking down at his slumped figure. This makes no sense at all. Kim Gun looked around blankly. The surroundings had turned into a sea of blood. The glowing red pupil of the eclipse watched him intently. The moon had truly become an eye. Kim Gun gritted his teeth until they bled. Even if this is far from the reality I lived in, this absolutely cannot be real. At times like this, I have to believe. His hand glowed brightly as he opened his mouth and screamed in pain. Believe in myself. In an instant, a massive cannon appeared on his shoulder. He fired decisively. To hell with all of it. Chu Ba bared his teeth in an amused grin. The firepower detonated, creating a massive explosion. The dry branches under the sunset burst into flames. Kim Gun stood still in the manor courtyard. He was back. He turned his hands over, checking his body. His body was completely intact. Kim Gun frowned and scanned the area for the others. Chu Ba was clinging to a wall. Squatting behind him, the demon said, I thought you just had good intuition. But who knew your mental fortitude was also this strong? He clenched his fist and shook it slightly. Then try guessing this one. His body began to fade like a mirage. Kim Gun was surrounded by a swarm of Chu Bas. Which one's the real me? His eyes turned dark as he gritted his teeth. Guessing this is easy. Kim Gun frowned and raised his gun. If I kill them all, I don't need to guess anything. He arched his back, pointing his gun toward the sky. 3 bullets spun at high speed and fired. 4 or 5 Chu Bas were gunned down. The fake bodies gradually faded away. He looked up at the empty space, confused. Huh, why isn't he there? His pupils shrank in terror as he whipped around. Could it be? Kim Gun warily raised his gun to check his 6. Chu Ba laughed gleefully as he emerged from the ground. Over here. Gotcha. Kim Gun used his gun to block his chest, but he was sent flying by the blow. Kim Gun coughed up a mouthful of blood in pain. Damn it. What kind of power is this? Chu Ba leaped, reaching out as he lunged toward him. He struck Kim Gun with massive force, sending him reeling backward. His body slammed hard against the wall. Chu Ba laughed triumphantly and landed softly. I really love that expression on your face. Kim Gun gritted his teeth in pain and used his gun to prop himself up. Want some advice? Chu Ba's illusions appeared once more, surrounding him. Just give up. That way, you'll have a peaceful death. Chu Ba frowned coldly at him. Now, let's start over. A head popped out from behind the stationary body. The real one widened his eyes with a bizarre smile. Which one is it? Kim Gun frowned, stunned. His face was covered in blood. Give up? No way in hell. But if this keeps up, I really am going to die. I need to stay calm. I don't necessarily have to follow him with my eyes. Don't rely only on what you can see. Kim Gun closed his eyes tightly, straining all of his senses. The space around him began to shift. Kim Gun sensed Chu Ba lunging from behind. He pursed his lips, his face turning grim. Chu Ba missed his attack and brushed past him. Not yet. Suddenly, another Chu Ba appeared. He remained still, eyes shut tight. Not yet. Just a bit more. Kim Gun pursed his lips, sensing 2 signatures approaching. A little more. He suddenly snapped his eyes open. There. He whipped his head around. Chu Ba was right in his face, hand raised to strike. The cold silver barrel of the gun was pointed straight at the demon's face, catching him off guard. Huh. Kim Gun's eyes flashed behind the sight. Go to hell, you freakish bastard. The bullet fired, sending Chu Ba flying backward. He lowered his gun, watching where the demon fell. Kim Gun frowned and let out a heavy breath. That was seriously dangerous. I can't let my guard down until the very end. He walked forward slowly. Once again, He leveled his gun at Chuba's head. The demon's face was blackened and smoking, with a round hole right between his eyes. Kim Gun's pupil shrank. What? Chuba lay motionless on the ground with his mouth agape. Kim Gun stared, his face darkening. Why are you there? The body below changed shape into the fat guy from the Six Tyrants. Chuba covered his mouth and laughed. That expression of yours is truly magnificent. He appeared behind Kim Gun, out of thin air. Now I'm getting even more excited. His eyes lit up and his long tongue flicked out. I wonder what face you'll make next time. Kim Gun gritted his teeth and whipped around. You son of a... Chuba raised his hand, flashing long, sharp claws. He lunged to attack, forcing Kim Gun to jump back in surprise. The wall behind him was smashed to pieces. Chuba used his hand to shield his face, blocking Kim Gun's bullets through the gaps in his claws. Vile malice radiated from his eyes. In a flash, Chuba closed the distance. Kim Gun hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. Landing clumsily, his ankle twisted to the side. Kim Gun gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed in worry. Damn it, my balance. Chuba laughed gleefully and raised his claws high, taunting his prey. Don't worry, I'll be sending your subordinates to join you soon enough. Dang Coat gritted his teeth. Who gave you permission? He clenched his fist and charged toward Chuba. The demon narrowed his eyes and smirked. Oh ho, you broke the illusion and escaped? Not bad at all. Chuba turned and raised his hand to strike. But the outcome won't change. In an instant, he had taken Dang Coat's head. Chuba frowned, looking down at his palm. Something strange. He turned his head back in confusion. I clearly slashed them, but... Surprise. Dang Coat's head behind him suddenly erupts into flames. Kim Gun smirks, the 6 barrels of his gun glowing red. You're not the only one who can play with illusions, you know. Chuba laughs out loud, leaping toward him step by step. You really are interesting. Show me more. A blue aura emanates from Kim Gun as he aims his gun. Fine. I'll give you even more fun. 2 bullets are fired from opposite directions. Chuba tilts his body, spinning his neck unnaturally. Even his arms twist like contorted vines. Chuba ducks and swings his arms, effortlessly parrying the 2 bullets. He grits his teeth with a mocking sneer. That won't work. Kim Gun furrows his brows, his face darkening as he presses his lips together. Then, a smirk plays on his lips. Oh, you think so? Another bullet is fired. The projectile travels in a sharp arc. It perfectly curves around a tree trunk. Kim Long's eyes widen in delight. Oh ho, to pull that off in such a short time. He truly is our 3rd brother. Kim Gun turns to him, dissatisfied. Wait, this divine bow technique. It feels like it can be applied in another way. Kim Long asks doubtfully, what do you mean? He ducks down and fires another shot. I'm not sure if it'll work, but... Kim Long scowls. Huh, it doesn't look any different. Suddenly, a bullet grazes his cheek, leaving him stunned. Kim Long's pupils shrink in terror. Ugh. Kim Gun raises his gun with a smirk. I just had to slightly adjust the internal energy attributes when channeling it into the gun. I thought it wouldn't matter, but it actually worked. His lips curl as his brows knit together. Hey, 3rd brother. What's the name of this move? It's called the cushion shot, inspired by a billiards technique where the ball hits the rail and bounces back. A powerful bullet strikes a tree trunk and ricochets. Like a cue ball hitting the rail, it's what they call a bank shot. The bullet bounces off the gate frame and zips backward. Or rather, the bullet ricochets off the roof tiles. Chuba's body is struck by the Uramishi. He hangs his head and coughs up a mouthful of blood. Kim Gun squats on the compound wall. You 6, rest here for a bit. I'll finish him off quickly. Chuba's hand twitches in pain. That hurts. The fun is over. He screams and lunges toward Kim Gun. Now, I'll tear you apart. Kim Gun raises his gun, squinting through the scope. If you can do it, then give it a shot. Chuba slams both hands into the ground. Red liquid drips from his face as he laughs maniacally. It's been a long time since I was hurt this badly, hasn't it? 2 sharp spikes erupt from the ground, piercing through Kim Gun's leg and chest. You're not doing much better yourself. Kim Gun grits his teeth in agony. Are you even human? Pitch black claws grow massive. How can claws erupt through the earth like that? Chuba yanks his hands out of the ground. Surprised already? It's too early for that. There are disciples even more formidable than the great heavenly demon himself. Kim Gun frowns, his mouth agape in doubt. Chuba arches his back and grins triumphantly. There are 3 more of us. Kim Gun squats, resting his gun on the ground. That monster has disciples too? So, the heavenly demon, or rather, monsters like you, actually consider each other comrades? Chuba scowl. What a ridiculous question. Why we need comrades? That's only for the weak. Kim Gun's face turns grim and somber. Yeah, I used to think that too. I was always arrogant, standing alone in my own world. The orange sky shines down on the pristine manor. But strangely, since coming here, my way of thinking has slowly changed. Kim Gun recalls Dang Coat glaring at him, veins popping as he shouted. The image of a young girl's gentle smile flashes by. Or the time the 6 tyrants were captured and tortured. Because behind me and beside me, I have comrades who always stand shoulder to shoulder. The images of his teammates replay in his mind. That's why things that seemed impossible have become possible. Chuba bared his teeth with an amused grin. What are you rambling about? Have you lost your mind because you're about to die? Kim Gun looks up, full of confidence. No, it's just a fleeting thought. That having comrades by my side. Dang Coat grits his teeth. He lunges forward from behind with a raised fist. That is a truly reassuring feeling. Chuba narrows his eyes mockingly. This pathetic illusion again? You think I'll fall for it twice? A powerful fist connects squarely with his face. Zhang Hua swing sense Chuba flying. He skids across the ground. This time, it's real. Waran flips through the air. What's that? An explosion erupts from the demon's position. Chuba lies twisted and motionless on the ground. You said you don't need comrades, right? Dangcoat and Waran land simultaneously. No. In this world, no one can live alone. Step forward. Those I can trust with my back. The 3 of them stand together under the sunlight. Oh, my comrades, the ones I entrust my life to. Debris from a collapsed wall pins Chuba down. Comrades? How hilarious. His muscles suddenly bulge. I told you, that nonsense is only for the weak. To me, another explosion occurs. Out there nothing but a burden. Kim Gun's pupils shrink in shock. You're insane. Are you even human? Chuba steps forward. His once scrawny body has doubled in size, with rippling muscles. Kim Gun picks himself up. Even so, it won't change a thing. He points forward. Go. As the words leave his mouth. The red-haired man beside him charges instantly. Dang Coat grits his teeth, his fist bursting into flames. Tiger's jaw strike. A powerful punch. He slams it right into the center of Chuba's face. The demon doesn't budge, looking down with contempt. Is that all? Dang Coat winces, coughing up blood. That's not all. Chuba swings his leg, kicking him high into the air. Dang Coat is launched helplessly into the sky. The moment he hits the ground, Chuba has already leaped toward him. Chuba glances back at Waran, who fires 2 shots. Huh. The muscles on his body soften as they take the hits. Chuba smirks and closes the distance to Waran in an instant. Peekaboo. He punches her square in the stomach, sending her reeling. Waran falls from the sky. Dang Coat stumbles back. Waran stares up, eyes wide. Chuba narrows his eyes, pouting in dissatisfaction. Huh. Dang Coat stands tall, catching Waran in his arms. Her cheeks flush red as she sighs in relief. Zhang Hua, thanks to you, I'm alive. He looks away. Sister, it's a bit early for that. I don't know why, but Chuba crouches, his eyes glowing. A murderous intent radiates toward them, but it looks like that guy is getting even angrier. His voice drops, thick with rage. You dare mock me? 2 centipede legs sprout from his armpits. Waran and Dang Coat stare in shock, looking up toward the sky. Chuba's lower body transforms into a giant centipede, slithering up from the ground. He grits his teeth, black markings covering his face. In front of me, Dang Coat looks over at her, worried. Sister, this is bad. The 2 split up, dodging his massive strike. We have to escape first. Chuba bared his teeth in a savage grin. You just talked about comrades, and now you're all running away? As expected, comrades are worth nothing. He twists his centipede body and lunges. They're just dead weight. Waran bites her lip and turns to bolt. Damn it. Chuba's centipede body drags across the ground as he chases her. Has he caught up already? Waran glances back, her face full of worry. She spins around and takes the initiative to attack. Chuba blocks her easily, his tone dripping with amusement. That won't work. He leans his body to the side. He reaches out and grabs Dangcoat's face. And this too. Waran's eyes widen and her mouth drops in shock. His body is hurled directly toward her. The 2 crash violently into the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Chuba looks at the 2 of them, lying motionless on the ground. Did you really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? His pitch-black eyes bulge with malice. I'll finish you both off together for the fun of it. Dangcoat smirks and lets out a long sigh. Harder than I thought. Huh, sis? Seems we've held him back long enough. She looks up. Yeah, you should be satisfied by now. Chuba slithers across the ground arrogantly. What's this? Having a deathbed epiphany? His pupils shrink in confusion. Wait, what? Chuba frowns in shock as a blue flame erupts from behind him. His mouth drops open as he hurriedly whips his head around. A brilliant blue flame rises from behind the mountain. Kim Gun squints through his sniper scope. Faster than I expected. He tilts his head, tracking carefully. Just need a little more time. Chuba turns back in a rage. These damn rats. Always with the underhanded tricks. He glares and screams, time to end this joke. He lunges toward the sky, but suddenly freezes mid-air. Chuba looks back at his centipede tail in confusion. His tail is being held firmly by a pair of massive arms. Without my permission, the battered and bruised sixth tyrant roars that you aren't moving a single inch. He uses all his strength to drag Chuba down. 1,000-pound weight. Kim Gun lies prone on the ground, watching the situation through his scope. Good job, number 6. He slowly pulls the trigger. Now go to hell. The powerful bullet fires. You perverted freak. Chuba screams in fury, unaware of the shot from behind. Let go of me, you bastard. He freezes, his brow furrowed in terror. Damn it. The bullet slams directly into Chuba's face. Sixth tyrant clings to the severed tail as smoke fills the air. His body trembles. Breaking into a cold sweat, he mutters, from now on, I'm done playing around. Sixth tyrant sits on the ground, clutching a severed piece of the centipede tail. Behind him, 3 walls have been blown open by the firepower. Elsewhere, deep inside an ice mountain, a man's eyes bulge as he is choked by a pale hand covered in purple veins. The figure on the throne grips the armrest as he lifts the man off his feet. He purses his lips, his face dark and cold, before dropping the body to the floor. His lips quiver, his eyes glowing a deep crimson. The figure wearily covers his eyes. My little brother is dead. He throws his head back and breaks into a loud, haunting laugh. He grips the throne tightly, his eyes wide with madness. He stares intensely. Interesting. Very interesting. To think there are still people in this world who can entertain me. Good. Keep making it fun. Now then, next. A large man in yellow robes turns his back on a pile of corpses on the ground. Who shall go out and cause a stir next? The dead bodies, eyes wide and lifeless, lie piled on top of one another. The man in yellow picks up a severed arm. My little brother is dead. His eyes widen as tears begin to fall. No, little brother. His mouth hangs open, dripping with thick red blood. I should have been the one to handle it. Whoever killed my brother, I will eat them alive. Kim Gun walks back toward the 3 of them. He narrows his eyes with concern. Are you guys okay? Any injuries? Waran replies, we're fine. We're okay. Dancoat's eyes widen. Master, are you okay? He looks around doubtfully. I'm Yufine, and so is number 6. The man, startled by the sudden attention, jumps. Igriagajis. Kim Gun gives him a gentle pat on the shoulder. He praises him in a soft voice. Well done. Sixth tyrant covers his mouth, moved to tears. I don't deserve such praise, cult leader. For you, I'd face any danger. Kim Gun turns away. Regardless, being here has made things clearer. Above all, what we need. He walks back toward Dancoat and Waran. That is information. But the manor where they stand is now a complete ruin. Looking at the situation of the Manhwa sect, the disciples of that crazy heavenly demon are running rampant across the martial world. The centipede tail was blown into pieces. We might have to face more like him, or even stronger, before we even find the divine artifact. Kim Gun narrows his eyes. That's why we need fast and accurate information on the current situation and the artifact. Waran looks confused. Then, shouldn't the cult leader ask for help from the master of the Hawa Gate? No. Dancoat chimes in. What about contacting the great branch leader of the Beggars Gang? No. Kim Gun frowns and turns to look at the 2 of them. Call them both. Dancoat and Waran stare in shock. But cult leader, the Beggars Gang, and the Hawa Gate have been bitter enemies since ancient times. Calling them both will only bring us trouble. Kim Gun raises an eyebrow. Is this the time to be picky about cold or hot rice? If they're the type who can't distinguish right from wrong at a time like this, I don't want to deal with them anyway. He turns his gaze to Waran, his voice dropping. If you understand me, contact them immediately and pick a location. His ears twitch slightly. Yes, cult leader. Kim Gun frowns and whips around. And cult leader? Stop with the titles for now. Just be comfortable. His words catch Dancoat off guard. Call you brother? Wait, how old are you? I am Oshimnasta. Kim Gun frowns. That young? Forget it. Just keep calling me cult leader. Dancoat purses his lips, looking utterly confused. A sparrow with a small scroll, tied to its leg, perches on Waran's finger. It might be difficult, but regardless. She tosses her hand, and the bird quickly flaps its wings and takes off. Safe travels. The sparrow soars into the sky. It flies over military camps and glides past wide manors. The sparrow lands on Tien Bok's shoulder and then perches on Noyet Ni's hand. The 2 of them open the scrolls and read simultaneously. Tien Bok scowls. It's time for those cowardly rats. Noyet Ni's brow furrows. I'll show those filthy beggars my true strength. Inside a spacious wooden house, people are moving about and chatting happily. Waran looks toward the door. Master, he's here. Tien Bok squints with a grin. My stomach is sticking to my back. Bring out the food, and make it fast. He rubs his nose. Smells good. So, the leader of the rats is coming too? Kim Gun leans his hands on the table. Yeah, because we need accurate and diverse information. Tien Bok sits opposite him, his voice heavy. He really doesn't follow the clock, does he? He smooths out his robe. If it's info you need, you don't need those rats. The beggar's gang alone is enough. Regardless, cult leader, take a look at this. Kim Gun crosses his arms. But why exactly does the beggar's gang hate the Hawugates so much? Tien Bok's frown deepens. What a pointless question. Do you know how those cowardly rats grew to their current size? The yin-yang circle is split into two halves, the orthodox and the unorthodox. In the past, during the Great War between good and evil, a man raises a wine cup and shouts. For the peace of the Wuline, the orthodox sects held the upper hand on all fronts and were certain of victory. The images of him and the people in the tavern seemed to freeze. But the rats planted spies deep within the orthodox ranks. A waiter grins slyly, one of his eyes changing as vital information falls into the hands of the unorthodox sections. And the result, corpses were piled on the ground, blood staining the floors. Many young juniors, the future of the orthodox sects, were sacrificed. Tien Bok grimaces in anger. He slams his hand onto the table. Against such a common enemy of the orthodox sects. But how could I not hate them? Waran purses her lips, looking at him doubtfully. As expected, meeting both was not a good choice. The doorbell rings, signaling a guest's arrival. Sorry for being late. The beautiful Noyatni walks in. She captures the attention of every man in the tavern. Tien Bok pushes off the table and stands up. Speak of the rat, and it appears quite agile. No matter the situation, I will not sit with the enemy. He clenches his fist and turns away. I must see this through to the end, whether I die or she dies. Waran watches him go. I knew it would be like this. She hurriedly raises her hand to stop him. Wait, great branch leader. Please wait a moment. Tien Bok drops to one knee and reaches out toward Noyatni, leaving her stunned. Huh? She frowns in disgust. What is this? Tien Bok's face turns beet red as he lets out a sleazy laugh. I've fallen for you at first sight. Noyatni pokes both of Tien Bok's eyes. Let's forget the past and start anew together. Kim Gun narrows his eyes in disdain. Looks like there's someone here who can't distinguish right from wrong. You guys know why I called you here, right? Noyatni pulls out a scroll. Yes. First, let me summarize the intel. She unfurls a map. We're still monitoring them, but currently, the Heavenly Demon's disciples. The map is divided into colorful regions, showing them scattered in 4 directions. The Zhongnan sect, Tangzhounan clan, the 18 camps of the Yangtze River waterway, a Mei sect, Zhuge clan, Hawugate, and the Hainan sect. However, their exact target remains a mystery. Noyatni continues. Furthermore, since the Mount Hua sect has fallen, the only way to find the divine artifact is to head to the Wudong sect. A massive manor sits shrouded in mist. The Wudong sect, along with Shaolin, are the 2 great pillars of the martial world, known as the prestigious sects. A round table with an yin-yang symbol sits in the center. It's a little-known spell, but among Wudong's secret transmissions, there exists a sensory technique called the Heavenly Mind Dao Induction. A circle of people sit together performing the ritual. It's said this spell can locate any secluded master or divine artifact in the martial world. Noyatni explains with a gesture. However, this technique consumes a vast amount of internal energy, so even the Wudong sect doesn't use it lightly. Kim Gun muses, well, that's something we can think about on the way there. He asks abruptly, startling Tien Bok, Hey, beggar, did you bring any useful info? He covers his mouth with a cough. The content is basically the same as what the Hawugate master said. This guy came totally unprepared. Kim Gun frowns. Anyway, get ready to move out. Cult leader, there's one more issue. He asks what issue? Noyatni slowly responds. Currently, the Wudong sect is having a massive headache over the succession of the sect leader position. Thien Jiak and Tien Swan face each other with hostility. Normally, the great senior brother Thien Jiak should take the position, but elder dying Tien Swan, who has always eyed the leadership, is opposing him. The disciples of both sides are constantly clashing. Wudong is now split into 2 factions, Thien Jiak side and dying Tien Swan side. He asks back, so what? With Ni Thao. Well, if the leadership situation is like that, she worries, the cult leader might not be able to get the help he needs. If that's the only problem, we just have to go settle it for them. Noyatni is stunned. What? Kim Gun leans his hands on the table. Nothing to worry about. He stands up abruptly. Solving their little problem is no big deal. Kim Gun raises his gun with a menacing, wide-eyed grin. Because we have the universal problem solver right here. Waran and Dangcoat both look grim, breaking into a cold sweat. Here we go again. The horse carriage rolls slowly down the road. Inside, Kim Gun sits with his lips pursed in thought. In his hands are a wooden token and a box. Noyet Ni hands him a root that looks like ginseng. This is a 1,000-year-old fleece flower root. I prepared this hoping it would assist the cult leader on his journey. Waran gasps in amazement. Cult leader, this is one of the rarest medicinal herbs. It will greatly boost your internal energy. Kim Gun accepts it. Thanks. I'll use it carefully. Noyet Ni smiles and leans in close. Yes, but cult leader, I have one request. She whispers in his ear, please don't give it to anyone else. You must be the one to use it. I worked very hard to find this for you. Noyet Ni narrows her eyes. You know where my heart lies, right? Waran bites her lip, her face flushed with anger. Seriously, that wench is getting on my nerves again. Thien Bok grips his wooden staff, so hard his body trembles, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it, bastard. She's definitely a sucker for good looks. Kim Gun calmly asks, hey beggar, what are you giving me? He stammers, I really didn't want to give this away. Thien Bok gives him a wooden token with a sad look. This is a nameplate, only given to the great branch leaders of the beggars gang. It means I'm personally vouching for your identity. It'll be very useful. Damn it. Suddenly, a loud laugh rings out, catching his attention. Looks like we caught a big fish today. A group of bandits with swords blocks the path. A man in a bamboo hat stands in the middle of the road, stopping the carriage. Turns out more people fall for this trap than I thought. The leader laughs sleazily. Hey, if you want to pass through here peacefully, you'd better show some sincerity. The man tosses a gold bar onto the ground. The man in the bamboo hat bows his head low. This is all I have. That should be enough sincerity. Let me and those behind me pass, quietly. The bandit leader raises an eyebrow and picks up the bar. A gold bar? This is enough to buy your life, I suppose. He sneers, fine, move along. The man in the hat quickly brushes past. Thank you. His broad back stops when the leader continues, but one gold bar won't cover the lives of the people behind you. Will it? He raises his sword with a greasy laugh. If you hand over that sword on your back too, maybe I'll reconsider. The man drops his hat to the ground. In that case, come and take it. He draws a colossal sword from his back. The tip of the blade slams deep into the ground. Ma Dung grips the hilt tightly. Just a warning. It's a bit heavy. Kim Gun steps up from behind and twists the leader's neck. No need for that. Another bandit charges with an axe. Who the hell are you? Kim Gun uses a long dart to strike him right in the neck. The bandits retreat in terror. If you guys still value your lives. Kim Gun frowns with murderous intent, glaring at them. Beat it before I change my mind. Ma Dung puts his sword back on his shoulder. Thanks. We just met, and I already owe you. Kim Gun walks up with his hands in his pockets. No big deal. I was going to handle them anyway. Kim Gun offers some advice. And there's no need to bow your head to scum like that. They're the type that gets more shameless the more you humble yourself. Ma Dung turns to leave. Thanks for the advice. I'll be on my way then. Kim Gun purses his lips, saying nothing more. He watches the man leave and asks, hey, where are you headed? Ma Dung turns back. My destination is the Shaolin Temple. Kim Gun speaks up and hop in. I'll drop you off halfway. Waran looks at him with confused eyes. Cult leader, what's going on? Ma Dung sits in the carriage with his sword across his shoulders and eyes closed. Kim Gun crosses his arms, watching him intently. I don't know why, but I feel a strange sense of kinship. Cult leader, it's late. We should set up camp nearby. A small campfire is lit, crackling away. The five of them sit around the fire. Kim Gun calls out, making Ma Dung look up in confusion. Hey, he smirks. You. His question startles both Ma Dung and Dang Coat. That you don't have any friends, do you? Dang Coat breaks into a nervous sweat and laughs it off. Cult leader, really? You sure love to joke. Ma Dung's eyes widen in bewilderment. How did you know? Kim Gun crosses his arms with a smug look. Knew it. Expressionless face, a scar, barely speaks, and zero self-awareness. Who would want to get close to you? Even I wouldn't like it. Ma Dung frowns and strokes his chin, thinking seriously. Is that so? I have no family or friends, so I guess I just got used to being alone. Ended up like this. Kim Gun looks flustered. Hey, I didn't ask about your family. Besides, I don't have parents either. Ma Dung says flatly, I see. So you're an orphan just like me. Kim Gun feels helpless. This guy's social skills are. He raises an eyebrow with a slight smirk. I don't know if it's luck or not, but even though we aren't blood related, there's one person I think of as a father. What about you? Kim Gun narrows his eyes. A father? Why did I suddenly think of him? The face of a fierce man flashes through his mind. Kim Gun continues, I have someone like that too. Ma Dung exclaims, is that so? That's great. We're both orphans. He grits his teeth, his face turning red with annoyance. Thanks a lot. You really have a talent for pissing people off. The fire continues to crackle. Dangcoat is fast asleep, drooling and mumbling, cult leader. Ma Dung leans against a tree with his arms crossed, sleeping. Suddenly, he snaps his eyes open. A full moon shines in the night sky. Are you sure they went this way? A man with a goatee and parted hair asks in a low voice. Yes, sir. Judging by the way they threw that gold, they definitely have more valuables. Exactly. A massive one-eyed man, carrying an axe, steps forward. Then lead the way. I, Dao Thien, master of the Sun Nat Gate, will handle this. Ma Dong appears before them with his sword. If you're looking for me, you don't need to go any further. A bandit points at him and screams, "Boss, that's him." Is that so? Dao Tien Lagut Lao Li. Then we won't have to waste any more time. Ma Jungsha Fei Dakens. It's late. Lower your voice. Dao Thien points at him. A dead man sure has a lot to say. Before he can finish, Ma Dong's sword flashes. I'll spare your lives based on what you've done, but his blade is like a bolt of lightning. Red blood sprays in every direction. Ma Dong bows his head and speaks in a low voice. My benefactor is sleeping. His eyes glow red with murderous intent. So I'll finish you all off quietly. Ma Dong puts his sword back on his shoulder and walks away. Kim Gun is hiding behind a nearby tree with his arms crossed. He lets out a satisfied smirk. His eyes narrow as his face turns serious. I knew it. Ma Dong's pupils turn purple under the moonlight. One interesting guy. A strong wind sweeps through the lush green leaves under a high, cloudy sky. Wooden wheels rumble down the road, kicking up dust. The driver is dressed in dark clothes, holding a whip. Inside, two sword sect masters sit facing each other. Their eyes met, but neither said a word. The two disciples sat in silence, each secretly speculating. His face hasn't looked good since early this morning. Is something weighing on his mind? Kim Gun's disciple took a risk and spoke up, startling the mysterious swordsman. I saw everything yesterday. The sect members all had their own thoughts about this sudden remark. Yesterday? Was it that unusual aura I felt at dawn? The young man's hand tightened around his hilt, guarding against any sudden danger. To have such power and hide it so well. Who are you? Breaking the silence, Kim Gun finally spoke. Hey you. Everyone's eyes shifted toward Kim Gun and the strange young man. The youth's gaze darkened. Kim Gun's voice rang out like a bell. Join my ranks. The offer left even the invited mysterious swordsman wide-eyed with shock. Before the youth could ask, the cult leader continued. I've been thinking about why I felt a sense of kinship with you. It turns out, you're walking the same path I am. The youth's blade was stained crimson with the blood of his enemies. The path he walked was a bloody one. The disciples buzzed over the cult leader's invitation. Waran spoke up. Regardless, recruiting an outsider with an unknown background is a hasty decision. The wandering swordsman's lips curled slightly. I appreciate the sentiment. It's been a long time since anyone made me such an offer. Amidst the scrutinizing stares, he lowered his eyes and continued in a low, soft voice, but I'm afraid that's difficult right now. I still have things to do. As if he had foreseen this, everything was clear in Kim Gun's eyes. I expected as much, but it's still a shame. Just then, the driver's voice drifted in. Cult leader, we've reached the fork in the road. The evening wind swirled the golden dust. The driver waited for a response, reporting the situation. If you're heading to the Shaolin Temple, you must get off here. The youth spoke politely first, and Kim Gun responded with courtesy. Thank you for the ride. Don't mention it. We were heading the same way anyway. Before the swordsman departed, Kim Gun added in a voice as heavy as stone. Perhaps I shouldn't meddle, but spilling the blood of so many innocents won't lead to anything good. No matter how sharp a blade is, it eventually breaks. He looked up, eyes wide, as the cult leader finished. My path is already set, but if you keep this up, you'll end up in hell. Take care of yourself. With that, the carriage carrying Kim Gun and his disciples pulled away, leaving the young man standing alone on the road. He clenched his trembling fist tight. He shouted after Kim Gun, wait, hold on a moment. The cult leader looked back, puzzled. What is it? Do you have something else to say? Because of my specific circumstances, following you as a disciple might be hard. I only asked you to join my ranks. He bowed his head slightly, his voice plain. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Ma Dong. I didn't ask. 1. Kim Gun looked at the youth impatiently. 2. Who the hell are you to keep holding me up? I am Busa. 3. About that. Gathering all his courage, he looked at the cult leader with hopeful eyes. Could you be my first friend? The cult leader stood frozen, his gaze full of doubt. Ma Dong, seeing Kim Gun's strange expression, broke into a sweat and mumbled an explanation. I thought if it were you, we might have a good relationship in the future. Is this crazy guy confessing to a young girl, or something? The air in the forest suddenly stilled. The two faced each other in silence. The wandering swordsman. Ma Dong took a breath and spoke to break the awkward tension. Perhaps I've said something meaningless. The road is long, so I'll take my leave. The cult leader remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Then, into the brief encounter. Fine. Awkwardly scratching his ear with a flushed face, he added, friend or comrade, call it whatever you want. The two shook hands, forming a bond. Witnesses to a new chapter in the martial world. Ma Dong couldn't hide his joy at finally meeting someone like-minded on his journey. Really? Thank you, my friend. They exchanged a few words before parting ways. I'll treat you well. Yeah, do whatever you want. The disciples in the carriage watched with bulging eyes. Some suppressed gasps while others stood with their mouths agape. Waran's face turned bright red as her thoughts strayed where they shouldn't. Oh my, it feels like the genre just changed to something wrong. Not far from her, another disciple froze, swallowing hard in confusion. The genre has definitely become a bit warped. Inside the carriage, as it rocked to the rhythm of the galloping horses, Kim Gun leaned against the window frame. He gazed outside, deep in thought. So this is what a friend is like. As the hoofbeats continued, he wrinkled his nose in distaste. This feels terrible. Kim Gun felt this way because he had never had a friend before. The temple bell rang deep, its sound echoing through the mountain winds. Shaolin was shrouded in a somber hue under a blood-red sky. A roar echoed from the great hall. The abbot has passed away. Lu Thien Han, the great guardian priest of Shaolin, stood up and slammed the table, veins bulging on his forehead. And you all just stood there and watched it happen. Kim Lean, the hall master of the arts, stroked his beard and spoke calmly. Of course, the abbot's passing is a tragedy. But if we suffer unnecessary sacrifices, the very lineage of Shaolin could be severed. The other guardians at the meeting couldn't stay calm. Don't start a heated debate. No, if we sit still, we'll become nothing more than a sect that's famous in name only. Then, Great Guardian, I have one question. The hall master's face turned stern, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Are you confident you can capture the heavenly demon, the arch-villain and the rarest powerhouse of this era? Hearing this, the Great Guardian was silenced, only managing a faint mumble. No, but regardless. Before he could finish, a young monk rushed in to report an emergency. Elders, forgive my sudden intrusion, but the matter is extremely urgent. Thien Han's voice rang out like an iron bell as he barked at the disciple. What is all this noise about? The monk didn't waste a second. He has arrived at Shaolin. As the report dropped, the air felt like it had been struck by lightning. The elders rushed out of the great hall, their robes fluttering in the wind. The disciples quietly backed away, taking combat stances. An elder looked down from above at Ma Dong's figure in the sunset. Who was that standing in the courtyard? He stood alone, his sword drawn and radiating an overwhelming demonic aura. His face was cold, his eyes full of hostility. No one answered the Great Guardian. Is he a disciple of the heavenly demon? The ground shook with a thundering boom, and dust filled the air. Ma Dong thrust his sword into the cold stone floor of Shaolin, looking straight at the Great Hall. His aura was like a raging storm. I am here to deliver the divine decree of the great heavenly demon. The heavenly demon wishes to complete his ascension to emperor, a goal he couldn't achieve in the past. On the high steps, the elders frowned in unison, their sharp glares shattering the peace. What? He stood tall and composed in the mountain wind, not with arrogance, but with the bone-deep confidence of the strong. Therefore, Shaolin must submit to the heavenly demon cult. By his order, contribute your strength to his grand design. The elders couldn't contain their outrage at Ma Dong's words, which violated the unspoken rules of the martial world. You scoundrel, don't you know the officials and the martial world don't interfere with each other? What nonsense are you spouting? His eyes turned blood red as he emphasized every word for the Shaolin monks to hear. This is an announcement, not a request for your opinion. If you do not follow the heavenly demon's will, there's only one end for you, annihilation. In the temple's history, many heroes and villains had visited, but none dared demand Shaolin submission. The Grand Elder frowned, his face darkening. I have never seen a rogue as shameless as you. Lu Thien Han's rage reached its peak, deciding to fight Ma Dong to the death. However, the other elders still had some sense left. Everyone listen. No, Great Guardian, wait. Let us deliberate internally first. The hall master's pleas were swept away by the wind. Lu Thien Han's roar thundered. The 108 Arhut array. Deploy. All the disciples who were standing still suddenly lunged toward the heavenly demon disciple. They surrounded him, creating a tightening circle with Ma Dong in the center. The head elder stepped forward, his tone mocking as he scanned the disciples, and then Ma Dong. This is Shaolin's array, which no one in history has ever broken. You're just a disciple, not the heavenly demon himself. How dare you talk down to Shaolin? He maintained his rule of silence, ignoring the elder's words with contempt. I will punish you right here, right now. The memories of his new friend and his advice came flooding back to Ma Dong. I shouldn't meddle, but spilling the blood of so many innocents won't lead to anything good. He whispered back as if responding to himself. But my friend, in this martial world, isn't blood a necessity to complete one's hegemony? It was an answer to himself. After speaking, his blade traced a long arc through the air, his eyes clouded with layers of murderous intent. The elder didn't even have time to react to Ma Dong's lightning-fast strike. With just one move, a demonic sword aura sliced through the array he was confident no one could break. The elite disciples at the front were reduced to a pool of blood. Lai Tianhang Wen Balisti. Shaolin's core strength had been severely crippled in a single blow. He channeled his energy and flew down to face Ma Dong directly. The old man channeled his inner energy, his power erupting like fire as his Kasaya fluttered. Taking a firm stance, he unleashed the heavenly step divine punch at Ma Dong. The strike tore through the air. It slammed toward where the youth stood, gouging the earth upon impact. Having unleashed a deadly blow, the elder continued, "You arrogant brat. Do you really think a mere kid that can destroy Shaolin?" From the ruins created by the elder's strike, a dark figure emerged holding a long sword, completely unhurt. "I am merely following the orders of the great heavenly demon." The sword flickered with a blood-red aura, as if it had bathed in the blood of 10,000 enemies. The other elders watching from afar immediately sent word back after seeing that long blade. "What kind of terrifying sword is that? Get the rest of the people to evacuate immediately." Following Ma Dong's movements, the aura of the long sword surged with a crimson light, emitting an unrivaled pressure. His silhouette glided over the Shaolin floor tiles, his power tearing up the ground with every step. Ma Dong pounced like a tiger escaping its cage, swinging his sword straight down. The sect leader still hadn't realized his true power. "I simply wish to erase everything." "Fine, just try it." Lu Thien Hana's eyes flashed as his full power erupted, channeling his peak internal energy into the Vajra indestructible divine art. In the center of the Shaolin courtyard, the youth swung his sword straight at the elder. A blast of energy erupted between him and Lu Thien Han, exploding in the air. The Shaolin Temple, once a respected sanctuary, was now nothing but a heap of ruins following the battle. Within a few hundred meters of Ma Dong lay the mangled remains of the unfortunate disciples. Lu Thien Han, once majestic and imposing, now looked pale and sickly. He leaned against a wall, struggling with his dying breath. He looked up at the approaching Ma Dong. You will surely go to hell." Without wasting a word on him, he swung his long sword in one arc, finishing off the talkative old man. Ma Dong sheathed his blood-stained sword. He looked up at the moon, whispering Lu Thien Hana's final words. "Hell, huh?" His eyes were blood-red like a madman's, like a person too talented to be anything but lonely. "But at least I won't be lonely, right?" A disciple tremblingly asked Kim Gun. Who on earth are you to dare do such a thing?" He laughed gleefully. "Me? I am King Yama. In this life, friends." Kim Gun and Ma Dong were confirmed for hell. Inside and in, the sounds of laughter and chatter filled the air as guests came and went. At a dining table, Kim Gun and his sect members were eating and discussing their journey. "Cult leader, once we pass this village, we'll reach the Wudong sect. Is that so?" "We're almost there." Waran, calculating the time and travel distance, made a suggestion. "Cult leader, we don't know what lies ahead. Would you like to use the elixir from that from the Hawugate master?" He cut her off with a surprised look. "Crazy? I was just joking. If you go to your room to rest." Waran looked at Dang Quang and continued. "Then Dang Quang and I will act as your protectors. After you take the elixir, please calmly circulate your internal energy." Kim Gun entered the adjacent room, while Miho stared intently at his hand. Kim Gun looked at the strange object in his hand and thought to himself, "Is this like Korean ginseng or something?" He brought the strange root to his mouth, preparing to eat it. Well, it's supposed to be good for the body. Before he could even take a bite, little Miho lunged from the floor and snatched it away. Miho held the root in her mouth and turned to stare back at Kim Gun. He panicked and turned around, speaking softly to Miho. Miho, that's not for eating. Give it back." Little Miho pretended not to understand his words, turning away and swallowing the precious item in one gulp. Outside the door, the two guardians standing watch only heard a desperate scream of no, echoing from the room. They kicked the door open simultaneously and looked inside. "What happened, sir?" But before Kim Gun could explain, the scene before him made him freeze for a second. What is this?" The two protectors also froze in their tracks before they could take another step. Little Miho had transformed from a tiny fox pup into a majestic, evolved fox with a golden aura radiating from every strand of fur. Evening slowly descended upon the Wudong sect, the sunset dyeing the curved roof tiles of the sprawling pavilions in gold. On a bed of rosewood, the sect leader of Wudong lay silently, his life force slowly ebbing away with time. The great senior brother of Wudong placed a hand on the sect leader. "Please, recover your essence quickly. How much longer do you plan to lie there?" Tian Jiak looked up at the person who had just spoken. And how much longer do you plan to just stand there and watch? Yun Xianshun. The Wudong elder continued. It's time to bid the sect leader farewell. Tian Jiak questioned the elder in frustration. You're saying that again? No, it's too early to give up. Do you realize what a massive problem the sect leader's absence is at a time like this? Yun Xianshun didn't give Tian Jiak a chance to delay further, revealing his true scheme. If the sect leader passes now, you would be the one to succeed him. You think no one notices you're intentionally stalling? The great elder stared grimly at Tian Jiak before making a final decision. If you truly care for the Wudong sect, you must know we need to appoint a new leader today. I will proceed with the Council of Elders. Tian Jiak understood the weight of his words, and the decision is made. Yun Chong will be the next sect leader. Remember that. No, I am the great senior brother. That's impossible. Yun Xianshun turned to leave the great hall. I've been far too indulgent of your circumstances. If you continue this childish behavior. He finally glanced back, his tone a mix of warning and threat. The Wudong sect will have to reconsider your very existence. The great disciple's eyes were filled with pure hatred, veins popping on his forehead as his face contorted in bone-deep resentment. Amidst the evening glow, he strode aggressively down the main path. He came face to face with his fellow sect members. Tian Jiak stopped. Oh, great senior brother? Yun Chong, Yun Xianshun's grandson, spoke up. Where are you going at this hour, brother? He stopped to question the other disciples. I was just getting some fresh air, and then you all. Looking at their flushed faces, Tian Jiak asked, have you all been drinking? Yun Chong politely clasped his hands in a greeting. Forgive us, brother. Things have been so stressful lately that I took the juniors out for a good meal. Huh, damn it. The great senior brother looked down. He sternly lectured the other disciples. This is outrageous. This is exactly when you should be focusing on your training. He sneered at their fearful expressions. Cowards. And you expect to be sect leader? Tian Jiak brushed past them quickly. He left Yun Xianshun's grandson standing there with a dark expression, having been called out. Don't get lost. Go straight back to your room. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Yun Chong turned back and screamed to save face. What's the point of training anyway? You're just a coward who's too afraid to step up. Tian Jiak turned back, his eyes darkening with murderous intent. What did you say? The younger boy clenched his fists. The smell of alcohol was still heavy on his breath. Once I become the Wudong sect leader, I will fight against the heavenly demon. The two argued heatedly. Isn't that a settled matter already? No. Isn't that just your own biased opinion, brother? Yun Chong clenched his hands, his knuckles cracking. I won't be like you, a coward. Even if I die on the battlefield, I'll live my life as a true martial artist. The great senior brother's words hit the fired-up youth like a slap to the face. With our current state, fighting the heavenly demon is like throwing eggs at a rock. Not only would you die, but the entire Wudong sect would be annihilated. Yun Chong remained fearless and arrogantly replied, then you should just run away. He spoke what he believed to be the righteous path of the martial world. The Wudong sect would rather die with honor than live in hiding. Without a word, the great senior brother stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the boy who had lived a sheltered life. He growled, emphasizing the bigger picture. If you want to die so badly, go die by yourself. Don't incite the other disciples and drag them to the grave with you. The sycophantic disciples rushed over to intervene. Great senior brother, please let go and just talk. Oh, what a mess. Kim Gun and his guardian protectors strolled in, hands in their pockets. One look, and I can tell you Tian Jiak and your Yun Chong. Tian Jiak, hearing his name, turned around. Who are you? A disciple clasped his hands and announced, this is the guest from the beggars gang I mentioned earlier. Kim Gun remained expressionless, taking the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Men sure talk a lot. Whoever is strongest should be the sect leader. Since I'm here, I'll judge this little game. He made a proposal. You two have a duel. Tian Jiak ignored cult leader Kim and shouted rudely, insolence. Even if you're a guest of the beggars gang, if you overstep your bounds, things won't end well for you. Yun Chong interrupted Tian Jiak's rude remarks. In my opinion, your attitude is even more disrespectful, brother. This is an honored guest invited by the beggars gang to visit Wudong. The boy, still flushed from drink, looked politely at Kim Gun. I apologize on behalf of my brother for his rudeness. He avoided the provocation and turned to his disciples. It's late. I'll escort the gentleman to his room first. Did you not hear me? The cult leader looked up at the Wudong disciples and repeated, I said duel. Yun Chong looked evasive. He tried to sidestep Kim Gun's suggestion. Haha, you must be joking. Dueling is strictly forbidden within the Wudong sect without official permission. Besides, why would I fight my brother without cause? That won't do. With that, he drew his gun, the polished barrel pointing straight at the two disciples. Then both of you just die, so I can be the sect leader. The red reflection from the gun barrel flashed in Yun Chong's eyes. In a split second, Seeing Kim Gun's weapon, the great senior brother swiftly drew his long blade. Tien Jiak blocked the gun's muzzle with his sword, shielding the disciples behind him. Determined to protect his sect and brothers, he stated, "I clearly warned you that if you overstep, things won't end well." The cowardly Yun Chong hid behind someone else, his mouth still running. "Great senior brother, this is clearly an act of hostility toward the Wudong sect. Show him our sect's true power." Kim Gun didn't want to waste more words on these talkative little disciples. He smirked. "As I thought, physiognomy is a science." He pointed at them and agreed to negotiate. "Fine, put your weapons down and let's talk. Inside a guest room at the Wudong sect. If what you say is true, for the peace of the martial world." Kim Gun rested his hands on the table, conversing calmly with the elder. "I would love to use the heavenly mind Dao induction to help, but with the sect leader absent, though we cannot authorize that martial art. I knew that, which is why I'm here." He looked Tien Jiak straight in the eye. "You have the actual strength, but you lack the backing to be installed as leader. But that's not an easy fix, is it? Well, fine." Kim Gun's gaze turned sharp, his smile knowing exactly how much power he held and his chance of victory. "I've already thought it through. Leave it to me." A new day began with clear skies and white clouds. Disciples lined up neatly in front of the Great Hall. No one could focus on their duties today. Today is a massive day. The elders are announcing the successor, right? I thought it would be the great senior brother, but apparently not. Another disciple was surprised by the leaked info, but quickly rationalized it. Well, with the sect leader gone, considering his status. The group looked at Tien Jiak standing tall in the distance on the platform, pitying a talent who had strength but lacked luck. They sighed, in terms of family background, he really does lack backing. The faded sound of footsteps echoed outside the council room. The doors to the great hall swung open. The elders strode out majestically as the disciples cheered. "The elders are coming out." They announced a major update to the Wudong sect status. "Very well, the disciples are assembled. As announced, today I will reveal the successor who will lead the Wudong sect from now on." This decision was made after much deliberation by the elders and seniors. "We hope everyone will support the new leader." At the critical moment when Wudong elder Yun Xianchun was about to announce the new leader, now then, the successor is. Exactly as the disciples expected, Yun Chong's name rang out loudly throughout the hall. Tien Jiak broke into a cold sweat and looked at Kim Gun, thinking, what is going on? You said you had it all figured out. Can we really just sit here like this? He had watched the fake dramas of martial sects for a long time, all the power struggles and empty talk. He let out a bored sigh. So boring. Yun Xianchun waved his hand, calling his grandson to the center of the courtyard. "Chang'e, come out for a moment." There was only silence from behind. No response. He turned his head and called again, "Chang'e." The great senior brother sensed something. He thought to himself, wait a minute. He recalled the strange conversation between himself and cult leader Kim the night before. "So what can I do to help?" "Nothing at all." But Kim Gun hadn't asked Tien Jiak to do anything. He only asked one very strange question. Where is that Yun Chong's room? He suddenly whipped his head toward the direction of Yun Chong's quarters. "Cult leader." Kim said nothing, simply giving a subtle okay sign from behind his back, confirming Tien Jiak's suspicion. Could it be that Chang'e has? His eyes lit up, confirming the elder's internal fear about the bastard. With a slight cough, he slowly delivered the news. "It seems there has been a small misunderstanding." Tien Jiak stood frozen at the announcement, his eyes wide. "I will make the announcement another time." Before he could recover, the leadership group turned and walked back inside, barking a final order. "Everyone disperse." Tien Jiak rushed over to Kim Gun, his voice panicked. "What did you just do?" Their eyes met, and his anxiety spiked. He gasped, "Don't tell me." Yun Chong. Kim Gun's cunning smirk was all the confirmation he needed. In the dark corner, the bound man trembles as a loud shout echoes toward him. "Yun Chong." Kim Gun surveys the scene with a leisurely air. Man, this could have been settled so simply. Meanwhile, Tien Jiak rushes to Yun Chong's side in a panic. "Hey, are you okay? I'll untie you right now." Anger and frustration cloud his face as he sees his fellow disciple harmed. No one wants to become sect leader this way. The words hit like a slap to the face, making Yun Chong snap in a fit of rage. "What are you doing, great senior brother? Did you pull some trick just to become sect leader?" His voice gets louder, heightening the tension. "When we get back, I'm going to have this officially judged." Realizing he misspoke, Tien Jiak stammers to fix it. "No, junior brother, it's not like that." Yun Chong's face suddenly turns pale, his lips losing color as he looks straight ahead. Before anyone noticed, Kim Gun was already holding his gun, the barrel glowing red and ready to fire. His gaze darkens. "See? I told you we should have just kept it simple." In a sudden moment, Tien Jiak lunges forward to shield Yun Chong, kneeling in front of the muzzle. "Stop. As long as I'm here, don't you dare." As he finishes, a sharp gunshot rings out through the air. Don't you touch a hair on my junior brother's head. Yun Chong flees in a panic, screaming as if possessed by a ghost, having just witnessed something terrifying. Grandpa, help! He bursts into the room, slamming the door open. Grandpa! Reno jumps up, looking flustered at his grandson. Shionga, where have you been until now? Did you forget what day it is today? Seeing the boy's disheveled state, he immediately turns stern. What happened to you? Rienigio answers tremblingly, Grandpa. Tianjiak. That guy, a savage smile creeps onto his face, making the air feel heavy. That's right. He really did it. Reno's cold, confident face adds to the chilling atmosphere. Chang'e, it looks like this matter will be settled much more easily now. Outside, Kim Gun's group hears a piercing scream. Reno leads the way with an authoritative aura. A line of disciples follows him, their energies surging. Tianjiak, you. Kim Gun doesn't seem to care, merely casting a disdainful glance. This old man brought quite a crowd, didn't he? Reno's disciples immediately form a perimeter. They tightly surround Kim Gun's group, their sword tips pointed straight at them. In the lead, Reno shouts as he walks, followed closely by Yun Chong. Do you have any idea what you just done? Sweat pours down Tianjiak's face as he instinctively waves his hands to explain. Elder, please let me explain. There's been a misunderstanding. Before he can finish, the old man cuts him off. I don't need to hear it. Reno's determined face seals his words. You want to be sect leader so bad you'd harm your own junior brother? You violated the unwritten rules of Wudong. You no longer have the right to stay here. Time seems to stand still. For Tianjiak, it feels like a bolt from the blue. He turns pale. Expelled? Reno walks past Tianjiak, leaving him to face his sentence alone. Execution wouldn't be enough, but for the sake of our history, I'll stop at this. Pack your things and leave immediately. A malicious smirk appears on Yun Chong's face as he watches the scene unfold. From behind, Kim Gun speaks up. Hey, old man. No one can read Kim Gun's emotions right now. It seems you've got a serious misunderstanding going on. Kim Gun's eyes widen as his brows furrow. Why do you have to expel him? Reno whips around with a raised eyebrow. What did you say? Their gazes clash like a growing fire. Kim Gun emphasizes every single word. He is the successor. Reno's face darkens, rage pooling in his eyes. I was going to kick both you and Tianjiak out, but I'm holding back because of your connection to the Beggars Gang. The tension in Kim Gun's face tightens the atmosphere. He grinds his teeth. Hey, old man, don't pull such an obvious scam. I don't respect my elders. I'll attack them too. He points straight at Yun Chong, standing behind. Furthermore, after kidnapping this guy, I realized, before Reno can recover, Kim Gun blurs out, this guy is absolutely not the talent to lead the Wudong sect. He gets more heated as he speaks. Kim Gun shows zero respect, his face full of contempt. Look at him. He's hiding behind your back, too scared to say a word. And you think he has the right to represent Wudong? Caught off guard, Reno pushes back to regain control. Shut up. This is not for an outsider to meddle in. What you asked for can't be decided now, so be quiet and wait. Kim Gun cuts him off, stating the obvious. Kim Gun's face is full of confidence as he points at Tianjiak. If he becomes sect leader, he can give it to me right away. Why would I wait? Yun Chong interjects, frustrated by Kim Gun's actions. If I become sect leader, I can give you what you want to. I let it slide last time, so stay out of this. An angry shout rings out. Shut your mouth. Kim Gun growls. Like I'd listen to idiots like you. He pouts with a look of pure disgust. What? Why are you targeting me? His angry face and judgmental gaze are filled with irritation. I will absolutely not listen to someone who uses poison. Losing his cool, Reno steps forward, making a frantic excuse. This guy, to the very end. This matter has already been decided by the Council of Elders. Are you telling us to go back on our word? Kim Gun faces his gaze without flinching. Your world is different from my Earth. Whoever is strongest makes the rules, right? So, let the stronger one between us decide. Tianjiak and Yun Chong freeze. Kim Gun's voice echoes powerfully. The Wudong sect leader. No one can guess his emotions as he speaks from deep within. At least, since coming here, I've felt the weight of a true leader's back. The imposing silhouettes of the team, with Kim Gun at the front, make the atmosphere overwhelming. A leader must always stand in front of their subordinates in every situation. You're not allowed to stand behind them. Kim Gun turns to look at Reno's disciples who have been standing there. What do you guys think? Am I wrong? One of them falls silent, lost in thought. An image from the past flashes back. Tianjiak standing in front of his disciples. Not facing Kim Gun's gun barrel. Standing against everything coming their way. Tianjiak's back looked like a saving light. Meanwhile, the current Yun Chong is cowering behind them, using his disciples as a shield. He swallows hard. A stuttering voice breaks through the thoughts. The third. Reno immediately cuts in, screaming in a rage. Nonsense. This is Wudong. The force of his internal energy makes the weak retreat. The surrounding space trembles as ruins crumble. Kim Gun shields his face from the dust, looking at Reno's actions with annoyance. Ugh, old man, you're kicking up dust. The old man doesn't stop. The disciples turn pale with fear. Does anyone else here think this guy is right? A powerful aura surrounds Reno, making the air even heavier. Then step forward and face me right now. Kim Gun is stunned as all eyes focus on him. This petty old man knows exactly what the truth is, but he's trying to use brute force to suppress it. Contempt is clear in Reno's words. How pathetic. You're the leader of a cult, and you still don't understand the laws of the martial world? Reno's thoughtless comment plunges the area into silence. The laws of the martial world? In the end, Might is right. All order and law belong to the strong. Kim Gun's expression darkens. A tense atmosphere covers the screen. Reno's voice turns stern. This is the last time. If something like this happens again, you'll pay for it with your life. Reno turns his head and speaks to Yun Chong. Come, let's prepare for the succession ceremony. It's going to be a rush. He stammers, unable to speak. Gee, Grandpa. He's drowning in fear. Yun Chong screams in terror behind you. The sound goes straight to Reno's ears, leaving him confused. As the ancients once said, facing him is a loaded gun, defying all of Kim Gun's challenges. What is this? His smug face gradually turns into a crazed grin. But the one who survives is the strong one. A gunshot rings out, tearing through space. The bullet pierces right through Reno's head. In the blink of an eye, only Yun Chong's terrified face remains. Grandpa. Warm sunlight shines down on the main gate with its two sturdy pillars. Two disciples stand at attention guarding the entrance, where a sign reads Wudong's sect. One guard lets out a long yawn, having stood there too long. Suddenly, he lets out a cry. Huh? He turns to the person next to him. Is Wudong having guests today? The other hesitates. No, not today. A massive shadow blots out the light. They stand frozen in shock. A body nearly as big as a house stands towering before them. He speaks. This is Wudong territory. If you don't have an invitation, come back tomorrow morning. Before he can even finish, the giant turns him into fertilizer. The guard next to him watches his comrade get sent to the afterlife, his mouth agape in total shock. Then the giant Mong Dong's massive, maw-like mouth opens up to finish off the remaining one. Red liquid splatters across the ground. The giant smirks, his teeth still stained with a bit of dark crimson, and says two terrifying words. So hungry. A frozen, lifeless face. A voice cries out brokenly. Aya! 3 bullets graze past his ear. A panic scream. Grandpa! He bellows, you damn brat. Kim Gun's face is incredibly punchable as he says, you're overreacting. I've been holding back because there are so many people here, otherwise I'd have killed you already. Hearing this, Reno raises his voice. You obnoxious brat. I'll make you regret your actions today. His voice has a hint of excitement. Oh, really? You should have said that sooner. Kim Gun aims his truth straight at him, his voice threatening. If you want to leave this world early. The disciple, standing in the middle, steps out to intervene. Wait, you two shouldn't do this. Then he adds, Grandpa, these people have overstepped their bounds. Kick them out immediately. Seeing this, veins pop on his face. His mood turns grim. I should have just killed that guy. Suddenly, Kim Gun freezes as if realizing something. He turns slightly, thinking, what's this? This unpleasant aura. Kim Gun turns back to Reno. Hey, old man, you feel it too, don't you? He replies worriedly, yes. It seems an uninvited guest has arrived. Disciples from inside the courtyard rush out, shouting, intruder. They draw their swords and charge straight at the giant. They continue, don't let him inside. Block him at all costs. One man quickly grips his sword and lunges. He says, drop dead. He thrusts his sword straight into the intruder. His voice is full of disdain. Humph, someone with nothing to back them up sure is confident. Before he can finish his sentence, Mong Dong's massive mouth opens wide. Just like that, another disciple is taken out by the giant. Archers standing on the rooftops aim straight at Mong Dong. They shout, don't get close. Attack from distance. He remains silent and motionless, letting the arrows fly toward him. The cold arrows sank deep into Mong Dong's body, causing blood to splatter. Despite the arrows pinned in his flesh, he merely mumbled, so hungry, so hungry. Then, with a burst of strength, he sent the arrows flying back. Mong Zong Zhao, Am Hung Vi. Several nearby disciples were struck by the returning arrows. Terrified, they began to retreat. With eyes wide and sweat pouring down their faces, they gasped, what is this? The giant then sat down in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen sect members. Mong Dong spoke without hesitation, his voice chilling. There you are. He slowly stood up, looming with his massive frame. His entire body emitted a thick, dark, murderous aura as he advanced toward Kim Gun. With a wicked smile, he said, "The one who killed our youngest. Third disciple of the heavenly demon, Mong Dong." Reno watched him, thinking to himself, this man is dangerous. I don't know where he came from, but he's at least elder level, maybe even on par with the sect leader. Worried for his disciples, he shouted a command. "Listen up. He is not an opponent you can face. Scatter to safety." Their faces filled with concern as they stammered. "Surely the elder doesn't intend to stay alone. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves on the battlefield." Seeing their stubbornness, Reno barked angrily. "Are you disobeying my orders? Move out before everyone gets sent to the afterlife." Tianjiak turned back and said coldly, "He's right. Having you here is just a hindrance. Follow the elder's orders and run." The disciples bowed and clasped their hands. "We wish the elder and senior brother safety." Then they all took off like the wind. The elder closed his eyes, his voice tinged with bitterness. "That order included you too, Tianjiak." But Tianjiak remained steadfast, refusing to leave. Reno asked, "Do you intend to disobey as well?" He replied, "I have dedicated everything to Wudong for 30 years. With firm resolve, he continued, "I was taught never to turn my back on an enemy threatening Wudong. Besides, even these outsiders are fighting for us." Kim Gun remained calm. With his hands in his pockets and 3 people behind him, Tianjiak's voice rang out, "How could I possibly run away?" Kim Gun suddenly spoke up. "Whoa, hold on. It's not like I'm doing this for your sake. For some reason, it looks like that fatso is looking for me." Kim Gun looked at him and asked, "Right? Mongzong Gevin." "Exactly." Kim Gun asked further, "So you're a disciple of the heavenly demon too, huh?" Hearing this, Reno gasped in shock. "What?" The giant clutched his stomach and mumbled, "So hungry. First, I need to fill my belly." Then, Mong Dong exerted his power, shattering the stone courtyard beneath him. He suddenly lunged, leaving behind only a crater and a cloud of dust. He leaped right over Reno's head, momentarily surprising Mong Dong himself. Sensing danger, Tianjiak whipped around. No, the junior disciples are that way. His fellow disciples were running as fast as they could, unaware that death was about to greet them. The massive shadow was large enough to blot out the sun. Mong Dong landed directly on an unfortunate disciple, crushing him instantly. The others fared no better, targeted by the giant's terrifying power. As the ground cracked, he spoke with fake regret. "I should have controlled my strength. They're all dead." A gruesome scene unfolded. Every single disciple had been wiped out. Tianjiak rushed over, his voice filled with fury. "You absolute monster." He immediately unleashed his technique, the soul-stealing phantom sword. His slashes were so fast they appeared as mere flashes of light. Tianjiak then maneuvered behind him. His sharp, fluid sword strokes cut through Mong Dong as he maintained his stance. Dark red fluid sprayed out from behind. Tianjiak stood up and turned slightly. But suddenly, he realized a horrifying truth. Despite being riddled with wounds, the giant lunged at him with incredible speed. Tianjiak couldn't escape in time. Blood trickled from his mouth as Mong Dong crushed his body. He pinned him down, making it impossible to move. In a ghastly voice, he said, "You're strong. You'll probably taste great." Tianjiak broke into a cold sweat. This monster, the wounds he had inflicted were already beginning to heal. Tianjiak was terrified. His body, it's regenerating. His cells knit back together as if they were never apart. Mong Dong opened his mouth wider than a human head. "Well then, time for a feast." From behind, Reno's cold voice rang out. Wudong's secret technique. Great clarity, sword style. Powerful sword strikes lunge from behind like massive blades. The sudden pain made Mong Dong scream. He lost his grip, allowing Tianjiak to escape. The elder turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Still covered in a cold sweat, he replied, "Yes. Thank you, elder." The pain made the giant clutch his head and grimace. From a distance, Kim Gun charged forward. He praised him. "Nice move, old man." Then, he aimed his truth at Mong Dong and said coldly, "I'm going to put you down." The giant spread his arms and gathered his chi. Kim Gun froze, thinking, "Wait, what is that?" Mong Dong's punchable voice rang out, "What's this?" Despite the lead bullets hitting him, he didn't flinch. He even smiled and said, "Delicious." Kim Gun was stunned. "Is he eating the bullets?" He stammered, "Fine if they're so tasty." But he let loose a relentless barrage on Mong Dong, shouting, "Then have some more." Streams of blood flowed down, staining the ground crimson. Yet the giant could still keep moving. He stood firmly, facing Kim Gun head-on. Kim Gun frowned, sweat trickling down as he muttered, "Ha, that really is a terrifying face and a gaping maw." The giant said, "Caught you." Kim Gun marveled at the situation. This is insane. Mong Dong unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending Kim Gun flying several meters. Dust filled the air as the ground cracked beneath the impact. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. "Hey, fatso." He continued, compared to that skinny cult leader. With his chubby face and body like a slab of fresh meat, Yukpa asked, "I look way tastier, right?" The giant licked his lips greedily. Kaka. Perfect. The ideal balance of fat and muscle. This was Mongdong's face. Overwhelmed with pleasure, he lunged forward, shouting in excitement, "The perfect feast I've been searching for." Yukpa stood his ground. "Fine, come and eat your fill. But before that." From behind, Hua Ran and Dangquan. Rushed in fast as the wind. "You need to learn some table manners first." Holding her twin blades with a sharp, cold gaze, swift flash, first long sword. 2 red slashes ripped across Mongdong's obese frame. Infuriated, the giant quickly blocked the follow-up. Right after Hua Ran's strike, Dangquan's attack came. Ancient Tiger Fist, first move, Ferocious Tiger Strike. A powerful punch landed on Mongdong, visibly distorting his flesh. Dangquan stepped back a few paces. He continued his assault. Ancient Tiger Fist, second move. That powerful technique sent Mongdong's blood splattering everywhere. Heavenly Tiger Ascension. The massive body was sent flying into the air by the punch. Looking up at the sky, he added, "And now, for the final blow." With a look of horror, his words were cut short. 10. Silent. Strikes. Because from above, the giant was preparing to counterattack. A heavy slam landed right on Dangquan's face, sending him crashing into the ground. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Seeing her comrade in trouble, Hua Ran rushed over, calling his name in concern. Zhanggang. Massive lumps began to swell up all over Mongdong's body. The sudden phenomenon made her freeze. Her eyes widened as she gasped. The giant pustules on his back fired out at high speed, leaving her unable to react. Mongdong paused and cried out. He stared into the air where Yukpa had been standing, his voice filled with confusion. "Where is it? Where's my feast?" Mongdong's face turned bright red as he gnashed his teeth, his legs swelling up. His pants tore to shreds as he mumbled, "Where's my meat?" Mongdong lunged high into the air, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Give it back! Give me my meat!" With blood still splattered on his face, Tian Jiak said in a panic, "Where did that guy go now?" Standing beside him, Reno frowned and added, "They're in danger. We have to chase him immediately." Without hesitation, they dashed off in the direction Mongdong was heading. From a distance, Kim Gun's voice rang out with concern. "Zhanggang, Hua Ran." He rushed over and held her as she lay on the ground, trying to reassure her. "Just hang in there. I'll get you to safety." Her voice was weak. Sea Cult leader. Behind Kim Gun, earth and rocks suddenly exploded into the sky with a deafening crash. He spun around, his face pale with shock. Damn it! Is he a human or a literal cannon? Mongdong launched himself from the ground toward the sky, leaving nothing but a streak of light behind. His face was twisted with rage as he prepared his technique. Falling Star Lightning Strike. Mongdong picked his target, the library pavilion. A massive explosion erupted, with flames and smoke billowing violently into the air. Kim Gun carefully found a spot to set the two down. There, at least it's safe here. Kim Gun couldn't hide his shock as he looked around. This carnage. It's horrific. The once magnificent library pavilion was being reduced to ashes in the massive fire. He raised truth and aimed it at Mongdong, calculating his move. This pig is too fast. I can't get a clean shot. Looking through the scope, the devastation became even clearer. Kim Gun thought the problem is, even if I hit him, it might not do anything. Suddenly, within his sights, the giant charged straight toward the muzzle of democracy without a shred of fear. His eyes widened in surprise as Yukpa lunged in, cutting off Mongdong's trajectory. The ground exploded and dust flew everywhere from the massive impact. Kim Gun leaned against a wall, wincing from his injuries but feeling relieved. Damn, lucky my bones are still in one piece. He asked with concern, Miho, are you okay? Suddenly, Yukpa's voice rang out. Cult leader, are you alright? Kim Gun looked up with a dazed expression. Huh? From behind the curtain of dust, the giant's voice delivered a final word. It looks like this is the end for you. Yukpa gave a light smile and added, it was a pleasure serving you, cult leader. Behind him, Mongdong's gaping maw was ready to swallow him whole. Kim Gun let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yukpa. A sharp blade emitting a green aura appeared. Tian Jiak's voice rang out slowly. My apologies for letting our honored guest shoulder so much. A black circle appeared, forming a curve that split into the two poles of yin and yang. He radiated a powerful aura as he unleashed the Wudong sect's ultimate technique, Taiji Wisdom Sword. 8 slashes tore through Mongdong's body. Then 8 more followed, causing blood to spray from the giant. Smoke hissed out of Mong Dong's body from several places. He screamed in agony. It's too hot. Tian Jiak's eyes remained sharp and cold. A final spinning sword strike pierced through Mong Dong. The giant's face was split in two by the blade. Tian Jiak calmly sheathed his sword. The giant's entire body began to crack and crumble. Kim Gun stood up and spoke. I didn't see you anywhere, so I thought you were a goner. Guess you're still kicking. With a regretful tone, he said, Again, I apologize. I had to evacuate the wounded disciples, so I arrived late. Kim Gun frowned in confusion. If you had a skill that powerful, why didn't you use it sooner? Tian Jiak replied, Because it isn't a perfected technique yet. He added, If used recklessly, my internal energy would twist, causing fatal injuries to my own body. Before he could finish, Tian Jiak coughed up a mouthful of blood. He dropped to one knee, thinking, as expected, this is too much for my current realm. I need to regulate my breathing immediately. In the distance, Mong Dong showed signs of regenerating again. Reno rushed over from afar, shouting, Tian Jiak. He looked up, stammering, Elder. The old man said worriedly, Who told you to go and sacrifice yourself like that? With eyes full of sorrow, Reno added, I clearly told you to run with the other disciples. Why won't you listen? Tian Jiak replied awkwardly, I'm sorry, but... He lowered his head slightly and continued, The Wudong sect is everything to me. Kim Gun watched with concern, internally cursing. Idiots. Save the sentimental talk for after the battle. If that pig regenerates now. Suddenly, Miho spat an object out of her mouth. Kim Gun asked Miho what's wrong. The object fell to the ground. Kim Gun gasped in his head a cell phone. Mong Dong realigned his head, speaking mockingly. That was a bit dangerous. He looked at Reno and added, You're old, so you probably won't taste good, but you seem high nutritional value. Yep Pa lay unconscious on the ground while Mong Dong continued casually. So before I eat the main course. With a cruel look at the elder, he said disdainfully, How about a little appetizer to stimulate my palate? Suddenly, Kim Gun spoke up. Hey, you think you can get full off one old man? I've prepared a massive feast for you right here. His voice was full of smug confidence as he held a Gatling gun. Eat as much as you want. It's your first time in an all-you-can-eat buffet, right? Mong Dong bared his yellowed teeth. Bits of meat still stuck between them, and laughed like he'd hit the jackpot. Kakaka, is that tasty? Give it to me now. Kim Gun didn't let him say another word, replying excitedly, Sure thing. Eat your heart out. The barrels of the machine gun began to spin. Feeling the powerful recoil, he gripped the weapon tightly. The air around him churned with intense energy. Open wide. Here comes the lead. Bullets sprayed from the muzzle in a flash of fire. The fat monster spread his bloated body in satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked back at Kim Gun and was struck with terror. 10 bullets with terrifying speed and power tore right through his body. Panic washed over his face. This wasn't part of the plan. Wait. Stop. Even his massive weight couldn't withstand the raw power of the firearms. The fat monster's feet skidded back several paces across the ground. The barrage was relentless, giving him no time to recover. He was pushed further back as the ground around him was torn into pieces. Before he could react, the silhouette of a Wudong elder soared into the air above him. Where do you think you're going? A flowing cloud strike slammed down on Mong Dong, driving him back right in front of Kim Gun. Kim Gun's expression didn't change as he pointed the barrels at the beast. The guest is back, I see. The giant was now trembling, all his previous arrogance gone. His face was covered in grime. Wait. Stop. Kim Gun didn't care for his meaningless words. The gun spun up again, bullets flying at the speed of light toward the weakening Mong Dong. Now then, let's start round 2. The fat monster's body bulged with the impact of the bullets. His face was a wreck, his features barely recognizable. He screamed, I'm full, using his last bit of strength. He hurled his massive, soul-like body toward Kim Gun. Cult leader Kim smirked with contempt. As expected, your greed knows no bounds. The gun fired point blank, shredding Mong Dong into 100 pieces until nothing but a bloody mess remained. Kim Gun offered a silent prayer for his greed, which had brought only ruin. A golden aura radiated from him as he absorbed the enemy's energy and life force. If you're satisfied, even in hell. He smiled, his eyes sparkling. Now make sure to give me a 5-star rating and leave a review. Kim Gun walked to the corner where Tian Jiak was meditating. Hey, you okay? He reached out and pulled him up. Tian Jiak replied softly, Thank you. He was truly grateful to Kim Gun. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Tian Jiak clasped his hands in a formal bow. On behalf of the Wudong sect, I sincerely express my gratitude. As they spoke, Elder Yunsi and Chun came rushing over. Enough of that. So, is this the leader I spoke of? Tian Jiak, are you alright? The two, covered in dust after the chaotic battle, checked on each other. My internal energy has stabilized. Are you alright, Elder? The elder's next words made his eyes widen in surprise. Tianjiak, I'm sorry. What? The elderly man bowed his head. With a somber gaze, he continued, I now know who is truly worthy of carrying Wudong's burden. As an elder, I was only concerned with my own desires and failed to see the truth. I'm sorry. Kim Gun didn't hesitate to poke fun at the old man. So you live to this ripe old age just to have such cloudy judgment? Indeed, you are right, Yun Xian-chun admitted. He also turned to express his sincere thanks to Kim Gun. I truly thank you. Though we suffered losses, without you, the disciples of the Wudong sect would have. Many of his kinsmen were severely injured, being helped up by others. Some had sacrificed themselves, others survived. The elder finally understood right from wrong. He thanked Kim Gun for intervening. Otherwise, Wudong would not have escaped total destruction today. He replied nonchalantly, fine. He was someone I had to deal with anyway. Now, hurry up and announce the new sect leader. Yun Xian-chun glanced at the disciples behind him. I was just about to do that. Standing in the courtyard before all the gathered Wudong disciples, he spoke out clearly. Once again, I make this proclamation right here. Every eye was fixed on him, focused on the event that would decide the sect's prosperity. I'm sure you all feel it too. Who is the one you can truly trust and follow? The elder turned back. Stepping toward him, he placed a hand on Tianjiak's shoulder and formally introduced him. The new sect leader is. The young man's eyes widened. He seemingly couldn't believe his ears. Tianjiak, it is you. The disciples dropped to their knees in unison. They clasped their hands in a formal salute. As the evening glow falls over the great hall, a thunderous voice echoes through the air. We pay our respects to the new sect leader, Tianjiak. Stunned by the scene, he can only gasp, huh? Seeing him frozen like an idiot, Kim Gun nudges him. Hey, why are you standing there spacing out like a fool? You gotta greet your disciples. He smiles and signals. Embarrassed, Tianjiak realizes, all right. He clears his throat and begins to speak. Ahem. Though I may still have many shortcomings, I will do my absolute best to never bring shame to this sect. He formally clasps his hands in a return salute according to Wudong tradition. I also ask for everyone's support in the future. In the distance, Yun Xian-chun's grandson, Yun Chong, is nowhere to be seen during the announcement. He just stands silently behind a wall. 1 week later, the elders are sitting cross-legged around the Inyang Bagua circle, conversing. This ritual requires a lot of preparation. Tianjiak, now carrying the air of a true leader, looks toward Kim Gun to apologize. Sorry to have kept you waiting so long. A sharp, pure gold sword is placed at the center of the Bagua circle. There is no trace of the artifact you're looking for, so I plan to use this item the former leader received from the Martial Arts Alliance as a gift to track it down. He turns toward the sect elders and gives a nodding signal. The great elder receives the signal from Tianjiak. He concentrates his energy and chants an esoteric incantation. All the Wudong masters join in the chant, energy vibrating powerfully around them. The golden sword absorbs the energy and begins to vibrate violently. It levitates and points toward the sky as energy continues to pour into the blade. With a sudden whiz, the sword flies from the center of the circle, bolting in a different direction. The fat guy, mistakenly thinking the sword is aimed at him, looks terrified. The blade grazes his ear and pins itself directly into the map of the martial sects behind him. Tianjiak looks over. Is that the amazed sect? Suddenly, another disciple's sword vibrates violently, shaking itself out of its scabbard and flying out. Wait, what? The fat guy from before panics even more. The sword continues its trajectory straight toward him. However, he's not that unlucky. The sword pins itself to another location on the map. The fat guy clenches his hands, trembling and breaking into a cold sweat as a warm liquid flows down between his legs. The surrounding disciples look at each other, feeling embarrassed for the fat guy. They're also uneasy because there isn't just one marked location on the map. Kim Gun quickly asks, what's going on? Why are there two? Where is that other place? Do I have to go to both? Tianjiak seems surprised as well. At the strange result, he says that place isn't somewhere one can simply waltz into. On the map, the two swords are pinned to two different locations. He turns back with a grim expression. It's the Imperial Palace. Kim Gun's eyes grow more suspicious at the words. The Imperial Palace? So what? As you know, according to the Non-Aggression Pact, that the balance between the government and the martial world has long existed. There is a treaty stating they will not confront each other. The contrast is clear. Outside, a guard watches over the capital, that while a dark blade grows even sharper. But if you, a member of the martial world, enter the palace, a single crack could break the current status quo. One small slip could violate the pact and lead to a total war between the government and the martial world. A chest containing mysterious power appears in his mind. Behind those high walls, even if you sneak in, that item is surely kept in a secret vault. The dangers Kim Gun would face in the dark corridors are unavoidable, and such vaults are rigged with hundreds of intricate traps. One wrong step is enough to ruin all calculations. Just one wrong step. And that mistake could lead to consequences beyond control. You wouldn't be able to escape death. Losing patience, Kim Gun snaps. So what's the bottom line? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Gravity settles on Tien Jiak's face as his words become clearer. If the item you're seeking isn't at Ame, but in the Imperial Palace, then finding it. Disappointment hits Kim Gun after the final answer. It is absolutely impossible. Kim Gun stands dazed. He lets out a long sigh, thinking of his situation. Damn it. I finally made it this far, and now this? Suddenly, his phone buzzes with a system message. Dear customer, I am Team Leader Kim, E.I.A. Since you protected the peace of the martial world again, I'm giving you a gift. Kim Gun is startled. Huh? The message arrives with a long list of rewards. Ding, ding, ding. Basic reward list. Blueprint. Unable to believe his eyes, he confirms it again. Wait, they're really giving me this? I've always wanted to use this at least once. Unable to contain his excitement over the reward, a devious look crosses his face. With this, it might actually be possible. Immediately, Kim Gun turns to tell his allies the news. All right, let's gear up. We move out for the Ame, Sec tomorrow. They respond in unison, yes, cult leader. The moonlight shines down. In a villa in the middle of a lotus pond, the silhouette of a person is seen with a jar of wine. Yun Chong sits in silence, sipping his wine, when he suddenly sees someone approaching from afar. Tien Jiak slowly approaches the spot where Yun Chong is sitting. Yun Chong speaks with concern, making the atmosphere settle. Brother, aren't you busy with the reconstruction? Why come to a lowly place like this? Tien Jiak looks up at him and replies softly, Junior brother, pour me a cup. The cup is quickly filled in his hand. Tien Jiak savors the wine in the quiet of the night, his thoughts carrying a hidden meaning. Why does the wine taste so bitter today? Looking up at the night sky, Tien Jiak is lost in heavy thoughts. Yun Chong, do you know why I tried so hard to become sect leader? Why? Yun Chong asks innocently. High rank means ambition, obviously. Time seems to slow down as Tien Jiak speaks with a hint of sadness. Junior, you know I was an orphan with no family. Memories of when he first joined the sect flood back. When someone like me first followed the former leader to the Wudong sect for the first time, I felt it. The bright faces and smiles of his fellow disciples are his most precious memories. Brother, how was the meeting? Did they call you ugly? That time gave him the answer to what family is. A satisfied smile touches Tien Jiak's lips. Those brats, he whispers from deep within, and now, everyone at Wudong is my family. Yun Chong pauses as he realizes the meaning. Of course, that includes you. Yun Chong, you are a very precious family member to me. With the unfinished cup still in his hand, Tien Jiak continues pensively. To me, who never had a family, these disciples became one. I don't want to lose anyone. That's why I had to become sect leader more than anyone else. He grips the cup tightly, his reflection visible. As sect leader, I will always stand at the front when my disciples are in danger. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect everyone. Yun Chong jumps up, angered by the thought. If you're going to say such heartless things, why even be the leader? Just ignore everything then. The lake is still as a mirror, reflecting the moonlight and the glowing lanterns. Yun Chong grinds his teeth, his voice choked. Since it's already come to this, please remain sect leader for a very, very long time. The sudden outburst surprises Tien Jiak. He lets out a teasing laugh. Are you crying? Huh. Their voices ring softly through the quiet night. Who's crying? I'm not. From afar, a cold crosshair is aimed directly at Yun Chong's head. Kim Gun sits nonchalantly on the roof with a rifle, looking down with a complex gaze. Looks like I won't get a chance to use this. Damn it. At dawn the next morning, Tien Jiak brings a glowing golden elixir with a bright smile. This is a reward for saving Wudong. Please accept it. Kim Gun looks at the object in confusion. What is this? Tien Jiak answers immediately. The infinite golden pill, a legendary elixir passed down through the Wudong sect. He explains its effect. Legend says taking this allows one to cross the threshold of death. Kim Gun takes it without a change in expression. Oh, well, if you're giving it to me, thanks. Tien Jiak smiles sincerely. I truly thank you once more. I hope this medicine helps you on your adventure. He suddenly pauses. Kim Gun tosses the pill to Miho, who swallows it instantly. Her form begins to improve and evolve. Kim Gun's eyes light up with interest. Is it tasty, Miho? Thinking about Miho's evolution reward, he feels delighted. Thanks to this transformation, he has confirmed something. Miho's wagging tail makes the atmosphere brighter. Miho needs to grow up to be able to manifest more complex blueprints. Kim Gun turns to say goodbye. All right, everything's done. I'm off. Tien Jiak trembles with frustration. That lunatic. He just gave away such a precious elixir. Transitioning to Kim Gun's group on their journey, he asks concisely, which of you knows about the Amei sect? Explain it to me, short and sweet. Waran replies immediately, let me explain. The Amei sect is based on Mount Amei and is comprised entirely of nuns. She continues, because they are all nuns, they have strict rules and precepts. Therefore, they are very wary of any man approaching them. Waran concludes, I'm afraid it will be difficult to approach the Amei sect from the outside. Her gaze sweeps over her male companions, adding to the unease. But if I go to Amei alone, it might be a bit difficult. After hearing this, Kim Gun scratches his head in frustration. Man, nothing is ever easy. Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he asks Waran, if it's not just one, but two people, would there be a chance? Waran nods slightly. It would be easier than going alone. Calculations begin to form in Kim Gun's head as he pauses. Yukpa looks awkward and confused, his chubby frame breaking into a sweat. His thick layers of fat catch Kim Gun's attention. A dangerous smirk creeps onto Kim Gun's lips. Then let's do that. Kaka. Yukpa is terrified, shivering at that smile. His face turns pale. And not again. I have a bad feeling about this. White snow falls across a cold, dark mountain region. A crowd of people kneels with their hands raised to the sky, shouting in unison, long live for 10,000 years. A silhouette appears above the thousands of kneeling people. Long live for 10,000 years. A cold, murderous intent radiates from the man. Long live for 10,000 years. He extended his hand, manifesting a swirl of crimson flames in midair. Under the somber, heavy gazes of the gathered crowd, but their bodies instantly shriveled and withered, as if something vital was being sucked out of them. His glowing red eyes and violent aura proved the cruel power of the heavenly demon. Amidst the swirling, murderous intent, his face remained calm. He raised an eyebrow, magic coiling around his hand. It's still not enough. Dulan sat elegantly with her arms crossed while subordinates served her. Upon hearing her name called, she rose from her human cushion, casting a coquettish look. The cult leader sure is a greedy man, isn't he? Her gaze sharpened as she tilted her head slightly. The subordinates trembled in the gloomy atmosphere, with just a simple flick of her wrist, but their bodies twisted into grotesque, horrifying deformities. They all exploded in a burst of blood, staining the room in darkness. Dulan glared with annoyance. I absolutely loathe ugly things. Her curvaceous figure turned around as a sound echoed. Facing a line of female subordinates, she mused, in the end, nothing beats true beauty, does it? A delicate, refined face stood out, softening the mood, but among them, eventually, Dulan, with a gaze full of desire, approached one woman and wrapped an arm around her. No toy is as beautiful as you. The soulless face of the controlled beauty remained still as Dulan leaned in lewdly. You'll have a long time with me, okay? With a confident look, someone remarked, oh my, this fits perfectly. The screen reveals squinted eyes with long lashes, two side locks of hair, and a dress with a high slit showing off a thigh. It's the chubby Yukpa, stubbornly stuffed into a female outfit, looking completely bewildered and lost. Sweat poured down his face as he furrowed his brows in agony. Cult leader, was there really no other way? Kim Gun replied nonchalantly, will you plan to let Waran go there all by herself? Yukpa flinched, stammering well no, but before he could refuse, Kim Gun cut him off. Anyway, just confirm if the artifact we're looking for is there. That's all. Kim Gun shifted his gaze. He commanded the two subordinates before him, we'll be waiting nearby. Trusting them with his instructions, Waran and Yukpa stood before the Amei sect gate. Go and come back safely, okay? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them, asking softly, what business do you have with the Amei sect? Facing them was a refined face exalting gentleness. She introduced herself as Hong Lin, a great nun of the Amei sect. Waran and Yukpa bowed and explained their presence. It's a pleasure to meet you. We are from the Dream Valley sect. Hong Lin's brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze darkened. Dream Valley sect, you say? Her expression shifted as she stepped forward, her voice cold. What business does the Dream Valley sect have here? Waran, sensing the tension, answered quickly. It seems you're already somewhat aware of the situation. With a confident smile, she spoke frankly about their intentions. I'll be blunt. Through Wudong's heavenly mind perception, we learned that here at Amei, Hong Lin's face went dark, her thoughts unreadable, that there is a divine artifact that can seal the heavenly demon. That is why we've come. Silent footsteps began to move. Hong Lin turned and walked toward the back, her voice dry. This is not the place to discuss such matters. As the doors opened, Hong Lin gestured for Hua Ran and Yukpa to follow. Please step inside. The two looked at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected to get in so easily. The world plunged into night. Lanterns illuminated the long stretch of the road. Inside a tavern, Kim Gun and Dang Kwang were enjoying a meal. Behind a table, a strange face was intently and unusually watching Kim Gun's every move. Kim Gun lay in bed as everything faded into the darkness of night. The sound of a door gently opening came from his room. The stranger snuck in, silently reaching out toward Kim Gun. Suddenly, Kim Gun's voice rang out behind him, his red eyes glaring. Who the hell are you? In Kim Gun's hand was a sharp knife. The man jumped in fright and quickly backed away. Wait, cult leader. He reached up and pulled off the human skin mask he was wearing. His voice trembled as he pointed to himself. It's me, Mankai from the Xiaoyu Gate. Long time no see, cult leader. Hee. Kim Gun replied flatly. Yeah, I know it's you, Mankai. Kim Gun's face was cold, a murderous aura surrounding him. Is there any reason I should spare your life for sneaking in like this? He frantically waved his hands. Wait, cult leader. It's not what you think. Unexpected news broke. The gate master. She's been kidnapped. Kim Gun raised an eyebrow in surprise. What? The mood turned serious. Kim Gun said firmly, all right, tell me everything. Mankai spoke softly, yes, cult leader. It happened like this. Eyes glowing with a dark purple hue. The heavenly demon reached out as if to seize everything. After the heavenly demon's reincarnation, a place called the Heavenly Demon Cult appeared. Below, rats were lining up to enter the dark gates. To gather information, our disciples snuck in, but Mankai's face shifted. Faced with silence and loss of contact, the gate master himself, wearing a human skin mask, braved the chilling atmosphere to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Cult. Mankai's eyes welled up, his face grim. But now, even the gate master has lost contact. He hesitated before adding, while looking for help, I sought out you, cult leader. Kim Gun was curious, though his face remained cold. But why did you sneak in here? Mankai replied quickly, I saw signs that they were tracking us, so I had no choice but to use the mask. Kim Gun rested his chin on his hand, thinking, the master of the Xiaoyu Gate. He remembered her coquettish way of looking at him, and the landscape tattoo on her back, and her sincere expression when she gave him a gift. Kim Gun slammed his hand on the table, startling Mankai. He commanded, fine. Lead the way. Mankai shouted in relief. Thank you, cult leader. The scene shifted to the cult's massive architecture, with crowds of people arriving at dawn. The Heavenly Demon Cult. Kim Gun looked up at the scene. So this is the place? Mankai spoke up immediately. Behind him was Dang Kwang. Yes, it seems to be one of the most popular cults recently. Kim Gun made a rare joke. Are they raking it in with this scam cult? Looking at the long line, Mankai assessed the situation. Cult leader, we should get in line before it's too late. The three of them headed inside. Kim Gun thought to himself, stunned. I see exactly what kind of place this is now. Before him stood a massive statue of the Heavenly Demon, towering several meters high. I understand what kind of place this is. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Kim Gun's. The sudden appearance of a woman caught Kim Gun off guard. She began to entice them, saying, please come in. A grand banquet has been prepared for all of you. Kim Gun's face turned red with flustered embarrassment. Okay, just let me know. In the distance, he saw a thin, silver-haired man with teary eyes. My son, he entered this place and hasn't been heard from for months. His plea was desperate, making the man across from him look awkward. Please, just let me see him once. Shifting the attention to someone else, he quickly waved over an ally. The other reached out. Fine, old man. Come this way, I'll lead you. As if receiving a blessing, the old man rejoiced. Oh, thank you so much. But the interaction made Kim Gun pause and think for a long time. Beside him, the girl beckoned. He and Dang Kwang stood there dazed by the beauty's voice. Yes, all right. The doors slowly opened. The sudden appearance of a woman startled Kim Gun. She lured him in, saying, a grand feast has been prepared for you all. Please come inside. Inside the magnificent hall, women were joyfully dancing. The skillful dancers made the space feel overwhelming. The tables were laden with all sorts of delicious food and wine. Radiant faces and bright smiles added to the charm, leaving Kim Gun stunned. Please take a seat. He and Dang Kwang sat down. This is nothing like what I imagined. To be treated like this. Looking around, Kim Gun thought, doesn't seem much like a scam cult. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out from a brawny man standing in the center. All who join the cult are welcome. His friendly face was highlighted by the light. I am the vice leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult, Gu Yong Cheon. He gestured toward the back as a figure began to emerge. Now, the cult leader is arriving. Please give a warm round of applause. A drooping beard and chubby cheeks appeared. I'm very glad to meet you all. The one who appeared had a round face, slanted eyes, and a black circle on his forehead. I am the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Yakudan. Kim Gun's mouth twitched, his brows furrowed. Holy crap, you can tell just by his face. He looked disgusted. 100 scam cult. Meanwhile, a grim situation unfolded elsewhere. Please. Face covered in blood and looking panicked, the old man was backed into a corner, pleading, just let me see my son once. Suddenly, a sword pierced his neck. His eyes widened in fury. The man replied nonchalantly, don't worry. I'll grant your wish. His face was terrifying, surrounded by murderous intent. You'll be meeting your son very soon. A small bird spread its wings across the sky. Below was the massive architecture of the heavenly demon cult. Dang Kwang asked in confusion, cult leader, this place seems a bit different than we expected. Kim Gun remained calm. No, didn't you see that leader's face? Looking at Hu Don's flabby, cunning mug, he's 100 cult leader. The dead giveaway is that massive mole on his face, especially the one on his forehead. This is exactly why physiognomy is a science. Kim Gun continued, but no matter how I think about it, I just can't wrap my head around this. Dang Kwang agreed. Neither can I, my lord. From behind the dancers, a drunken face appeared. What the hell is that beggar doing here? Kim Gun turned and asked, you guys once taught me that sound transmission thing, right? Dang Kwang quickly replied, ah yes. You use internal energy to lightly stimulate the acupoint between the throat and the tongue. The beggar, wearing a drunken, lewd smile, suddenly heard a voice. Hey, you beggar. Kim Gun pointed his finger straight at him. What are you doing here? The beggar immediately recognized the Dream Valley cult leader. Holy crap, talk about inviting the wolf into the house. He gaped in terror. What brings you here, your excellency? Kim Gun replied coldly. Answer my question first. Thinking fast, the beggar stammered in a panic, sweat pouring down. I came here to find my first love, the Xiaoyu Gate Master. Kim Gun shut him down instantly. She doesn't look anything like a first love type. He listened as the man insisted. How could I lie about matters of the heart? The beggar waited, trembling. Fine, just don't get in my way. The sight of the disciplined ranks behind them caught Kim Gun's eye. The sharp blades and cold expressions left Kim Gun stunned. Just looking at this place, there are plenty of armed thugs. It's likely the same everywhere else. And even from afar, the image of the cult leader and vice leader sitting arrogantly came into view. That vice leader standing up there too. Calling him a normal person would be a stretch. His massive frame and the heavy atmosphere surrounding him were anything but normal. But what was even stranger was that despite his efforts to hide it, that terrifying face and gloomy aura made the air turn cold. He simply couldn't mask that energy. Kim Gun confirmed his suspicion. He's definitely up to something. Suddenly, the doors slammed shut and guards blocked the way. The glamorous dancers also began to file out. Everyone immediately noticed the change, their faces filled with dread as the room fell silent. Yong Chion's enlarged face looked even more terrifying, veins popping on his forehead. There's no need for alarm. Today, a very special guest has arrived, and I'd like to introduce her to you. With a sinister smile and arms spread wide, the tension rose. Allow me to introduce the one who has achieved the greatest merit for the heavenly demon cult, possessing peerless martial arts and radiant beauty. And more importantly, Kim Gun looked up in surprise at the announcement that she is the third disciple of the great heavenly demon. What? The room was suddenly flooded with a crimson aura. A woman's figure stepped out silently. I'm running into another one of his disciples here. She brushed her hair back gracefully. I guess this one is a monster, just like the others, huh? She glided toward the crowd with a seductive charm. Welcome, everyone. The men around her turned red, their eyes wide at her beauty. Kim Gun also sensed that terrifying pink energy in the air. His face flushed, and he couldn't hide a smirk of approval. This woman, she might be a little different. Dang Kwang grew cold as he fell into deep thought. He looked at her seriously. What is this? I've definitely smelled this scent somewhere before. While Kim Gun was still busy admiring the beauty, his gaze suddenly shifted. He slammed the table, questioning Dang Kwang's confusion. Hey, where the hell is that beggar going? Meanwhile, the beggar stepped forward, asking a redundant question. Didn't you hear? She's the heavenly demon's disciple. Dulan smirked mockingly, furrowing her brow. The beggar's face went dark as he confronted her. Hey, woman. His fists were clenched, so hard veins were bulging. I'm only going to ask this once. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees and looked up at Dulan, the atmosphere turning mockingly romantic. I fell in love with you at first sight. Please marry me. He looked sincere, a friendly smile lighting up his face. Will you agree to be my wife? Instantly, she jabbed 2 fingers straight into the beggar's eyes, causing blood to spray. The beggar screamed in agony, clutching his eyes as he knelt. Aorg, is this what they call blind love? A hand reached out and lightly touched his chest. Listen, you beggar. The thing I hate most in this world is... At that moment, a massive force sent the beggar flying. That ugly things. The force was so strong, he zoomed past Kim Gun in a split second. He crashed through a door and collapsed amidst the wreckage. Kim Gun watched with a cold, nonchalant face. That guy wasn't exactly a weakling, yet he went down in one hit. Honestly, though, I don't feel bad for him at all. Dulon calmly turned back toward the main hall. Cult leader Hudon showed his respect, gesturing toward the center seat. Please, have a seat, Lady Dulon. She glided forward. But suddenly, Dulon stopped in front of the cult leader. She looked up at him, her smile turning dangerous. Hudon trembled, his face turning pale as he scrambled to explain. Wait, please, Lady Dulon, have mercy. Before he could finish, her face twisted into a horrifying mask. I'll lose weight immediately. At least, my face, everything. His head instantly exploded, creating a gruesome scene as blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Dulon kept her calm smile despite the blood on her face. Oh, my hand slipped. Did I just make him disappear? The crowd below went wild, laughing and cheering. Wow, Lady Dulon is so seductive. Please, take me as your servant. Dan Kwang's expression turned grim as he assessed the situation. A man just exploded, and they're cheering like that? Dan Kwang remained deep in thought, while Kim Gun stood there dazed. This proves it. He reached out and tapped Kim Gun. Cult leader, forgive my rudeness. Dan Kwang's voice whispered from behind. This is gonna hurt a bit, but please don't let it show. Kim Gun looked back, startled. Huh? What do you mean? His eyes instantly went wide. A surge of energy escaped from Kim Gun's body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. K.H.U.K. Dulon turned with a slight smile. Now then, this time, make sure to distinguish the sacrifices from the puppets before sending them up. Yong Cheon replied immediately. Ha ha. Of course, Lady Dulon. He bowed deeply. She continued. And you know how much I despise rats, don't you? With a stern face and a dark aura, Yong Cheon looked even more menacing. How could I possibly not know? Kim Gun exhaled, regaining his composure after Dan Kwang's move. Dan Kwang, what are you doing? Kim Gun shared his thoughts. Wait, I was just thinking about that woman. Dan Kwang quickly explained. The air is filled with jade soul incense right now. Dan Kwang shared his knowledge. Jade soul incense is a type of hallucinatory attack that makes people blindly loyal and worshipful. To avoid being infected, one must circulate their internal energy to repel the scent. Kim Gun sensed the surrounding area. Then let's circulate our chi, but absolutely do not let them notice. Dan Kwang was surprised. What? Kim Gun explained. For now, let's just play along with their rhythm. His smile turned calculating and sinister. Our priority is the Xiaoyu Gate Master. To catch the tiger, we have to enter its den, right? His gaze dropped as he immediately began his act. Now, Kim Gun was in a cell, wearing the same outfit as the others. In a dungeon, a line of soulless people. That marched forward. That scent I smelled earlier. It seems to be a type of aphrodisiac charm used to control people. Kim Gun watched Dan Kwang's figure in the line. I don't know what the criteria is, but Dan Kwang and I have been split up into two different areas. A lock shattered. First, I have to find Dan Kwang. He held a sharp weapon. It's been a while since I've done this. Kim Gun immediately took a stance, his eyes burning with murderous intent as the atmosphere grew heavy. I guess I should get some exercise in, huh? Ahead of him, a group of cultists was walking. Kim Gun identified two targets. They were chatting casually, oblivious to his presence. Hey, did you see that new woman who just came in? Who? You're not planning to. From behind, Kim Gun's gaze was lethal as he closed in. It's not time yet, but I've got some hidden knockout powder right here. Before the man could finish, his slash cut across his head while he was still smiling. Let's sneak into her room tomorrow night. Realizing what happened, the other cultist gasped. You bastard. How dare you? Instantly, both his arms were severed by Kim Gun's clean strike. The air grew even more terrifying. Kim Gun immediately lunged forward with a dark, determined face. Targeting the next group ahead, 5 of them this time. With a smooth swing of his blade, he easily took down the 2 in the back. Kim Gun moved like a flash of light, slicing through the remaining 3. Blood splattered as his blades found their marks. Kim Gun exhaled calmly. Looks like I've cleared out this area. A silhouette walked silently toward him. He quickly regained his murderous stance and lunged. What? Another one? A familiar figure appeared. His sharp blade was pressed right against her neck. A beautiful face, but with hollow, empty eyes. Kim Gun shouted, Xiaoyu Gate Master. Kim Gun spoke with a smile as he looked at her. What a relief. You're okay. I've been looking for you. But his gaze instantly changed as he realized the truth. Noyetni quickly unleashed a powerful move, lunging at Kim Gun. He immediately backed away to create space. Kim Gun shouted in confusion and shock. Hey, Gate Master, what the hell are you doing? Seeing the dark pink aura surrounding Noyet Ni and her vacant eyes. Could it be that you're? Her chilling smile and the sound coming from her made his skin crawl. Everything is according to Lady Dulan's commands. Noyet Ni continued hurling daggers at Kim Gun as he shouted, "Are you okay?" His eyes widened as he suddenly realized something. Kim Gun immediately leaped back to dodge the strike, his voice echoing, "Xiaoyu Gate Master, wake up." Noyet Ni's hollow eyes remained ice-cold as she dropped into a combat stance. Her silhouette suddenly blurred, becoming a hazy afterimage. Noyet Ni closed the gap, thrusting a lethal blade toward Kim Gun, leaving him stunned. The tension was suffocating. Kim Gun grabbed her slender wrist to stop the weapon. His face was a mask of worry. He was at a total loss. Staring into her vacant face, Kim Gun yelled, "Snap out of it and listen to me." Before he could finish, a powerful kick to the chin sent him flying back, coughing up blood. "I'm currently trying to regulate my breathing, but..." Noyet Ni pulled her leg back, gaining momentum for another strike. A lightning-fast kick slammed into Kim Gun's face before he could even react. Noyet Ni flipped backward gracefully after landing the blow. Kim Gun furrowed his brows, his eyes burning with murderous intent as his temper flared. "All right, now I'm actually getting pissed off." Flashback to Kim Gun's life before reincarnation. He asked nonchalantly, "Bro, why didn't you take that job?" They were paying a fortune. The past Kim Gun had long hair. The man opposite him replied, "Gunnin, do you know the 3 things a man must absolutely protect? First, animals that can't speak. Second, children who haven't grown up yet." The man's towering silhouette loomed over him, radiating an invisible pressure. And finally, the one creature a man must never hurt. He emphasized a rule, that is a woman. A gentle smile contrasted with his rugged, scarred face. "Remember, Kim Gun, to be born a man and act otherwise is the ultimate disgrace." Recalling those words made Kim Gun grimace as he clung to his ideals. Targets to protect, animals, children, women. Targets not to protect, everything else. Kim Gun stood frozen, his thoughts racing. He was conflicted. He couldn't just stand here and take a beating from the Xiaoyu Gate Master. If she were a guy, I would have put a bullet through her head already. His eyes widened as a loophole occurred to him. Wait, maybe this could work. Noyet Ni's onslaught didn't stop. She lunged straight for Kim Gun again. Kim Gun dodged with precision, his expression hardening. "That's right. The person I'm facing right now isn't." His face darkened, a fierce killing intent erupting in his eyes. "Not the Xiaoyu Gate Master." Gripping a sharp blade, Kim Gun aimed it at Noyet Ni. "She's just a guy wearing women's clothes." Suddenly, his hand froze mid-air. But wait, looking at that face. He recalled the image of Yukpa cross-dressing. Looking at the beauty before him, he compared the two. The difference is way too massive. Kim Gun immediately shifted his combat style, weaving through Noyet Ni's storm of attacks. The battle raged on. From a distance, a figure watched in silence. "Wake up. I'm about to get my tail kicked." A slight smirk played on Dulan's flushed face. How entertaining. The scene shifts. The brainwashed disciples remained kneeling on the ground. Dang Quang was kneeling among them, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Long live the heavenly demon. Supreme is the demonic might." He kept his head low, worry gnawing at him. "How long do I have to keep this up? I need to get to the cult leader fast." Dang Quang stole a glance toward the exit behind him. He quickly assessed the situation. Only 2 guards. They'll be easy to take down. But then he remembered their conversation before being separated. Dang Quang had hesitated. "Cult leader, what should we do if we get separated?" Kim Gun had replied with his usual flat expression. "Why ask such a stupid question?" Kim Gun's answer stuck with him. "You've been following me long enough. Surely you've learned a thing or 2 by now." "Ah, yes. Of course." Haha. Having made up his mind, Dang Quang stood up. "All right, there's my answer." He broke formation and walked toward the guards. "I'll just act exactly how you taught me." The sudden move startled the 2 guards. "What the? How did this big guy wake up?" The other agreed. Yeah, the Jade Soul incense should have fully taken effect. Dang Quang mumbled under his breath as the guard shouted, "Hey, big guy, get back to your spot. Long live the heavenly demon. Supreme is the demonic might." Losing patience, a guard drew his blade. "I said get back. Do you want to be chopped into pieces?" The guard's eyes bulged as if seeing a monster. Dang Quang's voice continued to rumble. "Long live the heavenly demon. Supreme is the..." No, wait. A violent killing intent exploded from Dang Quang. He corrected his prayer. "Long live the Dream Valley cult. Supreme is the Dream Valley." As soon as the words left his mouth, a shockwave tore through the surrounding stone and earth. The guard was sent flying, his face covered in blood. "Who dare stand in my way?" Dang Quang gave a chilling smile, a cold, murderous aura mirroring Kim Gun's. "Get lost." Dang Kwang's synchronization with Kim Gun. 72. The gate exploded. Two more subordinates collapsed before Dang Kwang's decisive stride. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke from behind him. And where do you think you're going? Before even turning around, Dang Kwang lunged. Who dares block my path? Dang Kwang's silhouette moved like a flash of lightning, radiating a terrifying pressure. Just get lost. He suddenly came to a dead stop mid-motion. A powerful hand had caught Dang Kwang's strike. I figured there was a rat in here. Young Xion appeared with a cold smirk. But you're no ordinary rat, are you? Young Xion's eyes widened as Dang Kwang repeated, Who dares block my path? Dang Kwang delivered a direct kick to Young Xion's groin, turning the man's face pale with agony. Death is your only path. Dang Kwang stood nonchalantly as Young Xion collapsed. Finding the cult leader is my priority. Consider it your lucky day that I'm leaving you here. He turned to walk away, but a voice called out from behind. Do you know what my old alias was? Young Xion slowly pushed himself up on his knees, his expression unreadable. In the martial world, people used to call me the man who finds joy in pain. A wild, ecstatic look appeared on Young Xion's face, making him look even more deranged. The Madman of Agony. That title sounds disgusting, doesn't it? Dang Kwang suddenly realized something. Wait, I've heard that name before. Don't tell me you're... Young Xion flexed, his muscles tearing through his clothes as he let out a savage laugh. Kakaka. That's right. One of the four great villains of the martial world. His massive, muscular frame was now fully exposed, radiating the malice of the 9 evil paths. One of the four great villains. Dang Kwang replied calmly. Then do you know what my alias is? Young Xion dropped into a fighting stance. A little rat like you actually has an alias? Dang Kwang tightened his fist, tearing his own shirt with a serious expression. I was called this because I was the only one who could stop the tiger's claws. Dang Kwang's reconstructed arm surged with power. The gatekeeper of the tiger. A confident look settled on Dang Kwang's face. I think that's enough of an introduction, don't you? Young Xion replied, I agree. Let's let our martial arts do the talking. Both men lunged forward, pushing off the ground with explosive force. The air between Dang Kwang and Young Xion crackled with raw power. They both unleashed full power punches simultaneously. A fiery aura engulfed Dang Kwang's right arm as he unleashed the tiger's gate strike. The direct hit landed right in front of Young Xion with crushing pressure. The tension reached a fever pitch. Young Xion clenched his fist. Now, it's my turn. A thunderous blow slammed into Dang Kwang's side, making him cough up blood. The force was devastating. Clutching his side, Dang Kwang's voice remained steady. Is this all it takes to be one of the four great villains? You don't look like much to me. The two clashed again like savage beasts, pushing the fight to its limit. Let's try that again. Exactly what I wanted. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across Dang Kwang's face, forcing him to stop. A lightning-fast cut left a trail of blood on Dang Kwang's cheek. Slow footsteps approached from behind. We don't have time for this. Young Xion froze mid-punch. Lady Julan is waiting. It's a shame. I finally found a fun toy to play with. Dang Kwang, not yet realizing the situation, gave a friendly smile. What? Why are you here? And your body? Is it fully healed already? Dang Kwang's eyes widened in confusion. Wait, who are you talking to? And why did you attack me? A slow voice replied, why? Because we are. A handsome face appeared, surrounded by a crushing aura. It was Co Pyo, one of the four great villains, standing opposite Dang Kwang. Time seemed to stop. What are you talking about? Why would you side with the heavenly demon? Co Pyo replied nonchalantly, why? Because from the very beginning, Co Pyo let out a smirk, revealing his true nature. That I was never on your side. Dang Kwang furrowed his brows in anger. What do you mean? You helped us all this time. When we fought the Martial Arts Alliance leader, you even transferred your life's work of internal energy to the cult leader. Co Pyo's face twisted as he reached toward Dang Kwang mockingly. Huh, I can't tell if you're stupid or just naive. Don't you get it? We had to get rid of the Martial Arts Alliance leader because only then. His face morphed into a dark, terrifying mask with pitch-black eyes and a wicked grin. Could the great heavenly demon be resurrected? As a dark aura enveloped him, Co Pyo's expression became ghoulish. Do you know the origin of the four great villains? The first ones to ever carry that title in the martial world were. Standing atop a pile of rotting corpses under the moonlight were the four pillars, the four disciples of the great heavenly demon. Not just like Lady Dulan. A surge of demonic energy erupted from the terrifying silhouettes of the heavenly demon's disciples. The reason we, the four great villains, never vanished and continued to reappear even after the heavenly demon was sealed. A single beam of light shone down on cold hands reaching out from death. That is because the descendants of the heavenly demon cult have been silently waiting for the chance to restore our former glory. Copio reached out toward Dang Quang. Dang Quang stood stunned by the revelation. Just like your foolish cult leader, the day we can finally fulfill our wish has finally arrived. Dang Quang bit his lip, suppressing his rage. You absolute bastard. He clenched his fists and charged. I'm going to end you. Copio faced him with a cold gaze, evaluating his opponent. Your face isn't suitable for Lady Julan's appreciation. Instantly, Yong Xion lunged from behind to ambush Dang Quang. As they both charged, Copio shouted, let's end this quickly. Yong Xion immediately replied on it. The scene shifts to Kim Gun, who is panting, exhausted. Damn it. I'm at my limit. If this keeps up, I'm toast. Noyet Ni's relentless assault didn't stop. He hesitated. I can't go on like this. I have to make a choice. A gun gradually manifested in Kim Gun's hand. A sudden command made her freeze. Stop. Kim Gun turned toward the voice in surprise. Before him stood the familiar silhouette of Dulan. Oh, the heavenly demon's disciple? Dulan's eyes narrowed, her intentions unreadable. Kim Gun's killing intent thickened as his gaze darkened. Listen, if you don't want to die, return her to normal right now. Kim Gun glared impatiently. Do it now. Dulan licked her lips with delight. Huh, how magnificent. Her tone shifted as she raised an eyebrow, looking dangerously at Kim Gun. But first, I need you to understand the reality of your situation. Red tears began to stream from Noyet Ni's eyes. Blood flowed from her eyes, nose, and mouth, creating a horrifying sight. Kim Gun gaped in stress at Noyet Ni. What are you doing? What did you do to her? Stop it now. Dulan remained calm. Fine. However, Dulan gently laid out her terms, holding all the cards. If you listen to my request, I'll return her to normal and send her back where she belongs. Kim Gun stood stunned, gun still in hand. A request? Dulan replied. My request is quite simple. With a twisted smile, she showed her hand. Instead of that girl, you will become my puppet and serve me eternally. Kim Gun shouted, what kind of nonsense is that? Why would I ever do that? Dulan decided indifferently. Well, if you don't like it, I'll just proceed with this. Behind them, Noyet Ni continued to suffer in pain. I wonder what will happen to her. Hee. Poor Xiaoyu Gatemaster. Amidst the eerie, pink atmosphere, Dulan looked satisfied. Uh-huh. Time's up. You have to choose. Kim Gun gritted his teeth in despair. Damn it. This isn't like me at all. Coming here to save someone. Isn't there a saying that you die when you suddenly change your ways? Time seemed to stand still. He furrowed his brows, teeth bloodied. Fine. You better keep your word. Dulan stepped forward slowly. Oh my, how bold. I'll keep my promise, so don't worry. Instead, from now on. Dulan leaned in close, her hand reaching for Kim Gun's neck. A surge of pink demonic energy erupted as she stared deep into his eyes. You belong to me. A sudden kiss left Kim Gun reeling in shock. Kim Gun's eyes gradually became vacant and soulless. Dulan glanced at the frozen Noyet Ni. It would be a waste to just throw this puppet away. She clapped her hands and waited. Two muscular figures appeared and knelt. You called for us, Lady Dulan? It was the Mad-Eye brothers. Dulan calmly offered a reward. You've worked hard for me all this time. This is a special reward. Noyet Ni stood still, waiting for orders. Have your fun with her. The two let out a sinister, drunken laugh. Kakaka. They wore identical, cunning expressions. Everything as you wish, Lady Dulan. In a small room dimly lit by a flickering lamp, an evil voice rang out. Kaka, it's my turn now. The two cultists leaned in lewdly. Fine, but don't be too rough. Don't worry, I'm an expert in this field. Noyet Ni remained expressionless. Her mind swirled with Dulan's words. Now, let's go enjoy our happy moment together. Inside her mind, she struggled. No, cult leader, you can't go with her. The image of them leaving hand in hand drove her to despair. She's too dangerous. Please stop. Cult leader. Her body remained stiff, unable to express emotion. Don't go. She mouthed silently. Please. Her eyes snapped open. Noyet Ni regained consciousness and screamed. Stop. Cult leader. The Mad-Eye brothers were startled. What? Did she just speak? No way. Did she regain her senses? Noyet Ni looked around, realizing she was in a different place. What? Where is this? Who are you? Noyet Ni looked down at herself. Huh? She realized the problem. What did you bastards just do? She saw herself in a tacky purple outfit. To me, the brothers rubbed their noses sheepishly. How embarrassing. Our skills must be lacking. We try to give you a matching makeover. Do you like it? Mad-Eye brothers, the martial world's top makeup experts. Noyet Ni pulled a hairpin from her hair. You guys are full of tricks, aren't you? In a flash, her powers sliced through them. Yusti. Even as they collapsed, they showed no fear. Brother, do you think cool tones or warm tones suited her better? Looks like Cool Tone's little brother. As the two bodies fell behind her, Noyetni fumed. That old fox. How dare you? Her face was full of killing intent. My cult leader. At the same time, wet bare feet appeared. Dulon stepped out, wrapped only in a thin towel. On the bed, Kim Gun sat motionless. Dulon looked satisfied. Hee, staying put like a good boy, aren't we? She leaned in intimately. Since you've waited so patiently, I'll give you a little reward now. Zooming on Kim Gun's face, time freeze. There's one fact that Dulon and the Xiaoyu Gate Master didn't know. Flashback to the pre-reincarnation Kim Gun flipping the bird. Kim Gun was a rude guy who lived as he pleased, but he had one fatal weakness. Kim Gun's life was all about work and duty. He had zero experience in romance. Close-up of Dulan's seductive pose. Because of that, scenes like this, that caused Kim Gun's heart to pound uncontrollably. For Kim Gun, this was way too stimulating. Blood began to stream from Kim Gun's nose. And the result? A gun pointed straight at her, startling Dulon. Huh, what is this? He spoke subconsciously. I am. The involuntary action stunned even Kim Gun. A precious man, Kim Gun. Title: The Great Archmage of Gunslinging in the Martial World. A blood-stained arm appeared. He's more persistent than I thought. Yong Cheon stood behind him, his body battered. Indeed, I didn't expect it to take this long. Co spoke from the front, then, this time, just like always. Dang Kwang lay unconscious in a pool of blood. The battle reached its conclusion. She smiled gently, her eyes full of interest as if she had predicted this. You really are the man I have my eye on. I want you even more now. Kim Gun looked at her, his gun barrel glowing. He mocked her with a smirk. Do you even know what you're looking at? With one flick of my finger, I can blow your head off. Hearing this, Dulon grew even more provocative, her tone mocking. Oh my, but what to do? I know you can't do anything when facing a woman. The corner of his mouth twitched at her words. He replied half-jokingly, true, but you've misunderstood one thing. I don't hit women. Kim Gun continued, but if you're a serial killer. Before he could finish, the muzzle flashed in an instant. The bullet lodged directly into Dulan's head. As she fell backward, he finished his sentence. That's a different story. Kim Gun looked at her coldly, his voice laced with murderous intent. I won't hold back this time. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dulon twitched, trying to push herself up. Seeing this, Kim Gun was stunned as she shakily sat up. He gasped, I clearly shot her right in the head. Dulon stood up, her feet moving frantically as she ran. No, 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 no. Her feet gradually slowed until she stood frozen in place. She stood before a mirror, her voice a panicked whisper. No. Kim Gun looked on, bewildered. What the hell is going on? Purple slime began to leak from Dulan's hands, dripping onto the floor. She looked in the mirror and screamed, AARGH. Her face also began to ooze a bizarre purple fluid. Hearing the scream, the subordinates rushed in. Lady Dulon, are you okay? Seeing the scene, they stammered in horror. Lady Dulon? No. She screamed, don't look, and swung her arm at them, splattering purple fluid everywhere. The subordinates let out a pathetic scream. Aort! As the purple slime covered their faces, blood erupted from their mouths in a messy spray. The purple fluid on the floor began to bubble and hiss, steam rising from it. Kim Gun gripped his gun, thinking to himself, damn it, that stuff is too dangerous. He hoisted the gun onto his shoulder. I need to find Dang Kwang and get out of here fast. Dulan's entire body began to melt into purple slime. Finally, a bullet like a streak of fire was fired once more. In the midst of the thick smoke, the melting silhouette of Dulon still stood there, muttering, no, don't look. No one is allowed to look. By now, her entire body, including her face, had transformed into something grotesque. She turned around and repeated, don't look. Dang Kwang was unconscious, his body covered in countless wounds. Currently, Yong Cheon, who had lost an arm, was carrying him over his shoulder. He and Copio were making their way out. Suddenly, Copio heard the sound of falling debris. Just as he wondered where it came from, an ear-piercing scream echoed. ARGH. The sound was so intense that Copio and Yong Cheon had to cover their ears. Once the scream faded, Yong Cheon spoke up first. Good grief. It looks like Lady Dulan's illness has flared up again. Copio's face twisted in annoyance. Indeed, such a pity, but it looks like we'll have to abandon this place again. Hearing that, Yong Cheon dumped Dang Kwang on the ground with a thud. This guy would have made great nourishment for the great heavenly demon. Before he could finish, Pio cut him off. This place is about to collapse. Let's hurry. The two continued talking as they left, leaving Dang Kwang lying helpless on the floor. At that moment, a dark shadow loomed over him. Meanwhile, Kim Gun was running around frantically, shouting, Dang Kwang. Where are you? Answer me if you can hear me. Sweat poured down his face. Zanggang. If you hear me. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. A massive boulder crashed down right in front of him, giving him a huge start. Kim Gun looked up at the ceiling where the rock had fallen from, his gaze heavy with complexity. What the hell is happening all of a sudden? A massive hole had opened in the ceiling. Even more horrifying was that the purple fluid from earlier seemed to be corroding the structure, causing it to crumble. A drop of the fluid landed right on his shoulder as he stood there, frozen. The moment it hit Kim Gun's shoulder, it began to sizzle, leaving a nasty burn. He immediately clutched the wound and let out a pained cry. Arg! Then, he heard a voice echoing nearby. Leaving me behind like this. Where do you think you're going? The voice came from the opening above. He looked up to see the purple slime oozing down the walls. Leaving like this isn't allowed. A mutated face appeared. Julan's face was no longer recognizable as human. She hissed, "Am I not beautiful?" Terrified, Kim Gun replied, "No. Your face looks like a squash hornet's nest right now." Julan reached out with both hands, approaching him. "Until now, no man has ever rejected me. I'm beautiful, aren't I? Tell me." In her current state, she looked like melting wax. Revolted, Kim Gun thought to himself, "This is insane. I'll just lie to get this over with." He forced out, "Fine. You're beautiful. But I..." Upon hearing that, Julan bared her teeth and shrieked, "Liar! Liar! 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 Liar!" Her entire body emitted a sickly purple light. Her slimy form thrashed as she screamed, "Don't you dare lie to me." Kim Gun was horrified, veins popping on his face as he covered his mouth. Ugh! What is this smoke now? His eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and blood began to leak from the corners. His facial muscles contorted in pain. A second later, Kim Gun vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, Noyet Ni leapt out from behind Julan and shouted, "Cult leader, don't breathe it in." She quickly rushed to Kim Gun's side. Surprised, he asked, "Why are you still here?" Noyet Ni urgently grabbed Kim Gun's arm to pull him away. "I'll explain later. We have to get out of here first." Julan looked monstrous now, her facial features turning into black voids. "What? Even my favorite puppet is attacking me now?" Her eyes glowed as she shrieked, "Is it all because I'm ugly?" She screamed as if her very essence was melting away. "This is so unfair. Therefore, I'll kill everyone." The purple aura around her intensified. Seeing this, the remaining subordinates fell to their knees. "Long live the heavenly demon, invincible and supreme. Long live the heavenly demon." As they spoke, their faces also began to melt and decompose, yet they continued to mutter, "Long live the heavenly." Some were faster scrambled toward the exit, screaming, "Lady Julan's poisonous aura is boiling over. Run if you want to live." Those who couldn't make it wailed in agony, "I don't want to die." Noyet Ni was still pulling Kim Gun toward the exit. "Wait, gate master. Hold on." Kim Gun shook off Noyet Ni's hand. Clutching his wound in pain, he looked at her with pleading eyes. "Dang Kwang is still inside. I have to go back for him." Noyet Ni's face went dark as she replied, "I'm so sorry, cult leader. But it's too late." As she spoke, the tower behind Kim Gun began to collapse. He gasped, "What?" He spun around in shock to look at the destruction behind him. Before his eyes, the massive structure was shedding huge wooden beams as it crumbled. In total disbelief, Kim Gun furrowed his brows and let out a desperate roar. Dang Kwang. The scene shifts to the amazed sect, nestled deep within the mountain forests. Someone seemed to hear something, cold sweat dripping down their face. It was Mong Dong and Waran. He looked at her, anxious and terrified. "Sister, what do we do now?" As Mong Dong finished his sentence, the Amei disciples surrounded them, leveling their swords at the pair. Hong Lin stood the front, blade in hand. She asked angrily, "We require an explanation for the current situation." Terrified, Waran could only squeak out, "Huh? We're screwed." The scene shifts to another hall. Kim Gun was running full tilt, shouting, "Dang Kwang." A girl rushed to block his path. She tried to reason with him. "Wait, cult leader. You can't. Even if you go now, it's too late. It's over. We need to leave." Kim Gun roared, "Move." His face was bloodied and battered, but his expression was stubborn and fierce. "Dang Kwang is family. I won't leave him behind." He brushed past her and gave a cold command. "Your subordinates are waiting for you. Get out of here and go back where you belong." Kim Gun charged forward again, shouting Dang Kwang's name. Leaving the helpless girl behind, she whispered his title. Kim Gun thought to himself, "I have to find him." Thinking of Dang Kwang, he pushed his body to run even faster. However, his eyes began to lose focus. He panicked. My vision. It's starting to blur. The path ahead became a hazy, distorted mess. Watching from behind, the girl furrowed her brows in worry. "Cult leader, behind you." Kim Gun turned instinctively. A shadow loomed over him from above, accompanied by a raspy voice. Your devotion to your disciple is truly admirable. A man in green leapt down gracefully, striking with his staff. He spoke mockingly, but your actions now are nothing more than a pathetic struggle. With a thud, Kim Gun took the hit and fell unconscious. The girl screamed in despair, "Cult leader." The scene shifts to a cave where water flowed continuously. Water dripped from stalactites, creating a rhythmic pitter-patter. Kim Gun was still unconscious on a bed, soft light illuminating his face. He slowly woke up, his face dazed after the long slumber. Beside the bed sat Dan Kwong, his face a mess of tears and snot. He sobbed, "You're finally awake. Cult leader, are you okay?" Instead of a thank you, Dan Kwong received a direct punch to the face from Kim Gun. After landing the blow, Kim Gun calmly made an excuse. "Whoops, you startled me. Your face looked terrifying." Then he blinked. "Wait, Zhang Gang, you're okay?" The big guy chuckled awkwardly. "Aside from getting hit by you, I'm fine." Kim Gun looked around. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, he asked, "What's going on? Where are we?" He realized he was in a wooden cabin filled with infirmary beds. Suddenly, the door opened. A familiar, raspy voice spoke. "Sounds like your body has recovered a bit." Kim Gun looked toward the door and questioned, "Who are you?" He remembered being attacked and knocked out. He asked coldly, "Are you the one who attacked me?" Getting angrier, he insulted the man. "You damn old geezer." Dan Kwong quickly tried to calm him. "Cult leader, please. If it weren't for him, neither of us would be here. He saved our lives." Dan Kwong emphasized that he was their savior. Before them stood an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in green robes and leaning on a staff. He looked at Kim Gun with disapproval. Quite the mouth you have." Embarrassed, Kim Gun stammered, "Thank you." The old man began to grumble. So reckless. The poison you were hit with was." An image appeared of a purple poison bottle shaped like a skull with spikes. Demon melting poison, one of the most notorious legendary toxins. Once even a tiny amount enters the body, it begins to corrode the internal organs. An image showed a victim's flesh being eaten away until the body melted. It is an incredibly dangerous poison. The old man said slowly, "If I had been a moment later, even I couldn't have saved you." Kim Gun and Dan Kwong listened intently. Then Kim Gun asked, "What about that woman who used the poison?" The old man recalled the moment he grabbed the unconscious Kim Gun and escaped right before the explosion. "I was too busy getting you two out of there to see clearly." He remembered seeing something melting in the wreckage, but I did see a figure standing calmly amidst the destruction. Kim Gun's face paled at the news. He clenched his fists, trying to suppress his anger. The old man advised him gently, "As someone who has survived a bit longer than you, I'll give you one piece of advice. Don't waste your life on the impossible. Stay here and rest until your body is fully healed." With that, he left the room. "Zangkang Bawet Zet Petfun." "Thank you, senior." Kim Gun sat in silence, feeling exhausted and helpless. He leaned his head on his hand, eyes closed in frustration. "Damn it, I really don't get it. Every time I meet someone, there's some unbelievable monster. And this time," he recalled his desperate flight from the fortress earlier that morning. "Wait, was I actually running away back then?" Kim Gun looked shaken. Dan Kwong asked worriedly, "Cult leader, are you okay?" Kim Gun quickly asked, "Dan Kwong, is that old man strong? And where exactly is this?" Dan Kwong explained calmly, "I'll give you a brief summary of what I know. We are currently in the Tang family territory of Sichuan." The image of a massive, silent fortress under the moonlight appeared, a clan that has flourished for centuries through the mastery of poisons and medicine. Images of venomous creatures like frogs, scorpions, spiders, and snakes appeared. Since their roots favor poisons over medicine, the world rumors that. An image of countless skulls piled high in a pit, so many that the massive hole was nearly overflowing. They say a single breath from them could annihilate an army, and a single drop of poison they concocted. An image of a hand holding a purple vial, a single drop beginning to fall. An image of a palace being corroded and melting away from the toxicity. Dang Kwong noted, "It can cause an entire fortress to crumble. And our savior is the grand patriarch of the Sichuan Tang clan." He referred to the green-robed old man with the staff who had entered the room. Currently, no one in the martial world can withstand his toxins, which is why he's known as the Poison King. Tang Long. A close-up of the old man's face revealed purple eyes, shimmering like the venomous drops his family created. Sichuan Tang clan, grand patriarch. Kim Gun suddenly stood up and headed for the door, leaving Dang Kwong bewildered. "Wait, my lord, where are you going?" Kim Gun didn't turn back. To know your enemy and yourself is to win 100 battles. Now that I know the enemy, he flashed a sinister smirk and declared with absolute confidence that I need to figure out how to kill them. Kim Gun kicked the door open and shouted, "Hey, old man, are you still there? Give me a hand." He froze, stunned by the sight before him. Kim Gun's entire expression shifted, his eyes wide with shock. Before him was a sea of venomous spiders. Poisonous snakes and scorpions crawling all over the floor. Stunned by the horrifying scene, Kim Gun stammered, "What? What is all this?" Amidst the nightmare, Tang Long's voice echoed from a distance. "Kakaka, this place is both my sanctuary and the crucible that forged me into the Poison King." The cave was teeming with creatures carrying lethal toxins. Standing on the opposite bank from Kim Gun and Dang Quang, the old man boasted proudly, "I call this place the Cave of Poisonous Souls." Tang Long said calmly, "I figured you wouldn't listen to me and would go fight that woman anyway. For one, I don't want to see a young man throw his life away in vain." He looked at Kim Gun and Dang Quang, laying out his terms. "If you want my help, you must pass a trial." Kim Gun asked immediately, "What kind of trial?" Tang Long smiled, a gentle expression masking his sinister intent. "It's simple. You just need to reach me, completely naked, without any assistance." After a pause, he added a disclaimer. "However, I take no responsibility for the outcome of this trial." His voice was gravelly and indifferent. "Even if you happen to die." Kim Gun cut him off. "Seriously, Tang Long, all these bugs?" Without hesitation, he ripped off his shirt, revealing a powerful, tattooed physique. He recounted, "Back when I lived in that semi-basement apartment, I dealt with countless pests like these." He prepared to step directly onto the venomous creatures. He told Tang Long, "Hold on. We'll be there in a second." Kim Gun stepped forward forcefully, crushing the venomous centipedes swarming the floor. He declared, "I'm coming right now." As he moved, Tang Long interrupted, "Wait. When I said completely naked, I meant." He pointed at Kim Gun's pants and shoes. Without a single stitch of clothing. Kim Gun let out a relaxed laugh, though his eyes grew dark. "Are you saying that because you think I won't do it?" He nonchalantly stripped off the rest of his clothes and shoes, walking naked through the swarming insects without a hint of fear. Tang Long laughed heartily. "Kaka, great spirit, but you're unfathomably stupid." Tang Long's face twisted into a grotesque grin. Malice radiated from his eyes as he challenged, "Let's see if you can actually make it here." Inside the Cave of Poisonous Souls, Dang Quang reached out toward Kim Gun's back, trying to stop him. "My lord, no matter what, going in there naked is." Kim Gun didn't turn around. Dang Quang, "If I'm too scared to enter because of these trivial insects." Kim Gun turned back, his gaze steady. "Then I'll never get close to that monster. So just stand there and watch in silence." Dang Quang watched his leader walk forward, his eyes filled with pained concern. Stepping on the venomous bugs, Kim Gun calculated internally. "These lowly insects. I just need to trample them and move forward. From what I see, it's not as big a deal as I thought." Kim Gun picked up the pace. He was certain that at this speed, he would reach the other side in no time. The Poison King stood waiting, silent and still. Suddenly, a thick mist began to rise all around. Kim Gun felt as if the old man was drifting further and further away. He came to a sudden halt, stunned. What? Why all of a sudden? Sweat dripped as he thought to himself. Suddenly, Kim Gun found himself standing in a lush green meadow. White clouds, golden sunshine, and countless colorful butterflies fluttered about. He was dazed. "Where on earth am I?" Back at the entrance, Dang Quang was panicking. "No, even if it's an order from the cult leader." He rushed forward, telling himself, "I can't just let this happen." But suddenly, he felt someone blocking his path. A voice reached out, "If you truly believe in him." The Poison King suddenly appeared, perched arrogantly on Dang Quang's shoulders. "Then it's better to wait in silence." The old man's legs tightened around Dang Quang's neck, making it hard for him to breathe. He gasped out, "No, look at what's happening right in front of us. It's horrifying." Kim Gun was swarmed by venomous insects. They crawled over his entire body, even coiling around his head as he stood frozen. Dang Quang screamed in protest, "This is too much." Meanwhile, Kim Gun was still casually strolling through the hallucination caused by the venom. He looked at the fresh flowers, the vibrant grass, and the poetic butterflies. "Where's this place? Did I?" He suddenly remembered the old man's words. "Even if you happen to die." He wondered, "Am I dead? But since when?" He suddenly turned around, muttering, "What's this now?" A pack of adorable puppies appeared before him, wagging their tails and looking at him with sparkling eyes. He exclaimed, "Ah, where do these cute creatures come from?" He quickly sat down to greet them, and they happily jumped all over him, acting playful. Suddenly, one of them bared its teeth aggressively. Kim Gun happened to look over right at that moment. He immediately recognized the dog and cheered happily, "Mongu." He scooped up his beloved pet and nuzzled it. "My Mongu, did you miss me?" The dog, happy its master remembered it, licked his cheek. He said happily, "Ah-ha-ha, I love you too." Kim Gun laid back on the open ground, surrounded by the pack of cute puppies. "Isaïd, ah, this is bliss. If heaven exists, it must look like this." Suddenly, he realized something. His eyes widened in a daze. Wait, heaven? Kim Gun sat up abruptly. No, if I'm actually dead, instead of heaven like this. The realization hit him. I should have gone straight to hell. He picked up his puppy and asked, but Mongu, why are you here? The dog suddenly transformed into a massive, three-eyed monster with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth lunging at him. Kim Gun cursed, damn it. I knew it. There's no way I'd make it to heaven. He quickly threw it away, thinking frantically, crap. Then where the hell am I? Everything around him began to turn a deep, blood red. He dropped into a combat stance. Am I really dead and in hell? Well, it's my first time in hell, so first. He stood up quickly. I'll just have to face it and see. Kim Gun suddenly turned to look back. A bloody hand grabbed his leg. A voice called out, where are you going? Dong Bang Don, his body a gory red and eyes vacant, gripped his leg tight. He asked, where are you going, leaving us behind? Kim Gun was furious. Damn it, that hurts. Countless others were crawling on the ground behind him, cursed voices chanting, die, don't die, save me. You should feel this too. This pain. He looked at the malevolent figures. They're all people who died by my hand. If you guys are here, then I guess I really am dead. Under a blood-red sun, they crawled up his body, their mouths agape. He said nonchalantly, so I've gone to hell. Suddenly, Kim Gun was grabbed by the hair and yanked backward. He panicked as he started sinking into a pit of red syrup. Ugh, damn it. What is this? His eyes reflected sheer panic as the cursed voices continued. Where are you going after making us like this? Feel our agony. If it weren't for you, our families. Come with us. Hurry. Please just die. They screamed, die. Kim Gun suddenly felt like giving up. He thought, well, I've lived a long life anyway. Dying now wouldn't be that strange. He thought calmly, surviving this long was brave in its own way. Now, I'm just tired and sleepy. Exhaustion took over. Kim Gun's eyes slowly began to close. I just want to sleep. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from somewhere. Cult leader. An image of an opening door appeared. The voice urged, the cult leader isn't someone who can be taken down by mere insects like these. He recognized the voice instantly. It was Dang Kwang. The boy continued to cheer him on. I believe in the cult leader. If he falls here, he's actually worse than an insect. Or maybe the cult leader is an insect. Submerged in the red syrup, he pondered. If I'm an insect, I might as well die here. Suddenly, the voice changed its tone. You damn bug. Are you mad? Fine, just die there then. Loser. No, sir. Kim Gun snapped out of it and sat up. I'm not dying. That's right, it's too early to go. Before leaving, he looked up. His eyes were filled with resolve. I'm taking one more person with me. His sole motivation for living. Rage. Outside, the Poison King looked on with contempt. As I thought. Was it too much for him? Suddenly, his eyes went wide. A pair of feet took a step forward. Then another step. Then they stopped completely. Kim Gun's eyes snapped open, glaring intensely. A powerful gust of wind erupted, blowing all the venomous insects off his body. He placed a hand on the Poison King's shoulder. Kim Gun barked, get lost. Dang Kwang shed tears of emotion and said, I, Dang Kwang, never had a single doubt about the cult leader. Kim Gun was furious and punched him in the face. You damn brat, did you just call me a bug? Damn it. He turned his back and said, you lunatic, I heard everything. And no, cult leader, that's not it. He cut him off but then smiled. Kim Gun raised his fist and spoke to Dang Kwang. It's thanks to you that I survived. Moved, he shouted, cult leader. She asked worriedly, are you all right, cult leader? The Poison King nodded with satisfaction. Kaka, it's been a long time since that door opened again. The scene shifts to Tian Shan, the base of the heavenly demon cult, where mountains covered in year-round snow create a majestic landscape. A man sat on the throne and questioned, so, you didn't bring anyone back this time? The girl kneeling on the ground trembled. Please forgive me for that, sire. She tried to explain. Some strangers suddenly appeared and interfered. She paused for a moment in anxiety. Suddenly, she clutched her neck. Ugh, I haven't recovered yet. It was Dulan. The heavenly demon looked directly at Dulan and said, pathetic. He brushed past her and said, it seems I placed too much expectation on you. He warned her, if something like this happens again, next time, do not hesitate. He said something that terrified Dulan. Just take your own life. She stood up as the heavenly demon called out, all of you, come forth. He declared to the 4 great villains, that man, the one who ruined my plans, bring him before me immediately. He instructed the current 4 great villains. However, remember to bring him back intact while he's still alive. He revealed a terrifying, sinister look. I want to tear him apart limb from limb myself. Kim Gun suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He sat up straight and wondered, damn it, how many times have I passed out lately? Dang Kwang was currently slumped over, sleeping by his bed. Kim Gun watched this scene with a bewildered expression. He soon stepped down from the bed. That old man. Kim Gun slowly walked outside. Where did he bring me this time? He stopped right in front of the door. Will be full of weird things once I step outside. The door in front of him suddenly creaked open. Kim Gun stood frozen as he saw what was outside. He stepped out and paused at the unfamiliar scenery. Where on earth is this? An old master leaning on a staff approached. Welcome to the Sichuan Tang family. What do you think of this place? It's all right. He hesitated before speaking. Actually, I didn't think you'd succeed, but it turns out you have quite a strong spirit. Kim Gun's sole motivation for living, rage. Fine, I'll kill one more person. Kim Gun looked away and said, anyway, like you said, I passed. Now help me out. I have to fight that woman one more time. He agreed. Very well, a promise is a promise. Have you ever heard of the 10,000 poisons immunity? He asked back, 10,000 poisons immunity? The master raised his hand. The realm of the myriad poison resistance. He explained further. As the name suggests, it's the ability to resist 10,000 types of poison. It means reaching a stage where no poison can ever penetrate your body. Conversely, it means that poison will no longer be a threat, but will become your weapon. Kim Gun quickly urged, what? If there's something that good, tell me how to get it already. He coughed a few times. The Myriad Poison Blood Cave. If you go there, you'll naturally learn it. The Myriad Poison Blood Cave? The master introduced it further. As the name implies, it's a place where you'll be exposed to every type of poison. If you survive, you'll reach the Myriad Poison Resistance realm. However, it's easier said than done. The process will gnaw at your flesh, tear your spirit apart, and sometimes cost you your soul. Moreover, in the 1,000-year history of the Sichuan Tang family, those who successfully walked out of there, including myself, there are only 0.3 people who managed to return alive. He concluded with a shocking figure. The master then asked, can you endure such a process? Kim Gun swallowed hard and replied decisively, well, if I don't get that immunity, I'll just die at that woman's hands anyway. Might as well get my best shot. The master replied, I see. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. Then come back tomorrow at noon. Rest well until then. Kim Gun requested, hey old man, don't just leave like that. Kim Gun sighed. Might as well go right now. For some reason, I feel like if I wait until tomorrow, there's someone that who would insist on coming to this dangerous place, even if it kills them. The master smirked upon hearing this. Turns out you're quite the sentimental type. Fine, I'll lead the way right now. He suddenly stopped. Wait. Thank you for saving me and Dang Kwang. But what were you doing at that heavenly demon temple? He was referring to the shrine earlier. The old man's face darkened. Actually, a shouting voice could be heard from inside. Do you even know what kind of place that is to go looking for it? Are you out of your mind? Tang Huan-chan, the head of the Sichuan Tang family. Grand Patriarch? No. What were you planning to do if father wasn't there? She replied boldly, why are my brothers allowed to roam the martial world freely? Tang Twin, the youngest daughter of the Sichuan Tang family. But I'm the only one not allowed to go out. I want to see the world too. But he resolutely refused. How many times have I told you? With your current level, the martial world is too dangerous. Tang Twin argued back, I don't care. I want to get stronger and make a name for myself. If you keep being like this, father, I'm just going to run away. Huan-chan was completely helpless before her. Good grief, I don't know who she got that temper from. The master was currently leading Kim Gun. He couldn't help but wonder, where exactly are we going? And if he's so skilled, then why does he carry that staff around? The master suddenly stopped. We're here. Kim Gun was bewildered. We're here? There's nothing here. He repeated. As I said, this place is truly dangerous. So it has been completely sealed off so no one can enter. Therefore, to get inside, he immediately slammed his staff into the ground. But it can only be through my permission. The ground began to undergo a massive tremor. Kim Gun realized then the staff was the key. This is the place that will lead you to the myriad poison resistance. A pit appeared before them. The myriad poison blood cave. The master slowly turned his head back. I've opened a path. Whether you enter or not is up to you, but whether you come out alive is not. If the entrance closes, I won't be able to open it for a month. The only way to survive is to endure or find the exit. Kim Gun stepped forward without hesitation. Old man, why do you talk so much? He stood before the pit. A true man never retreats. Kim Gun looked down into the depths. This entrance alone is a problem. Can I even survive falling from this height? Suddenly, more tremors occurred. Kim Gun was startled. What? Why is the ground? The master spoke calmly. The entrance will close shortly. If you're scared, you can give up now. You only have one life. Kim Gun was determined to go through with it. I told you, a true man. He jumped down without hesitation. That never retreats. In an instant, Kim Gun was in a free fall. The master then turned and walked away. I wish I could see you one more time, but that's unlikely. Regardless, I'm glad to have known you. Kropka on nameless Wanderev. A gust of wind brushed past him. The master immediately froze. Down. Twin had also lunged down at that moment. Grandpa, I'll get stronger and come back too. She winked with a bright smile. See you later. He stood there in a daze, speechless. Why on earth did you show up here? The master's mouth stammered. He reached out and shouted in panic. Twinner, no. He slowly walked forward under the dark night sky. He announced while half asleep, Sir, there are no rooms left. What should we do? He spoke in a deep voice. It's fine. I didn't come here looking for a room. The atmosphere was incredibly quiet. She was still sleeping, unaware of what was happening. He stood in place with a cunning smile. I'm here to meet an old friend.